Chapter 1. The East Sea. Kingdom of Goya. In the waters near Kodo Island. The vast and boundless blue sea stretched endlessly under a clear sky. A luxurious yacht was hosting a grand banquet, vibrant and opulent. The crowd bustled with excitement as tourists clinked glasses and engaged in animated conversations, creating a lively atmosphere. It resembled a picturesque scene from a celestial realm, a delightful view of heaven on earth. A young man with green hair was engaged in an animated discussion with a beautiful girl sporting short orange hair. Occasionally, he displayed humorous and exaggerated expressions, raising his glass in flirtatious toasts. At that moment, it seemed they were sharing something joyous, as the orange-haired girl covered her face with laughter. It was a scene painted in hues of romantic pink, radiating beauty. Meanwhile, a robust sailor was diligently attempting to salvage a wooden barrel adrift in the sea. His face beamed with joy, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. This barrel might hold significant rewards. Could contain fine wine. Perhaps it truly harbored gold and silver treasures. Though the thought seemed absurd, one must dare to dream. What if it became reality? A sudden windfall could arrive as unexpectedly as a tempest. Seagulls soared effortlessly above the yacht, gliding gracefully through the air. At that very moment, above the heads of the green-haired young man and the beautiful orange-haired girl, a ripple of ethereal waves appeared in the void. With a resounding bang, a short-haired man clad in a white t-shirt and black casual pants fell through the shimmering distortion. What on earth is happening? Mo-yi muttered, his words laced with the essence of his homeland, expressing his frustration. Rubbing his sore and tingling lower back, Mo-yi surveyed his surroundings. In that instant, his eyes widened, and his heart raced with astonishment. He observed a crowd of individuals with hair in a myriad of colors pointing at him, speaking in a language that resembled that of a certain island nation. Had he inadvertently stumbled into a gathering of the Shamate kingdom? Mo-yi quickly regained his composure, humorously reflecting on his predicament. He recalled that he had been on a rooftop, aimed at witnessing the rare astronomical phenomenon known as the nine-star alignment. News outlets and social media had incessantly bombarded him with information about this ancient millennium spectacle. Intrigued, he had made his way to the rooftop to witness this so-called marvel. However, he soon realized that without astronomical instruments, his rooftop experience was rather uneventful. Then, he had noticed an ethereal shimmer appear before him, and, thinking it a mere illusion from binge-watching or gaming, reached out to touch it. And then, everything went blank as he plummeted into this strange place. There were no bizarre black holes, no thunderous roars from the sky, no lightning strikes. He hadn't been struck by a car, nor had he been swept away by a toilet, let alone experienced an array of dazzling special effects. Had he crossed into another realm? Was it a transition to this world? Or perhaps an entirely different world? Yet, could he possibly be granted a modicum of scientific explanation? A wormhole in the void? A spatial leap? Or perhaps the age-old adage, when in doubt, quantum mechanics? His thoughts returned to the present. Gazing at the chattering Shamate nobility surrounding him, he felt a wave of nostalgia for the glorious moments of his generation. Mo-yi disregarded the crowd, sitting upright, slowly placing his hands together in prayer, closing his eyes with a visage of reverence, appearing quite sacred. Yet inside, he was frantically shouting, overwhelmed with anxiety. Is the god of transmigration present? Is the soul elder here? Is the golden finger brother around? Is the system master available? Could I kindly receive a newbie package for this transmigration? If you are here, please respond, O Jade Emperor, infinite celestial venerable Amit God Almighty. Everyone, including Mo-yi, stood frozen for a moment, yet it seemed nothing occurred. It was as if a flock of crows had slowly passed through the air. An awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. Mo-yi felt an acute embarrassment, made all the worse by the fact that even the language seemed completely foreign. How was he supposed to navigate this situation? Oh dear, I want to go home. The bewildered green-haired youth loudly inquired. Who are you? What are you doing? Where did you come from? However, to Mo-yi's ears, this well-mannered interrogation sounded like a jumble of incoherent noises. What a ridiculous situation. As he pondered how to maneuver through this chaos, he suddenly caught sight of the orange-haired Bowtie's face, which appeared strikingly familiar. He stared at her, questioning, "Are you Nami?" The orange-haired Bowtie's pupils dilated slightly, although the pronunciation of Nami from his homeland differed from that in this world. Her keen intellect quickly inferred that Ye might have recognized her. Nami was not keen on revealing her identity to the yacht's passengers after all. She was a member of the fisherman pirate crew, known by the moniker Little Thief. Acting on instinct, she swiftly launched a kick aimed at Ye's lower region, hoping to incapacitate him in one swift move. Simultaneously, she shouted, "This is the lecher who assaulted me earlier." Ye, witnessing Nami's sudden aggression and sensing the threat, realized his misfortune. Could it be he had mistaken her identity? Was this not the world of One Piece? Yet his body reacted instinctively, dodging her kick aimed at his manhood. He jumped back in a flurry, preparing to unleash a tirade of curses. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from outside, sending a shower of wooden splinters flying as the yacht rocked violently, dishes and glasses crashing to the floor. At that moment, Ye realized he was indeed on a ship. Moments later, the anguished cries of sailors pierced the air. "Pirates are attacking. Grab your weapons, guard squad. Assemble." The once festive gathering descended into chaos. With the shammate crowd scattering in all directions, the green-haired youth fell to the ground, trembling as he pleaded, "Everyone, please remain calm." As he spoke, he himself began to panic and ran off, not knowing where to go. Though he couldn't comprehend their frantic shouts, the disorderly scene made it evident that something dire was unfolding. At that moment, Ye noticed the woman resembling Nami, seizing the opportunity to flee. He disregarded the situation, as communication barriers rendered him helpless, and his physical abilities appeared inferior to hers. Frantically scanning for an escape route, he joined a throng of panicked individuals, darting about like a headless chicken. His mind raced with thoughts of a potential terrorist attack. Where on earth had he ended up? Could this be a tourist ship caught in the treacherous waters of Somalia? Surely, there couldn't be such foolish tourists running amok in a pirate-infested paradise. And was that orange-haired girl truly Nami? Was he genuinely in the world of One Piece? With time short, events chaotic, thoughts disordered, and language incomprehensible, Ye's mind felt as if it were mired in a thick haze, unable to process the whirlwind of confusion. On board the adorable duck ship of the Yarlita pirate crew, watching the luxurious yacht in the distance, Yarlita revealed a sinister smile. As a pirate captain, she relished encounters with defenseless vessels. It was akin to hitting the jackpot, effortlessly acquiring a bounty of treasures and supplies. Yarlita shouted, "Helmsman, accelerate. Catch up to the plump fish ahead today. I shall wreak havoc." The crew responded enthusiastically, "Aye, Captain." Meanwhile, on the yacht, a wooden barrel rolled about, eventually tumbling into the kitchen. The woman resembling Nami was stealthily attempting to assess the situation outside. To her dismay, she witnessed the yacht's main mast being shattered by cannon fire, splinters flying and smoke billowing. The pursuing pirate ship was closing in, preparing to board, causing her to hastily retreat. At that moment, the Yarlita pirate crew finally caught up the pirates' brandished grappling hooks, launching them towards the yacht. They surged forward, a formidable wave racing along the ropes. Inside the yacht, Ye stood agape, utterly astonished. How are these people so acrobatic? Are they all circus performers? Running on ropes like it's nothing. This was beyond absurd. It was ludicrous in the extreme. Suddenly, a deafening boom echoed. The cruise ship was struck, leaving a gaping hole, from which emerged an abominable woman standing 3 to 4 meters tall, adorned with a feathered noble hat and wielding a massive spiked club. Ye swore he had never encountered such a towering woman, whose presence was reminiscent of a giant's oppressive aura. To his astonishment, she had even managed to leap across the gap of several meters between two ships. How terrifying! As he gazed at this vaguely familiar grotesque figure, a thought flashed through Ye's mind. Could this not be the pirate crew that first appeared in the inaugural episode of One Piece? The hideously beautiful woman, Yarlita, who had consumed the smooth fruit to enhance her appearance. Mo was struck with disbelief. He had truly traversed into the world of One Piece, and moreover, it was the very first episode where Luffy set sail. Thus, the orange-haired beauty resembling Nami was indeed the little thief Nami, a thought that filled Mo with exhilaration. If that were the case, Luffy must also be aboard this ship. Yes, a wooden barrel. With that in mind, Mo hurriedly sought the location of the kitchen, for it was there that the barrel containing the protagonist Luffy was stowed away. In this simultaneously familiar and foreign world, the foremost thought in Mo's mind was to cling tightly to the protagonist's coattails. Only by doing so could he hope to prolong his existence. Moreover, currently aboard this cruise ship, only Luffy possessed the strength to contend with Yarlita. Meanwhile, Nami had already donned a pirate disguise, intending to stealthily infiltrate Yarlita's ship to pilfer valuables. With his heart racing ever faster, Mo anxiously searched for the kitchen, though he was uncertain of its precise location. However, it was likely situated beneath the deck, as the barrel containing Luffy would have rolled downwards. Mo was still capable of making such deductions. He was, after all, a bona fide college graduate who had spent years as a recluse, equipped with a wealth of theoretical knowledge, clear logic, and commendable reasoning abilities, having consumed countless anime and novels. Upon turning a corner in the cabin, Mo collided with a bespectacled child with pink hair. KB. Mo instantly recognized the boy, a minor soldier who awakened advanced observation hockey during the Marineford War, harboring dreams of becoming an admiral. Based on certain storylines and character backgrounds, this boy possessed the potential to ascend to the rank of admiral. Hastily helping the timid child to his feet, Mo opened his mouth to speak, only to find his expression contorting into a grimace, his face turning a shade of purple. Damn it, he could not yet converse in the language of the One Piece world. Resigned, he grasped KB's hand, calling out in a sing-song tone, "KB, KB." He hoped to garner a modicum of goodwill. KB stared blankly at the young man who was calling out his name, wondering how this stranger knew him. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from outside. Mo realized that pirates were about to enter, and he signaled KB to be silent before hurriedly seeking a place to hide. 3 burly pirates strode in, and the kind-hearted KB did not betray Mo's presence. Upon spotting KB, the pirates cursed loudly and began rummaging for useful items. Mo, concealed in his hiding place, felt a surge of anxiety, his heart racing. He did not believe these pirates were benevolent. They had undoubtedly committed acts of arson, murder, and plunder. Should they discover him, it was likely he would be met with a blade, thus potentially ending his journey in this world. Mo was no match for anyone in this twisted realm, even an ordinary pirate. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he silently prayed that the pirates would overlook him. He stifled his mouth, steadying his breath, striving to keep his inhalations calm and measured. At that moment, a rotund pirate shouted, "There's a large barrel here. It might contain some fine liquor." The attention of the other 2 pirates was instantly drawn to it. Mo steadied his breath, exhaling with relief. Thus, the moment for Luffy's entrance was fast approaching. Yet, the question remained, how could he board Luffy's ship without a common language? What a conundrum. For now, he could only take it one step at a time. On the other side, Nami had successfully infiltrated Yarlita's ship. After executing a charm maneuver and delivering a swift kick to incapacitate a pirate, Nami smiled as she embarked on her looting spree. After a brief warm-up, the stout pirate raised his massive fist and struck the large barrel. However, at that moment, the barrel burst open, revealing a boy in a straw hat, arms outstretched as if he had just enjoyed a delightful slumber, a broad smile adorning his face. By sheer coincidence, his fist knocked the rotund pirate away, leaving everyone astounded. Watching this unfold, Mo marveled at the sheer luck of the protagonist. To simply drift inside a barrel and be fortuitously rescued, such a survival buff, such protagonist aura, indeed could not deceive him. Moreover, this individual boasted a formidable array of influential connections. His grandfather was the naval hero Monkey D. Garp. His father was the revolutionary leader Monkey D. Dragon. His sworn brother was the son of the pirate king and second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates, Port Gastiace. Another sworn brother was the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. The navigator of his dreams was the Yonko Shanks, and his future mentor was the pirate king's right-hand man, Silver's Rayleigh. In the future, there is a beautiful confidant, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Alongside her, a multitude of ambiguous princesses await, such as the Princess of Alabasta, the Princess of Dressrosa, and the Princess of Fishman Island. Among others, truly, it evokes a sense of envy and jealousy in Moe. Contemplating this formidable assembly, he feels a pang of despair upon entering a realm where combat prowess far surpasses that of Earth. Alas, in his frail state, he wonders if he can endure. Meanwhile, two bewildered pirates have come to their senses and raised their blades to strike at Luffy. However, being the protagonist, Luffy effortlessly deflects their swords, shattering them, and swiftly dispatches the two minions. Seizing the opportunity, Moe hastily makes his escape and, upon spotting Luffy, shouts, "Luffy! Luffy!" The language barrier proves to be quite vexing. Luffy turns around, his expression one of surprise. "Ah, do you know me? I didn't realize I had become so famous. Haha, I am destined to be the Pirate King." Moe struggles to comprehend Luffy's words, yet he catches the iconic phrase about becoming the Pirate King. However, he soon finds himself at a loss for words. Noticing Moe's silence, Luffy appears puzzled but pays it no mind, redirecting his attention to Kobe as he searches for food while engaging in conversation. Moe surmises they are discussing Kobe's arduous experiences. He can only anxiously wait on the sidelines, contemplating his next move at that moment. Unnoticed by Luffy and his companion, the two minions hurriedly scurry off to report to Alvida. Moe notices this, but is at a loss for how to communicate, so he decides to go with the flow of the narrative. Nami has already finished plundering Alvida's ship and leaves gracefully. Having no lingering attachments to anything here, she moves like the wind, devoid of gentleness, departing as quietly as she arrived, taking only a bag of treasures with her. The little thief's journey is set to begin anew. Meanwhile, the two minions are caught at the exit, reporting their encounter with enemies to Alvida, only to be knocked out cold by an enraged Alvida's blow. She storms off, accompanied by her subordinates, intent on attacking the cabin. Just then, two terrified screams rise up. Bang! Luffy has leapt up, clutching Moe and Kobe by their collars. Moe's legs turn to jelly, trembling uncontrollably. The thrill is overwhelming, far more exhilarating than bungee jumping. His heart races, leaving him breathless. Alvida, upon seeing Luffy, demands, "Who are you?" Luffy scratches his head, puzzled. Who is this rude lady? I am destined to become the Pirate King." The faces of the surrounding pirates instantly shift to expressions of tension. Mouths agape, tears streaming down their faces. Alvida despises being called ugly and rude, and anyone who dares utter such words is invariably crushed. As expected, Alvida erupts in fury, raising her spiked bat to strike Luffy. Yet, Luffy does not flinch. He allows Alvida's weapon to strike him, causing the floor to crack. Astonishingly, he remains unscathed, though Moe has witnessed the formidable powers of devil fruits in the anime. Seeing Luffy endure such punishment and then return to form before his very eyes is blindingly impressive. For the first time, Moe feels an intense desire for power, yearning for all manner of devil fruits and their astonishing abilities. Luffy wipes his nose with a grin, declaring, "Hee, I am a rubber man who has eaten the gum-gum fruit." Impervious to blunt force, in a moment of folly, he reveals his abilities. Alvida, shocked, exclaims, "So the legendary treasure of the sea, the devil fruit, truly exists." She intensifies her assault on Luffy, splinters flying as he nimbly dodges. "Everyone, attack! Take him down!" The minions swarm Luffy, but he can no longer contain his desire to fight. With fists that become shadows, he shouts, "Gum-gum, Gatling." The minions are sent flying, weapons scattering in disarray. Thankfully, Moe and Kobe had already found a place to hide. Otherwise, they might have been injured by the flying debris. Alvida grits her teeth, beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead, sensing an unprecedented threat from Luffy. Yet, as a pirate captain, she cannot maintain her composure in the face of a novice and Luffy's earlier remark about her being a rude woman. Consumed by rage, she charges at Luffy with her spiked bat raised high. Though her courage is commendable, she is ultimately overpowered by Luffy's superior strength and protagonist aura, sent flying with a single punch. As Alvida falls, the ship's captain and crew finally emerge, charging forth to pursue and vanquish the pirates, appearing as if divine soldiers descended from the heavens, shedding their earlier cowardice. Observing Alvida's defeat, the pirates hastily retreat, scrambling back to their ship. Moe and Kobe, witnessing this, also step forward. Moe rushes towards Luffy, imitating the dialect of the pirate world, shouting like a loyal follower, "Luffy! Luffy! Pirate King! Pirate King!" Luffy, in turn, beams broadly, giving a thumbs up with a wide grin. At that moment, a Navy ship appears on the horizon, suggesting that the ship's captain had long since contacted the Navy via a transponder snail. As the Navy vessel approaches, Luffy quickly urges Kobe to find a small boat and prepare to escape. Not forgetting to grab some food, Moe hastily follows Luffy, determined to cling to the protagonist's coattails. However, the misfortunes of his journey seem to cling to him still. Luffy, pulling Kobe and Moe, leaps onto the small boat. At that moment, Moe gazes down from a height of over 10 meters, a wave of dizziness washing over him that a tinge of acrophobia causes him to instinctively step back, inadvertently releasing Luffy's hand. Luffy and Kobe descend with the boat, leaving a pale-faced Moe on the deck. On the sea, Luffy brushes past Nami, a fateful encounter. Their eyes meet, yet no words are exchanged. Nami hastily rows away. Noticing Moe's absence, Luffy looks up and shouts, "Jump down." Moe stares down at the 10-meter drop, his legs trembling. Cursing himself for being merely an ordinary person, he wonders if he might perish like Kobe. Even if he survives the fall, the risks of broken limbs, internal bleeding, and concussions loom large. Yet, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, a young man with green hair shouts at Moe, "Isn't he the mysterious figure who appeared out of nowhere before the pirate attack? He must be a pirate too, and that beautiful lady just called him a pervert. Everyone should be cautious." As he speaks, the passengers instinctively distance themselves from Moe, although he cannot understand the green-haired man's words. Moe discerns from the expressions and actions of those around him that he has been misjudged. However, he finds himself unable to defend his innocence, for he truly does not speak the language of the pirate world. Fearing that these individuals might unjustly accuse him, he grits his teeth and resolves to fight back. As he neared Luffy, Moe realized that clinging to the protagonist was the wisest course of action. To survive in this world, he needed to learn the language and acquire skills by staying close to the main character, perhaps even becoming the right hand of the Pirate King. However, a tragedy unfolded. Seeing Moe hesitating, Luffy, unfamiliar with this newly acquainted fanboy, wondered if Moe was reluctant to become a pirate. At that moment, the Navy was closing in, cannon fire echoing in the in a state of urgency. Luffy hastily rowed away with Kobe, leaving Moe, who had just steeled himself for the journey. Moe rubbed his hands through his hair, desperation etched on his face as he watched Luffy depart. Yet, at that moment, a green-haired man and several sailors stealthily encircled Moe, blocking his escape. They had no trust in this mysterious individual. They needed to subdue Moe, an unknown entity, as Luffy had already left with Kobe. The formidable Luffy could no longer provide protection. Meanwhile, Luffy and Kobe remained oblivious to Moe's predicament aboard the ship. Focused solely on escaping the approaching Navy. It was as if they had forgotten Moe's hesitation and cowardice about becoming a pirate. On the other hand, Moe cursed his misfortune 1,000 times over, feeling as though he were doomed to misadventure. He knew Luffy possessed the gum fruit powers, and even if he jumped, he would likely be saved by Luffy. Yet, that damned instinct and paralyzing fear had led him into this irremediable dilemma. Moe had underestimated the perils of this pirate world. Perhaps the anime and manga had painted a too rosy picture of the protagonist's crew. Observing the greedy expressions of these sailors, he feared they might frame him as a pirate to hand him over to the Navy. The ship had suffered a pirate attack, and all the pirates had evacuated. The captain, eager to maintain his reputation and avoid being labeled as ineffectively resisting pirates, initially intended to pin the blame on Kobe. However, Kobe appeared as Luffy's subordinate, and the captain dared not provoke Luffy's wrath. Thus, his gaze fell upon Moe, the weak and unidentified individual left behind by Luffy. The captain prepared to label Moe as a pirate to silence the tourists, ensuring he would not face negative repercussions for failing to combat the pirates. After all, he had at least captured one pirate. This world was dark. Those without power had no right to resist. Moe stepped back, realizing he could not match the strength of these sailors, especially when outnumbered. He had already lost hope in Luffy. They had truly departed, and the urgent situation was a harsh reminder. This was not an anime. It was reality, where a moment's inattention could lead to death. Imo needed to rely on his own abilities to survive. Watching the sailors close in, they reached for him. Accepting the grim reality, Imo turned and ran toward the opposite side of the deck. Knowing the opportunity to find Luffy was lost, and he had to devise another plan. Unfamiliar with the ship, Imo floundered like a headless fly until he was soon cornered by the sailors. Bang! One sailor landed a punch on Imo's stomach, a wicked grin on his face. Let you run. Taste my invincible iron fist. Imo doubled over, clutching his abdomen, pain radiating through his nervous system. As if his insides were ablaze, he felt his consciousness beginning to fade. He couldn't even withstand a single punch. The combat prowess of this world was overwhelming for him. Another sailor seized Imo by the hair and slapped him twice. The jarring blows jolted Imo back to awareness, the stinging pain causing his face to swell. Anger surged within him, whether out of humiliation or fear, or the pride of a civilized society. His fierce, bloodshot eyes fixated on the sailor, as if he intended to bite off a piece of him before dying. The sailor flinched at Imo's glare but quickly regained his composure, becoming even angrier. He delivered a vicious punch to Imo's eye, causing it to swell and blood to gush forth. Dare to stare at me. I'll kill you, the sailor roared, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks with all his might. Enough! If you kill him, we won't be able to report to the captain, a third sailor exclaimed, grabbing Imo by the heel and dragging him across the deck, blood dripping in their wake. The scene resembled a tragic tableau, reminiscent of a film where a hero is mercilessly beaten. With his vision obscured by blood, the stinging pain in his eyes provoked tears, which mingled with the blood pooling in his sockets. Imo gazed at this crimson world. It hurts. It really hurts. It's so hard to breathe. Each breath feels like agony. Overwhelmed by despair and impotent rage, Imo was mercilessly thrown onto the deck. Captain, we've captured this pirate. Good job, the captain replied nonchalantly, arms crossed, squinting as if he had merely caught a small dog. Imo looked up at the captain's grim visage, the pain reminding him that his life was no longer his own. He feared he might become the most unfortunate and short-lived traveler in history, but he glanced at the adorable duck-shaped ship, the Yarlita, that had just departed. Perhaps if he had followed the pirates, he could have worked like Kobe aboard their ship. Rather than being helplessly trapped here, life is unpredictable. Who could have foreseen that within the span of less than an hour, he would experience a traversal, be falsely accused by Nami, rescued by Luffy, abandoned by Luffy, and then beaten by sailors, only to face further accusations? Was he destined to be a scapegoat, quietly dying in prison, gazing at the azure sky, with the gentle sea breeze brushing against him? Imo, who had lived in a civilized society for 20 years, for the first time yearned desperately for life, for survival. Mom and Dad, are you well? Your son is about to die. I long to see you once more. I am in so much pain, truly in so much pain. Tears of blood filled Imo's eyes as he surveyed the shattered planks on the deck. At that moment, he smiled, a mad grin spreading across his face. Concealing the tumultuous emotions within him, with a steely gaze, he observed the complacent crew. Perhaps lulled into a false sense of security by his apparent helplessness, he looked towards the pirate ship in the distance and the pursuing navy on the other side. Facing the vast ocean, without a moment's hesitation, disregarding the pain, Imo suddenly sprang into action, seizing a piece of debris and leaping over the railing. Before long, a sailor shouted, "Oh no! The pirate is escaping!" The sailors, realizing the gravity of the situation, found it impossible to intervene. Imo plunged into the sea, the water stinging his wounds, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Yet, the desire for survival, the madness, and the thirst for vengeance propelled him forward. As he surfaced, he clung to the wooden plank and swam with all his might towards the Yarlita. "Captain, should we shoot him?" one sailor called out. The captain, suppressing his anger, darkly regarded Imo's determined struggle, cursing under his breath at the incompetence of his crew. "Isn't that obvious? Shoot him. Kill him." Gunfire erupted, bullets splashing around Imo, a crisis unfolding. Yet, he paid no heed. His mind fixated on one thought, to press forward. Fortunately, firearms in the world of One Piece were not particularly advanced. Moreover, Imo swam in the opposite direction of the pirate ship, quickly increasing the distance between them. The captain of the pleasure boat watched Imo fade into the distance, unleashing his pent-up fury on the sailors with a flurry of punches and kicks. Meanwhile, Luffy continued to devour meat voraciously on his small boat. Seemingly insatiable, leaving Kobe dumbfounded beside him at this moment. Moye's legs moved rhythmically as he swam. The piece of wood was merely a means to conserve his strength. His chances of survival after this reckless plunge into the sea were slim. Yet, he leapt into the water, unwilling to succumb to the torment of pirates or to perish in a prison due to language barriers. He yearned to seize control of his own fate. For hope, albeit faint, still lingered beyond the horizon. However, as he gazed at the distant pirate ship, the reality of his dwindling chances of survival became increasingly apparent. The sting of his wounds and the threat of dehydration in the salty sea, compounded by the terrifying sea beasts that lurked beneath, weighed heavily on him. Yet he could not afford to surrender. There was no turning back. The madness and hatred within him fueled his only motivation. The pirate ship continued its voyage, while Moe pursued from behind, despair gnawing at him as he watched the ship drift further away, even if he were spared from being devoured by a sea beast. Exhaustion would surely claim his life at last. Perhaps the goddess of misfortune had taken pity on him, and fortune began to smile upon Moe. Aboard the adorable little duck, a pirate shouted, "Captain, that scrawny kid has betrayed us." Yarlita was still seething from her defeat at the hands of Luffy, and before she could respond, a sailor with a spyglass exclaimed, "Captain, there's a kid over there, clinging to a plank, following us. Oh, is that so? Could it be my beauty has captivated him?" Yarlita remarked narcissistically, leaving her subordinates speechless. In that case, turn back and bring him aboard. Anyone who appreciates my beauty deserves a place on my ship. She cackled, lifting her pinky and covering her mouth, her laughter piercing the air. Captain, turning back," the sailors bellowed. Despairing Moe, upon seeing the pirate ship make a turn, felt a flicker of hope reignite within him. His legs suddenly found renewed strength. Even if he were to be humiliated aboard the pirate ship, he had no desire to die. He simply wished to survive. Soon, the pirate ship and Moe crossed paths, and the pirates tossed down a rope ladder, shouting incomprehensible words. Moe surmised they were beckoning him to climb aboard, despite his body being utterly spent. Yet, he had come this far, gritting his teeth. He summoned the last of his strength to ascend the pirate vessel. Collapsing onto the deck, he gasped for breath, every muscle in his body trembling as if it no longer belonged to him. Moe furtively surveyed the pirate ship. Yarlita crouched down to scrutinize him, her grotesque visage looming before him. "Are you here to follow me?" she inquired coolly. In Yarlita's eyes, the swollen-faced Moe was utterly repugnant. Extinguishing any flicker of expectation she may have had, she had no need for such a frail follower. She preferred robust men. Moe could not comprehend Yarlita's words and dared not nod in agreement. Having tasted the bitter fruit of misunderstanding in the past, he remained silent, merely uttering "Abba Abba," resembling a mute. "Captain, he might be a mute," a sailor observed. Moe silently analyzed the expressions and tones of the pirates. Gradually regaining his strength, suddenly, he sprang up and dashed toward the railing. The pirates, startled, brandished their knives, ready to slay him. Moe, anxious, clutched a cleaning bucket and a rag, mumbling "Abba Abba," as he faced the still suspicious pirates. Without hesitation, he bent down and began scrubbing the deck vigorously. Moe was gambling, wagering that the pirates needed a lackey since the coward Kobe had escaped. While swimming in the sea, he had already contemplated how to survive in this language barrier-laden environment without being slain by the pirates. Thus, he resolved to feign muteness and take up Kobe's duties as a deckhand. The pirates observed Moe diligently cleaning the floor when the fearsome pirate spoke up. "Just what we need. A lackey. Captain, let's keep him." In truth, this pirate's heart was not kind. He simply wished to avoid menial labor himself. With Kobe's flight, he figured he would have to fill the role. Thus his noble suggestion. "Captain, this kid has an unknown background." Another pirate cautioned, wary of potential infiltrators among them, for they had slaughtered many innocent villagers. "What are you afraid of, that weakling? I could take on 100 of him," the fearsome pirate scoffed, seeing her crew bickering. Yarlita waved her hand in annoyance. "Enough, let us keep him. You," she pointed at the fearsome pirate, "will teach him how to work." With that, she retreated to her captain's quarters. As the argument subsided, Moe breathed a sigh of relief. Lowering his head, tears welling in his eyes, it appeared he had succeeded in surviving. He had finally made it. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, he silently vowed, "I swear, I will survive and never again be at the mercy of others. Moreover, I will eliminate everyone on that ship." The crimson madness of his thoughts began to fester within him. "Hey, kid, you're under my supervision now," the fearsome pirate proclaimed. "Abba Abba," Imoyi snapped back to reality. Still pointing at his mouth, the fearsome pirate, exasperated, muttered, "I forgot you were a mute." He then slapped Imoyi on the head, a sharp pain shooting through him, yet he still managed a simple, innocent smile. The pirate gestured toward the bucket, then pointed to the railing, indicating that Imoyi should clean it thoroughly. He took Imoyi around the ship, showing him the restroom and other areas in need of tidying up. Thus, Imoyi, disregarding his injuries, began his duties by nightfall. After a long day of labor, the reveling pirates paid him no mind. With a growling stomach, Imoyi patiently awaited their feast to conclude before silently scavenging the remnants. Tears brimming in his eyes as he stuffed leftover food into his mouth. Never had he imagined he would sink to the depths of eating scraps. Once his hunger was sated, he began to clear away the leftovers, meticulously cleaning, fearful of disturbing any of the crew. That night, Imoyi found a corner in the cabin to sleep, gazing at the pirates slumbering soundly. At this moment, he loathed his own frailty and impotence. However, his resolve had only grown stronger, becoming more ruthless. Unbeknownst to him, his character was shifting. Imoyi had now lived aboard Yarlita's adorable little duck for 2 days. The swelling on his face had gradually subsided, leaving only a crescent-shaped scar at the corner of his eye, comparable to Carp's, though their strengths were worlds apart. Reflecting on the experiences of these brief 2 days felt like enduring 100-fold more suffering than the previous 20 years. Imoyi's determination to survive and grow stronger solidified in this pirate world, where the strong dominated, powerlessness equated to a dog's existence. In the time he spent as a deckhand, he had been deliberately training his body. It must be noted that the energy system in this world far surpassed that of Earth. Even Imoyi could perceive the natural energy in the air. After every workout, he felt his physical stamina rejuvenate with each breath. Furthermore, the meat in this world was alarmingly rich in energy. Aboard the pirate ship, Imoyi could only eat leftovers. Yet even these scraps provided him with significant recovery. Perhaps Earth's energy depletion had led to a decline in the physical constitution and stature of its beings. After all, during the age of dinosaurs, life forms were colossal. Coming from Earth, Imoyi felt as if he were a sponge placed in the desert, suddenly immersed in the ocean, perpetually absorbing the energy of this pirate world. Yet, he remained uncertain of where his physical limits lay. In this world, there are several pathways to becoming stronger. The devil fruits, physical techniques, swordsmanship, technology, and hockey. Currently, aboard Yarlita's ship, the only scheme that can be devised pertains to the slippery fruit that Yarlita is about to consume. This fruit has been dismissed by some as worthless, claiming it merely enhances beauty and smoothness. Imoyi shares this sentiment. However, he realizes that at present, his only opportunity lies in encountering this fruit. Other fruits remain beyond his reach, both in opportunity and capability. It has been said that Blackbeard acquired the dark fruit through stealth and luck, yet one must not overlook the strength he possesses to inflict 3 scars upon red-haired Shanks. It is evident that Imoyi lacks Blackbeard's formidable power. The harsh reality is that he currently possesses neither the strength nor the qualifications to seek out devil fruits, nor the luxury of time. He is, for now, merely a language-challenged lackey, a lowly underling. His plan hinges on surviving long enough to obtain a devil fruit and subsequently finding other means to grow stronger. As Imoyi's pirate ship approached an island for resupply, an inexplicable surge of inspiration struck him. He felt that the slippery fruit lay somewhere on this island, and that Yarlita would soon acquire it. Clenching his fist and taking a deep breath, he realized that neither his strength nor the time at his disposal permitted him to ponder other devil fruits. He was left to scheme around Yarlita, this somewhat knowledgeable little pirate in the weak East Sea. Indeed, Imoyi was even inferior to a mere little pirate. Standing at the railing, he noticed other pirates approaching and instantly reverted to his simple demeanor, though a flicker of danger flashed in his eyes. The past few days had not been without their share of scolding and slaps. The gratitude he once felt towards these pirates had long been cast aside. At last, the pirate ship reached the shore of the small island, and the pirates eagerly began preparations to disembark. After most pirates had set foot on the island, Imoyi, who had not received any orders to stay behind, took advantage of the guards' inattention and stealthily followed them onto the land. No one paid heed to this humble lackey. The pirates soon found themselves disappointed, as the island was merely an uninhabited natural paradise. Though it boasted fruits, wild beasts, and fresh water, the pirates craved gold, jewels, and female slaves far more. Consequently, they commenced gathering fresh water, fruits, and hunting beasts to replenish their supplies for the voyage. Mou trailed behind, keeping a safe distance as he observed the pirates scattering to gather resources. Knowing that the slippery fruit would inevitably be found by one of them and brought to Yarlita, Mou patiently awaited his opportunity, akin to a lurking venomous snake, poised for its prey. He needed only to keep an eye on Yarlita, sparing himself the effort of searching. He feared that if he sought out the fruit, another pirate might discover it first and deliver it to Yarlita, who would then consume it. In such a scenario, Mou would find himself without any hope of turning his fortunes around. Should an opportunity arise, he planned to intercept the fruit while the pirates handed over their gathered supplies, using his position as a lackey to deceive and procure the devil fruit. Achieving success at the least possible cost was Mou's guiding principle. After all, the majority of these East Sea pirates were oblivious to the existence of devil fruits, let alone having ever encountered one. The collection continued as Mou surveyed the surroundings near Yarlita. As the captain, Yarlita had no need to toil. She merely awaited in a rather spacious clearing, her eyes glimmering with satisfaction as the pile of resources grew larger. The veritable mountain of fruits, an assortment of beast carcasses, and barrels of fresh water were meticulously organized in the clearing. Mou's gaze remained fixed on the direction of the fruits, quietly maneuvering closer. If the slippery fruit were to be collected, it would undoubtedly pass through the vicinity of the fruits, and there existed a possibility that a pirate might recognize the fruit's uniqueness and directly present it to Yarlita. Yet, such a possibility seemed slim. Mou's eyes scanned the various pirates collecting fruits, hoping to catch an early glimpse of the devil fruit's whereabouts and seize the chance to intercept it. Finally, the fateful moment arrived. Mou's pupils dilated and his heart raced. The familiar pattern, as transparent and smooth as glass, in the pink hue resembling that of a cantaloupe, materialized before him. The devil fruit. The pirate in possession of it was none other than his superior, the fearsome pirate known for his ruthlessness, oblivious to the value of the fruit worth over 100 million berries. The fearsome pirate continued toward the growing pile of fruits. Realizing his opportunity had come, Mou dashed forward, positioning himself before the fearsome pirate and gesturing animatedly towards the devil fruit. Startled by the sudden appearance of Mou, the fearsome pirate exhaled, only to erupt in furious reprimands. "What are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be on the ship?" His shouts drew the attention of several pirates. Yet, upon recognizing Mou, they returned to their tasks of gathering supplies. Internally, Mou was consumed with excitement, fearful of alarming Yarlita, while outwardly maintaining a goofy grin, signaling his desire to assist. The fearsome pirate's expression darkened, despite Mou's muteness. He recognized his diligence over the past few days, having seen to the pirate's comfort. Just as the fearsome pirate was about to hand over the devil fruit to Mou, Yarlita noticed the commotion and approached. Upon seeing the devil fruit, her brows furrowed momentarily before her eyes widened in realization. "Quick, hand me the fruit." Mou understood that Yarlita had deduced the truth, that this fruit, adorned with peculiar patterns, was indeed the legendary treasure of the sea, the devil fruit. As a captain herself, Yarlita was aware of the existence of devil fruit users in the East Sea, such as the pirate clown Buggy and the marine officer Smoker. Though she had never seen one, she had heard enough to possess a slight understanding of their appearance. Hearing his captain's urgent command, the fearsome pirate panicked and hastily attempted to deliver the fruit to her, disregarding Mou entirely. Observing this unfolding situation, Mou realized he could not allow this golden opportunity to slip away. He lunged forward, grasping for the devil fruit, prompting the fearsome pirate to erupt in rage. "What do you think you're doing, you little brat? Are you rebelling? I'll have your head for this." Yarlita, witnessing the lackey's audacity, felt a surge of urgency and began sprinting towards them, the ground trembling beneath her. The fearsome pirate, seeing the captain approach, contemplated striking Mou down with a single blow, yet found his hands occupied in the struggle for the fruit. He considered kicking Mou away. The latter, sensing Yarlita's anger and urgency, knew he had to act quickly. In a flash of inspiration, he bent down and took a swift bite of the devil fruit. That moment, the fearsome pirate's foot collided with Mou, sending him flying backward. Immediately, the fearsome pirate presented the bitten devil fruit to Yarlita, exclaiming, "Captain, I've retrieved the fruit." This little brat dared to steal it from you. He's truly a treacherous wretch. Yarlita, her forehead twitching with fury as she gazed at the nibbled devil fruit, struck the fearsome pirate aside with a powerful blow. Nevertheless, she wasted no time and swallowed the fruit in one swift motion to Yarlita, who stood several meters tall. The devil fruit was as small as a plum, easily consumed in a single bite. Yet, unbeknownst to her, only the first person to take a bite of the fruit would gain its powers. Following her consumption, she was seized by nausea, doubling over and violently retching. With a twisted grin, she bellowed, "Get that little lackey and make sure he pays dearly for this." Lying on the ground, Moe felt the transformation of his body. Every inch of his skin had become extraordinarily smooth, and his physical prowess had inexplicably increased by over tenfold, evolving from the frail constitution of Earth to a form far superior to the average physique of this world, in an inexplicable manner. Moe realized that this devil fruit was the slippery fruit, and he grasped some of its fundamental applications. As he observed the pirate lackeys charging towards him, Moe rose to his feet. Regaining his composure, there was little fear within him, perhaps due to the accumulation of negative emotions over the past few days. After consuming the fruit, he experienced a newfound confidence born of strength for the first time. "Slide swiftly," Moe silently commanded, propelling himself rapidly behind a knife-wielding lackey. Delivering a powerful strike to the lackey's wrist with all his might, a resounding crack echoed. The lackey's wrist was in agony, and the knife clattered to the ground amidst his cries of pain. Moe, equally astonished by his own strength, had not anticipated such a result. Yet, there was no time for hesitation. He swiftly picked up the knife and slid away to a distance. The pirate lackeys, stunned by how quickly Moe dispatched one of their own, were filled with trepidation regarding his speed. At that moment, Yarlita shouted commands. "Everyone, attack together, surround him and limit his movement. Bring him down with a single blow." Upon hearing this, the lackeys surged forward in unison. Moe, not wishing to confront them directly, utilized the gliding speed afforded by the slippery fruit to ambush the lackeys on the periphery. After a frenzied assault, he felled several fierce pirates, causing the remaining lackeys to start falling one by one. Fortunately, Moe intentionally used the back of the knife or struck sideways. Otherwise, these lackeys would have perished. After all, he still needed the pirates to operate the ship. Indeed, Moe aimed to temporarily subdue these lackeys and assume the role of captain. Observing the unfolding situation, Yarlita shouted, "Retreat," while swinging her spiked club towards Moe. He dared not confront her head-on and swiftly glided aside, taking note of Yarlita's immense strength and relatively slow speed. With a steely gaze, Moe capitalized on his speed advantage, evading her attacks and searching for an opening. Each strike of Yarlita's club left the ground pockmarked and in disarray. Finally, he spotted a flaw. As Yarlita swung her club and turned to catch her breath, Moe executed a sliding kick, positioning himself behind her and delivering a swift slice to her calf, severing her lower leg. Yarlita collapsed with a thunderous crash, howling in agony, wildly swinging her club like a wounded beast in its death throes. Moe turned to face the terrified lackeys, revealing a menacing expression that caused them to kneel and plead for mercy. Internally relieved, Moe noted his dwindling stamina. He then settled among the supplies, devouring meat and fruit voraciously. The pirates were divided. Some were roasting meat, while others sat obediently on their knees, their faces etched with fear. Yarlita lay bound on the ground, watching Moe in terror. The fearsome pirate, understanding Moe's intentions, sought to curry favor, thus remaining by his side as a half-baked translator. Most of the pirates on the island had succumbed to Moe's display of strength. As he savored the sweetest fruits and finest roasted meats, he quietly replenished his energy while contemplating the potential applications of the slippery fruit. Those familiar with the world of One Piece often recall the phrase, "There are only weak users of devil fruits, not weak devil fruits." Moe pondered this saying, feeling it held some truth, yet also seemed entirely misleading. The choice between the mole fruit and the azure dragon fruit was obvious that he reminisced about other devil fruit users with abilities akin to the slippery fruit. The most similar was undoubtedly Boa Hancock's sweet fruit. Additionally, there were Vice Admiral Tsuru's wash fruit and the Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma's paw fruit. Each of these fruits could unlock seemingly unrelated powers in the realms of spirit and super abilities, such as Hancock's petrifying allure, Tsuru's cleansing of wickedness, and Kuma's healing projectiles, air compression, and teleportation. This demonstrated that the development of a devil fruit's capabilities was likely determined by the user's direction as a member of the Navy. Zoro sought to reform the hearts of pirate criminals, thereby manifesting the ability to cleanse the wickedness of their souls. The development of Hancock's sweet fruit into a petrifying ability baffled Moe. It seemed utterly unrelated to sweetness. Could it be connected to the legend of the Gorgon's petrifying gaze on Amazon Lily? As for Bartholomew Kuma, a revolutionary, he often faced shortages of medicine and food in the early stages of the revolution. With numerous members sustaining injuries it made sense that he would consciously develop healing projectiles. Of course, Kuma was also an exceptionally talented individual, capable of utilizing the pawpaw fruit to its fullest extent, creating a plethora of abilities such as air compression, air cannons, healing projectiles, spatial travel, and teleportation. A remarkable fruit that combined damage, healing, and displacement. Moe analyzed that the most pressing issue he needed to address was the language barrier. Thus, he desperately sought to develop the slippery fruit's ability to facilitate rapid language acquisition, such as stealing others' memories. Moe contemplated. He placed his hand upon Yarlita's head, activating the slippery fruit's power, focusing intently and repeatedly thinking about viewing Yarlita's memories. Memories, where are the memories? Yarlita, terrified, struggled but dared not make any sudden movements. Moe experimented repeatedly, beginning to sense Yarlita's emotions as he attempted to access her memories. He experienced slight success, yet always felt a barrier preventing him from fully accessing Yarlita's thoughts. Releasing his hand, he began to ponder, while Yarlita sighed in relief. Suddenly, Moe struck Yarlita's neck with a knife-hand blow, knocking her unconscious. Without a hint of chivalry, he had ambushed a bound and injured woman. The surrounding pirates gasped in shock but dared not move, despite Yarlita's past cruelty and abuse toward them. Witnessing her downfall brought them a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Ignoring their reactions, Moe continued to activate the slippery fruit's abilities. Finally, after numerous attempts, he sensed the barrier dissipate, likely due to the subject losing consciousness. However, he could still see nothing, as if a computer contained countless video files but lacked a media player. Moe mused that if he could extract the memories like copying files onto a USB drive and store them in his mind, would he be able to access them? Resolute, he activated his ability once more. This time, he perceived a series of memory clusters floating in Yarlita's mind. Without hesitation, he extracted a small cluster and slid it into his own mind. With a resounding boom, he felt a torrent of memories flooding into his consciousness. Yarlita's recollections from the past few days. This revelation thrilled Moe. This ability could allow him to learn the universal language of the pirate world in a short time. Perhaps in the future, he could also steal other swordsmanship, martial arts experience, or hockey training methods. This prospect filled Moe with exhilaration. He named this newfound ability memory slide technique. The slippery fruit could indeed transform conceptual memories into tangible clusters. Indeed, the devil fruits are utterly devoid of logic. Moe once again extracted memory clusters from Yarlita's mind, these clusters resembling a series of videos, while Moe's slippery fruit functioned akin to a USB transfer device. He meticulously sifted through the memories, selecting the useful ones and discarding the worthless. However, there seemed to be a significant drawback. Those who had their memories completely extracted by this ability would invariably lose their memories, becoming virtually brain-dead. The slippery fruit lacked the capacity to modify memories. It could only slide them out and into his own mind for observation. Consequently, the subject would suffer permanent memory loss. Moe sighed, acknowledging that unlike Bruin's memory-altering devil fruit, he could not freely modify recollections. Yet, who knows how far the potential of such fruits could be developed in the future? Moe felt a tentative satisfaction, having swiftly grasped the universal language of the pirate world. Utilizing this ability demanded considerable stamina, and as he continuously extracted Yarlita's memories, he kept consuming food. The essence of focus lay deep within the memories of her childhood. And from a first-person perspective, Moe traversed through her recollections of learning language as the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped the sky. Missouri finally opened his eyes, while the surrounding pirates, paralyzed with fear, began to tense up. Addressing the fearsome pirate with a hint of awkwardness, he stiffly inquired, "What is your name?" The fearsome pirate was taken aback. This young man, who seemed so brutish, could actually speak. Yet, he dared not hesitate, responding, "Captain, my name is Dis. What are your commands, Captain?" "Dis? Very well." Dis began assembling the crew and transport the supplies back to the ship. Moyi commanded. Yes, Captain, Dis replied promptly, emboldened by Moyi's authority. He began directing the other pirates to work. Under Moyi's new leadership, the pirates resumed their bustling activities. For these minor pirates, strength dictated leadership. At that moment, Yarlita awakened, gazing around in confusion, drooling like a simpleton. Moyi paused for a moment. I am sorry, but this is a world where the weak are devoured by the strong. He understood that by carelessly extracting Yarlita's memory clusters in search of useful information and linguistic knowledge, he had caused her to permanently lose most of her memories, rendering her akin to a mindless infant. However, Moyi would not harbor regrets. He would not forsake his resolve to survive and grow stronger for the sake of a worthless pirate. Observing the nearly completed transport of supplies, Dis approached, bowing slightly. Captain, we have finished moving the supplies. Shall we set sail? Let us depart. Moyi replied, leading the way toward the pirate ship. Dis, glancing back at the now vacant Yarlita, gritted his teeth and followed Moyi, leaving her alone on the deserted island, her fate left to chance. Suddenly, the sound of a gunshot rang out, and a gaping hole appeared in Yarlita's forehead. How could I leave behind a potential threat? Muttered a voice, echoing across the tranquil island. On board the pirate ship, the adorable little duck, the crew gazed at Moyi seated in the captain's chair. Among the remaining pirates, there was fear, defiance, but predominantly submission. For those who had recently opposed him, they now lay lifeless on the deck. As a modern citizen from the 21st century, Moyi understood the significance of centralization. Now, aboard this vessel, he was the sole and indisputable leader. Next, let us delineate your responsibilities. From now on, Dis shall be my communicator, obeying my commands without question. Your survival depends on it, Moyi stated expressionlessly as he made his first decree. The East Sea is a weak domain. If you wish to avoid death, you must comply obediently. Otherwise, I shall demonstrate the meaning of cruelty. Moyi continued, his countenance darkening. Although he felt little need to elaborate for these intellectually deficient minions, he ultimately decided to invigorate them, as he still required their assistance in sailing and labor. In the future, I will defeat millions, tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of pirates. I shall grow immensely powerful. At that time, treasures of gold, women, and riches shall be mine. However, if you remain weak, you will not have the opportunity to enjoy such rewards. For the weak, death is merely a commonplace occurrence, Moyi stated coldly. Harboring no affection for these pirates, the pirates appeared to be struck dumb by his declarations, a wave of terror washing over them. Dis, ever astute, was the first to shout, "Let us grow stronger. We shall follow Captain Moyi unto death." Instantly, the other pirates echoed fervently, "Let us grow stronger. We shall follow Captain Moyi unto death." Moyi regarded Dis with approval, recognizing the wisdom in his promotion. He also appreciated the advantage of leading a crew with generally low intelligence. It was truly insurmountable. Moyi waved his hand, signaling for silence. "Since you are all so fervent as your new captain, I shall do my utmost to lead us to a life of indulgence. Henceforth, we shall officially rename ourselves the Moyi Adventurers. We shall no longer be mere pirates," he proclaimed loudly, driven by an intense desire to grow stronger and leave his mark on this world. However, he understood that prudence was a strategy. For now, he did not wish to be branded a pirate and face the Navy directly. "Captain, what does adventurers mean? If we do not raid, how shall we procure our sustenance?" inquired a minion, scratching his head. "In the future, we shall sustain ourselves through exploration, treasure hunting, and plundering other pirates or bounty hunters. Follow me, and I shall show you what true excitement entails," Moyi patiently responded. The crew fell silent, their thoughts scattered. Moyi observed their expressions but remained indifferent. "Next, we must refurbish our vessel. That garish pink heart on the sail must be removed immediately. Is there a shipwright capable of transforming the duck head into a dragon head?" Moyi bellowed. "Captain, we lack extra canvas. We only have paint. The shipwright can convert the duck head into a dragon head, though it may be somewhat smaller," Dis replied, having previously managed miscellaneous tasks and being familiar with the shipwright. "Very well. Then let us paint the entire sail red, and in the center of the canvas, we shall inscribe the golden characters Amoan. The bow shall be altered to a dragon head, painted blood red, with scales exquisitely rendered. Let us commence work and rename the ship Yanhuang, emblazoning the vessel with this golden name," Moyi declared with resolve. "Aye, Captain," the crew responded in unison. The ship bustled with renovation activities. At that moment, Yi addressed the navigator. Do you possess a navigational chart of the East Sea? Are you familiar with the routes? Captain, I only know the locations of the larger islands. We have yet to visit many. The navigator hesitated, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow. His breath shallowed. Yi surveyed the busy crew, then turned to gaze at the vast ocean. Remaining silent in response to the navigator's question, clenching his fist and leaning against the railing, he contemplated the sea's expanse. Luffy, if that is the case, do not blame me for seizing opportunities from you. Remember, if one does not act for oneself, they shall face divine retribution. I will not allow myself to be your caretaker simply because of an anime influence. Furthermore, my only advantage lies in my knowledge of your adventures. With a glint of ferocity and unwavering determination in his eyes, Yi stood among the bustling crew. He issued a command to the navigator. You must immediately prepare information on the Navy's 153rd branch. Orangetown, West Rob Village, the Barate Restaurant, Cocoa West Village, and Roguetown. I need you to accurately reach these locations. The navigator was taken aback. The Navy's 153rd branch and Roguetown were both heavily guarded by naval forces. Yet, he dared not refuse, for Yi's piercing gaze left him feeling unnerved. Yes, Captain, I am familiar with most of these locations. I will research the information and ensure I fulfill your orders. Very well. Thank you for your efforts. Yi placed his hand on the sailor's shoulder, expressing his relief with a comforting tone. This left the sailor somewhat taken aback, for previously, Yarlita had only scolded and berated them. And now he could not help but feel a twinge of gratitude. This unexpected gesture ignited a flicker of determination within the sailor to follow Yi. Yet, would Yi truly heed the sentiments of such a humble individual? As he observed the bustling crew, an overwhelming ambition surged within him. Everything was on the brink of falling into place, and he was now a small captain in his own right. Nevertheless, he understood that in this world, the only currency that mattered was power. Thus, he immediately began to hone his physique and enhance his slippery fruit abilities. Simultaneously, Yi contemplated his future path. Becoming a pirate was not a feasible option at present, as his strength was insufficient to withstand the majority of the Navy's formidable forces. Joining the Navy seemed equally implausible, given their typical reluctance to accept individuals of dubious origin. After all, Yi had traversed from another realm, devoid of a complete identity. As for the impending world conscription, it was likely a desperate measure by the world government. However, every recruit's background would be thoroughly scrutinized, and Fujitori's sense of justice was not to be trifled with. Consequently, Yi could only aspire to be an adventurer akin to a pirate hunter, though he had no desire to bear the title of a pirate hunter, as it would surely offend actual pirates. This was merely a matter of self-preservation. For now, he wished to be a wanderer who did not provoke enmity from any quarter. As for the future, who could say? Yet, when confronted by pirates, he would not hesitate to act decisively. Yi activated his devil fruit abilities, feeling the transformations they brought forth, pondering the directions for their development. The enhancement of his devil fruit powers could manifest in various aspects: displacement, offense, defense, support, and unique abilities specific to the fruit itself. In terms of displacement, Yi envisioned progressing from swift sliding to instantaneous movement, with even spatial sliding not being entirely out of reach. On another front, he considered the distance of his slides. Yi was confident in his capacity to develop these abilities. For defense, he aimed to evade blunt instruments, gunfire, and sharp weapons, training in these areas, even to the extent of slipping away from attacks derived from devil fruit powers. In terms of support, he aspired to create something akin to the fluttering flag of the army fruit, rendering the ground frictionless, thus impeding enemies' ability to gain leverage. Furthermore, he contemplated an effect reminiscent of the bubble fruit, making adversaries slippery and incapable of wielding weapons or maintaining their footing. However, all of these aspirations necessitated extensive practice and development. Regarding offensive capabilities, Yi had yet to devise any particularly noteworthy techniques, a fact that frustrated him greatly. Concerning the strange abilities extending from his powers, Yi suddenly realized that he had become exceedingly handsome, a passive ability of the slippery fruit. If he could develop this into a charm akin to the sweet fruit of the Empress, it would be utterly terrifying. Even if he could not attract all ages and genders, at the very least, increasing the favor of women would be beneficial. As he pondered this, his heart raced involuntarily. After all, talented women were not uncommon. Was the ultimate purpose of striving not to relish life? to propagate and ensure the better transmission of one's essence. Thus, the presence of beautiful women was indeed significant. Wealth, companionship, law, and territory. Wealth signifies resources, riches, and money that can forge power. Companionship encompasses familial affection, romantic love, and friendships that can assist in one's endeavors or facilitate the continuation of lineage. Law pertains to the mastery of devil fruit abilities. Swordsmanship, physical skills, and hockey to strengthen oneself. Territory represents dominion over land to acquire more resources. The more Mo contemplated, the more he felt overwhelmed by the multitude of his ambitions. One cannot devour an entire feast in one bite. The journey must be taken step by step. Mo comforted himself, secretly yearning to emulate Blackbeard, who voraciously claimed his place among the four emperors, a thought that invigorated him. The memory slide technique of the slippery fruit was indeed an extension of the devil fruit's strange abilities. This power would serve as the most potent auxiliary skill in Mo's quest for strength in the future, drawing from his experiences in the explosive information era of the 21st century. He believed he could cultivate an ever-growing array of peculiar abilities associated with the slippery fruit that a day passed quietly. "Captain, the Yanhuang has been fully remodeled and is ready to set sail," reported Dis. "Excellent. Sailors, our target. Navy Branch 153, set sail," Mo commanded loudly, emphasizing that no time could be wasted. "Aye, Captain," the sailors responded. "All hands on deck. Hoist the sails. We embark." The Yanhuang gradually began its journey toward its destination. At the bow of the ship, Mo gazed into the vastness of the ocean, his fists clenched, his eyes reflecting unwavering resolve as he murmured, "Luffy, I desire capable crew members like you." A blood-red sail emblazoned with the golden characters for Mo unfurled. As a menacing ship with a fierce crimson dragon's head slowly approached the dock of Navy Branch 153, the island's inhabitants, alarmed, beheld this vessel that bore slight resemblance to a pirate ship, mistaking it for an impending pirate raid, causing them to scatter back to their homes, while some brave youths rushed to report to the Navy Branch. Within the Navy Branch, due to a straw-hatted pirate rescuing the pirate hunter Zoro 2 days prior and defeating the tyrant Colonel Morgan who had oppressed them. The highest-ranking officer present was merely a lieutenant at that moment. A sailor rushed in hastily. "Lieutenant, the islanders have raised the alarm. There are pirates attacking. Please, we need your immediate intervention to repel and capture them." The lieutenant was taken aback. The straw-hatted brat had only departed yesterday, and now there were reports of another pirate assault. With Colonel Morgan imprisoned, the lieutenant could only hope that the incoming pirates were of lesser caliber. Without further contemplation, he issued commands. "Attention, all personnel assemble. We must repel the pirates." "Aye, Lieutenant." The sailors saluted in unison. Mo observed the panicking islanders. He felt a sense of indifference, choosing to disregard the cries of these uninformed souls. He instructed his crew to disembark and procure necessary supplies. Mo had expressly commanded against plundering innocent civilians, for which he had brought forth Yarlita's treasures. This moment, the Navy lieutenant and his men arrived at the dock. Gazing at the unfamiliar, pirate-free ship, the lieutenant confirmed that he had never seen this vessel before, and upon observing the strikingly handsome young man at the forefront, he shook his head, dispelling any distractions from his mind. He surmised that this must be a fledgling pirate setting out to sea, and his anxiety eased slightly. "State your name, young pirate, and the reason for your audacity in attacking a Navy branch." The lieutenant boomed, raising his hand in accusation. Mo crossed his arms, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he replied, "Greetings, Navy officer, we are not pirates." He then turned serious. "My name is Mo. We are adventurers and part-time merchants. Merely here to resupply. Please do not misunderstand." The lieutenant, though still wary, responded with caution that if you are not pirates, I advise you to maintain order and secure your weapons. Mo glanced over his armed crew. Realizing they had yet to shed their identities as pirates, "Put away your weapons, you fearsome-looking lot. It creates a poor impression." The crew complied, stowing away their arms. "Those procuring supplies, do remember to pay. We are adventurers and merchants." Mo directed, while also offering an apology. "I sincerely apologize, Navy officer, for any disturbance caused. We encountered pirates yesterday and are still on edge. I hope for your understanding." Upon hearing Mo's explanation, the lieutenant relaxed his guard somewhat. reasoning that these novices likely would not dare to brazenly assault a Navy branch. Just as he prepared to lead his men in retreat, Moye's voice, tinged with politeness, interjected, "Excuse me, Navy officer, have you seen a straw-hatted pirate or the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro on this island?" Moye was uncertain if the plot would shift, but he could only inquire. The lieutenant furrowed his brow. "Young man, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you," he snapped before turning away. Fearing that if he gazed at Moye any longer, he might find himself inexplicably drawn to him, Moye's expression shifted dramatically. It appeared that Luffy had indeed passed this way, that a sense of urgency began to swell within him as he realized that time could no longer be squandered. With the Navy's departure, the danger had subsided, and the streets gradually filled with more people once again. Moye ventured onto the street and inquired of a vendor, "Excuse me, dear lady, has a pirate wearing a straw hat been here in recent days? Has the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro made an appearance? And what of Colonel Morgan? How is he faring now?" The vendor, taken by Moye's commanding presence and courteous demeanor, relaxed considerably. "Oh my, just a couple of days ago. That straw hat kid caused quite the uproar at the Navy branch, even defeating Colonel Morgan and his son, which was truly a source of great relief for us. They just left yesterday. Are you looking for them? It seems you've arrived a bit late." A shadow fell over Moye's heart. Zoro was ultimately beyond his reach. However, the good news was that Luffy and his crew had only departed a day ago. At their pace, he might very well catch up to them in Orangetown. By then, Nami would no longer be inclined to yield to Luffy. Without delay, Moye instructed Dis, "Quickly gather the crew to procure the items on our list and prepare the ship for departure upon my return." Dis promptly hurried off to relay the message. As Moye wandered alone, he suddenly spotted an adorable girl. Could it be the same girl who had fed Zoro rice balls, Rika? Although his disposition had shifted, having spent days surrounded by rugged men aboard the ship, Moye, a modern-day recluse, found it hard to endure. His attitude towards lawless, young maidens, and mature women could be summed up by an internet meme. Only children make choices. I want them all. Moreover, Rika might serve as a bridge to connect with Zoro, potentially fostering deeper ties or even rivalries. Moye, self-aware of his mercenary nature, thought that while it was advantageous to indulge his eyes, achieving certain objectives was equally worthwhile. A smirk crept onto his lips. After all, a lowly could be nurtured. Activating his fruit ability, he executed a sudden slide. Rika, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the handsome man before her, blushed and stammered, "Is there something you would like to eat, sir? Anything you make yourself would be delightful." To Moye's surprise, a hint of a smile broke through his previously stoic facade. Hearing her words, Rika's cheeks flushed as she nervously replied, "The rice balls here are made by my mother and me. I can recommend our best one, which I made myself." After tasting Rika's specialty rice ball, Moye found it surprisingly delightful. Observing the shy Rika, his former personality began to resurface, and he felt an overwhelming affection for the lowly. However, there was no need to rush. He feigned a gentle demeanor as he said, "I am Moye. In truth, I am a friend of Zoro's, here to thank you for saving him." Rika's eyes lit up at the mention of Zoro's name, and she eagerly asked, "Is Master Moye also a powerful pirate hunter? Can you defeat pirates effortlessly?" "Indeed, I am Moye," she exclaimed, her hands flailing in excitement, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at him. Moye, charmed by the adorableness of Rika, patted her head and replied, "I am not a pirate hunter. I am an adventurer. However, I too can send pirates reeling, and one day I shall become a great adventurer, renowned across the world. Would you like to join me on my adventures?" Rika, filled with admiration yet tinged with anxiety, contemplated the invitation. She was merely a little girl. Why would Master Moye invite her? Was it merely due to her delicious rice balls at the tavern's dining table? Rika hesitated, "But I am too young to set sail, and I need to help in the shop. Do you not wish to see the wonders of the world? I can protect you, and as for your home, I can inquire on your behalf. What do you say?" Moye reassured her, stroking Rika's head. "No, Master Moye," Rika replied urgently. Disregarding Rika's protest, Moye approached the busy tavern owner, his eyes lighting up at the sight of her. "Madam, your scarf and hairstyle are quite daring. Might I inquire if you are Rika's mother? I see great potential in Rika, and I wish to take her on a journey to hone her skills. I implore you to consider this opportunity for her future." Moye endeavored to infuse sincerity into his tone. Rika's mother, taken aback by the sudden appearance of this handsome man, felt a flicker of astonishment. However, she was irked by the audacity of his request. Who would dare to suggest taking her daughter away at first glance? Out of politeness, she gently declined. Rika is still very young. It would be too dangerous for her to set sail now. Please, allow me to refuse. Mou persisted, but Rika is at an age ripe for development. Missing this opportunity would be a grave regret. Besides, I will protect her and guide her. Here, she merely serves as a waitress, which will not lead to any significant achievements in this era, where pirates roam freely, filled with peril. She deserves a better path. I hope you will reconsider Rika's future. His tone shifted to one of temptation. And with his charming visage, Rika's mother found herself wavering at that moment. Rika tugged at Mou's sleeve. Please don't say that about me. Mother, I enjoy being a waitress. Upon hearing Rika's words, her mother felt a pang in her heart. Who wouldn't wish for their child to succeed? Yet she was equally reluctant to let her daughter venture into danger. Caught in a dilemma, Mou locked eyes with Rika's mother, activating his devil fruit ability. Suddenly appearing before her, the aura emanating from him filled her nostrils, and her expression shifted dramatically as she stumbled backward. Mou caught her waist securely. Madam, you may release me now that I shall entrust Rika to you. I believe I can keep her safe. Witnessing Mou's uncanny speed, Rika's mother had every reason to believe he was a capable individual. Rika gazed at her mother's changed demeanor, filled with confusion. Mou wore a contemplative smile, such a delicate waist. Very well, from now on, Rika shall be my crew member, starting as a little cook. Please prepare, for I shall return shortly to fetch her. With that, he departed with a grin. After leaving Rika's tavern, Mou headed towards the Yanhuang ship. Suddenly, he vanished around a street corner, stealthily making his way toward the Navy branch. Within the Navy branch, a sailor was reporting to a lieutenant. Sir, the members of Mou's adventure crew have not caused any trouble. Their transactions have all been normal. Mou simply visited a tavern before heading in the direction of their ship. Well, as long as there is no trouble, that's good to hear. In a few days, Vice Admiral Marine Hero Garp will be visiting our Navy branch. Finally, I will have the chance to meet the Marine hero I admire so much. The lieutenant exclaimed with exuberance. ISNT Vice Admiral Garp returning to the East Blue for a vacation while escorting Colonel Morgan. A communications officer interjected helplessly. The lieutenant remained unfazed, chuckling heartily, his excitement unabated. Mou, eavesdropping outside the window, furrowed his brow. He had initially intended to capture Colonel Morgan to delve into his memories, hoping to uncover knowledge of the 6 forms of the Navy. Yet now, he had stumbled upon this information. Damn, I completely overlooked Colonel Morgan's infamous feat of defeating Garp. What a blunder. Weighing his options, Mou ultimately decided against the idea of abducting Colonel Morgan. He had no desire to risk being pursued by Garp. Although it was uncertain whether Garp would personally pursue Morgan's escape, the risk was too great. However, should a mere rear admiral be dispatched to pursue him, it would certainly be enough to trouble Mou. Colonel Morgan cannot be captured, and he must reconsider his intentions regarding capturing KB, Mabua, and Mou as well, although KB possesses great potential, as the renowned Tianshida has designated him as someone with the opportunity to become an admiral. He remains too weak at present to be of any practical use. Mou is uncertain whether he has the capability to cultivate KB into a formidable individual, especially since KB has not become Garp's disciple. After some contemplation, Mou ultimately abandoned the thought of abducting Keba. Mou swiftly retreated and began his search for the naval branch's financial room and treasure storage. Unfamiliar with the area, he spotted a Marine passing by, and in an instant, he glided beside him, incapacitating him with a swift strike to the neck. Utilizing the memory manipulation of the slippery fruit, Mou perused the Marine's recollections. Extracting a recent memory cluster to familiarize himself with the terrain, with a decisive crack, he discarded the Marine into a nearby corner. He proceeded straight to the financial room, effortlessly unlocking the door with the slippery fruit's abilities. Inside, he discovered a large chest containing approximately 20 million berries, presumably reserved for bounties and naval salaries. Each naval branch maintains a reserve bounty fund to compensate bounty hunters for their efforts in eliminating pirates. And this branch, despite its modest size, possesses sufficient funds as the highest bounty in the region amounts to only a little over 20 million. This small naval branch lacked any notable weapons or artifacts. So Mou selected a few appealing handguns, which would also serve well for the incapable Legia. With a chest of berries in tow, he began his withdrawal. However, pondering the implications of his actions, Mou realized his suspicion would be too great. He turned back, utilizing the Marine's memories to locate the prison, swiftly incapacitating the guard. He tossed the keys before several prison cells, liberating dozens of seemingly weak pirates who could easily be recaptured by the lieutenant colonel. Although he was driven by profit, Mou did not wish for these pirates to escape and endanger the innocent. This distraction might serve to hinder the Navy's pursuit. As he exited the naval branch, Mou shouted from the shadows, "The pirates have escaped. The financial room has been robbed." After his exclamation, he hurriedly departed without casting another glance at the chaotic naval branch. A true man never looks back at the explosion. Arriving at the bar, he observed Ligia, now tidied up, and smiled as he affectionately ruffled her hair. "Get ready, it's time to set off." "Yes, Mou Kuan," Ligia replied, nodding eagerly. "Madam, please use the several million berries wisely. And remember, wealth should not be flaunted. Take care of yourself." Mou handed a pile of berries to Lijia's mother. Hearing Mou's gentle tone, Lijia's mother accepted the berries and turned, tearfully embracing Ligia. "Take care of yourself." Ligia. With tears brimming in her eyes, Ligia nodded. "Mama, you must take care of yourself too. I can't bear to part with you." Observing the touching scene between mother and daughter, Mou suddenly revealed a mysterious, charming smile upon the adventurer. "What do you mean by bringing me aboard, you untrustworthy scoundrel? I still have to manage my deceased husband's tavern. Release me at once, you shameless wretch." Mou briefly introduced Ligia and her mother, temporarily appointing them as the ship's cooks, completely disregarding the outraged tavern owner. Addressing the ready crew, he commanded, "Set sail immediately. Destination, Orangetown." Indeed, Lijia's mother, the tavern owner, had also been invited aboard by Mou. The crew began their tasks, and the adventurer slowly departed from the port of the 153rd Naval Branch. Under the night sky, Missouri stood at the bow, deep in thought. Under his command, the adventurer sailed through the night, dividing into several groups for rowing to accelerate their speed. The crew, unaware of their captain's urgency, could only comply with the orders. Mou understood that this was the only way to catch up with Luffy and Zoro, who had left a day earlier. Their small boat lacked the speed of a sailing ship and relied solely on two individuals. Mou began to practice his devil fruit abilities on deck. Placing his hands on the deck, slippery glass surfaced. A strange force emanated from Mou's slippery fruit, altering the deck's friction. At last, he succeeded. He had advanced from affecting only himself to influencing external objects and, ultimately, the surrounding environment. Was this merely imagination, or was it talent? Sabo and Blackbeard swiftly mastered the powers of the flame fruit and quake fruit. Was it talent or knowledge of the techniques that enabled their usage? It remained uncertain, devoid of physical techniques, swordsmanship, or hockey training methods. Mou could solely focus on developing the slippery fruit's powers and strengthening his physique, as the activation of these abilities consumed vast amounts of stamina. "Ah," Lijia's voice echoed. Instantly, Mou reacted, using instant glide to catch her before she fell. Leaning against Mou's embrace, Lijia's cheeks flushed. "Mou, it's late. You should rest too. Don't overexert yourself. Mama is still angry, but I have comforted her. Soon, we can embark on adventures together." At Mou's request, Lijia began to address him as Mou instead of Mou Dater. Beyond satisfying his own preferences, he preferred not to hear the cute girl uttering the clumsy dialect. Lijia should indeed rest early to grow strong. Mou smiled, hinting at something unspoken. "Yes, Mou you too, the innocent Lijia, of course." Failed to grasp the underlying meaning of Mou's words. Mou withdrew the power of the slippery fruit, returning the deck to its original state, and gently set Lijia down. "Brother, I am a devil fruit user. My physique is already quite strong, and I do not require much rest. I must become stronger to protect our little Lijia." Hearing Mou's words, Lijia, both shy and puzzled, inquired, "Is your ability just to make the ground slippery?" "That is but one of my abilities. In time, you will discover the true extent of your brother's prowess." Mou replied affectionately, ruffling her hair. Dis and the crew aboard observed this heartwarming scene, touched by the captain's demeanor. Although he had numerous demands, he was indeed much better compared to Alvita. Mou had distributed the berries he had brought back as pocket money, granting each crew member several $100,000, and he intended to standardize their attire, ensuring each crew member possessed a unique outfit representative of Mou's adventure group. Perhaps they would learn from Trafalgar Law, or even adopt a mafia-style suit. "All right, go get some rest." "Yes, Mou." After Lijia departed, Mou instructed the on-duty crew, "Maintain our sailing speed and remain vigilant." "Yes, "Captain," the crew responded in unison. On the third day at noon, the sailor atop the mast called out, "Captain, we've spotted Orangetown." Clenching his fists, Moe murmured, "Luffy, my butterfly has begun to flap its wings. I wonder how your future will unfold. Accelerate forward." Moe commanded. Boom, the sound of cannon fire echoed from the island. "Captain, there are people fighting on the island," the sailor reported, peering through a telescope. Moe's heart tightened. He could only hope the battle had not concluded too swiftly. Otherwise, if Buggy were to be sent flying, Nami might forge a deep bond with Luffy and join him in his adventures. Full speed ahead. "Everyone, row," Moe urgently ordered. He hoped they would still make it in time. Moe gazed solemnly at the island, where the billowing smoke from cannon fire lingered in the air. On the opposite side, Nami, having pilfered the navigational chart of the Grand Line, incited a furious Buggy to indiscriminately bombard the town with his buggy balls, unleashing his pent-up frustration. Subsequently, feeling a pang of guilt, Nami resolved to return the chart and even bound her captain, Luffy, to present him to Buggy. However, Buggy commanded the surrendered Nami to execute Luffy with a buggy ball. Upon her refusal, she was exposed but fortuitously rescued by the recently arrived Zoro, the swordsman, unaware that Buggy was a user of the chop-chop fruit, which rendered him immune to blade strikes, was caught off guard by an aerial attack from Buggy's disembodied hand, sustaining severe injuries to his lower back. Yet, despite his wounds, Zoro fought valiantly against the acrobat Kabeji, matching him blow for blow. Luffy, witnessing his first companion in dire straits, was consumed by rage, launching a frenzied assault on Buggy. The battle between the two devil fruit users, Buggy and Luffy, escalated fiercely. Upon realizing that the straw hat atop Luffy's head belonged to the legendary Shanks, Buggy, albeit enraged, restrained his attacks, refraining from targeting Luffy's vital areas. For that hat was a relic passed down from Captain Roger. Luffy, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, vowed to not cease his assault until Buggy was defeated. Meanwhile, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Nami stealthily infiltrated Buggy's treasure chamber in search of the precious navigational chart and riches. As Luffy and Buggy clashed with increasing intensity, Buggy ordered the use of his buggy cannon to annihilate Luffy and his companions. The buggy balls, concocted from formulas acquired in the Grand Line, possessed destructive power far exceeding that of ordinary cannonballs. While the projectiles proved ineffective against Luffy's rubbery form, they wreaked havoc upon the surrounding structures, further jeopardizing Luffy's group. Zoro, too, began to wane from excessive blood loss. At last, the adventurers' ship successfully docked at Orangetown's harbor, observing Buggy's desolate, gargantuan pirate ship against the backdrop of Luffy and Zoro's smaller vessel. It appeared that Buggy's crew had all been dispatched to assist him. Moe swiftly issued commands. Half of the crew was to remain behind to seize Buggy's ship, while the adventurer and Buggy's vessel were to be maneuvered 100 meters away from the port, awaiting further instructions. "Aye, Captain," responded Dis, who had pledged unwavering loyalty to Moe. Moe left Rika aboard the ship and selected the strongest 10 crew members, each carrying a medium-sized wooden barrel, hastening towards the smoke-laden battlefield. Though Nami had initially considered Luffy and the others as mere shields, she did not wish for them to perish due to her actions. Thus, she concealed herself nearby, observing the combat's progression, seeking an opportune moment to ambush Buggy. Rubber pistol," Luffy shouted, elongating his arms as his fists surged forward like bullets, rapidly striking at Buggy. Chop counterattack. Buggy's body fragmented, evading Luffy's blows, while a detached hand wielding a dagger unexpectedly inflicted a wound upon Luffy. At that moment, Nami, burdened with treasure, caught Buggy's attention, distracting him as he sought to reclaim his riches. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy attacked Buggy's lower body with relentless fervor, kicking, grabbing, and employing every conceivable tactic. Although Buggy's form was disjointed, he still felt the pain from his lower half, tears streaming from his eyes in agony. Nami, recognizing the moment, managed to seize a portion of Buggy's torso and bound it, while Luffy prepared his next move. Rubber rocket," Luffy bellowed, stretching his arms back for a powerful strike aimed at Buggy. Just then, the sound of rapid footsteps approached. The adventurer's crew had arrived on the battlefield. "Quick slide," Moe thought to himself, swiftly appearing beside Buggy, grasping his head and hands before dodging Luffy's impending rocket attack. Luffy, taken aback by Moe's sudden intervention, furiously shouted, "Who are you? Why are you interfering in our battle?" Moe quickly moved to the crew, sealing Buggy's hands within barrels filled with seawater. Buggy immediately slumped, rendered powerless under Moe's control. The other crew members joined in, collecting Buggy's dismembered body and confining him within the seawater barrels. While confronting the remaining uninjured members of Buggy's crew, this was a premeditated plan devised by Mo Yi, the simplest yet most effective method to secure Buggy's capture and protect his own crew from harm. Given their lackluster combat abilities at this juncture, Mo Yi turned to face Luffy's familiar visage, saying meaningfully, Luffy, my name is Mo Yi. It truly brings me joy to see you again. Ah, you know me? Hello. I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy replied, still blissfully oblivious. Zoro, having triumphed over Kabeji, approached, and both he and the wary Nami breathed a sigh of relief, having initially feared the emergence of a new adversary. However, upon hearing Mo Yi's words and observing his demeanor, they instinctively believed that Mo Yi was an ally of Luffy, not AFOE. Do you not recall the last time we encountered the Arlong pirates attacking the cruise ship, the one who could not communicate? Mo Yi remarked, narrowing his eyes. He then turned to Nami, his voice low and chilling. My dear Nami, your previous technique, the annihilation kick, truly frightened me. Such actions are unbecoming towards your future husband. Mo Yi jested, preemptively positioning himself as Nami's betrothed, laying the groundwork for a rivalry with Luffy over her affections. Baka, I don't even know who you are. You perverted creep. Nami retorted, her expression contorting in disbelief. Nami is my navigator, Luffy interjected, but Mo Yi disregarded him. Nami, allow me to explain. I have promised many to ensure your safety. Mo Yi contemplated, representing all of Nami's admirers. You must understand, they cannot contend with that fishman. We should not involve them. Grant me a moment, and I shall defeat that fishman. Trust me. Mo Yi asserted resolutely, gazing earnestly at Nami. Nami's pupils dilated in shock. How could Mo Yi possibly know about Arlong? Just then, Mo Yi swiftly glided to her side, whispering gently in her ear, I have been tasked with safeguarding Belmir's soul. His words, laced with deception, echoed like a sinister whisper. Nami. The name Belmir resonated as the most significant in her life. Grasping Mo Yi's shoulders, tears streaming down her face, she fervently demanded, how do you know Belmir? Why do you know Belmir? Where is she now? I want to see her. I miss her so much, Nami cried, collapsing weakly to the ground. Observing the distraught Nami, Mo Yi, who had initially felt elated by the success of his treacherous scheme, suddenly bore the weight of gravity. He seemed to have underestimated the importance of Belmir in Nami's life. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, perhaps with a hint of guilt, he knelt and gently embraced Nami. Cry, little one, that you have endured so much these years. Let it all out. I promise you, I will drive Arlong out of Kokoyashi village. Mo Yi declared with unwavering conviction, causing Nami to weep even louder. What are you doing? How dare you make my navigator cry? I'll send you flying. Luffy shouted in anger, raising his arm to charge at Mo Yi. Zoro, though directionally challenged, was not foolish enough to miss the gravity of the situation. He swiftly restrained Luffy, delivering a sharp blow to his head. They're dealing with their personal matters. Mind your own business. Luffy struggled in Zoro's grasp, utterly incapable of comprehending why Nami was in tears given his current level of intellect. As Nami's sobs began to subside, Moi gently caressed her head and said, from now on, I shall be your protector. Entrust your nautical dreams and the menace of the dragon to me, but I don't need your help. The dragon is far too powerful. You cannot defeat him. I will not allow anyone to take risks. I will soon gather 100 million berries and personally redeem Kokoyashi village, Nami retorted, pushing Moi away as she wiped her tears. Do not be so naive. Nami, the dragon will not allow you to leave so easily. Furthermore, as far as I know, he has already colluded with Marine Captain Mouse. Can you fathom the ultimate outcome? Moi's tone turned serious and unyielding. Upon hearing this news, Nami's heart shattered once more, plunging her into despair as tears streamed down her face. She braced herself on the ground, lifting her gaze to Moi. I don't know. I can't believe it. What should I do? Who can help me? Moi tenderly wiped away Nami's tears. Leave everything to me. Nami gazed at Moi's handsome and dignified visage, momentarily lost in thought. At that moment, Luffy broke free from Zoro's hold. Nami is my crewmate. I will send that dragon flying. Isn't that only natural? Seeing Luffy still insist on Nami being his crewmate, Moi's expression shifted, his face clouded with seriousness. You claim Nami is your crewmate. But have you consulted her wishes? Has she agreed to this? In the face of Moi's inquiry, Zoro remained silent. Yet Luffy stubbornly declared, I don't care. I want Nami to be my crewmate. Moi's mood darkened. He had once found Luffy's tenacity endearing while watching anime, but now that he faced it himself, He was tempted to punch him, considering that the Revolutionary Army's Drago might be secretly protecting Luffy. Moi resolutely stated, "Nami is not a commodity to be claimed at your whim. I respect Nami's choices. Nami, join my adventure crew and become my navigator. Nami, join my pirate crew and become my navigator." Moi and Luffy simultaneously extended their invitations to her. Instantly, all eyes turned to Nami. Hearing both invites, Nami, who had initially intended for Luffy to take the blame, found herself lacking any desire to become a pirate. Though hesitating slightly, she finally spoke to Luffy. "I'm sorry, Luffy, but I do not wish to become the pirate that I despise." "Moi, is your adventure crew a band of pirates?" Nami inquired. "Of course not. Our adventure crew primarily focuses on treasure hunting and eliminating nefarious pirates and bullies. We also engage in a bit of commerce," Moi explained, not forgetting to dangle a significant temptation before Nami. "Moreover, I have discovered the location of the famed Golden Country treasure. It is said to be strewn with gold." Indeed, Nami froze for a moment. Her sorrowful heart brightened instantly, her eyes transforming into berry shapes as she eagerly clutched Moi's arm. Captain, from now on, you will be my boss." It must be said that the mindset of individuals in the pirate world is elusive and shifts far too rapidly. Seeing Nami's reaction, Luffy felt as though a piece of his flesh had been taken from him and shouted angrily at Moi, "Moi, I want to duel you." Moi, eager to test his recent training and gain practical combat experience, responded, "Very well, I accept your challenge. But before we duel, let's deal with the remnants of Buggy's crew first. I do not wish for my spoils to escape." The group swiftly dealt with the remnants of Buggy's crew, binding and confining them. Soon after, in the open space, Moi and Luffy locked eyes from a distance. Gum gum. Gatling, Luffy shouted, launching the first attack, his arms extending rapidly toward Moi, unleashing a flurry of fist after fist. Nami and Zoro, witnessing what seemed to be Moi's unresponsiveness, exchanged looks of confusion and concern. Meanwhile, the members of Moi's adventure crew gazed at their captain with unwavering trust, as if victory was assured. Cheering him on from the sidelines, Luffy's powerful fist struck Moi, yet an odd occurrence unfolded. It seemed as though Luffy's punches merely glided over Moi's form like they were striking a slick surface. With a swift motion, they bypassed Moi, crashing against the wall behind him, stirring up a cloud of dust, yet causing Moi no harm whatsoever. Luffy, Zoro, and Nami were left in disbelief, but they quickly regained their composure. After all, Moi was a captain. It was not unusual for him to possess some special abilities. The crew members of Moi's adventure team observed this with a sense of course, cheering fervently for their captain. Moi continued to exchange blows with Luffy, honing his body and techniques for greater coordination. Moi's strength, physique, combat awareness, and techniques were greatly inferior to Luffy's, forcing him to rely on the powers of the slip fruit to evade most of Luffy's physical attacks and keep pace with him. After half an hour of combat, neither side could gain the upper hand, as both possessed abilities that rendered them immune to blunt physical strikes. However, Moi's stamina was waning, while Luffy remained full of energy. "It is time to end this battle," Moi decided. Though he could not overpower Luffy in direct confrontation, he had myriad methods to incapacitate him. Seawater, sharp instruments, hypnosis. Slip fruit, glassy surface. Moi pressed a hand to the ground, silently invoking his technique. He never vocalized his moves, lest he appear as foolish as Luffy. Then, the ground within a radius of several dozen meters around Moi began to transform, resembling a reflective surface. Remarkably smooth. As Luffy prepared to accelerate, he suddenly stumbled, crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Moi swiftly slid to Luffy's side, pouring a bucket of seawater over him. Instantly, Luffy felt his strength dissipating, his tongue lolling as he became utterly limp. At that moment, Moi, donning his newly purchased waterproof gloves, leisurely wrapped a cloth around his hand, slowly dipping it into a wooden bucket filled with seawater. He withdrew his hand, the cloth still dripping with seawater. With the seawater-drenched gloves, he was ready. Moi flashed a triumphant grin, pondering whether Luffy's rubber fruit could truly withstand blunt force. "Let us see how your tough skin holds up against my devastating punch." Moi unleashed a barrage of blows upon Luffy, left and right, followed by a kick to the rear, culminating in a grand finale with a rising dragon strike. Zoro, observing Luffy's battered visage, furrowed his brow in disdain at Moi's underhanded tactics, racing to protect Luffy. However, as Zoro entered the realm of Moi's glassy surface, he slipped, startled. Yet he quickly regained his composure, executing a backflip, drawing his sword, and aiming to pierce the ground in one fluid motion. But with a resounding thud, the sword tip slid off course, failing to embed itself in the ground, sending Zoro crashing down. It appeared that the injured Zoro was not performing at his best. Haha. Nami and the others burst into laughter, while Zoro's face flushed crimson, akin to that of a monkey, as he attempted to rise, but kept slipping back down. Moi released the glassy surface, approached Zoro, extended a hand, and offered, "Zoro, join my crew. You know, I went all the way to Marine Base 153 to rescue you, only to find you had been taken away." Zoro remained silent, somewhat astonished by Moi's rescue mission. Yet, being a man of his word, he had no intention of retracting his promise to Luffy. "Li Jia is on my ship, and she misses you dearly. Moreover, I am aware of your aspirations, and I know the potential whereabouts of the world's greatest swordsman." Dracule Mihawk. Imoyi continued to manipulate emotions and reason, employing schemes both insidious and overt to lure and sway. That moment, Zoro's heart sank. After all, Li Jia had granted him the favor of a meal. While challenging Mihawk was a lifelong ambition of his, he found himself ensnared in a tumult of conflicting thoughts. Moyi sighed inwardly, realizing that underestimating Zoro's loyalty was a grave mistake. He still harbored intentions to further tempt him. Just then, a tremor of unease coursed through Moyi's heart, as if he were being scrutinized by a colossal dragon, a high-level predator. Was it dragon? Was this a warning directed at him? Moyi was taken aback. Contemplating the connection between the Revolutionary Army and Gangshiro, he surmised that Zoro could very well be a crew member preordained for Luffy by either Dragon or Gangshiro, or perhaps it was merely a twist of fate. At this juncture, Moyi dared not make any further moves. He fell silent, choosing to disregard the taciturn Zoro and the unconscious Luffy, and instead began to issue commands to assimilate the Buggy pirates. "Nami, please meticulously gather every valuable item from the Buggy pirates," Moyi commanded with utmost seriousness. Nami's grin nearly split her face. "Collecting treasure on orders is undoubtedly my favorite task." "Aye, Captain," she exclaimed, promptly turning to seek out loot. "Bring forth all members of the Buggy pirates," Moyi ordered his crew. Observing the pirates bound in knots, Captain Buggy, the beast tamer Moji, the lion Riki, the acrobat Kabeji, and a host of lackeys, he continued. "To follow the strong is an inherent trait of humanity. Thus, follow me. Henceforth, you shall all be my crew. Otherwise, you may as well plunge into the sea and kiss the fish and sea kings." Moyi addressed the gathered pirates with a cool demeanor. The pirates instinctively looked to their captain, Buggy. "Baka, even after my demise, I, Buggy, will never bow to anyone." Buggy turned his face away defiantly. Moyi, uninterested in persuading him further, approached Buggy directly. In truth, Moyi had been secretly observing Buggy's memories aboard the Pirate King's ship. His previous attempts at persuasion were merely for show, aimed at the ordinary members, ignoring Buggy's struggles. He seized his head, brought him back to the cabin, closed the door, and promptly knocked him out. Slip fruit. Memory sliding technique. Moyi began to peruse Buggy's memories, witnessing the glimmers of avarice that drove him toward treasure. A smile graced Moyi's lips. As a crew member of the Pirate King, Buggy was astonishingly short-sighted. Consumed by greed and laziness, the figure in a green cloak hovered silently above the clouds. Observing the little fellow below, their expression inscrutable, brow furrowed. Suddenly, Moyi's demeanor shifted. He had stumbled upon fragments of memories related to the hockey training of Roger, Rayleigh, Shanks, and Buggy. Astonishment washed over him. Buggy had awakened hockey, and both forms had once manifested within him. However, after languishing in the East Blue for too long, his spirit diminished, physical prowess waned, and due to neglect in training, his hockey had regressed. Reflecting on this situation, it began to make a semblance of sense. Moria was a quintessential example. After being defeated by Kaido, his obsession with reviving his crew led him to focus on the Shadow Fruits development at the expense of hockey training, resulting in a near-total regression of his hockey over the years. Buggy was in a similar predicament. This could elucidate why certain prominent figures had ventured into the New World without mastering hockey. That detestable Buggy, blessed with such resources, had squandered them out of fear of hardship, failing to diligently pursue the advanced methods of hockey training. Conqueror's hockey, armament hockey, and observation hockey. Moyi felt an urge to strike Buggy. A sentiment of frustration. Yet, there was little he could do. Fortunately, Buggy retained some foundational knowledge of hockey training, including the awakening practice of observation hockey and the wrapping and hardening techniques of armament hockey. However, the advanced applications of armament hockey were entirely foreign to him. He had only heard one thing about Conqueror's hockey, that it was a rare gift bestowed upon one in a million. A trait of a born ruler, and then nothing more. Yet, Over the years, due to treasure hunting, laziness, and fear of suffering, Buggy's haki had continued to regress, nearly to 0.0. It should be said that he had completely lost his haki. Confined to the weakest of seas, the East Blue, lingering in the vicinity of Roguetown after Roger's death, and now, still defeated by the younger Luffy. Truly pathetic, I was foolish enough to believe the rumors back on Earth. Thinking Buggy was a comical hidden boss akin to a Beto, bah. Nevertheless, Buggy's luck with Conqueror's haki did possess some merit. His memories contained numerous instances of opportunism. Setting aside such thoughts, Moe extracted the relevant memories of Buggy aboard the Pirate King's ship and slid them into his own mind. Greedily, he absorbed the methods of haki cultivation. Ultimately, Moe was astounded to discover that after extracting the majority of Buggy's memories from the latter half of his life, his mental state remained entirely intact. With negative symptoms akin to the typical amnesia experienced by many, is this the constitution of a bearer of Conqueror's haki? Presently, Buggy resembled a 40-something man with the memories of a child in his teens. As Buggy slowly regained consciousness, he muttered, "Why do I feel as though I've forgotten something important?" Moe had also siphoned away Buggy's memories of joining the Roger Pirates and consuming the devil fruit, leaving him as an oblivious youth prior to those events. Reluctantly, Moe initiated a process of re-education for Buggy, explaining that he had consumed a devil fruit, leading to his aging and temporary amnesia. And then woven him into the narrative of Moe's adventuring crude, he also reiterated the techniques associated with the chop fruit's abilities, leaving it up to Buggy whether he believed or learned. Observing Buggy's wariness, Moe found himself compelled to employ the same tactics he had used on Nami, clearly stating that he had discovered the location of the treasure of the Land of Gold. Although Buggy had previously visited Skypiea, he currently lacked any recollection of it. Moe was simply deceiving Buggy, the treasure seeker. Thus, Buggy tacitly accepted the notion of following Moe in search of treasure. Deceiving others is truly no easy task. One can only hope that by the time these fabrications unravel, Moe will have acquired sufficient strength to ensure his own safety. The others observed Buggy obediently trailing behind Moe, offering no resistance. While they noted some inconsistencies in Buggy's behavior, they understood the precariousness of their situation. Consequently, the Buggy pirates naturally pledged allegiance to Moe's adventuring crew. Once everything was settled, Moe smiled. Genuinely pleased. Though it was merely the foundational methods of haki cultivation, it represented a significant step towards strength. He had initially been concerned about his ability to contend with the formidable dragon. Yet Moe was confident that given a little time to master the wrapping technique of armament haki, he would be capable of sweeping through the small pirates of the East Blue. Moe even took the liberty of subduing the threat posed by Rika, intending to make him a pet and mount for himself and Li Jia. With Moji too intimidated to object, Moe commanded the pirates to be reorganized as adventurers, mandating that their flamboyant attire be replaced with unified black garments. The ship belonging to Buggy was to be remodeled to closely resemble the design of the Yanhuang. Buggy's vessel, being larger, was designated as the flagship, while the original Yanhuang was rebranded as Yanhuang 2. Zoro, observing the bustling activities of Moe's adventuring crew and the still unconscious Luffy, ultimately could no longer restrain himself and implored Moe to prepare a substantial amount of meat to awaken Luffy. Faced with Zoro's request, Moe realized that he could not sway Zoro. Should he extract Zoro's memories of swordsmanship, he feared that Monkey D. Dragon might execute him on the spot, a risk he was unwilling to take. Meanwhile, Nami was not yet a crew member of Luffy's, so Moe felt free to steal from her. But Zoro was already part of Luffy's crew, and Moe was too wary of Dragon and Gung Shiro to dare attempt it again. Thus, Moe and Zoro struck a deal, allowing Zoro to spend an entire night recollecting his experiences and methods of swordsmanship while continuously employing the sword techniques he had mastered. Moe had made significant progress in developing his slippery fruit ability. His intention was to experiment with extracting a day's worth of memories to see if it could be consolidated into a memory cluster. This method was not only minimally harmful but also exceedingly useful. Initially, Zoro hesitated, but upon learning that Mihawk was soon to arrive in the East Sea, he readily acquiesced. The following day, Moe astonishingly succeeded in accessing the memory cluster of Zoro's concentrated thoughts regarding swordsmanship and techniques from the previous day. Moe joyfully perused Zoro's memories related to his training methods and insights, which thrilled him for quite a while Zoro merely lost a night's worth of memories, a minor issue. Observing Luffy's comical expression, Moe was suddenly struck by a wild idea. Perhaps I should offer Luffy some therapeutic massage. Activating his devil fruit ability, he delved deep into Luffy's mind, and with a boom, it felt as though Mo's soul had been jolted. Indeed, deep within the pale yellow memory cluster, there was a vividly crimson mass, almost tangible in form. The innate seed of Conqueror's Haki, or the hereditary essence of spirit, was felt under the weight of this seed. Moe struggled to maintain his consciousness as he endeavored to extract these seeds, shifting them into the depths of his own soul. Sensing the threat posed by Moe, the seed began to stir violently, causing Moe's soul to feel slightly dizzy from the force. The figure in the green robe, observing Moe's perilous actions, narrowed his eyes, unleashing an overwhelming aura that surged towards Moe's soul. Moe was suddenly jolted, his head throbbing painfully, with gritted teeth and a gaze filled with madness. He unleashed the full force of his devil fruit ability just before losing consciousness. In a final act, he forcefully scraped away a portion of the Conqueror's Haki seed and slid it into his own soul. Witnessing the sudden collapse of both individuals, Zoro was left utterly dumbfounded, perplexed by how his attempt to save someone had resulted in both of them fainting. In a flurry of confusion, Zoro realized he was powerless to assist and could only wait for them to awaken. Meanwhile, Moe's crew began to anxiously approach to protect him, on guard against Zoro, while Nami rushed over, cradling Moe's head with concern etched on her face as she regarded his pallid complexion. The newly joined Buggy pirates exhibited a range of expressions that in the shadows. Dragon also furrowed his brow, observing the two unconscious figures, his mind clouded with confusion. Could it be that a fraction of my Conqueror's Haki knocked this boy out? That seems implausible. I have great confidence in my mastery of Conqueror's Haki, having merely intended to intimidate him. And yet, slowly, Luffy began to awaken that I want meat. I want meat. Zoro's expression darkened. Moe had yet to regain consciousness. And this fool had woken up hungry. Zoro anxiously glanced at Moe, realizing this was Moe's territory, and yet he lay unconscious from treating Luffy. Their situation was becoming precarious. Why do I feel so exhausted and sleepy? I want meat, Luffy continued to insist. Unbeknownst to him, Moe had pilfered a significant portion of something vital, yet he remained fixated on meat that moment. Moe also gradually regained consciousness. His first instinct was to check the Conqueror's Haki seed. Finding it had stabilized within the sea of his soul, not dissipating. This filled Moe with immense joy. Given his Earth-star physique, he had merely sought to experiment, and yet he had succeeded in becoming a potential bearer of Conqueror's Haki. Ha! In that moment, Moe laughed maniacally, tears glistening in his eyes, not questioning why, for his love for this world ran deep. The excruciating pain in his head could not dampen his exuberance. With renewed vigor, Moe's attitude towards Luffy improved significantly. After all, he was a walking repository of experience. Moe commanded a feast, intending to properly host the Straw Hats and celebrate for 3 days the banquet. Luffy voraciously devoured meat, clearly famished. Zoro guzzled down liquor, and the others reveled in merriment, while Nami and Lijia sat beside Moe, elegantly enjoying grilled meat. As Lijia's mother, Rim, prepared rice balls, Moe observed all of this. Realizing he had far exceeded his initial goals, not only had he gained Nami's trust, recruited the Buggy pirates, but he had also acquired Zoro's insights in his swordsmanship and techniques. Most importantly, he had obtained a seed of Luffy's Conqueror's Haki, a significant emblem of kingship. Watching the inebriated and satiated crowd, Moe felt a rare sense of belonging to this world. But soon his thoughts turned to darker matters. He wondered where that ship had gone, where his first batch of enemies in this world remained. Until he avenged himself, he would find no peace. He needed to find an opportunity to investigate thoroughly. However, he currently possessed no intelligence network. A flicker of ominous rage crossed his features. Sensing something, Nami suddenly patted Moe's shoulder, her eyes filled with inquiry that in this world, a handsome man could always find favor, and Moe's hand rested upon Nami's delicate one, resting on his shoulder. He needed to cultivate his composure, mastering the art of concealing his emotions. Moe remained oblivious to the subtle fragmentation of his personality, oscillating between hatred and the demeanor he had before his arrival. With a slight blush, Nami retorted, "I merely wanted to comfort you. Don't overthink it." Yet her hand did not withdraw. Moe suddenly clasped Nami's hand tightly, and they exchanged a brief gaze. Nami's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. Yet neither spoke to AT that moment. Li Jia adorably chimed in. I want to hold hands with brother Mo-Yi too. Laughter erupted among the group, prompting Nami to swiftly release Mo-Yi's hand, nonchalantly picking up a piece of grilled meat. Though her heartbeat seemed a tad irregular, the next day, Mo-Yi rose early to train, knowing that the strength of his armament haki required a robust and resilient physique. He had not forgotten the feeling of powerlessness upon arriving in this world. He was determined to grow strong. Drawing upon Buggy's memories and combining them with his extensive theoretical knowledge from the modern era, he deduced that haki was generated by human cells. For these cells to produce haki, they needed to break through the limits of the body. Only then could the cells become engines of haki, continuously generating it like a power source, while armament haki, akin to physical strength, would deplete. However, it could be restored through rest. The stronger the body, the quicker the recovery. Conversely, neglecting to cultivate haki would lead to its degradation, as the body weakened and the cells returned to a normal state. Ceasing to generate haki, much like muscle transforming into fat, this was likely the reason Buggy and Moria could not wield haki. Observation haki, on the other hand, was a special energy generated when the sensory cells exceeded their limits, allowing one to scout and predict an enemy's movements. Advanced observation haki formed an analytical system from the eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and skin, collecting information from various organs and autonomously deducing outcomes, even predicting localized futures and perceiving all things. Conqueror's haki, however, originated from possessing a seed of Conqueror's haki, often inherited or mutated. After facing countless dangers and ascending to the heights of the world, one could gradually enhance their spirit. Thus, it was said that Conqueror's haki was often innate. A rarity among thousands, insufficient strength truly imposes limitations at every turn. Every endeavor necessitates meticulous planning. Mo-Yi yearns for the exhilarating sensation of overwhelming dominance, akin to the mindless narratives of hackneyed system literature. However, unlike Luffy, who is surrounded by numerous guardians and devoid of the fortuitous advantages often bestowed by traversing realms, Mo-Yi must independently strategize every possible means to augment his own power, resorting to relentless self-training. Luffy and Zoro declined the invitation to embark on the journey together with Mo-Yi, setting sail in their small vessel to commence their own adventures. Meanwhile, Mo-Yi remained in Orangetown for an additional day of training. Awaiting the completion of the adventure cruise ship outfitting and modifications, observing the two imposing vessels, the Yanhuang and Yanhuang II, manned by a crew donned in uniform black attire, he noted that those with bounties, including Buggy, were masked and clad in new garb, while the officers enjoyed the liberty to dress as they pleased. Presently, Buggy is the sole combat officer of Mo-Yi's adventure crew, with Nami serving as the navigator. And Li Jia is Mo-Yi's maid and cook. Li Jia's mother, Lim, temporarily assumes the role of head chef. Lackey, Mo-Yi's pet and mount, alongside Deus and Kabaji, as well as Machi, serve as captains of subordinate teams, each commanding dozens of crew members, culminating in an adventure crew of over 100 individuals aboard 2 ships. Despite his initial intentions, Mo-Yi ultimately decided against adopting the small dog, Chio, allowing it to remain with its owner. Under Mo-Yi's command, the 2 well-stocked ships departed from Orangetown, steering towards West Rob Village. Mo-Yi continued his training as usual, with only Buggy capable of engaging in sparring with him. As a result, Buggy was persistently compelled to train alongside Mo-Yi, which, perhaps fortuitously, helped him regain a semblance of his former prowess. Mo-Yi dabbled in various disciplines, mastering the powers of the devil fruit, honing his haki, and refining his swordsmanship, with a primary focus on the development of the devil fruit's capabilities. The potential of the devil fruit was boundless, allowing for myriad experiments, while haki and swordsmanship necessitated gradual, cumulative enhancement over time. Captain Mo-Yi, West Rob Village has come into view, called out the navigator. Nami was also intently studying the nautical charts. Meanwhile, Luffy and his crew had already drifted to West Rob Village, where they encountered the deceitful Usopp. After Usopp inadvertently disrupted Captain Kuro's plot, amidst disbelief from the others, Luffy, guided by his protagonist Aura, discerned right from wrong and resolved to assist Usopp in defeating Kuro to rescue the noblewoman Kaya. Captain Kuro had spent 3 years masquerading as Butler Clabwater, ingratiating himself with the wealthy Miss Kaya in a bid to seize her fortune and lead a leisurely life in obscurity. Upon witnessing Usopp and Luffy unite, Kuro surmised that his scheme had been unveiled and began rallying his former crew, the Black Pirate crew, leading to an ensuing confrontation. Zoro's battle against the brothers was fraught with challenges. At the outset, he carelessly lost 2 swords to Siam Sam. The speed of Siam Sam and the brute strength of Spotty made it difficult for Zoro to counter. Lacking Nami's support, Zoro paid a price with his injuries to reclaim his swords, ultimately defeating the brothers with all his might. The vice-captain, Zhang Ao, a hypnotist, inexplicably fell to Usopp's explosive tactics. Luffy's clash with Kuro left him battered and bruised, as Kuro's silent step rendered him nearly incapacitated. After a prolonged battle with Luffy, Kuro, having endured the rebellion of the brothers, unleashed his ultimate technique, Spoon, indiscriminately attacking all in sight, resulting in a massacre of the Black Pirate crew. After an arduous confrontation, Luffy ultimately triumphed with his rubber bell technique. Meanwhile, the Moe adventure crew disembarked, setting their sights on the ominous Black Pirate ship, the 100 Tricks Brack. Adhering to their customary protocol, they captured the Black Pirate crew members stationed on watch and seized their vessel, leaving over 30 crew members to guard it.Moe. Accompanied by Nami, Buggy, Machi, Kabaji, Deus, and Leaky, along with a dozen crew members, made landfall at West Rob Village. Upon reaching the village entrance, they chanced upon the defeated brothers lying on the ground. With a mere wave of his hand, several crew members advanced to bind them. Not seeing Zoro, Moe speculated that he might have wandered off or found himself lost in the village center, prompting the adventure crew to proceed onward. Outside Kaya's mansion, Usopp struggled to vanquish Zhang Ao and was preparing to assist Luffy when he suddenly spotted a massive lion, atop which sat a young girl, flanked by a striking young man and a retinue of followers approaching him. Usopp's legs began to tremble uncontrollably, his sniper's intuition warning him of the formidable presence emanating from the masked individual. Usopp, Moe inquired upon noticing him. Has Kuro been defeated? Why you? How do you know about Kuro? Stay back. I am Captain Usopp, commanding 8,000 subordinates, Usopp boasted, his words laced with fabrications. Yet his legs betrayed his fear. Disregarding Usopp's bluster, Moe led his group into Kaya's mansion. Usopp, despite his intentions to obstruct them, found himself frozen in place. Inside the mansion, the unconscious Zhang Ao had also been captured by Moe's adventure crew. Gazing at the delicate Kaya, Moe's youthful heart stirred inexplicably, prompting him to sidestep the vigilant Mary and gently stroke her hair. Why not accompany me as my apprentice in medicine? I shall introduce you to the world's finest healers, he proposed. A moment later, through their conversation, Kaya discerned that this handsome young man was an adventurer, not a pirate, which eased her anxieties as she began to converse joyfully with Moe. Meanwhile, Nami, enviously twisting Moe's waist, found herself thwarted by the slippery nature of her fruit powers. The crew members dispatched by Moe soon returned, bringing with them an injured Luffy, a lost Zoro, and the bound Kuro back to the mansion. Upon hearing the reports from his subordinates, their stomachs churned at the sight of the battlefield littered with the dismembered corpses of the Black Pirate crew, slain indiscriminately by Kuro, despite their nausea. They adhered to Moe's orders and bound the cold-blooded Kuro. After arranging a feast, Moe regarded Kuro, a man guilty of heinous crimes, who had previously slaughtered Captain Morgan's crew and feigned death to evade capture, subsequently causing the Navy to revoke his bounty. Today, he had once again ruthlessly slain his former pirate comrades. Truly a heartless individual, desperate for any advantage, Moe resolved to extract Kuro's silent step technique. Despite the absence of the Marine 6 styles, without hesitation, he activated his devil fruit ability, slippery fruit, memory slide technique. Moe siphoned Kuro's memories, delving into his mind to unearth the training methods for the silent step. This man, deemed an early game character by some, possessed an intellect second only to Shank's first mate, Beckman, yet his emotional intelligence was astoundingly low, harboring ambitions no greater than that of a wealthy recluse, a tremendous waste of potential. Upon discovering the training method for the silent step, Moe noted that Kuro's memories had been irrevocably damaged, rendering him a mere husk, unable to recover, a true waste of a potential ally. Moe had initially contemplated restoring Kuro's memories to cultivate him anew, but, seeing no opportunity for that now, he relished the time saved in not having to retrain him. recognizing that everyone harbored fear and disdain for Kuro. Moe commanded his subordinates to behead Kuro in exchange for the bounty and subsequently executed him, ensuring he became a genuine casualty. Without further ado, he directly intimidated and subdued the brothers, appointing them as his subordinate captains. As for Zhang Moe found his hypnotic abilities intriguing. Astonishingly, this individual had acquired his powers from consuming a mushroom that had bitten off his own chin. The pirate world was indeed filled with wonders. Moe speculated whether this mushroom might be a failed devil fruit experiment. Observing Zhang Yao's striking resemblance to Michael Jackson, he recognized him as a skilled dancer, likening his design to that of the renowned pop star, who had even achieved victory in a dance competition. Employing both coercion and enticement, Moe persuaded Zhang Yao to become the dancer for his adventure crew without the customary resistance of a defiant character. Having completed these tasks, Moe felt the efficacy of the devil fruit's abilities. He had effortlessly acquired the training method for Silent Step and several subordinates by merely trailing behind Luffy. However, Moe pondered the implications of consistently following in Luffy's wake. How would he and his crew grow stronger through battle? It seemed imperative that he carve out his own path upon the vast seas. Alternatively, one could traverse the pathways of flight, rendering Luffy devoid of options, compelling him to alter his course. The newly recruited members of the Black Sea pirate crew were instructed to return to the ship, while the Moe adventure team commenced a celebratory feast with Koya and Luffy. Upon spotting Luffy's straw hat, Buggy appeared to recall a certain individual, his teeth clenched in frustration as he engaged in a relentless struggle for meat. During the banquet, Luffy expressed his need for a ship, and in heartfelt gratitude for Luffy's life-saving intervention, Koya bestowed upon him the Going Merry. Furthermore, Usopp, inspired by Luffy's acquaintance with Jesus Burgess, resolved to set sail and join Luffy's crew. Aspiring to become a valiant warrior of the seas, the festivities concluded amidst an atmosphere of joy. As night fell, a shadow stealthily infiltrated Koya's chamber. Indeed, this figure was none other than the 21st century's good man, Moe. With unwavering resolve akin to better to mistakenly kill than to let slip, he approached Koya, a medical prodigy, extending his pig's hand, also known as the salty pig hand. Moe engaged in some benevolent medical indoctrination, simultaneously indulging in some illicit advances, persuading Koya to aspire to become a great physician for the sake of her own health and that of countless patients. The alluring effects of the slippery fruit bestowed upon him a touch of charm. Increasing his appeal, Moe boasted of his acquaintance with renowned figures such as the Pirate King's ship doctor, Kureha, the genius surgeon, Hogback, and the 140-year-old medical marvel, all to enchant Koya, who seemed quite taken by his words. In a bid to persuade the talented physician, Moe resorted to the telling of minor falsehoods, sacrificing a bit of his own charm. Was this excessive? Moe firmly believed it was not. After all, Rayleigh had been lured to sea by Roger under similar pretenses. Koya, too, appeared to develop a significant interest in Moe, perhaps influenced by the powers of the devil fruit. Ultimately, Koya, this delicate yet resilient woman, was swayed, and Moe, satisfied, retreated quietly. Upon returning to his quarters, however, Moe experienced a pang of regret, wishing he had indulged a bit more in his advances, igniting within him a fierce desire that proved difficult to contain. He then stealthily made his way to Nami's room. Slipping beneath her covers, startled, Nami gasped, about to cry out. But Moe swiftly covered her mouth. "Do not scream. It's me." Nami's cheeks flushed as she stammered. "Moe, what do you want?" "Nami, the truth is, I'm a bit afraid of the dark. I just want to hold you while I sleep," Moe confessed, his breath quickening. "How absurd. Who would believe that? Holding you while sleeping costs 100 million berries. Otherwise, you better get out of here." Nami, seemingly oblivious to the complexities of romantic entanglements, naively assumed that such an arrangement could indeed yield a fortune, doubting Moe's financial capacity. Upon hearing this, Moe mistakenly believed he had a chance that night. "Can I perhaps write you an IOU? All the treasures aboard the ship will be under your management. And there are many more great treasures to come." With that, Moe began to embrace Nami's slender waist. His hands roaming gently to Nami's voice trembled with a mix of fury and apprehension. "The treasures on the ship already belong to me. Why are you touching me? Stop it, or I'll get angry." Had it not been for Moe's recent surge in strength and heightened senses, he might not have detected Nami's nervousness. Clearly, Nami was not as naive as she appeared. Moe was on the verge of becoming predatory, half-heartedly pushing boundaries, ready to savor the delicate flower that was Nami. I'll just hold you. Nothing will happen, I'll only touch. I swear I won't take off any clothes. I truly dare not. Trust me. Nami let out a soft moan, gradually yielding to his advances. Overcome by desire, Moe lost his grip on self-control. Thus, a young girl underwent a transformative experience in her life. The following day, as the sun rose high, Nami awoke languidly, noticing Moe's absence beside her, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Yet, memories of the previous night's wildness flooded her with a wave of shyness. Just then, Moe entered, carrying a steaming bowl of meat porridge. Upon seeing him, Nami's eyes welled with tears. It had been so long since anyone had shown her such care. Little me, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Last night was my fault. Moe placed the porridge down and embraced Nami, a hint of remorse in his tone. Little me, I will take responsibility for you. Your enemies will become my enemies. I shall help you vanquish the evil dragons. You liar. You big liar, Nami exclaimed, feeling both anger and warmth at Moe's earnestness as she pounded her fists against his chest. That I believe you. Moe, I have no choice but to trust you. I will strive to learn to love you. Are you hungry? Get up, wash up, and have some porridge. I made this especially for you, Moe said. Gently ruffling Nami's hair, Nami nodded softly as she attempted to rise. A wave of pain washed over her, causing her to sit back down. Moe, observing her discomfort, quickly deduced the cause. However, he lacked any healing skills. Wait, healing? Moe's mind immediately turned to the abilities of the pawpaw fruit, which could alleviate injuries and fatigue. What enabled the pawpaw fruit to develop such capabilities? Was it the brilliance of Kuma's mind? Or was it honed through necessity? If Kuma had joined the revolutionary army and faced countless battles, perhaps this need drove the development of healing powers, perfectly exemplifying the unique traits of paramecia-type devil fruits. The broader the imagination, the more formidable the abilities. Generally, Zoan-type fruits possess three forms: human, hybrid, and beast, culminating in awakening. Chopper is an exception, possessing 7 transformations through the rumble ball, while mythical Zoans come with innate skills, such as the phoenix's regenerative flames. The development path for Logia-type fruits is relatively straightforward, focusing solely on enhancing offensive capabilities and expanding impact range, culminating in awakening without many peculiar functions. For instance, the development of ice yields lower temperatures, while the enhancement of flames results in higher temperatures. Conversely, the abilities of paramecia-type fruits are incredibly diverse, primarily encompassing superhuman abilities, like Luffy's rubber fruit and Bellamy's spring fruit. Superpowers, such as Whitebeard's quake fruit and Sugar's hobby fruit. And creation abilities, like Doflamingo's string fruit and Katakuri's mochi fruit. That Moe's slippery fruit falls into the category of superhuman abilities if the ultimate awakening of superhuman devil fruits pertains to personal strength, belonging to the physical realm, and the ultimate awakening of creation-type fruits influences and assimilates the environment, also physical. Then superpowers delve into the bizarre and multifaceted, impacting soul, space, time, perception, rules, and laws, with limitless growth potential, merging physical and magical harm. As a modern individual with boundless imagination, Moe recognized the vast potential of the slippery fruit. Since it could alter memories on a soul level, continuous development could yield effects on the soul, space, time, perception, rules, and laws, akin to the exemplary capabilities of the pawpaw fruit, which could teleport, heal, and compress air into cannonballs. Thus, Moe resolved to learn diligently from Kuma, aspiring to develop healing techniques and spatial teleportation unique to the slippery fruit. Observing Nami endure her pain, Moe became increasingly determined to harness the healing potential of his devil fruit abilities, not solely for combat, but to care for those dear to him. Without hesitation, he approached Nami gently. Now, I will attempt to alleviate your pain. Please tell me what you feel. Nami nodded softly. Moe positioned his hand near her injury, and her face flushed crimson, activating his devil fruit ability. A strange energy flowed into Nami's body. Nami let out a soft whimper. What's wrong? How do you feel? Moe inquired. Is it a bit itchy? Nami, blushing, shyly whispered her response, her flushed cheeks rendering her utterly irresistible. Observing Nami's demeanor, Moe recognized that her healing abilities would not manifest overnight. After feeding Nami a warm porridge and ensuring she rested, Moe stepped outside to arrange the upcoming voyage. Kaya was engaged in a heartfelt discussion with a reluctant Mary, while Usopp was mired in sorrow over Kaya's change of heart, unable to extricate himself from his melancholy. This was due to Kaya's recent declaration of her intention to join Moye's crew as the ship's doctor. Aspiring to follow the knowledgeable Moye on her journey to become a renowned physician, Mary, with genuine concern, pleaded with the frail Kaya to prioritize her health and recuperate at home. Meanwhile, Usopp, with a heavy heart, persistently questioned Kaya about her decision to set sail without him. Its because Moye-kun is so handsome and capable, the captain of my dreams on the path to becoming a famous doctor. Furthermore, Moye's crew isn't a pirate crew, thus ensuring greater safety. I'm sorry, but I cannot join you. Usopp, on Luffy's ship. Kaya's words shattered Usopp's fragile heart. At that moment, Moye entered, prompting Mary to urgently call upon him for assistance in persuading Kaya. But Moye had no intention of intervening. Nevertheless, he wore a facade of ignorance, suggesting a willingness to help. Kaya, what troubles you? He gently inquired. Upon seeing Moye, Kaya transformed into an enamored fan, dashing towards him. Standing before Moye, her eyes filled with admiration, she gathered her courage to speak. Moye, I wish to join your adventure crew, to follow you and, as you mentioned, become a world-renowned doctor to help more people. Moye gazed at Kaya's uplifted face, his heart skipping a beat, overwhelmed by a sense of youthful affection. Internally, he felt as joyous as a 200-pound child, yet he feigned hesitation. Well? Kaya sensed a shift in Moye's demeanor from the previous night. But it did not deter her resolve. She adhered to their agreement and prepared to board Moye's ship. Moye, Kaya continued, playfully. Very well. I have no objections. Moye promptly acquiesced, unable to resist Kaya's charming demeanor. What a hypocritical protagonist, orchestrating his own drama. Mary and Usopp were taken aback, having anticipated Moye would refuse due to Kaya's frail condition. Unexpectedly, with a mere pout from Kaya, Captain Moye agreed, leaving Usopp heartbroken and Mary bewildered. Ultimately, a sorrowful Usopp was escorted aboard the Going Merry by Luffy and Zoro. Embarking on their adventurous journey, Mary resigned herself to the situation, entrusting Moye with the care of Kaya. Meanwhile, Kaya brought her medical books and a portion of her golden belly wealth aboard the Yanhuang ship. Leaving some assets and fixed property under Mary's management, Moye, accompanied by Nami, gathered the members of his adventure crew and commenced their voyage. On board, Nami cast envious glances at Kaya, who was attentively focused on Moye. While Moye looked on, bemused, at the irate Nami, Rika, with a naive expression, shifted her gaze between the Buggy and his crew feigned ignorance, creating an awkward atmosphere. Clearing his throat, Moye solemnly addressed the crew. Kaya, our new ship's doctor. He then introduced Nami, our navigator, Rika, my maid and cook, and Rim, our head chef. Sensing the tension, Moye hastily continued, Buggy, our combat officer, Dis, our butler, Zango, our dancer, trainer Machi, acrobat Kabaji, Siam Sam, and Spotty, our team leaders, and of course, our pet, Ricky. Kaya earnestly responded, it's a pleasure to meet you all. I look forward to your guidance. The crew reciprocated warmly. Moye nudged Nami, who finally displayed a gracious demeanor and responded to Kaya. Captain, we have spotted an island ahead, reported the lookout. Excellent. Full speed ahead. Let us go ashore. Moye seized the opportunity to dispel the awkwardness, eagerly escaping the scene. Just two women in his future harem. And already it was this complicated. Moye fell into deep self-reflection. Why didn't he possess the commanding presence of those legendary predecessors, attracting followers effortlessly, ensuring a tranquil harem? It seemed he had much to learn in mastering the art of harem management. As they approached the island, the atmosphere was filled with the sounds of the forest and the fluttering of birds. With a resounding thud, the three ships, Yanhuang 1, 2, and 3, docked, and the crew disembarked onto the uncharted island. The forest felt peculiar, and Captain Dis expressed his unease. What is there to fear? With me, the great Buggy, there is no danger in the East Sea. Buggy boisterously proclaimed, his pride evident. Buggy is the best. Echoed Kabaji and Machi, the underlings in agreement. Buggy's demeanor revealed a sense of childish triumph. The former members of Buggy's crew noticed his transformation, growing increasingly immature, yet none dared to inquire about the reason. Rika, Kaya, Nami, you sit on Ricky, stay in the middle, while the rest of you surround and protect them. Leave some behind to guard the ship. Let us set off. Moye commanded. Yes, Captain, the crew responded. Shortly thereafter, a bizarre creature dashed past them. Startling the crew into a state of alertness, Moe recognized the creature and pondered, "This strange beast seems familiar. Could it be?" As they pressed onward, a shadow flitted through the forest, leading the crew to believe it was merely another animal. Yet, this shadow persistently followed them, causing annoyance. Had they been ordinary pirates, they would have fled in terror. However, Moe, already having some inklings, grew increasingly impatient with the shadow's antics. Slide fruit, glazed ground. With one hand on the ground, Moe swiftly vanished from his spot. The next moment, a bizarre man concealed within a treasure chest was unceremoniously kicked out by Moe. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. They had stumbled upon the island of rare beasts. Unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly followed the same course as the original Luffy. Meanwhile, Luffy, lacking navigators, was lost and unaware of their whereabouts. "You detestable pirates, get off my island," roared Cayman. "We are not pirates," Rika's timid voice chimed in. Ignoring Cayman, Moe commanded his crew, "This island poses no danger, and it is home to many rare beasts. Spread out and gather resources for the ship, that if possible, bring back a few adorable, docile creatures as pets or for sale." The island held no formidable beasts or treasures of interest to Moe, so he planned to make a quick sweep before departing. The crew dispersed to collect supplies. Machi, upon hearing of the many rare beasts, eagerly set off with Buggy and the others in search of them. Soon enough, only Moe, the three women, and Rika remained, while Cayman vented his frustrations. "You wicked demons, do not touch my rare beasts." Cayman bellowed, anguished at Emoton. "What is his story?" Rika inquired, while Nami and Kaya exchanged curious glances. "This uncle is named Cayman. Over 20 years ago, he was a pirate. He became trapped in this treasure chest while treasure hunting and was inadvertently abandoned by his companions on this island. Now, he serves as the guardian of its rare beasts. Am I correct, Cayman?" Moe turned to him. Cayman stared at Moe in shock, astonished at how this handsome youth knew his tale. "Who are you? How do you know my story?" Moe had no intention of recruiting Cayman, addressing the three women. "This island of rare beasts is home to many charming creatures. If you wish, let us embark on an adventure to explore. It has become rather dull aboard the ship." "All right, let us go on an adventure," Ligia shouted with unrestrained joy. Namika also revealed a beaming smile. It had been quite some time since she had set foot on another island, which made her even more jubilant. Meanwhile, Namika, with a pin clenched between her teeth and holding a nautical chart, began to scrutinize the island's environment and record her observations. Left behind was Cayman, who was ensnared by the glassy ground and cursing incessantly. Without any intense battles, the Moe adventure team lingered on this island for only a few hours, during which Machi tamed his new battle pet. The three women also captured some adorable and gentle little creatures, while the crew gathered fruits and fresh water, along with a portion of the pets that could either be domesticated, sold, or consumed as provisions. The three ships of the adventure team set sail, vanishing from the surface of the sea, and the glassy ground that had ensnared Cayman soon dissipated following Moe's departure, leaving him to weep and curse in despair. The Moe adventure team continued their voyage across the vast ocean. The monotonous time at sea became slightly enjoyable due to the taming of some creatures. Zhangao practiced his dance, Machi trained the pets, Koya read medical books, Namika drew nautical charts, Li Jia played with the little creatures, and Rim cooked. Meanwhile, Buggy, the acrobat Kabaji, Siam Sam, and Spot Boo were dragged by Moe for training. Inside the ship's training room, Buggy's anguished cries echoed as the four of them besieged Moe. Utilizing the enhanced quick slide, silent instant slide technique, they constantly shifted positions. Although Moe had yet to cultivate hockey, his physique had already undergone a significant transformation. Buggy was the first to receive Moe's focused attention. Sent flying across the room, the others soon followed suit, being flung away in turn. After Moe sternly commanded them to intensify their training, Moe employed the damage slide-off technique, newly developed from the slide fruit, to alleviate some of their injuries before commencing his own training regimen. Blindfolded and wielding an iron sword, Moe activated the slide ground ability directly through the soles of his feet, eliminating the need to touch the ground with his hands. Sensing the subtle changes on the glassy ground, he executed silent instant slash just as a small insect took flight from the ground, slicing it cleanly in two, a striking resemblance to the flying thunder god technique of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Although Moe had not yet awakened observation haki, he was beginning to grasp some principles by combining it with the slide fruit. "Captain, an island has appeared ahead," shouted a subordinate as he rushed to deliver the news. Understood. Buggy, Kabaji, Sam, Boo, let's move. Moe commanded. The Yanhuang number 1, 2, and 3 docked, and everyone disembarked onto the island, which was evidently inhabited. Split into teams of 3 and gather information. Moe ordered. The crew dispersed, and before long, someone returned, visibly excited. Captain, this is just an ordinary small island with few inhabitants. However, I uncovered a local legend. The Golden Pirate Unanimous once hid nearby with a vast treasure of gold. The Golden Pirate? Unanimous? Oh, the treasure. I must find it. Both Namika and Buggy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Unanimous. It should be part of the storyline from the theatrical version of the Golden Island adventure that I never expected to stray so far from the original path of Luffy's journey. Moe chuckled. But it's fortunate to have the advantage of foresight. However, there seems to be a tricky character involved. The Sound Fruit user, Edra, is also quite a formidable crew member. Moe's eyes gleamed with interest. If I can guide the Sound Fruit, it will certainly unleash greater potential. Having a sound cannon at hand would deter any ship from approaching. Moe resolved to recruit this crew member, however, to minimize unnecessary casualties and maximize benefits. It was essential to devise a strategy. Moe promptly convened a meeting with the team leaders, briefing them on the impending battle and assigning combat tasks. The crew had grown somewhat accustomed to Moe's uncanny foresight. To avoid dampening Namika and Buggy's enthusiasm, he refrained from revealing that Unanimous treasure was, in fact, devoid of gold. Once the tasks were assigned, the Moe adventure team prepared to await Edra's appearance to defeat him and seize the treasure. Time passed, and that day, the Moe adventure team did not encounter their adversary, while Namika and Buggy could no longer resist the urge to seek out the treasure. Moe, unable to wait indefinitely, fearing the potential repercussions of the butterfly effect, decided to join Namika and the others in their quest for the elusive treasure, hoping to encounter Edra along the way. They did not cross paths with the character Tobio, a young boy who aspired to become Unanimous subordinate, and had to commence their search on nearby islands. Moe gazed expressionlessly at the ocean, unwilling to search for the non-existent treasure of Unanimous, as his sole focus was on locating Edra to defeat and recruit him. In the distance, a dark speck emerged, and Moe immediately perked up, hopeful that it was Edra, swiftly issuing a warning. Meanwhile, Edra, having procured the treasure map of Unanimous, was heading towards the hidden location with his crew when the swordsman Gallus cautioned him. Captain, it appears there are 3 ships ahead, and their flags do not belong to either the Navy or pirates. Then crush them and seize their ship. I will not allow anyone to covet my treasure, Edra snarled with a fierce countenance. After speaking, Edra opened his mouth wide, a radiant energy surging forth, and unleashed a sound wave laser cannon towards Moe's ship, but on the other side. Moe, still hoping it might be Edra's vessel, witnessed a flash of light from the opposing ship that grew increasingly bright as it shot towards him. Damn it! Moe cursed, realizing that the ship belonged to Edra. The attack came far too swiftly. The ship had no time to evade. Seeing the terrified expressions of his crew, Moe gritted his teeth and leaped into the air, his heart ablaze with fury. Ultimate defense. Absolute, slide-off shield. The golden sound wave, charged with electricity, struck Moe's transparent defensive shield, instantly deflected aside, narrowly missing the Yanhuang. The laser cannon detonated on the ocean behind, creating a massive splash. Moe was thrown against the ship's mast, and he immediately coughed up a large mouthful of blood, trembling as he stood. This was the first time he had endured such a powerful attack. It was the most severe injury he had sustained since consuming the devil fruit. Had his physique not recently improved, that blow would have surely killed him. Captain, are you all right? The crew members anxiously inquired about their captain's condition. Li Jia was in tears, crying out, Moe, please don't be hurt. Namika and Koya were equally distressed, their eyes brimming with tears. Moe grimaced against the pain, a hint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Quickly retreat to the island. We cannot engage him in a naval battle without long-range attacks. Moe's fleet hastened towards the nearest island. Meanwhile, Gallus reported to Edra with a telescope. Captain, it seems they managed to block your attack and have begun to flee, though their captain appears to be gravely injured. Is that even a question? Gallus, who on this sea can withstand my sound waves? Ha! Edra boasted arrogantly. Then, Captain, shall we pursue them? Gallus asked. Of course, pursue them, annihilate them, clear the path for our treasure. and seize what we can from them. Edra commanded. The chase lasted over an hour, and the Moy adventure team eventually found the nearest small island and began to land. Abandoned ship, all personnel ashore. Moyi ordered with calm determination. Captain, I'll stay behind to protect the Yanhuang. It's our home. Hearing Moye's command, exclaimed anxiously. Trust me. Nothing will happen. The enemy over there is the crew member I've set my sights on. If he dares to damage our ship, I'll skin him alive. A confident expression illuminated Moye's somewhat pale face. Captain, looked at Moye, who wore a confident demeanor. Captain, you must follow through on your promise. Otherwise, I won't forgive myself. Of course, I never undertake ventures without certainty. Now, let us go ashore. Moye led all the crew members onto the island. On Edra's ship, Gallus remarked, Captain, they have abandoned ship and gone ashore. Should we destroy their vessel? This has already become our property. Why must it be destroyed? Gallus, have you lost your wits in your sword practice? Edragos cast a disdainful glance at Gallus. Gallus clenched his fists, then relaxed them, a bitter smile crossing his face. He was merely a pirate who had sacrificed his dignity as a swordsman for the sake of gold. Lads, land on the island and annihilate those worthless fools. Edragos commanded his lackeys, laughing heartily as he pursued the pitiful prey. The entire Edragos pirate crew disembarked, hastening deep into the island, prepared to eradicate all. However, after just a few minutes of pursuit, they encountered Moye and his group, standing ready for confrontation not far ahead. Taha. It seems you are eager to meet your demise. Edragos laughed maniacally. While Gallus furrowed his brow, his instincts as a swordsman warning him of the impending danger. Although your sonic attacks are formidable, it does not grant you the audacity to underestimate anyone the moment you set foot on this land. Your fate was sealed. A smile crept onto Moye's lips, yet his eyes bore an unshakable gloom. You little brat, don't play coy with me. Behold my sonic cannon. Edragos declared before unleashing an attack powered by his sonic devil fruit. Strike first, or suffer the consequences that I told you. You are destined to be my crew member. Remember, a crew member cannot attack their captain. Moye replied nonchalantly, his movements swift, maximum power, sliding fruit, glazed ground. The ground between the beach and Moye began to turn slick, causing Edragos' crew to slip and fall. Gallus drew his sword, channeling all his strength, thrusting it into the ground to maintain his balance, his brow knitted in concentration. A devil fruit user like the captain. Edragos' sonic cannon shot into the air due to the fall, piercing through a cloud in the sky, leaving a massive hole. Yet, Moye would not grant this dangerous enemy a moment's respite. Sliding fruit. Instant slide. Moye appeared before Edragos, his seawater-soaked fist poised to strike. However, Edragos' physical defenses were no less formidable, absorbing Moye's relentless assault. You dared to shoot me. Now, taste your own medicine. With no knowledge of the Marine Six forms or hockey, how could you hope to fight me on my glazed ground? Your arrogance will be your downfall. Moye spat, seething with rage at having been shot by Edragos. Edragos, infuriated by the blows, attempted to launch a sonic attack, but was met with a barrage of seawater-infused punches that left him unable to speak, the effects of his devil fruit waning. The incessant taunts from Moye only compounded his frustration. With bloodshot eyes, Edragos summoned all his strength to push Moye back, unleashing a sonic laser barrage in a desperate act of retaliation, thrashing his head about in a chaotic display of power. Damn it, I underestimated you. You all must die. He bellowed as everyone scattered in panic. Like the atomic breath of a monstrous king, Godzilla, it wreaked havoc, snapping countless trees in half, smoke billowing, and a cacophony of explosions echoing. The destructive power was truly astounding. This devil fruit was indeed born for annihilation. From thousands of meters away at sea, it could strike a ship with devastating force. Who could withstand such onslaught? After maintaining this level of destruction for mere seconds, Edragos halted, panting heavily, while Moye's glazed ground lay in ruins. What a reckless fool, unleashing such devastating attacks. If my still-growing subordinates are harmed, I will be exceedingly incensed. As the smoke cleared, a vast, translucent shield dissipated, revealing Moye, arms crossed, his darkened gaze fixated on Edragos. The swirling aura wrapping around his hands gradually faded away. Had it not been for the dire circumstances that awakened him, Moye might have sustained severe injuries while protecting his crew. My crew is still in their formative stages. For now, I must shield them. Sliding fruit. glazed ground. The devil fruit ability enveloped the ground once more as Mo-yi caught his breath. Sliding fruit. Silent instant slide. In a flash, Mo-yi reappeared before Adragos, who was taken aback at a seawater-soaked fist materialized before him once more. With no leverage to evade, Adragos stood like a sitting duck, helpless that a faint aura enveloped Mo-yi's fist. Rendering it as hard as steel, in a single blow, he drove Adragos into the ground, a cloud of smoke erupting. Breathing heavily, Mo-yi watched as Adragos lay sprawled, eyes rolled back, in a state of unconsciousness. Exhausted, Mo-yi finally relaxed and sat down. What a tiring ordeal. Yet, unexpectedly awakening the hockey was quite the gain. Adragos had no further opportunity to retaliate. Succumbing to Mo-yi's relentless assault, Mo-yi turned his gaze towards Gallus and inquired, "Swordsman, will you surrender?" Gallus remained silent, merely closing his eyes. Mo-yi observed Adragos' crew, who lay scattered, struggling to rise only to fall again, and shouted to his own crew, "Lads, it's your turn to hone your skills. Buggy, why don't you test this swordsman's mettle?" "Aye, Captain." Buggy grinned wickedly, for he was the swordsman's nemesis, a user of the split fruit, with no fear of swordsmen. Mo-yi released the glazed ground ability, the team leader. Kabaji, alongside the newly acquired rare beast, lion tiger beast, Machi, and the others, charged at Adragos' subordinates. Buggy too approached the swordsman. Gallus that Mo-yi called out, "Defeat Buggy, and I shall set you free. Otherwise, you will join me, as my swordsman captain." Gallus regarded the red-nosed figure before him seriously, sensing no immediate danger. However, he doubted Mo-yi would send a weakling to face him. Without hesitation, Gallus drew his sword and executed a flying slash. He struck true, surprisingly effortlessly, yet something felt amiss. He sensed the impact on flesh, but noticed something was missing. Indeed, no blood spurted forth. Turning around, he beheld Buggy's upper half floating in the air, grinning maliciously. And before he could react, Buggy's dagger had embedded itself into Gallus's shoulder. With a clang, Gallus dropped his weapon, staring at the blade on the ground, despondently murmuring, "Kill me, having lost my dignity as a swordsman. And now my sword in battle, I see no meaning in continuing to live. Then join my adventure crew and reclaim the dignity you've lost," Mo-yi proposed. Gallus was left speechless and bewildered. "What kind of swordsman dawdles? You are unworthy of dreams that I offer you a chance. End your own life." Mo-yi taunted, his impatience evident. "Captain, from this day forth, I will follow your lead." Gallus finally regained a semblance of the resolve befitting a swordsman. "Buggy, take him to Kaya for treatment," Mo-yi instructed. "Aye, Captain." Buggy appeared to recall something, displaying a hint of fear at the thought of Kaya beginning her medical training and using them as human volunteer models, under the captain's threat. Many crew members had fallen victim to her whims. Buggy cast a teasing glance at the injured Gallus, who sensed the mockery in Buggy's eyes, a chill running down his spine, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, whether from injury or fear unknown. Meanwhile, the minions had been dispatched by Mo-yi's adventurous crew leaders, save for those unfortunate souls caught in Adragos' devastating attack. The Mo-yi adventure crew was resolute in both killing and capturing. After a brief respite, the Mo-yi adventure fleet set sail, for ships of uniform color and banners gliding away from this nameless isle. Why not seek the golden treasure of Unanimous? The reason lies in Mo-yi's desire not to squander time. As he painfully revealed the truth to Nami and Buggy, amidst their lamentations, Mo-yi resolutely decided to set sail once more. The fleet was increasingly formidable, comprising 4 ships and over 150 souls. After a period of training, it was time to rest. Next, we shall head to the sea restaurant Barate. If fortune smiles upon us, we might just encounter a significant figure, Mo-yi announced to the crowd. "What significant figure?" Nami inquired with curiosity. Kaya and Ligia also displayed eagerness to know, while Buggy and the others perked up, keen to learn about this esteemed individual from the East Sea, the world's greatest swordsman. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, known as Hawkeye. His name is Dracul Mihawk, Mo-yi replied in a hushed tone. The group stared wide-eyed in shock, although Nami and the others had not heard of Hawkeye's name. The title of the world's greatest swordsman alone was enough to leave them in awe. "Why are we seeking out Hawkeye? Captain, such a terrifying figure is beyond our reach," Buggy stammered, trembling at the thought. "Indeed, Mo-yi, why must we go to the sea restaurant Barate to find him? It's far too dangerous. I refuse to go," Nami exclaimed in a frenzy. What are you afraid of, Buggy? You're not afraid of a blade. And besides, Hawkeye is a close friend of Shanks. You are also an old acquaintance of Shanks, so on his account, Hawkeye won't harm you. Moe reassured him. What did you say? Who is Shanks? I feel as though this name has shattered my treasure-hunting dreams, Buggy replied, looking perplexed at I nearly forgot. Buggy has lost his memory. Just remember that red-haired Shanks was your dear brother during childhood, Moe advised. All right, Captain, but who is this red-haired Shanks? He must be quite formidable to befriend the world's greatest swordsman, Nami continued, her curiosity piqued. When it comes to red-haired Shanks, he might even surpass Hawkeye in prowess. Moe stated gravely, the atmosphere around them suddenly thickening. Of course, in terms of pure swordsmanship, they may be evenly matched. He paused, building suspense. Surpass Hawkeye? Buggy, your dear brother is truly impressive, Nami exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Buggy. Buggy's face flushed, and he turned away with a huff, seemingly irked by the overshadowing presence of his somewhat forgotten brother, grappling with the fact that someone he could barely recall had gained such prominence so swiftly. The crew was equally astonished at Buggy's connection to such a distinguished individual. What sort of figure is red-haired Shanks? Li Jia chimed in innocently, her voice sweet and naive. Everyone turned their attention to Moe, their expressions brimming with eager anticipation. Are you familiar with the Grand Line, known as the Pirates' Graveyard? The group nodded in acknowledgement. The latter half of the Grand Line is known as the New World, where pirates are exceptionally fierce. Shanks is one of the 4 emperors reigning over the New World, the red-haired Shanks. Moe concluded, a hint of envy in his tone, yet simultaneously aspiring to reach such heights one day. It was reminiscent of Xiangyu and Liu Bang witnessing the grandeur of Qin Shi Huang's Eastern Tour. One day, I too shall seize that mantle. The crew was left in utter astonishment, while Buggy wore a face as if he had swallowed a fly. Upon hearing Shanks's name, his expression inadvertently conveyed immense displeasure. Who would have thought your brother to be so formidable? Buggy, we may have to rely on your brother in the future. He might bestow upon us a treasure trove, Nami said, her eyes gleaming with greed. Humph, I have no desire to meet him, Buggy replied, indignantly. Nami grasped Buggy by the collar, speaking dangerously. Buggy, any treasure we acquire shall be split 50-50. Wouldn't you agree? Buggy broke into a cold sweat, realizing that the captain's woman was even more fervent about treasure than he was. Yielding to Moe's imposing presence, he reluctantly acquiesced. If treasure is to be had, 50-50 it shall be. After the initial shock, the fleet continued its voyage. Moe focused on remodeling Edra's memories, delegating the other crew members to the adventurers for training, as he did not wish to waste time on minor characters. He carefully extracted a segment of his memories as captain without causing confusion. Edra now appeared as a rugged youth who had just set sail after consuming a devil fruit. Moe enlightened Edra, explaining how he had encountered the shipwrecked Edra at sea and saved him, sensing that Edra seemed to have lost a fragment of his memory. Grateful for Moe's life-saving gesture, Edra promptly decided to join his adventuring crew. Moe candidly expressed his familiarity with Edra's devil fruit and offered to assist him in unlocking its potential, imparting numerous techniques and training methods he had gleaned from Edra's memories. This deeply moved Edra, who exclaimed that the captain was truly kind. Meanwhile, the swordsman Gallus was subjected to inhumane treatment as a test subject by Kaya, lamenting his plight. The following day, in the ship's hall, Moe surveyed the crew with a hint of pride. Noting that his team had begun to take shape, he spoke up. From now on, Edra shall be our crew member, taking on the role of the cannoneer. Gallus will lead the swordsman squad. Let bygones be bygones. We are now a unified force. Fantastic. Captain, we have gained another strong ally. Dis exclaimed joyfully, as everyone acknowledged Edra's impressive strength, feeling pride in the growing size of their adventuring crew. Then let us continue the feast, Moe declared, his spirits high. The crew joyously feasted, while the modified Edra began to gradually integrate into Moe's adventuring group in addition to his own training. Moe also shared his knowledge with Buggy and Edra regarding the development of their devil fruit abilities, guiding them towards a more precise path of mastery. Furthermore, the leaders aboard the ship began practicing Kuro's silent steps and swordsmanship techniques that Moe had compiled from Zoro's memories. Moe also initiated foundational hockey training for key members Nami, Buggy, and Edra. Even Li Jia and Rim joined in the training, and surprisingly, the lion-like Rika was also seen honing his skills. Barate, the sea restaurant. has arrived, Nami shouted excitedly from the ship's mast, peering through a telescope. With the prospect of meeting the esteemed Hawkeye through Buggy's connections, Nami felt it was highly advantageous, even if she did not obtain treasure. She could secure a form of protection. Do you see any damaged pirate ships near Barate? Mo Yi inquired. Damaged pirate ships? Let me take a look. I think I see some, Nami responded. Then let us approach the sea restaurant Barate at full speed. We shall dine there. Hopefully, we will make some gains. Mo Yi chuckled softly. Hooray, the captain treats us. With 4 ships, the Yanhuang 1, 2, 3, and Edra's modified 4, carrying over 100 souls. It seemed MOU was destined to part with some riches. The MOU adventuring fleet swiftly approached the sea restaurant Barate, simultaneously observing an increasing number of wrecked ships, splintered wood, and even floating corpses. The grim reality of the pirate world was truly terrifying. As they stepped onto the ship, they witnessed the Navy Lieutenant Iron Fist Fimbuti being mercilessly beaten by the blonde chef Sanji. Meanwhile, a famished Akin lay sprawled on the ground, and Luffy was surprisingly working as a waiter, such a strong narrative pull. Zoro and Usopp were taken aback upon spotting Moye, for encountering him at sea was a matter of luck. They approached to greet Moye. What a coincidence to meet you here. Zoro exclaimed, since you mentioned coincidence, how about considering joining my ship? Moye seized the opportunity to recruit him. Zoro, however, appeared unamused, silently declining to respond to Moye's invitation. At that moment, Luffy dashed over, shouting, once again, you scoundrel Moye, stealing my navigator Nami, and now you wish to snatch my swordsman. I challenge you to a duel. I've recently developed even more powerful techniques, and I shall demonstrate my strength. Nami is not your navigator. I have always respected Nami's choices. Moye retorted with utmost seriousness. Luffy tipped down his hat, casting shadows over his eyes, and suddenly lifted his head, bursting into a hearty laugh. It doesn't matter. I've found my crew. Allow me to introduce you to Joseph and Johnny, our current navigators and fighters. We haven't officially joined you yet. Joseph and Johnny immediately protested vociferously. But we saved you. Luffy, oblivious, patted his hair and stubbornly declared, I told you, you are my crew now. Joseph and Johnny fell silent, recalling the days at sea when they nearly perished from starvation and malnutrition. Saved only by Luffy and Usopp's timely assistance. Thus, they felt indebted to Luffy. To their astonishment, they had been designated as crew members by the single-minded Luffy, a decision that defied logic, especially since they were unable to defeat him. Reluctantly, they decided to stay, hoping to sail alongside their brother Zoro, who permitted you to engage in idle chatter. Get back to work. At that moment, a wooden club struck Luffy's head sharply, wielded by an elderly man wearing an exceedingly tall chef's hat, whose feet were replaced by wood. Japu? Moye whispered. Kid, do you know me? Japu inquired. Footless Japu. I've long heard of your esteemed name. Might I request your leg techniques, senior? Moye directly asked, his eyes glimmering with expectation. The footless version is no more, and I possess no leg techniques to teach you. May I inquire what you wish to eat? Japu replied. Moye was undeterred. His primary objective at the Barate was to meet Hawkeye, but if I gained the leg techniques, it would be a stroke of luck. If not, then so be it. Let us have a portion of the signature dishes. We have over 100 people, Moye proclaimed. Over 100, you say? Japu regarded Moye with an expression of understanding. Moye produced a stack of berry, stating, here is 1 million berry. As a deposit. Is that acceptable? The money was swiftly seized with delight by the ruffian chef, gouging, esteemed guest. It is an honor to serve you. The Barate's bluefin ship was quite large, able to accommodate several tables. Once everyone was seated, Moye called out to the curly-haired Sanji, that blonde-haired chef, bring a few drinks for the ladies beside me. Upon seeing Nami and Koya, Sanji immediately abandoned his intention to assault the Navy Captain Fimbuti. Gazing at the beauties with infatuation, eager to serve them, this irked Moye, who resolved never to have this lecherous chef in their crew, regardless of how stunning his sister Reija might be. Nami and the others also cast disdainful glances at the perverted chef. Moye inadvertently glanced over at Fimbudi's side, spotting a beautiful woman, presumably the one Fimbuti was pursuing, named Morty. The two-dimensional beauty collecting syndrome in the game card collecting syndrome attributes suddenly activated. Pretending to approach the downed Fimbuti, he glanced at him before turning to Morty with an invitation. My lady, would you care to join us for a drink? It's rather unsafe here. We have a few other ladies over there. As Morty was about to respond, her gaze met Mo's, triggering the passive ability of the slippery devil fruit. enhancing his charm. A perfect gentleman appeared before Morty, exuding strength, handsomeness, gentleness, and charisma. Morty's cheeks flushed. Then I must thank the captain for the invitation. When Moe and Morty's eyes met, it was as if starlight danced between them, though none noticed. Nami, consumed by jealousy, glared at Moe, fuming at his propensity to attract women. Moe introduced Morty at the table, saying, "This is Nami, Koya, and our lovely Ligia." "Hello, big sister," Ligia politely responded. Koya also greeted Morty warmly, while Nami held her head high in a haughty manner. "This is Morty. I invited her to join us for a drink since I believe it's unsafe over there," Moe explained. Morty greeted everyone and sat down beside Moe. "One must be wary of any lecherous intentions," Nami remarked fiercely. "I trust Captain Moe is not that type of person." "Please rest assured, Miss Nami," Morty replied, exuding an air of nobility. Upon seeing this dignified noblewoman, Nami felt a pang of sadness, reflecting on her own identity as merely a thief enslaved by her hometown. How could she ever compare? Observing Moe and Morty, Nami's mood soured, leading her to silence. Noticing the shift in atmosphere, Moe immediately employed his protagonist's skill, the head pat. "Silly girl, what are you thinking about now? You are the first person I've grown fond of in this world, and I will always cherish you, even if faced with the 4 emperors or the 3 admirals." Moe gently embraced Nami, whispering sweetly. Hearing such a candid and domineering confession from Moe in front of everyone, Nami felt both embarrassed and touched. Unable to help herself, she tightened her embrace around Moe, relishing his affection. Moe, too, felt a shiver of discomfort at his own cheesy words, finding it rather nauseating. Koya and Morty looked on enviously, wishing for an opportunity to bask in the warmth of Captain Moe's embrace. Just then, a lowly voice piped up. "Moe Gidge, I want a hug too." All right, come here for a hug, lovely Ligia." The warm moment passed quickly, disrupted by an unexpected intrusion that a group of sickly pirates boarded the Barate. The leader pleading, "Please, grant us water and food. We've been pursued by a demon at sea for days," a well-fed Akin shouted. "Captain, you've finally returned." He then turned to Sanji, pleading, "Please, save my captain." The ruffian chef gouging immediately retorted, "These are pirates. If we save them, they might rob our ship." Sanji, smoking a cigarette, distributed food to those in need, embodying the true essence of a chef. "Well said. I've made up my mind. From now on, you will be the chef of my Straw Hat Pirates," Luffy exuberantly declared, but no one paid him any mind. Sanji went back to cooking, leaving Gouging to continue his tirade, while Moe observed the scene with contemplation, pondering whether to intervene and subdue the Kurek pirates early. However, he decided against it, fearing a misunderstanding with Hawkeye, which would lead to serious trouble, even if the Kurek pirates were merely a diversion for Hawkeye. As anticipated, events unfolded as scripted. After filling their bellies, Kurek immediately launched an attack on the Barate. "Haha, I'm going to seize your ship. I shall regroup. The Grand Line is terrifying. That demon eliminated several pirate ships with a single strike. Truly a monster." Kurek shouted madly, seemingly losing his wits. "I lost 5,000 men and 50 ships in my fleet. Haha." Zoro's ears perked up at the mention of several pirate ships being cut down. At the very least, that must be a swordsman, perhaps even a great swordsman. Could it be that the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, has come, just as Moe stated? Zoro thought, his purpose for setting sail being to challenge this man. He promptly stood up and rushed outside to investigate. The Barate's battle chefs were no match for Kurek and his crew, and Sanji had also been taken down by Akin. At this moment, Luffy turned to Japu and said, "If I defeat them, will you exempt me from being a waiter? If you can defeat them, I will agree." Japu contemplated for a moment before not intervening, watching Kurek and his crew. Just then, Kurek's minions screamed in terror, "Captain, that demon is coming. We must flee." Kurek was equally frightened, shouting, "Quick, seize the ship, retreat." Both sides struggled for control of the Barate, plunging the scene into chaos. Moe protected the women, stepping outside the ship. In the distance, he spotted a small boat resembling a coffin, upon which sat a man wearing a European swordsman's hat, wielding an exaggeratedly large black sword. His gaze sharp and piercing, reminiscent of an eagle. Moe and Zoro simultaneously exclaimed, "The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye." The members of the Straw Hat Pirates and Moe's adventure group trembled at the sight of this world-renowned figure. Zoro, however, would not abandon his purpose for setting sail simply due to Hawkeye's reputation. He quickly made his way to the spot where Hawkeye was to land, suppressing his fear that I challenge you. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye. In such a diminutive locale as the East Sea, there is no one worthy of my blade. Hawkeye cast a fleeting glance at Zoro, his demeanor unperturbed that moment. Krieg emerged onto the deck, vociferously demanding of Hawkeye, "Why are you pursuing us? We have wronged you in no way, you fiend. There is no particular reason. I have merely been drifting at sea." Feeling a tad bored, "And you have inadvertently interrupted my afternoon slumber." Hawkeye maintained his aloof and indifferent composure, embodying the essence of an unparalleled master, the world's strongest, fearsome indeed, simply due to his boredom. He had decimated over 5,000 members of the East Sea's premier pirate fleet, the Krieg pirates. "Hey, do not disregard me. I have set sail solely to challenge you," Zoro declared, already drawing his sword. "To dare draw your weapon against me, it appears you are prepared for the consequences. I possess no smaller blade than this." Hawkeye, with an air of haughty arrogance, slowly unsheathed the diminutive knife hanging from his chest. "How dare you underestimate me, you wretched fool?" Zoro seethed with fury at Hawkeye's blatant humiliation. "You deserve nothing less, you ignorant and feeble denizen of the East Sea." Without further ado, Zoro launched a strike with Tiger Haunt. However, Hawkeye effortlessly parried it with his small knife. Zoro unleashed his ultimate technique, three-sword style, 3,000 worlds, yet it proved futile. Hawkeye shattered two of Zoro's ordinary swords with ease that Zoro's pupils trembled as he froze in place. Slowly closing his eyes, his face etched with despair. "I have been defeated." Zoro turned, extending his arms, facing Hawkeye. "Come forth." A swordsman does not turn his back to an opponent at this juncture. Hawkeye began to regard Zoro with a modicum of seriousness. "Speak of your resolve." "I promised someone I would carry her aspirations and ascend to become the world's greatest swordsman," Zoro proclaimed loudly. "Very well. I anticipate your growth. Do not perish." Hawkeye unsheathed his black blade, Yoru, and with a swift motion, struck Zoro down. Sheathing his sword, he turned to depart, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, seemingly intrigued by the prospect of encountering a promising talent. Joseph and Johnny shouted in unison, "Luffy, release us. We must slay that scoundrel Hawkeye." The legendary scene of the Sword God and Sword Saint unfolded. Having held Joseph and Johnny at bay, Luffy swiftly released them, racing to Zoro's side. His expression laden with concern. "Zoro, are you all right?" "Captain, before I become the world's greatest swordsman, I shall not face defeat again." Tears streamed down Zoro's face as he covered his eyes, shouting fervently. Luffy beamed with a smile. "I believe in you. A companion of the Pirate King must not be weak." "Pirate King? How ignorant." Hawkeye retorted coolly. "My name is Luffy. I am the man destined to become the Pirate King." Luffy grinned widely. This hat was entrusted to me by Shanks. I will gather my own formidable crew to traverse the Grand Line and become the Pirate King, then return this hat to him." "He entrusted the hat to you, losing a hand in the East Sea." "Truly a dull affair," Hawkeye murmured. Ignoring Luffy further, he turned to leave, deeming this encounter with two intriguing individuals an opportune time to depart. This moment, Moe, suppressing his anxiety, addressed Hawkeye. "Might I inquire if you have the time to visit my ship for a gathering?" "I'm not interested," Hawkeye replied, not even sparing a glance at Moe. His response direct and uncomplicated. "I believe you might find the swordsmanship theories of an exceptionally powerful swordsman of great interest, especially since a close friend of Shanks is aboard my ship. I hope to have the honor of an audience with you." Hawkeye, Moe boldly presented his invitation alongside Buggy. "Oh, swordsmanship theories, a friend of Shanks? I hope you are not deceiving me. Lead the way." Hawkeye expressed interest. Zoro, injured and on the ground, heard Moe's invitation to discuss the theories of swordsmanship, and, mustering all his strength despite the pain, tremulously inquired, "Might I join you on your ship, Captain Moe, to listen in?" "Zoro, your injuries are far too severe. You require rest." Usopp and the others expressed their concerns that it matters not. There is nothing more crucial than the opportunity to grow stronger. Zoro gazed earnestly at Moe. Moe looked at Zoro, then at the seemingly unconcerned Hawkeye. "Very well, you may carry Zoro aboard. Luffy, you shall handle Krieg and the others." "Yas, no problem. Take good care of Zoro." "I must also defeat Krieg to redeem myself, and I want Sanji to be our cook." Luffy pounded his chest, making grand declarations. "Hawkeye, please." Moe's face bore a look of reverence. The group boarded Moye's adventure ship. The Yanhuang. In the reception hall aboard the Yanhuang, Moye and Hawkeye sat across from one another, while Buggy, Nami, and the others stood behind Moye. The injured Zoro leaned against the wall, appearing intent on absorbing knowledge. Speak. What is your primary objective? Hawkeye initiated the conversation, straightforwardly. He knew Moye must have a request of him. Yet, he was also keen to hear about another's swordsmanship theories. As for Shank's friend, Hawkeye presumed they were merely acquaintances of Shank's. Hawkeye, you were truly forthright. Moye, slightly embarrassed by being seen through, admitted. In truth, I wish to learn hockey, observation hockey, armament hockey. Recently, I have been practicing the basics of hockey but have hit a bottleneck. I hope to experience hockey through your guidance, Hawkeye. Moye's eyes glimmered with fervor. Oh, I did not expect you to know of hockey in the East Sea. Your identity must be quite extraordinary. Hawkeye scrutinized Moye with a discerning glance. Zoro and Nami were hearing the term hockey for the first time. Their curiosity piqued, while Buggy appeared lost in recollection. Hawkeye, I am merely an ordinary person. I have merely returned from the Grand Line with a friend and have heard of certain matters. Moye spoke half-truths. Is he the friend of Shanks? Hawkeye inquired, skepticism lacing his tone. Yes, indeed, he is Buggy, who served as an intern pirate aboard the ship of the Pirate King, Roger. Moye cleverly threw Buggy under the bus. What? Buggy was a crew member of the Pirate King, Roger? The group gasped in shock. Turning to stare at Buggy, who had lost his memory, appeared bewildered, struggling to suppress his panic while feigning nonchalance. Think I would be discovered. Indeed, I was once a crew member of Captain Roger. Yet internally, he thought, damn it, Captain, what nonsense are you spouting? How would I know the Pirate King or Shanks? Before he could finish, Nami, familiar with Buggy, seized him by the neck, her eyes gleaming with avarice for golden treasures. Where is Roger's treasure? She demanded, shaking Buggy's head. I do not know. I have never been to the final island. I disembarked with Shanks before reaching it. Buggy struggled to articulate under Nami's relentless interrogation, inadvertently revealing too much. Truly, Buggy's luck must be extraordinary. Moye exhaled in relief. Hawkeye furrowed his brow as he observed the antics of these clowns, questioning, does he not possess hockey himself? Moye gazed at Buggy with exasperation. I have no need to toil over hockey. I am a devil fruit user, Buggy retorted defiantly. These past few days, Moye's rigorous training had taken its toll on him. In truth, Buggy had become preoccupied with treasure hunting, neglecting his hockey training. Moye offered a reluctant explanation. Think a crew member of the Pirate King would be languishing in the weakest sea. The East Sea is truly disheartening, Hawkeye remarked with a hint of disdain. What did you say? You shall not speak of Captain Roger. Buggy halted, speaking seriously, continuing to feign bravado. The atmosphere grew tense. Hawkeye, you must be aware of how the term weakest sea came to be. Correct? Moye intervened, countering Hawkeye's assertion. Hawkeye's eyes narrowed, as if recalling the figure who laughed defiantly from the execution platform, in the reception hall of the Moye adventure group aboard the Yanhuang. Moye continued, the notion of the weakest sea is merely the perspective of ordinary people. I did not expect Hawkeye to hold such a short-sighted view. Moye mirrored Hawkeye's aloofness in questioning him. Hawkeye's brow furrowed, and an oppressive aura emanated from him, enveloping the others in a palpable sense of pressure. Hawkeye, merely incensed by indignation. Moye inquired with a hint of playful curiosity on his face, his heart racing with anxiety, fearing that Hawkeye might strike him down with a swift blow. Then enlighten me, why is the East Blue not deemed the weakest sea? Is it because of the Pirate King? Roger? Hawkeye's expression remained impassive, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Very well. I shall elaborate on the East Blue today. Let us engage in a discussion over drinks and determine whether it truly is the weakest sea. It is widely acknowledged that the Pirate King, Roger, hails from the East Blue. Is he weak? Moye posed the question to the gathered audience. The captain is the strongest, Buggy shouted, with no one daring to refute him. Thus, the pinnacle of pirate honor, the Pirate King Roger, resides in the East Blue. Next, Moye brought up the most formidable marine, the marine hero Monkey D. Garp, who is also a native of the East Blue. Is he weak? He questioned. He embodies the very banner of the Navy, a hero of the Marines in the East Blue. Moye appeared animated and ecstatic, prompting onlookers to assume that Garp was his idol. Hawkeye remained silent, his face still a mask of stoicism. That it was precisely because of the pirate King Roger that the East Blue received heightened attention from the Navy, with an unprecedented level of pressure imposed upon it. Moreover, the marine hero frequently returned to the East Blue, causing pirates to refrain from their audacity, allowing the populace to live in peace and prosperity. Does this truly warrant the East Blue being branded as the weakest sea? MOE pressed. Hawkeye, the mere mention of Garb strikes fear into the hearts of many pirates, including you, I presume. Hawkeye maintained his stoic demeanor, continuing to remain silent. Lastly, allow me to introduce another formidable individual. One who causes both the world government and the Navy considerable distress. He is someone you would not dare to provoke. MOE gazed intently at Hawkeye. I am aware of the pirate King Roger and the marine hero Garb. I find myself lacking in comparison. Who else do you speak of? Pray tell. Hawkeye's expression remained indifferent, yet his tone softened slightly. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, also hails from the East Blue. Surely, you are familiar with him, Hawkeye? MOE's lips curled into a smug smile, that Hawkeye's eyes shifted, and the atmosphere grew tense once more. It seems you possess quite a bit of knowledge. Do you not realize that I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Just based on your awareness of the Revolutionary Army, I could very well end your life. MOE's heart skipped a beat. He had overstepped, but he feigned calmness and quickly changed the subject. I know that Hawkeye is not one to meddle in affairs that do not concern him. Let us discuss the matters of the swordsmanship of our predecessors instead. The crowd, still processing the mention of such prominent figures, began to gain a semblance of understanding. Zoro, too, was astonished that such individuals existed in the East Blue, but upon hearing the mention of swordsmanship, he immediately refocused. Hawkeye, what I wish to discuss pertains to the swordsmanship theories of a sword saint from my homeland. If there are any discrepancies, please do not take offense, for the understanding of the sword is unique to each individual. MOE prepared himself, slightly apprehensive about whether the theories of the legendary Yanhuang's Dugachobai would align with the principles of this world. Upon hearing the title Sword Saint, Hawkeye appeared intrigued, yet he nodded gently, signaling for MOU to continue. This esteemed sword saint divided his swordsmanship into 4 tiers. First tier, holding a sword, yet possessing no sword in the heart. Second tier, holding a sword, while having a sword in the heart. Third tier, holding no sword, yet having a sword in the heart. Fourth tier, holding no sword, and having no sword in the heart. MOE articulated slowly. Hawkeye furrowed his brow, as if grasping at an elusive thought. Zoro and Chorus seemed to grasp some of it, yet were equally bewildered, while the non-swordsmanship practitioners in the crowd appeared utterly lost. Hawkeye, for the first time, felt a profound sense of confusion, but also an emerging clarity regarding his own swordsmanship. He earnestly asked MOE, "Could you elaborate further regarding the matter of Haki?" MOE hesitated, feigning uncertainty that if the Sword Saint's teachings can aid me even slightly, I shall allow you to experience Haki, and perhaps teach you even more. Hawkeye replied with a hint of pride. Then I am most grateful to you. Senior, MOU exclaimed with enthusiasm. Even Zoro and Chorus envied MOE, for although they were unaware of what Haki entailed, a lesson in swordsmanship from Hawkeye would undoubtedly be invaluable. Hawkeye nodded, indicating for MOU to proceed. Allow me to recount some legendary tales of this sword saint. MOU began. This sword saint is named Duguchobai. His title unbeaten was bestowed upon him due to his lifetime of invincibility. What an arrogant individual. Buggy and Zoro exclaimed in disbelief. What a remarkable person. Lilia and Koyana exclaimed in excitement. Hawkeye and Zoro furrowed their brows. Unbeaten. They began to question MOE's words. In a world where the strong were as numerous as grains of sand, who would dare claim invincibility? This Duguchobai, in his youth, acquired a sharp sword and vanquished masters of swordsmanship from over a dozen nations. However, upon realizing the toll of his lethal actions, he forsook his formidable weapon, the unparalleled blade. Xinguang Ti later adopted a purple soft sword known as the ZY. This soft sword, while seemingly benign, possessed an uncanny quality that elevated his swordsmanship to new heights. During a duel, he accidentally killed a renowned marine champion of justice, which filled him with immense regret, prompting him to cast the ZY into the deep sea. Subsequently, he acquired a sword forged from celestial meteorites, a sword that resembled a sword yet was not one. A heavy blade without a sharp edge. It was with this heavy sword that he ascended to greater heights in his swordsmanship, realizing the unparalleled sword principle of a heavy sword bears no edge, yet is infinitely skillful. With this heavy sword, he triumphed over all swordsmen of his era. In his invincible state, he bore the title of unbeaten, ultimately discarding his heavy sword to retreat into seclusion. In his later years, he achieved the highest realm of swordsmanship, transcending to a divine state, or so the legends say. Moe concluded, taking a sip from his teacup. Moe, brother, did that sword saint truly become a deity? Lilia was the first to inquire. I cannot say for certain. This is merely a tale from my homeland. I am familiar with many half-truths and myths, which I shall share with you all later. Moe replied gently, gazing at Lilia. Seeing Hawkeye and Zoro still puzzled, Moe continued. The first tier corresponds to Dogu Chobai wielding a sharp sword, relying solely on its edge and his youth to vanquish adversaries. The second tier corresponds to him wielding the ZY, where he draws upon his heart, employing sword techniques to overcome opponents with gentleness. The third tier reflects his state of wielding a blunt heavy sword, where the lack of a sharp edge matters not, as he transcends to emanate sword intent from within, defeating his foes. The fourth tier embodies the stage of relinquishing all swords, whereupon he arrives at the ultimate realization that all things are swords, and any object can become a weapon, unleashing tremendous sword intent, becoming a sword himself. Upon hearing Moe's analysis, Hawkeye suddenly experienced an epiphany. Could it be that I am currently confined to the first and second tiers? In my youth, I pursued the unparalleled blade, the 12-work Black Sword Knight. Yet now, I have yet to reach the point of discarding my sword. Without it, my combat prowess would undoubtedly diminish. What then defines a swordsman upon relinquishing their sword? Zoro inquired. The sword resides within your heart. Moe responded with feigned profundity. You are currently utilizing your great blade, the 21-work, alongside your swordsmanship. Once you master the breath of all things, achieving the ability to cut steel, and ultimately forsake your sword, you will unleash 120% of your combat potential. Then you will have succeeded. I seem to have discovered a path forward. I have lingered too long in the position of the world's greatest swordsman, believing I had reached the limits of progress. Little did I know my swordsmanship remains woefully insufficient. Moe, I shall remember this kindness. Hawkeye solemnly declared for the first time in ages. Please arrange a room for me. I need to contemplate and reflect. You shall come to find me tonight, and I will teach you Haki. Hawkeye instructed. Then I shall preemptively congratulate you, Senior Hawkeye, on your imminent advancement in swordsmanship. Moe eagerly complimented. Hawkeye merely cast a glance at Moe before retreating to his room to ponder the ways of the sword. Now, let us go see how Luffy and Krieg are faring. Moe turned to address the crowd. Everyone promptly followed him outside to assess the situation. Meanwhile, upon seeing Eagle Eye and Moe depart, Kliku immediately launched an assault on Barate, aiming to seize the ship and provisions. After watching Zoro and the others board Moe's vessel, Luffy returned to the Barate restaurant to haggle with Zep. I'll help you take down that hulking brute. Just let me go, and I would like to invite Sanji aboard my ship. Is that all right? Chef, Luffy declared boldly. Get lost, you snot-nosed brat, Zep retorted, too exasperated to engage with the foolish youth. What a foul-tempered old man. What did you say? No, you must have misheard. Look, the blonde is defeated, Luffy exclaimed, pointing at Sanji. Sanji had fallen to Kliku, while a Jean was obstructing Kliku from killing him, forced by Kliku's threats to take Sanji's life himself. Unable to stand by any longer, Luffy attacked Kliku, who, clad in his armor, made Luffy suffer considerably before ultimately being defeated. Kliku frantically hurled his poisonous gas bombs, enveloping Barate in toxic fumes. Yet, he soon discovered that his gas mask was malfunctioning. In a desperate act, he seized a Jin's gas mask, leaving a Jin to succumb to the poison. Just as Kliku was about to escape under the cover of the gas, a sudden tumult of air surged forth, creating a whirlwind that swept the toxic fumes away, revealing Kliku's position. The garments of countless individuals fluttered in the gust. It certainly was a lively scene. Why hadn't Luffy finished yet? Moe casually strolled in, lighting a cigarette, and spoke with an air of calm determination. Moe, you're back. Zoro, are you all right? Luffy exclaimed joyfully, seeing the overwhelming presence of Moe. Kliku couldn't help but tremble inwardly. Nevertheless, he remained convinced of his supremacy in the East Blue and had no fear of these youngsters. You little brat, if you pledge allegiance to me, I'll make you my first mate. I am Kliku, the pirate admiral commanding a fleet of 5,000. Kliku audaciously extended an invitation to Moe. Moe regarded him with disdain, exhaling a puff of smoke, and turned to Zep, asking, Can I take care of him for you? And may I have your kicking technique? Zep, recognizing Moye's reliability compared to Straw Hat Luffy, nodded slightly. All right, everyone, get to work and eliminate the remnants of Ku's pirate crew. After this proclamation, Moye dramatically swirled his cloak and took a seat at the highest chair, exuding an overwhelming aura that left everyone in stunned silence. Gazing at him in awe, was that the presence of Conqueror's haki? Moye pondered, slightly bewildered. Although he had not awakened it, he felt a change within himself after facing Eagle Eye moments ago. Was it a shift in mindset? The members of Moye's crew, witnessing their captain's formidable aura, felt their morale soar. Rago boldly declared, I will take on Ku and earn the first merit for our captain. Meanwhile, Buggy grinned mischievously, then I'll handle that shielded fellow. Under Moye's guidance, their devil fruit abilities had significantly improved. The beast tamer Mochi and the acrobat Kabaji, along with other team leaders, set out to deal with the hundreds of Ku's remaining crew members. Sonic Cannon. Rago relentlessly bombarded Ku, causing his armor to sustain heavy damage after a few hits, prompting him to flee in desperation. The bizarre Buggy, his body split apart, darted about with a dagger, exploiting Barate's defensive gaps to inflict wounds and draw blood. The defeated Ku's crew displayed no fighting spirit, as they were driven into disarray under the leadership of Moye's crew, fleeing in all directions or surrendering on the spot. Witnessing this one-sided battle, Zep was astonished. The Moye adventure crew possessed several devil fruit users, rendering the so-called strongest in the East Blue. Ku, utterly powerless. Moreover, their captain Moye had yet to make his move. He was indeed a force to be reckoned with. Standing quietly behind Moye, Nami recognized the strength of the crew and felt a flicker of hope for her homeland. Excitement bubbling within her. Iya and Mod, captivated by the dashing and enigmatic Moye, felt their hearts flutter. Meanwhile, Li Jia had already climbed onto Moye's lap, resembling a little princess. Surrender and be spared, Moye declared, his voice steady yet firm, resonating clearly among the assembled pirates. With a resounding clatter, hundreds of pirates dropped their weapons in surrender, and even the iron-walled Barate could no longer withstand the pressure. Kneeling in supplication, Ku, still clinging to the remnants of his former glory, was unwilling to yield, enduring further bombardment from Rago. Futile resistance, Moye remarked, growing impatient. In an instant, he appeared before Ku. Joint dislocation. Moye struck Ku's limbs, rendering him incapacitated on the ground. Upon returning to his original position, he effortlessly caught Li Jia, who was stunned by Moye's speed, while she gazed at him in bewilderment. Questioning, who am I? What just happened? She had been sitting on Moye's lap just moments ago. How had she suddenly ended up in his arms? Captain, why did you intervene? I wasn't finished yet, Rago exclaimed. Enough wasting time. There will be plenty of opportunities ahead for you to shine. This is merely a warm-up. Really? Captain, I aspire to become the greatest bombardier, Rago responded with childlike enthusiasm. All team leaders, begin the recruitment of Ku's pirate crew. Moye commanded. In Zep's captain's quarters, he said, Zep, I've resolved the matter for you. I wonder, I will not go back on my word, but my kicking techniques remain solely in my mind. Shall Captain Moye stay here to learn them slowly? Zep observed Moye with the cunning eyes of a seasoned fox. If it were anyone else, they would have fallen into Zep's trap. But Moye was an exception. You only need to recall the memories of your kicking techniques. I can glean some of your memories, Moye replied confidently. Was this his devil fruit ability? Zep pondered silently, though he chose not to voice his thoughts, aware that some matters and secrets were best left unasked. Since Captain Moye possessed such a skill, I shall not renege either. All right, for now, take the evening to reflect on these techniques, and I shall review them with you tomorrow. Very well, Zep replied, casting a meaningful glance at Moye. The following day, Moye gently tapped his index finger on Zep's forehead. Observing Zep's relaxed demeanor, a surge of memories flooded into Moye's consciousness. He quickly selected the most recent recollections of kicking techniques, even uncovering some of Zep's culinary memories. Thank you, Zep, Moye said with a hint of satisfaction. This is quite convenient, Zep mused, eyeing Moye thoughtfully. He had just felt as though he had forgotten something. Finding the situation rather peculiar, I hope Zep will refrain from disclosing today's events. I prefer not to reveal my abilities too early. Moye wished to keep his powers concealed for the time being, though Zep could not deduce the true nature of his abilities, suspecting they might relate to memory. I merely entrusted Captain Moye with a kicking technique manual, Zep said, smiling at Moye. Cunning old fox. Moyi thought to himself. Then I must extend my gratitude to you, Zepp. As two individuals exchanged a knowing smile, an unspoken understanding lingered in the air. Under Nami's meticulous orchestration, the remnants of Krieg's pirate faction were thoroughly stripped of their wealth. More than 5,000 men and over 50 pirate ships were decisively vanquished by Mihawk's swift strikes, leaving only a mere 300 clinging to a few battered vessels in their desperate retreat. Countless treasures and pirates alike sank into the depths of the ocean, never to see the light of day again. In the chaotic flight, countless lives were lost. Such is the ruthless reality of the pirate world. Adventure and passion exist solely within the realm of anime. Here lies the true pirate world, where death is omnipresent. To Moyi's slight astonishment, Akin was unexpectedly revived by the rudimentary medical skills of Koya. One cannot help but acknowledge the extraordinary resilience of individuals in the world of One Piece. Krieg, Iron Wall Baroque, and the Ghoul Akin had all been wiped from Moyi's memories of their pirate days. Now pledging allegiance to Moyi's adventure crew as a team leader, Moyi's proficiency with the slide fruit's memory manipulation technique grew increasingly refined, allowing him to navigate memories in chronological order. As long as he slid through memories from recent to distant, chaos would be avoided, resulting only in a state of amnesia at worst. Suddenly, he recalled the somewhat unjust demise of Kuro. If blame were to be assigned, it lay in the absence of Buggy's fortunate constitution and his premature appearance. Coupled with Moyi's insufficient mastery of the slide fruit, they donned cloaks and masks. For they had only recently been foes, and assimilation into the team required time. As for the surviving minions of the Krieg pirates, Moyi took them all under his wing. Obi pursued by Mihawk across the Grand Line and traversed the Calm Belt. Returning safely to the East Blue yielded a survival rate of merely 300 out of 5,000, a testament to both luck and strength. Moyi did not wish to eradicate them entirely. He needed a bit of cannon fodder and was curious to see how many of these elite underlings might ultimately survive. The few battered ships of the Krieg pirates could be repaired, allowing 3 vessels to be restored to AT. This juncture, Moyi's adventure crew boasted over 400 members and 7 pirate ships, establishing themselves as a formidable force in the East Blue. Iron Fist Fan Duty was released. But before his departure, Moyi executed a subtle maneuver, bribing and threatening him while elucidating the nature of Moyi's adventure crew. Ding Ling. Hello, this is the East Blue branch of the Navy stationed in Roguetown. How may I assist you? I am Lieutenant Fanduty of the Marine Headquarters, currently on patrol in the East Blue. I have encountered a non-pirate faction claiming to be Moyi's adventure crew. The East Blue's most notorious pirate fleet, the Krieg pirates, has been defeated by them, along with the Alvita pirates and the Clown pirates. Please relay this information to Colonel Smoker. Is this true? Very well. I shall inform Colonel Smoker immediately. Colonel Smoker, according to Lieutenant Fanduty from Marine Headquarters, the East Blue Krieg pirate fleet has been vanquished by a non-pirate faction known as Moyi's adventure crew. Furthermore, the Alvita pirates and Clown pirates have also been obliterated. The messenger reported urgently to Moyi's adventure crew. Could this be a new faction of pirate hunters in the East Blue? Speculated the nearby girl. Dasky, dispatch scouts to investigate this Moyi's adventure crew, commanded Smoker. Yes, Colonel, let us hope they are not vile pirates in disguise. Meanwhile, Moyi whispered to himself, I hope they do not mistake me for a pirate. After all, his ship harbored far too many former pirates. He could only hope for a delay in exposure, as he required more time to grow. Following Fanduty's information to Smoker, Moyi instructed all former pirate crew members with bounties to don masks and cloaks to prolong their anonymity. Moyi's adventure crew began repairing and modifying their vessels, while also educating the former members of the Krieg pirates to integrate them into Moyi's crew. In a manner akin to the original tale. Zeph recognized Sanji's fervent desire to set sail and endeavored to drive him away, hoping to help him realize their shared dream of discovering the All Blue, the confluence of culinary treasures from all seas. Initially, Zeph had intended for Sanji to join Moyi's ship, having perceived the potential within Moyi's adventure crew. However, Moyi declined Zeph's subtle hints, unwilling to recruit a lecherous individual who would only vex him daily. Ultimately, Sanji boarded Luffy's ship, thus uniting the 3 mighty members of the Straw Hat crew, Captain Luffy, Swordsman Zoro, and Chef Sanji. Additionally, Usopp the Sniper, and the Navigator and Helmsman Joseph and Johnny completed the crew. That evening, a grand feast commenced. Moyi, your crew is quite remarkable. However, my crew is no less impressive. We are on the elite path, and it is only a matter of time before we surpass you, declared Luffy. munching on meat. Luffy, you should be grateful that my dream is not to become the Pirate King. Otherwise, you would certainly never achieve that title. Moe quipped, slightly intoxicated after a few drinks. Am I truly afraid of you, a mere native? Yes, it is because our captain does not wish to contend with you. However, you, Straw Hat Luffy, are far too weak to ever become the Pirate King. Removing his mask, Buggy retorted irritably towards Luffy. Haha, I will undoubtedly grow stronger. Luffy insisted that I will become the Pirate King. Buggy, uninterested in engaging with the single-minded youth, turned to Moe and asked, Captain, what is your dream? Everyone turned their attention, eager to hear their captain's grand aspirations, their expressions filled with anticipation, including Nami and Koya. But a yes for me. Heh, I merely wish to survive. It is as simple as that, gasped the crowd in astonishment. Captain, we have already defeated the formidable Krieg pirates of the East Blue. Why do you still harbor such a simple dream? Very well. My dream is to survive and become the strongest, powerful enough that no one can threaten me. Moe murmured, gazing at the night sky, adding, and perhaps eliminate the enemies of that ship in the process to become the strongest? Edrog still did not comprehend. Buggy fell silent, suddenly grasping the sheer difficulty of such a lofty ambition. As the world was rife with powerful adversaries, you have yet to comprehend the vastness of the outside world and the might of its strongholds. Moe sighed. Allow me to enlighten you about the knowledge of the Grand Line. Moe, invigorated, declared, we are aware that there are 7 immensely powerful pirates known as the Warlords of the Sea, affiliated with the world government. Joseph and Johnny solemnly added, it seems you two possess a modicum of insight. Indeed, the current power structure consists of the 4 emperors of the sea, the navy, and the warlords of the sea, coexisting in a delicate balance, not to mention the omnipresent spies of the world government, the CP organization, and the enigmatic revolutionary army. Furthermore, the weather in the Grand Line is notoriously unpredictable, and countless pirates have perished due to its treacherous conditions. Moe, how do you compare to the warlords of the sea and the 4 emperors? Li Jia innocently inquired, seeing Li Jia's adoring gaze. Moe shook his head in exasperation. There is simply no comparison. Each of these individuals possesses the power to obliterate an entire island. Is it truly that terrifying? Li Jia exclaimed in fear, and the others were equally taken aback. Nevertheless, I too shall grow to match their strength. Believe in me. I believe in you. Moe, you will undoubtedly become the strongest. We also believe in our captain, affirmed the cadre and team leaders of Moe's crew. For everyone's sake, I shall strive to grow stronger. Moe vowed resolutely. The captain is the mightiest. Moe is the best, echoed Luffy as he joined in the cheer. Haha, let us grow strong together. Moe exclaimed, one arm embracing Li Jia while he raised Nami's hand in triumph. As the banquet concluded, everyone returned to their ships. Outside Mihawk's quarters, Moe hesitated, hand poised to knock. Then withdrew, caught in indecision. Come in, came Mihawk's indifferent voice. That it appears that the observation haki truly proves invaluable, pervasive in its reach. Moe opened the door and stepped into Mihawk's chamber. Senior Mihawk, I shall now teach you the awakening and application of haki. First, let us discuss your understanding of haki. Haki is a formidable manifestation that transcends the physical limits of the body. It is intrinsically linked to both mental fortitude and indomitable will. The armament haki and observation haki can be cultivated through diligent training, while the rare conqueror's haki demands innate talent and a predisposition for greatness. Indeed, I can impart the knowledge of armament haki and observation haki, but alas, I myself lack the prowess in conqueror's haki. Nevertheless, I am aware that Shanks possesses an exceptionally potent form of it. Master Mihawk, may I directly experience your haki? Certainly. Mihawk did not inquire further. With a resounding thud, Mihawk's hand transformed into an inky black, exuding a lustrous sheen that radiated intimidation, making Moe acutely aware of the peril to his very existence. Suppressing his instinctual fear, Moe grasped Mihawk's fist imbued with armament haki, solid and brimming with aggression. Moe attempted to employ his devil fruit abilities, yet they yielded no effect, leaving him somewhat disheartened. He had hoped to pilfer a fragment of Mihawk's armament haki, akin to how he once acquired Luffy's conqueror's haki, to serve as a template for his own training. To his surprise, Mihawk's armament haki proved to be remarkably resilient and impenetrable, rendering Moe's slippery abilities utterly ineffective. Mihawk's armament haki is indeed formidable. I wonder if he could perhaps temper its intensity, allowing me to perceive a more rudimentary form of it. Mihawk's sharp gaze pierced through Moyi, as if he could discern the very thoughts within his mind. You have but one chance. Dare to voice another request, and I shall end you. Please, Master Mihawk, spare my life. Moyi's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest in fright. However, Mihawk acquiesced to Moyi's plea. Transforming his darkened armament haki into a more accessible, foundational form, Moyi maximized his devil fruit abilities, exerting all his efforts to perceive the haki's entwinement. Under Mihawk's impatient scrutiny, he finally managed to draw a thread of the swordsman's armament haki into his own hand. Striving to understand the essence of haki and analyze its composition, using this fragment of haki as a model, Moyi endeavored to cultivate a substance akin to haki within his own body, hoping to discover how to generate it and subsequently develop his own prowess. Yet, that fleeting touch of Mihawk's haki dissipated, and Moyi found himself unable to locate a similar energy within his body. It seemed his physical resilience was insufficient to consistently produce haki. Only in moments of dire peril or intense rage could he occasionally awaken this latent power. He recalled igniting it once during his confrontation with the Drago, triggered by his seething emotions. Nonetheless, the sensation of haki had left an indelible mark upon Moyi's consciousness. Once his physical attributes reached a certain threshold, he would no longer feel like a headless chicken. Clueless about haki's nature, this further solidified the impressions of haki that resided within Buggy's memories. Afterwards, Moyi inquired about training methods for armament haki. Cautious not to overstep, he also sought guidance on the cultivation and awakening of observation haki, as well as matters pertaining to swordsmanship. The aloof Mihawk, after begrudgingly answering some of Moyi's queries, departed into the night, boarding his coffin ship and vanishing without a backward glance. The Grim Reaper has finally left. Captain, what did you glean? Buggy exclaimed, thumping his chest in relief. There were indeed gains, albeit not as profound as anticipated. However, it was sufficient to tackle most challenges in the East Blue. Let us rest for now. We shall regroup for 2 days before heading to Nami's homeland to aid her in resolving her issues. Nami's hometown is in distress. We must double our efforts to ensure her enemies are vanquished. Is Moyi truly capable? Shouldn't we wait until you grow a tad stronger? Nami expressed her concern, torn between her longing for liberation and her fear for Moyi's safety. Fear not, Nami. That scoundrel Arlong is merely a small fry. As long as we prevent him from entering the sea, everything will be manageable. We must also prepare thoroughly to thwart any attempts he might make to plunge into the depths. We have so many crew members. What is there to fear? He may have 3 formidable subordinates, but do I not possess my own? Moyi chuckled heartily. Indeed, Captain, we are not lacking in strength. Let us crush those fishmen who dare to bully our Nami. A Drago shouted. Thank you all. Nami's eyes glistened with tears. Belmare, I have finally discovered my place in this world. Then let us rest well. Tomorrow we shall devise a plan to prevent the fishmen from leaping into the sea. Dismissed. Moyi, you must allow Nami to recline gracefully upon your bed. Moyi did not hesitate. It was an exhilarating and indescribable night of fervor. Kaya and Morty tossed and turned in the adjacent room. Unable to find rest, Li Jia, in a state of drowsiness, vaguely heard some sounds before drifting back to sleep. The following morning, hey. Moyi lifted a dumbbell weighing thousands of pounds as he trained. The cadre and team leaders were engaged in their own training of the silent step. Even a few of the women partook in physical exercise on the sea. One must possess the resolve to grow stronger. Nami stirred from her slumber, her cheeks flushed upon hearing the commotion outside, blaming Moyi for being so vigorous that she was only now recovering. As she stepped onto the deck, Kaya and Morty, both sporting dark circles under their eyes, gazed enviously at Nami, feeling their eyes upon her. Nami blushed, pride swelling within her. Indeed, it was clear that Moyi favored her above all. Awake now. Have some water. Moyi paused his training, fetching a drink and leaping nimbly to Nami's side. Thank you. Moyi, you must be weary as well. You should drink too. After taking a sip, she handed the cup to Moyi. Moyi, unperturbed, accepted it and drank, prompting the single men to lament their plight. Moyi, I too shall train, so that I may accompany you to the farthest reaches. Nami declared resolutely. Moyi did not oppose her. He had no desire for his partner to lag behind. I will see if I can help you procure some powerful devil fruits. Moyi, we too shall become formidable. Kaya and Morty chimed in unison. I believe in you both. Moyi gazed in astonishment at the two women. Could it be that the events of the previous night had stirred jealousy within them? A sly smile crept upon his face. Moye, brother, I too wish for a devil fruit. Ligia raised her hand, speaking up like a primary school student. When we find good devil fruits, everyone shall partake. Moye replied gently. Then let us continue training. We shall ensure that everyone above the rank of team leader masters silent step and the fundamentals of swordsmanship. Moye proclaimed. Yes, Captain. And so, the atmosphere of training within Moye's adventure crew intensified, promising an enhancement of the entire crew's strength. We shall set sail in 2 days. Cacao, Ya West Village. Prepare additional fishing nets. This is a genuine battle, a survival struggle for Moye's adventure crew, as they face off against hundreds of fishmen with tenfold human strength, which will inevitably streamline Moye's crew. In the East Blue, within a certain sea area, a fleet was sailing forth. Nami, remain calm. Moye soothed Nami, who was trembling, unsure from fear or anxiety. As she gazed upon the familiar waters, memories flooded back. Her mother Belmare had been slain before her eyes by the evil dragon for failing to pay the protection fee. And to redeem her village, she had been forced to join the evil dragon pirate crew, charting their routes while the villagers endured relentless oppression. She had resorted to petty thievery at sea, desperately seeking to amass 100 million berries to save her village. Now, having found her belonging, she was returning with her comrades to rescue her homeland from the brink of despair. Full speed ahead. Snipers, gunners, archers, remain vigilant for any underwater threats. Boss Arlong, we have a fleet approaching. A fishman lackey reported in a flurry. Is there still someone in the East Blue daring to challenge me? Have you discerned the flag? It bore a blood-red emblem, unfamiliar to them, emblazoned with only the words Moye. There were 7 ships, manned by hundreds. Damn it, which blind pirate crew dares to provoke us? Men, sink their ships. I want them to meet their doom at the bottom of the sea. Yes, Boss Arlong, provide cover fire and prepare for a full-scale landing. Moye issued commands with a calm demeanor. Aidlaj led the artillery troops, bombarding the approaching fishmen with waves of blue sonic energy cannons crashing against the sea's surface. Even those fishmen lurking several dozen meters beneath the ocean could not escape, obliterated into mere fragments. Brother Evil Dragon, our comrades have suffered grievous losses. They possess the powers of devil fruit users, capable of unleashing energy cannons, and their demise is most tragic. The enemy is nearly on our shores, the fleeing fishman minion sobbed as he reported to the Evil Dragon. What? Devil fruit users. Infuriating. I shall slay them. The Evil Dragon seized his serrated blade and charged forth. The Moye adventure team that had already landed, under Nami's leadership, rushed straight into the Evil Dragon's domain, leaving over 100 crew members to blockade the coastline. The 3 prominent officers of the Evil Dragon pirates, Softbone Fishman Kruby, Octopus Little 8, and Kissing Fishman A Chiao followed closely behind the Evil Dragon. Heading into battle against their foes, a sense of foreboding lingered in Little 8's heart. This was the first time so many from the Evil Dragon pirates had taken the field. The 2 factions collided outside the Evil Dragon's territory. How welcoming. Evil Dragon, you finally deigned to greet us. Moye remarked with a hint of disdain. You little brat, who are you? I don't believe we've met before. The Evil Dragon's gaze darkened as he spotted Nami beside Moye. So it's you, Nami. It seems you've forgotten the terror of our fishmen. After this, I shall annihilate Cocoa West Village. Ha 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 ha. Nami trembled visibly, fear etched upon her face. Just then, a large hand enveloped her. Fear not. Nami, this foul fish shall be crushed by me. Moye coldly regarded the Evil Dragon, as if observing a lifeless creature. Ha ha ha, he intends to crush the Evil Dragon. This brat has yet to witness the fishman's strength tenfold that of humans. Tenfold strength. Moye adventure team, heed my command. Strike with lethal intent. Moye, devoid of any inclination for banter, initiated combat. Octopus Little 8 leaped forth, declaring, no need for the Evil Dragon. I can handle you all myself. With that, he charged at Moye wielding 6 blades, a master of the 6-sword style. King against king, captain against captain. You scum are not worthy to challenge me. Baki brandished a dagger and rushed in. Swish, swish, swish. Baki was swiftly dispatched by Little 8's 6 blades. Yet, before the Evil Dragon and his crew could fully grasp the absurdity of Baki's weakness, they witnessed the dismembered Baki, 2 daggers deeply embedded in Little 8's back. Shattered spiral kick. Little 8 was sent flying from the main battlefield, pursued closely by Baki. Little 8. Softbone Fishman Kruby gasped in alarm, ready to rescue Little 8. At that moment, a furious voice pierced Kruby's ears. Your opponent is me, Kruby turned to see a masked figure clad in spikes, wielding a massive spear, silently materializing behind him. Without time to ponder, Kruby desperately dodged the spear thrust of the golden-armored man, but still received a gash on his back. Despicable! How dare you ambush? Kissing fishman, A Chiao puffed up his belly, preparing to unleash a penetrating water bullet at the golden-armored man. However, an overwhelming sense of impending doom washed over him. A colossal beam of blue energy, crackling with electricity, sped towards A Chiao, threatening to extinguish him beneath Adlaj's sonic cannon. Watch out. The evil dragon kicked the stunned A Chiao out of harm's way, sparing him from disaster. Damn it. There are two devil fruit users. The evil dragon seethed. You were mistaken. Did you not see me? Mou replied nonchalantly. Sliding fruit, glassy ground. An eerie energy enveloped the ground beneath the evil dragon's crew, rendering it slick. Those standing on the glassy ground began to tumble, while the evil dragon forcefully drove his serrated blade into the earth, barely managing to remain upright. To breakthrough Mou's glassy ground directly attested to the evil dragon's immense strength. You handle the fishman minions. Nami will sweep through the evil dragon's domain. Mou instructed his team leaders and Nami. Team leaders Ajin, Kabaji, and Gallus, along with their brethren, engaged the fishmen, who were 10 times stronger than ordinary foes. Meanwhile, Nami led the Iron Wall Barrage and Beast Tamer Machi, protected by others like Lion Ricky, to begin plundering the riches amassed by the evil dragon over the years. How dare you? Who are you? And why do you seek to oppose us? The evil dragon bellowed in rage as he beheld his slaughtered fisherman brethren. I am but an adventurer, and as for my reasons for opposing you, Nami is now my woman. Is that reason not sufficient? Mou coldly replied, his disdain for the indiscriminate slaughter of the weak evident, and the evil dragon epitomized such a villain. The evil dragon yanked his serrated blade from the ground and hurled it violently at Mou, then exerted all his strength, driving his limbs into the earth to break through Mou's sliding ground. Each thrust was a desperate attempt, unleashing a shocking speed fueled by the evil dragon's ferocity. Seeing the serrated blade hurtling towards him, Mou narrowly evaded, only to find the evil dragon rapidly closing in. With his physique, Mou could not risk a direct confrontation with the evil dragon's bite. Sliding fruit, silent instant glide, Mou vanished from his position, leaving the evil dragon to miss his mark. Yet, this played into the evil dragon's intentions. His primary aim was to breach the confines of Mou's glassy ground. Indeed, a name renowned attracts no weaklings. The seasoned evil dragon immediately devised a method to dismantle Mou's glassy ground, forcing his way outward. However, Mou was equally adept, thinking of escaping. Not on my watch. Mou activated the sliding fruit once more, extending the glassy ground further in the direction of the evil dragon. His movements swift, silent instant slash. He drew his blade and glided behind the evil dragon, landing a strike upon his back. The injured evil dragon, now more frenzied, disregarded his wounds and unleashed his full might, making it difficult for Mou to strike back. Mou, the evil dragon resembled a formidable warrior with high defense and health, while he himself was a swift assassin endowed with control. Yet, due to his limited training time, Mou lacked the high attack power typical of an assassin. It seemed the only option was to wear him down. Within Mou's glassy ground, the evil dragon's energy expenditure was several times greater than usual, perhaps even tenfold. Perseverance would lead to victory. Mou overlooked one crucial detail. Despite his significant consumption, the evil dragon's formidable physique provided robust support, while Mou's own expenditure was far less than the evil dragon's. Maintaining the extensive area of glassy ground for an extended period, combined with engaging the evil dragon, raised doubts about whether his stamina could outlast that of the evil dragon. Half an hour later, after narrowly evading another bite from the evil dragon, Mou was already panting heavily. The evil dragon, witnessing Mou's condition, launched a frenzied assault. At that moment, Baki, Adlaj, and Clique, having dragged back the defeated Little Eight, A Chiao, and Kruby, returned. The evil dragon, seeing his fallen comrades, lost the last vestige of his sanity. Veins bulging, eyes bloodshot, he thrust his limbs into the ground and shot towards Mou like an arrow. Captain, watch out! Baki and the others shouted. Nami, just emerging from her plundering, instinctively cried out upon witnessing the evil dragon's onslaught. Mou, be careful. Exhausted, Mou found himself momentarily paralyzed, barely managing to raise his blade in defense. The evil dragon's ferocious visage loomed before him, pupils constricted. The mere steel of his blade shattered beneath the evil dragon's teeth. Bang! Mo was violently hurled away, crashing into a wall that crumbled upon impact, raising clouds of dust as he fell into unconsciousness, and the effect of the glassy ground dissipated. Mo. Captain! Buggy rushed to provide assistance. But the evil dragon, hearing Nami's cry, regained a sliver of his sanity and fixated on her, eyes ablaze with rage. You foul wench! You brought ruin upon my brothers and destroyed my empire. I shall slay you. The malevolent dragon lunged at Nami with frenzied ferocity once more. Just as Buggy and his companions attempted to retaliate, the dragon soared towards Nami, leaving them with no time to intervene. Bang! Two figures were sent sprawling. The crew members of Nami's ship cried out in terror as they witnessed the dragon collide with two silhouettes, sending them crashing back, blood spewing from their mouths. Those unfortunate souls were none other than the lion-hearted Rika and the stalwart Iron Wall Barate, dispatched by Mo to safeguard Nami. Damn it, the dragon roared, continuing its rapid assault on Nami. She gazed upon the oncoming beast with a mix of fear and despair. Was defeat truly inevitable? Mo. Nami cried out, her heart breaking. In that moment, she seemed to forget her own peril, her thoughts consumed by the uncertain fate of Mo. Boom. Nami. Mo, bloodied and frantic, felt his consciousness slipping as he lay amidst the rubble. Upon hearing the crew's worried shouts, coupled with Nami's desperate cries, he was once more overwhelmed by the suffocating despair that accompanied his own frailty. Everything felt as if it had returned to that fateful day when he first traversed into this world. Engulfed in helplessness, he was filled with rage against his pride and the blind confidence he had harbored. Just as the dragon was about to sink its teeth into Nami, a figure suddenly appeared before her. Mo, eyes bloodshot with fury, reached his breaking point. With veins bulging in his arms, he seized the dragon's claw with his left hand while his right was enveloped in a fierce aura of dominance. Delivering a powerful blow to the dragon's skull. In that singular strike, he shattered the beast's defenses. Mo had completely lost his sanity. The dragon, dazed, could no longer resist, its limbs ceasing to struggle. Mo pounded the dragon's head mercilessly, driving it deep into the ground, on the brink of extinguishing its life. Yet he continued to rain down blows, his fists becoming a bloody pulp, emitting a primal roar that sent chills through all who bore witness. Why was I so weak? Why? Mo's eyes burned with rage as he screamed frantically, his fists relentlessly hammering the dragon's skull. Mo, enough! Nami rushed forward, embracing his waist, tears streaming down her face. Hearing Nami's voice, snapped the frenzied Mo to attention. And he turned to hold her tightly. Nami, I'm so sorry, it's my fault. His voice trembled with guilt. Mo, I'm fine. You saved me. You saved our village. Thank you. You are our true hero. Nami gently reassured him. Captain, are you all right? It seemed like you awakened your haki again. Buggy exclaimed, astonished. In the vast seas, those capable of haki were few and far between, aside from the formidable warriors returning from the Grand Line. Even among the pirates of the first half, those who could wield haki were exceptionally rare. Now, Mo was utterly exhausted. In Nami's moment of peril, he had once again pushed his body to its limits. The after effects of his exertion left him too weak to speak, and as he relaxed his guard, he promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. That night, the village of Cocoa West was engulfed in a sea of joy. For the tyrannical domain of the dragon had finally collapsed, and the dragon pirates had been vanquished by Nami's adventurers. Both sides suffered heavy casualties, with Mo's crew standing strong against the individual might of the fishmen. The entire village erupted in celebration, while in a modest cottage beside an orange grove, a bandaged figure lay on a simple wooden bed, tended to by an orange-haired woman. Nami, I never imagined your man would truly succeed. He is incredible, a dark-skinned woman teased Nami, revealing herself as her sister, Nojiko. Nojiko, what do you mean by my man? He is my captain. Nami retorted. So you refuse to acknowledge it. I shall offer myself to him when he awakens. Oh my hero, Nojiko feigned a flirtatious demeanor, teasing Nami further. You dare, despicable Nojiko, Nami fumed. The two exchanged playful insults, a testament to the deep bond they shared as sisters. Mo gradually awakened, his mind clouded and his body aching intensely. It felt as if he had returned to that first day in this world, when he had been mercilessly beaten by sailors, engulfed in despair. I swear, I will never be so weak and helpless again. When confronted with his own powerlessness, As Nami was on the brink of death at the dragon's hands, Emo-Yi felt as though he would truly lose his mind. Awakening, he found himself tightly bound in bandages. He loathed his own frailty, anger coursed through him, his body trembling as he fell deeper into self-hatred, tears streaming uncontrollably. I absolutely refuse. I shall never lose again. I will not allow anyone to threaten everything I hold dear. Emo-Yi's hoarse voice, bloodshot eyes, echoed with heart-wrenching determination. Boom. A chilling aura enveloped the entire Cocoa West village. Everyone heard Emo-Yi's cry, their spirits shaken by the faint tremors of his haki, leaving them momentarily disoriented. At that moment, the seed of haki within Emo-Yi began to absorb his spirit, transforming into a true fusion, rooting itself as his exclusive manifestation of Conqueror's haki, and starting to grow stronger. Overcome by his tumultuous emotions and grievous injuries, Emo-Yi coughed up blood once more and fell unconscious. Nearby, Nami and Nojiko, stunned by Emo-Yi's haki, nearly collapsed. Upon hearing his anguished cries, they too fainted from shock. Regaining her senses, Nami hurriedly looked at the pale Emo-Yi, her eyes brimming with tears. Had this man truly endured such a significant blow to his spirit? Gently, she leaned against his chest, her small hand tenderly stroking him. Feeling his racing heart gradually stabilize, bringing her a measure of comfort, Nojiko observed this scene with a sense of bittersweet reflection before quietly departing the room, closing the door softly behind her. Turning around, she found Buggy and his crew waiting at the entrance, their eyes fixed on her. Just as Buggy was about to speak, Nojiko gestured for silence. The crew followed her to a more secluded spot before beginning their discussion. Captain, what just happened? Buggy asked anxiously. I'm not sure. I only heard Captain Emo-Yi's heart-wrenching cries before I nearly fainted myself. And then he coughed up blood and lost consciousness. Nojiko replied. Could it be that the captain truly possesses such potential? Buggy murmured. What are you saying? Speak louder, Buggy. Came a gruff voice from Itarago. I'm merely speculating, but there is a significant chance. What exactly is it? Speak quickly. If it's true, our Captain Emo-Yi should possess the legendary Conqueror's haki. A trait found in only 1 in a million. Captain Roger had this potential, Buggy explained. What? The captain possesses the same potential as Pirate King Roger. I always knew he was destined for greatness. Itarago exclaimed excitedly, taking things out of context. The crew was left in shock, quickly followed by overwhelming excitement. Nothing could compare to the joy of possibly serving under a future pirate king. But don't celebrate too soon. It's just a potential trait. There are many in these vast seas who possess it. According to what the captain told me, even the first mate of Roger's crew, the Pirate King's right hand, Rayleigh, and my so-called rival, the current emperor, red-haired Shanks. Buggy added, isn't red-haired Shanks your good friend? How did he become your rival? Cough, cough. I don't wish to delve into that, but we must believe in our captain. He will undoubtedly become the strongest, Buggy asserted. Keep an eye on those weaklings from the dragon pirates. We'll deal with them once Captain Emo-Yi awakens. I never expected that wretched creature to survive such a beating from the captain. It must be utterly dazed now that I wonder how the captain will handle those fishmen. Will he recruit them like us, slay them all, or set them free? The crew members were embroiled in a chaotic discussion, transforming the atmosphere into that of a bustling market. The following day, in Nami's home, Emo-Yi slowly opened his eyes, in his gaze. The frivolity reminiscent of his past self had dissipated, replaced by a newfound resolve and a calm fortitude. Embodying the spirit of a true warrior, this marked the awakening of his conqueror's haki. Gently extricating himself from Nami's side, Emo-Yi quietly rose and slipped out of the door, with a silent glide. He found himself on the edge of a cliff, gazing out at the boundless sea. His body trembled, causing the bandages that bound him to shatter and fall away, revealing his increasingly muscular physique. As Emo-Yi reawakened his armament haki, following his initial awakening of Conqueror's haki, his physical capabilities underwent a profound transformation, growing stronger and more resilient, although both forms of haki remained somewhat uncontrollable. Only manifesting under dire circumstances, this did not hinder the refinement and improvement it brought to his body. The potent physique could generate haki, and in turn, haki could fortify the weaker aspects of his physique. Seated bare upon the cliff, Emo-Yi contemplated his path ahead. He was acutely aware of the changes within him, including the reawakening of his armament haki and perhaps even his conqueror's haki. Yet, he acknowledged his lack of proficiency in wielding these powers. Armament haki was manageable, thanks to the training methods provided by Mihawk, but conqueror's haki remained a mystery to him. After sitting in contemplation for over an hour, Emo-Yi pondered many matters, his path of cultivation, the future of his adventure crew, and his thoughts began to scatter, leading him into deep reflection. The three ancient weapons, the Sea King Poseidon, and the design of the Pluton must be obtained, while he could refrain from drawing his sword. Possessing one was essential. The nuclear capabilities had always been a safeguard for the international standing of the Celestial Dragon. Thus, the Navy could not be relied upon. The Revolutionary Army was also temporarily unfeasible, as he wished to avoid provoking the world government. However, some contact could be made. Becoming a pirate was not Moye's desire. Yet with so many pirates aboard his ship, it was only a matter of time before the Navy would discover them, leading to his inevitable classification as a pirate and subsequent pursuit. Under these circumstances, the path of the seven warlords was one Moye felt compelled to explore. Doflamingo's methods seemed to align well with his own aspirations. Ultimately, Moye resolved to chart his future course. Nami, waking in a daze, discovered Moye's absence and hurriedly set out to find him, rousing everyone in the process. Within half an hour, the entire crew had mobilized in search of Moye. Why did he vanish without a trace? It's my fault for not keeping an eye on him, Nami lamented, her eyes reddening with guilt. It's all right. Captain Moye is incredibly strong. Perhaps he simply ventured out to train and will return shortly. Noki gently reassured her as she stroked Nami's hair. Brother Moye would never abandon us. We must have faith in him, added Ligia. Although Kaya and Morty shared their concerns, they echoed Ligia's sentiments. In a fleeting moment, a shadow darted past, disregarding the group of women, and slipped into Nami's house. It's Moye. Nami exclaimed excitedly, rushing back inside. The other women followed closely behind her, once again appearing in Nami's room. Moye surveyed the space and felt a sudden disarray. As though he had come to the wrong place, he noticed the absence of his clothes and found himself deep in thought. Bare as he was that moment, Nami returned, followed by the others, and upon seeing the naked Moye, her cheeks flushed crimson. Pervert! Lecher! The other women also caught sight of Moye, covering their eyes in embarrassment, yet unable to resist peeking through their fingers at his perfectly sculpted physique. Nami swiftly covered Ligia's eyes. But don't look. Why not? I want to see. Ligia protested indignantly. Moye, observing the women, was struck by a peculiar thought. Yet he ultimately dismissed it. Maintaining his calm demeanor, he expressionlessly found a sheet to drape over his lower body, slowly turning to reveal his chiseled abs and chest, instantly capturing the attention of the onlookers. With the sheet now covering him, he nonchalantly inquired, "Is there something you need?" Nami's face was ablaze, but the thought of other women seeing her man in such a state ignited a pang of jealousy within her. "Do you realize how worried you made us by vanishing like that? You scoundrel! Exhibitionist! Pervert!" she exclaimed, delivering playful punches to his chest. Seeing Nami, who wanted to hit him yet held back, Moye embraced her, inhaling her fragrance deeply, savoring this tranquil moment while relishing the softness she brought. Feeling the changes in Moye, Nami's face turned even redder as she jumped back, exclaiming, "How shameless! There are so many people watching." The other women, equally flustered, scattered in a flurry, while Ligia, still in a daze, failed to react until Kaya pulled her away. Once the women departed, Moye could no longer contain himself. With a resounding bang, the door was slammed shut. And moments later, Nami's singing could be heard from within. Rejuvenated, Moye cherished the moment with Nami nestled in his arms to indulge in the beauty of a woman while wielding power over the world. Perhaps this was the ultimate aspiration of all men. Yet, in the world of One Piece, such dreams necessitated sufficient strength to support them. As his power and influence grew, so too did his mindset. Standing at a certain height, one's perspective on matters shifted. Previously, Moye had been consumed with thoughts of survival. Now, he began to strategize for the future of his burgeoning influence. Dressed in the attire provided by his crew, Moye took Nami to the central banquet area of the village, where fishmen were bound tightly like Zongzi. To Moye's astonishment, over 100 members of his crew had perished, while more than 50 fishmen had also fallen. Despite such overwhelming odds, they had managed to inflict a 2-to-1 casualty ratio, underscoring the formidable average combat strength of the fishmen. To Moye's surprise, the dragon, though severely weakened, was still alive, an astonishing testament to his resilience. However, this mattered little. Whether dead or alive would depend on Nami's wishes. "Nami, assess which fishmen have harmed you and execute them," he declared. Yet, reconsidering, he added, "No, their fates should rest entirely in your hands." Casting aside the last remnants of his compassion, he spoke to Nami, with tearful eyes. Nami surveyed the fishmen she despised, initially believing she would implore Mou to slay them all. Yet, confronted with the reality, her inherent kindness prevented her from wanting to witness so many lives extinguished before her. Mou, she hesitated. Sigh. If you can't bring yourself to do it, leave it to me that I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Mou consoled her. Taking the dragon and his officer, Crocodile, Mou entered the ship's cabin and activated the unique abilities of the slide fruit. With his enhanced strength, he deftly wielded the powers of the fruit. No problem. Let's first tend to the injured and weakened dragon, he stated, extracting memories from the dragon's mind. To his surprise, he stumbled upon unexpected insights that could guide him on how to deal with the fishmen to maximize potential benefits. With newfound options, Crocodile temporarily refrained from acting, as he had originally intended to acquire the fishman's martial arts and empty-handed techniques. Bow before Nami and apologize to everyone you have harmed, Mou commanded loudly. The dazed dragon and the frightened fishmen knelt before Nami and the villagers behind her, prompting Nami to break into tears. Mou led the 4 captured fishmen to the grave of Belmare. Following closely behind Nami and the others, the moment the evil dragon and his cohorts knelt, tears streamed down the faces of Nami and Nojiko. Once more, Mou depicted the scene of Belmare's smile, expressing that he felt as though he could perceive her very soul, conveying this to Nami, Nojiko, and Ajin. In their imaginations, Belmare appeared silently before them, smiling and waving. Nami threw herself into Mou's embrace, weeping uncontrollably, while Nojiko wiped her tears as she cried. Ajin extended his hand as if to grasp Belmare, yet ultimately could only grit his teeth, allowing his tears to flow slowly. Nami entrusted the evil dragon's group to Mou for resolution, relinquishing any intentions of intervening. Initially, Ajin intended to hand over the fishmen to the nearby navy. However, Mou had his own plans, and citing the presence of corrupt elements within the navy who conspired with the evil dragon, he declined Ajin's proposal, asserting that he would handle the situation himself. During the banquet in Cocoa West Village, Mou had already executed a second processing of the evil dragon's memories. Eager to discern any findings, he had originally intended to personally escort the severely memory-impaired evil dragon and all the fishmen to Roguetown to collect the bounty, thereby fostering goodwill with the navy. However, upon discovering the Den mushy number of Jinbei within the evil dragon's memories, Mou's thought shifted. He also uncovered over a dozen Den mushy in the evil dragon's territory. Truly, a pirate crew returned from the Grand Line. Mou was captivated by these charming creatures upon first sight. It seemed he had forgotten to inquire with Buggy and the other pirates regarding the Den mushy. Without hesitation, he selected the most aesthetically pleasing one as his own Den mushy, distributing the rest among Nami, Nojiko, and the officers. Buru. The Den mushy began to transform, taking on the whimsical appearance of a whale shark humanoid with eyebrows resembling auspicious clouds and intricate patterns. Truly distinctive. Mos, who is it? Jinbei observed the unfamiliar yet handsome young visage manifested by his Den mushy, somewhat perplexed. As a warlord of the sea, his Den mushy's number was not common knowledge. Aside from acquaintances, only those within the Navy and the world government were privy to it. I am Mou, captain of the Mou adventure group, I have just defeated the evil dragon's fishman pirate crew and liberated dozens of villages they had enslaved. I have heard that you are their protector. Were these actions directed by you? Mou launched into a bold accusation, fully aware of Jinbei's reputation as a fishman who embodies the ideals of Fisher Tiger, known for his strong sense of justice and referred to as the sea hero. What do you mean? Jinbei responded, I have not been in contact with the evil dragon and his crew for quite some time. I am unaware of their actions. If they have harmed humans, I apologize on their behalf. The Den mushy conveyed Jinbei's sincere contrition. They have indeed killed many innocent civilians, enslaved countless villages for over a decade, committed heinous crimes, and colluded with the local navy to exploit the villagers, a crime most unforgivable. I merely wish to inquire if, as a warlord of the sea, you have provided any form of protection for him. Condoning their malevolent deeds, the evil dragon and numerous fishmen, now defeated by me, are about to face the villagers' wrath, and they may not survive. Thus, I have no choice but to take their heads to the navy to collect the bounty. Mou's face bore an expression of indignation, vividly portrayed by the Den mushy. Please, you must immediately prevent the villagers from enacting revenge. The other fishmen are innocent. They merely misheard the evil dragon's words and actions. I apologize once more. The Din Mushy's demeanor reflected Jinbei's growing urgency. Spare me your empty words. I am aware of your strong sense of justice. See hero Jinbei. I end my battle against the evil dragon to rescue these villages. I lost over 100 crew members. This has made me acutely aware of my own limitations. Therefore, I seek methods to grow stronger, advanced training techniques in fishman karate, fishman judo, hockey, and so forth. Your demands seem rather excessive. Considering these are closely guarded secrets of Fishman Island, Jinbei replied in a calm tone, though one could sense his suppressed anger. Enough, Mr. Jinbei, that I do not wish to engage in a verbal skirmish with you. I present you with choices. First, I turn a blind eye to the fates of the evil dragon and the fishmen, allowing the enraged villagers to slay them, after which I will collect their heads for the bounty. Second, I will spare these fishmen and escort them alive to the navy for the bounty, but this will require some form of compensation from you. Third, I will only capture the evil dragon and his officers for the bounty, releasing the other fishmen. Naturally, this will also necessitate a greater price from you. Fourth, I will solely apprehend the evil dragon, releasing all other officers. But are you prepared for what I require? Lastly, allow me to mention, Mr. Jinbei, your so-called closely guarded secrets of Fishman Island. From what I know, they are widely disseminated among the Revolutionary Army. I wonder what negative repercussions this information might have on Fishman Island. Are you threatening me? No. We are merely engaging in a fair trade. The choice lies with you. I have intentions to visit Fishman Island soon, as I genuinely enjoy the notion of harmony among all races. I fully support the return of Fishman Island to the surface. In the future, I will establish my own territory and will welcome the people of Fishman Island. I assure you I will treat all residents of my domain with fairness and equity. Individuals like me, who are friendly towards all races, are indeed rare. And let me give you a hint, Conqueror's Haki. On the other end, Jinbei fell silent. Those who possess Conqueror's Haki are not to be underestimated. Forging an alliance may yield benefits in the long run. I can provide you with these training methods, but will you release the evil dragon as well? No. The evil dragon personally killed my beloved's mother. Imprisoning him is my final line. Showing him mercy without killing him is already a significant act of compassion on my part. Very well. I hope you will uphold your promise. Moe had no intention of freeing the evil dragon. Now stripped of his memories, the Navy would only receive a battered, mindless version of him. Ultimately, Moe and Jinbei reached an agreement. Once the other fishmen were aboard, they would communicate with Jinbei via Din Mushy to report their situation. Once secured, Jinbei would recite the training methods for Moe to document, and the fishmen would be released safely. The implication of Fishman Island colluding with the Revolutionary Army, coupled with Moe as potential conquerors' Haki, momentarily restrained Jinbei from making any rash moves. Jinbei had initially intended to personally escort the fishmen and provide Moe with the training manuals. Yet, Moe hesitated to meet Jinbei, perhaps due to the disparity in their strengths, which caused him to harbor reservations. Xiaoba, I know you possess a kind heart. I shall not put you in a difficult position this time. However, the evil dragon is a matter I must address. This is my agreement with your leader, Jinbei. I am aware you know Rayleigh. Let us forge a friendship. When I reach Sabati Archipelago, I hope you can assist me in conveying my intentions, as I plan to pay him a visit. Thank you for your help. Xiaoba, having been scolded by Jinbei, along with Crocodile, remained obedient, refraining from any form of rebellion. Feeling a sense of relief, Xiaoba ultimately responded positively, agreeing to relay the message. He departed from Cocoa West Village with the fishmen, bearing Moe's message back to Fishman Island, communicating the evil deeds of the past years to Jinbei. Just when Moe believed everything was in order, the sea beast Moo burst forth from the water, howling loudly and startling the women. Under Moe's intermittently effective conqueror's Haki, Moo fled into the depths, crying as he swam away, leaving Moe unable to pursue. Ultimately, with the assistance of Xiaoba and the fishmen, Moe's hunting instincts kicked in, and he successfully tamed the sea beast, making it his ship-drawing creature. Seeing this, Moe decided to keep a few fishmen on board. Their presence would significantly enhance the safety of the ship at sea. After all, there were several devil fruit users aboard already. Moe also took an interest in Crocodile's fishman karate, fishman judo, and wazing fist, considering them potential teachers, as he could learn alongside his crew. However, Crocodile and the other fishmen showed no inclination to remain, even harboring a hint of resentment, not wishing to distress Nami. Mo Yi ultimately abandoned this notion as for the kind-hearted Xiaoba. Given his connection to the Dark King Rayleigh, Mo Yi refrained from making things difficult for him, as he yearned to establish a connection with Rayleigh and sought the advanced training methods for the 3 types of haki. Mo Yi has also entrusted the fishman Xiaoba to convey the intentions of visiting the Merfolk royal family, Neptune and White Star. As for revealing the demise of E.G. and the connection to Hody Jones. Mo Yi expressed a desire not to disrupt the ongoing narrative too much, deeming this incident as an opportunity to earn the trust of Fishman Island, which must be unveiled by himself. On the deck, Mo Yi was diligently honing his physique, haki, swordsmanship, kicking techniques, and fishman karate, covering all bases. Are you blaming me for not slaying the vile dragon immediately? How could I dare? The captain has his own plans. And I trust him. Upon hearing Nami continuously refer to him as captain, Mo Yi remained silent. Nami, please refrain from calling me captain, lest you provoke me to punish you severely tonight. Mo Yi threatened menacingly. You? I do not hold it against you for not slaying the dragon, but why did you allow no Kigo aboard? Speak. Do you have designs on my sister as well? Despicable man. Heartless rogue. Oaf, Nami retorted indignantly. So that's it, Mo Yi said, speechless and helplessly raising his hands. Daiti was no Kigo who voluntarily requested to come aboard as a planter. Being your sister, how could I refuse? Mo Yi adamantly denied any ulterior motives. Indeed, fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. Besides, when it comes to two-dimensional beauties, I suffer from a collecting syndrome, adhering to the principle of capturing all, even if I err, regardless of utility. I will collect them first. After awakening the conqueror's haki, this inclination became even more pronounced. The king's decisions are unshakable. Dare you claim you have no other intentions? Am I not familiar with you, my captain Mo? Then I must delve deeper into understanding you. Seeing the jealous Nami, Mo Yi forcibly embraced her, softly humming. You, faced with the rogue Mo Yi, Nami felt quite helpless. Devil wind kick, silent step, fishman karate, martial penetration, 500 tiles, right fist, 1,000 tiles, right fist. Huff, there is still a long way to go to grasp the concept of space. Since Whitebeard's trimmer fruit can shatter space, my slip fruit should also be capable of causing spatial landslides. Under the absolute collapse of space, no one would be able to withstand it. However, to reach such a level concerning space, my body must undergo even greater breakthroughs. Not thinking too far ahead, I will take it step by step. My physical training remains paramount. Only with a sufficiently powerful physique can I contend with the likes of Big Mom, Kaido, and Garp, monsters among monsters. I study all forms of combat, physical techniques, swordsmanship, and the abilities of devil fruits. Although this approach may lead to insufficient time for mastery, resulting in a lack of proficiency in any one area, to dominate the first half of the Grand Line, I must at least excel in one. To enter the New World and contend with the 4 emperors, I need to master at least 2, and 3 to suppress the world. The heart of a king forbids Mo Yi from retreating. If I am to do something, it must be done to the best of my ability. With a standard steel blade in hand, Mo Yi tirelessly practiced his swordplay, the heart of a swordsman. The breadth of all things, concepts Mo Yi cannot yet fully comprehend. He can only practice the most primitive form of swordplay, embedding the habits and sensations of swinging a sword deep into his bones and consciousness. Referring to Zoro's sword training and several hours of guidance from Mihawk, he employs the most effective and straightforward sword techniques. Observing Mo Yi's diligent training on the deck, Morty whispered to Kaya. What should we do? Captain Mo Yi was either training or accompanying Nami. Morty felt lost, wondering why he had not returned home after boarding the ship. We must showcase our worth. Only then will the captain regard us with new eyes. Nami possesses exceptional navigation skills. No Kigo has extensive planting experience, and I am learning medicine. But you, Morty, what interests you? Kaya questioned cutely, tilting her head. Morty hesitated. Recalling his initial motivation for boarding the ship was merely Mo Yi's invitation, which had sparked a fleeting moment of excitement. Yet now, with Mo Yi engrossed in training, it felt as though he had forgotten her, and she lacked any combat prowess or special skills. With a bitter smile, Morty dejectedly returned to her room. Morty, Kaya and Li Jia called after her. Li Jia, observing Morty's retreating figure, said seriously, I will learn fishman karate and silent steps. I want to become Mo Yi's assistant. I am no longer a child. And Morty can do it too. Can I? Perhaps I should just return to my family? Morty clenched her fists tightly. These girls seem capable of making life-altering changes for those they cherished. In truth, Moe has been keenly aware of their transformations. Previously, he was merely focused on collecting two-dimensional beauties. However, the moment his soul merged with Luffy's conqueror's haki, the dreams of a polygamous lifestyle he had secretly harbored on Earth were amplified infinitely. To put it plainly, he is a selfish and possessive scoundrel. Moe intends to cultivate each of his women into formidable individuals. If they lack martial prowess, he can nurture other abilities such as management. If they prove utterly incapable, they can serve as ornamental figures, a golden canary. That night, in Moe's room, Nami sat beside him, while Kaya, Morty, Legia, and no Kigo sat on either side. Since you have all boarded my ship, I am duty-bound to protect you and help you grow stronger. Of course, this is contingent upon your determination to improve. Upon hearing this, the women beamed with joy, while Nami huffed and turned her head away. Moe, can Legia become stronger too? Legia asked earnestly. Moe gazed at the adorable Legia, utterly charmed. Of course, with your brother here, there's nothing to fear. I fear that some lecherous rogue might not spare even Legia. Nami ground her teeth, seething. From now on, Nami will take the lead. You all should look up to her as a role model. Moe addressed the women. Why should it be her? I am no Kigo, Nami's older sister. I am the leader, no Kigo declared arrogantly. While Nami felt a twinge of jealousy, hearing Moe regard her with respect brought her some comfort. However, the audacious no Kigo dared to vie for the top position. This was intolerable. At present, I am one of Moe's subordinates. What about you, no Kigo? You are still not one of Moe's people, are you? I now decree that whoever becomes stronger first and earns Moe's acknowledgement will ascend in status. Nami proclaimed haughtily, casting the conflict onto the other women. Upon hearing Nami's words, the women exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they turned to Moe, their eyes conveying unspoken meaning. Observing their gazes, Moe felt a surge of exhilaration. Nami, you truly are a godsend. Externally, he remained remarkably composed. Combat is a matter for us men, but you must also possess some self-defense capabilities. You can cultivate your careers according to your interests, be it medicine, commerce, or culinary arts. No Kigo, you might want to learn some ranged skills like sniping or archery. I'll take you to a botanical island for advanced studies. Kaya, we will encounter renowned physicians along our route for you to learn from. Legia, I will find another chef in Roguetown, rest assured. Nami, you should also study weather navigation and weatheria to enhance your nautical knowledge. Morty, you could delve into business management and intelligence gathering. After a nod of agreement from the women, they returned to their thoughts. Nami lingered behind, leading to a whirlwind of events. Igati, the port of Kokoja village. Nami was bidding farewell to the villagers, everything proceeding smoothly. The wealth accumulated over the years was distributed, with a portion returned to the villagers of nearby islands from the Dragon S domain, leaving the remaining spoils for Moe's adventure group. No Kigo's orange orchard was entrusted to a Jien for management. Just then, several standard warships flying the seagull flag appeared on the horizon, eliciting expressions of rage from the villagers directed at the tardy navy. Moe gazed expressionlessly at the approaching warships. Before long, the ships docked at the port, and a rat-like officer, grinning menacingly, approached. I suspect you are colluding with the dragon pirates, oppressing the common folk. I shall arrest you in the name of the righteous navy. Upon hearing the words of Captain Mouse, the villagers erupted in vehement curses directed at the unscrupulous navy, while the crew of the Moe adventure group seethed with anger, veins throbbing on Moe's forehead. Oh ho ho, dare to resist. Open fire and sink them, commanded Captain Mouse. It seemed inevitable. Why seek death? The just navy, truly beyond redemption. With a disdainful expression, Moe slowly clenched his fists. The slippery, silent nature of the sliding fruit allowed Moe to instantaneously appear behind Captain Mouse. Seizing his head with one hand and forcefully driving it into the deck, the warship trembled incessantly as a figure rained punches upon the unfortunate naval officer sprawled on the deck. The sailors stood agape, watching this demon mercilessly batter their commander, paralyzed with shock, unable to move as they beheld Captain Mouse being brutally incapacitated. Moe, weren't we supposed to keep a low profile? Baji stepped forward to intervene. Before, it was due to a lack of strength that we kept a low profile. Now, I must embrace challenges head-on. Only by forging ahead can my spirit grow stronger. The Conqueror's haki must have the opportunity to strengthen. Moe replied to one of the Navy officers, who held a rank just below Captain Mouse. Hand me the transponder snail that connects you to Roguetown. I shall personally relay matters to Smoker. Trembling, Captain Mouse's adjutant presented a transponder snail to Moe. Moss, Please connect me to Captain Smoker. May I inquire who you are and what business you have? I have a naval captain colluding with pirates and wish to speak to someone who can address this. Very well. I will connect you to Captain Smoker shortly. Hello. Which scoundrel dares to waste my time? Prepare to find yourself in prison. Greetings. Captain Smoker. I am Moe, captain of the Moe Adventure Group. I have just defeated the vicious dragon gang that had been terrorizing Keisha Village and captured Captain Mouse, who conspired with them to oppress the villagers. I wonder how your righteous navy intends to handle this. Ah, so it is you. Fin Beauty has spoken of you. I did not expect you to possess such strength to defeat the dragon. However, I will thoroughly investigate the matter concerning Captain Mouse. What have you done with him? This scoundrel Mouse has been thoroughly beaten. I wonder if this will affect my bounty for capturing the dragon when I reach Roguetown. Have you audaciously attacked the navy? Aren't you afraid of being wanted? From what I gather, Captain Smoker is a truly just naval officer, unlike these disgraceful sailors. If you insist on labeling my actions as an attack on the navy, I have nothing more to say. That I have no intention of opposing the navy. It is merely this Captain Mouse who has colluded with the dragon pirate crew and bullied the villagers. I hope your navy conducts a thorough investigation. However, should you insist on putting a bounty on my head to cover up your scandal, I shall not shy away from any challenges. After all, we have exposed your collusion with pirates. Upon hearing Moe's assertive words, Smoker fell silent. I shall personally investigate. Do not let me uncover any illegal activities on your part, or I shall not let you off lightly. Will I still be able to claim the bounty on the dragon? If I find no evidence of wrongdoing on your part, the bounty will indeed be yours. Are you brave enough to come to Roguetown for questioning? I have also uncovered that you have defeated several pirate crews and recruited quite a number of pirates. Are you preparing to become a pirate, Captain Smoker? I have performed a noble deed by subduing these pirates and restoring stability to the seas. Instead of commending me, you threaten me. All pirates with bounties must face our Navy's judgment. It is not as simple as just claiming to have reformed. Very well, since Captain Smoker has stated it thus. I shall release this old rat for now. Until we meet again, farewell. After cutting off the connection with Smoker, Moe returned to his ship, setting sail while shouting to the Navy, "Get out immediately and cease harassing this village. Captain Smoker will come personally to interrogate you." Following the uproar, the Navy's lieutenant promptly ordered a retreat and once again picked up the transponder snail to report to Roguetown, receiving a barrage of furious curses from Smoker on the other end. After some consideration, Smoker decided to report Moe's situation to the Navy headquarters, as he was not adept at analyzing such matters and deemed it best left to the higher-ups. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, such a character has emerged in the East Blue: the Yarlita pirate crew, the Buggy pirate crew, the original Black pirate crew, the Creek pirate crew, and the Dragon S Fishman pirate crew. It seems even the Itarago pirate crew, known for their Soundwave fruit, has been subdued. Quite remarkable indeed, Sengoku remarked appreciatively, for in the generally weaker East Blue, such a figure had not garnered much of Sengoku's attention. Current intelligence suggests that although he does not currently fly a pirate flag, based on estimates of his numbers, he has indeed absorbed the crews he has defeated, which does not bode well. Navy Chief of Staff Crane, analyzing the intelligence coolly, speculated, perhaps he is deliberately hiding to enter the Grand Line. There is a high probability he will become a pirate. However, he is indeed engaged in aiding civilians at present. He has done quite a bit for the inept Navy of the East Blue. However, he has not sought bounties for the captured pirates, indicating he is an ambitious individual. The primary reason for wanting to pursue him is based on his harboring of wanted criminals. Is that truly necessary? Let us observe a bit longer until he arrives at Roguetown. Before he enters the Grand Line, we shall investigate him thoroughly to determine whether he truly wishes to become a pirate. Notify Smoker in Roguetown to keep a close watch on him. On the Yanhuang ship, Moe guided the various officers in their training. Observing the sizable fleet, he pondered whether to streamline their ranks further. Should he adopt an elite approach? Moe found himself in a quandary, for the massive fleet felt unwieldy, practically defenseless against true powerhouses. How could he maximize their effectiveness? After some reflection, he realized that the current crew only served one purpose: to locate Bartolomeo, the possessor of the barrier fruit, in Roguetown as swiftly as possible. This would facilitate Moe's recruitment of Bartolomeo, nothing more. The Moe Adventure Group's fleet was now on its way. Consisting of 7 ships, the Yanhuang 1 through 7, with over 300 crew members, each vessel manned by 40 to 50 individuals. On the main ship, in the Grand Hall, Captain Moe sat, flanked by Navigator Nami, Dr. Koya, Chef Rim, Assistant Chef Lijia, Secretary Morty, and agriculturalist gunsmith Nokigao. Among the officers were fighters Baji and Kanano, with squad leaders Butler Dis, acrobat Kabaji, beast tamer Machi, hypnotist dancer Zango, Siam Sam, spotted cloth G, swordsman Gallus, battle gunner Creek, demon Akin, and iron wall Bala. Accompanying them were battle pets Leaky and several small beasts cared for by the women aboard. "Captain, we have spotted a towering island ahead," cried the lookout. This resembles the Clockwork Island from the film. It could serve as a small weapons manufacturing base, Moyi mused, recalling the film's poker pirate crew and the notable subordinates therein. Perfectly timing the gathering of all his crew, he called for a brief meeting. The island ahead is Clockwork Island, currently occupied by the poker pirate crew. Their captain, Kuma, possesses the steel fruit abilities, while key members include Sweetheart Queen, who wields the glue fruit, and Poker Jet, clad in spiked armor, along with Joker Ping, a needle-sword swordsman, and a gas-propelled member whose name escapes me, alongside several hundred subordinates. Choose your opponents wisely. I shall handle their captain. Let us be swift. Moyi disclosed the enemy's information and made arrangements with keen interest. Captain, there are far too few enemies for us to divide among ourselves. Idarego quickly interjected as per tradition. The swordsman is mine. Baji chuckled darkly, his face brimming with cunning. This moment, swordsman Gallus quietly closed his eyes, knowing he could not compete with the officer Baji and lacked the right to choose an opponent. I wonder how much treasure the opposing pirate crew has. It has been ages since I last plundered treasure. Nami's eyes transformed into a shape reminiscent of a bell. In that case, let us engage in a fray. Whoever seizes the opponent shall claim victory. Let us not squander time. Commence a full-scale assault to liberate Clockwork Island. Aye, Captain, the lookout shouted. Captain, they have already spotted us. A fleet is charging toward us. Then let the battle commence. Fire the cannons and charge forth. Both sides boasted small fleets, neither yielding in spirit. Soundwave laser cannon. Largo initiated the attack, his laser piercing through an enemy pirate ship, resulting in a violent explosion. The expression of Sweetheart Queen morphed into one of sheer terror, while Jack, standing beside her, was drenched in cold sweat, having encountered a fearsome foe. Retreat, retreat. We must seek out King Kuma. The battle was on the verge of collapse. Heart-wrenching cries reverberated across the sea as the poker pirate crew retreated in a frenzy. The Moyi adventure group pursued them with fervor. Soon, they approached Clockwork Island. Upon docking, the poker pirates hastily fled their ship, making a beeline back to Poker City. This is dire. King Kuma, a formidable enemy, is advancing. Quickly activate the colossal clockwork mechanism to fend off their assault. What is happening? An enemy approaches, just as my King Cannon is in its trial phase. Let them experience its might. As the Moyi adventure group sped toward them, King Kuma aimed the cannon at their vessel. Boom! A solid cannonball was launched at incredible speed. Largo, destroy it. Moyi said quietly, observing the cannonball's trajectory. Aye, Captain, watch me. Largo unleashed a soundwave laser cannon toward the incoming projectile. A violent explosion ensued, smoke billowed, and the sea erupted in waves. Without hesitation, Largo fired again, a brilliant light striking the summit of Clockwork Island, obliterating the throne, causing King Kuma's cannon to tilt and collapse. Land on the island. Advance. The Moyi adventure group's ships had already reached the shore, and the minions surged forward. Yet, the staircase was controlled by the mechanisms of Clockwork Island, transforming into a slide. With seawater, rolling stones, and other traps cascading down, Moyi sat at the head of the table, while Secretary Morty clutched a notebook documenting Moyi's words and the crew's performance. Rim held a tray of snacks, silently standing nearby, while Li Jiao passed drinks to Moyi. Nami and Nokigo peered through binoculars, observing their crew's assault, with Nokigo promptly raising a sniper rifle, practicing her aim. The squad leader surged ahead, charging up the staircase. As Largo fired his soundwave laser cannon, demolishing both the staircase and the mechanisms. Dare to resist so boldly. Let them see what we can do. Largo shouted in fury. Siam Sam, Swordsman Gallus, and Demon Akin, utilizing their speed advantage, were the first to ascend as the mechanisms fell. Acrobat Kabeji, Beast Tamer Machi, Hypnotist Zhangao, Spotty Buggy, Gunman Cleek, and Iron Wall Bala led the minions closely behind. In no time, they reached the top floor. A fierce battle was imminent. Swordsman Gallus fixed his gaze on the jester swordsman Pinkclown, their blades clashing with a rush of air, stirring up a tempest. This jester had once been defeated by Zoro, his face bearing the scars of that encounter. However, knowing Zoro's character, He likely had forgotten such a trivial opponent long ago. Demon Akin wielded his iron crutch hammer, swinging it toward Jack's spiked armor. Showing no mercy, seemingly fueled by disdain for the original captain, Kleek's porcupine-like defense. Unlike Nami, Siam found himself facing the gas-spewing Skunk One, who resembled a skunk and was aptly named, against the airborne Skunk One, whose toxic gas attacks left Siam unable to retaliate. He was forced to dodge and weave. Haha, Siam Sam, look at you, always running. Yet here you are, taking a beating. It's hilarious. Spotty Buggy's laughter echoed from the staircase. Soundwave lightning laser cannon. Ed Largo, annoyed by the erratic Skunk One, unleashed his newly perfected ultimate move. A reinforced laser cannon honed under Moye's guidance. In an instant, Skunk One was obliterated, the blast also igniting his gas gear. Flesh and blood splattered, stunning everyone present, including Ed Largo himself. That I never anticipated the captain's instructions would yield such power. Ed Largo laughed heartily, completely disregarding the explosion's destructive force. This technique was originally intended to be a penetrating strike, akin to the magic beam that had once obliterated Goku and his brother. Who are you? Why do you attack our poker pirate crew? King Kuma shouted in a mix of fear and rage. Our captain merely wished to train his troops, liberate enslaved islands, and perhaps earn a bit of coin. Came the mocking laughter of Jester Buggy. Another jester has arrived, with a poker jester here and Buggy the circus jester. Perhaps we should invite the underground emperor jester, Doflamingo, to make this scene even more entertaining. One could sense Oda's fondness for the poker theme, as the Don Quixote family and Kaido's beast pirates also carried such motifs. Are you their captain? King Kuma inquired. No. I am merely a minor officer. Our captain remains on the ship behind. We are more than sufficient to handle you, Buggy replied, wearing a grin. Dare to insult me thus? I shall not rest until we settle this. Rage eclipsed fear as King Kuma launched an attack. Special scorching bowling ball. The power of the steel demon fruit ignited his hands, transforming them into molten steel, radiating intense heat and waves of scorching air. Aboard the flagship Enryu, Moye sat in his position, reflecting on how Chow the pirate had similarly commanded his subordinates from afar in times of yore. A feeling of satisfaction washed over him, reminiscent of a sense of ambition and resolve. Brother Moye, would you like a grape? Lijia offered a grape, holding it near Moye's mouth. Would you all care to join me to witness the breathtaking views from such a lofty island? Surely none of you have ascended such heights before. After tasting the grape, Moye turned to the women and inquired. Absolutely. Nami replied eagerly, anticipating the treasures that awaited them, seeing Morty and Rim's intrigued expressions. Yet sensing their hesitation due to their perceived weakness, Moye declared resolutely, let us go together. I shall ensure your safety. He beckoned Lijia, Rim, and Morty to ride upon the back of the lion. Moye led the way, with Nami and no Kigo flanking him, while Liji carried the four women comfortably as they ascended the tower leisurely. Wow, it's so hot. Buggy and King Kuma exchanged blows, struggling to keep up, especially since Buggy had yet to reawaken his haki. Ed Largo, I leave this to you, Buggy exclaimed, abandoning his confrontation with King Kuma to pursue Sweetheart Queen, the exquisite-beautied No problem. Indeed, I am the strongest subordinate under the captain. Buggy, you merely joined the Moye adventure group before me. Ed Largo raised his chin, exuding an air akin to that of a self-proclaimed ruler. My physical prowess has improved significantly. The captain has mentioned that I will soon awaken my haki. Prepare to receive my punch. Soundwave impact fist. Ed Largo's fist collided with King Kuma's blazing red hand, sending shockwaves that rustled the clothing of those nearby. Remarkable, he is matching King Kuma blow for blow without faltering. Sweetheart Queen gasped, covering her delicate mouth in astonishment. Stay focused, my dear. Buggy was not one to adhere to chivalry. Seizing the opportunity, he drew a dagger and swiftly slashed at Sweetheart Queen's neck. In a panic, Sweetheart Queen's head fell, instantly transforming into a gooey substance, her body melting away and leaving only her garments as she slipped into a nearby pipe to escape. So, she possesses a natural type devil fruit? Buggy was taken aback, pondering how such a feeble nature user could escape so easily. The glue fruit should, like Katakuri's mochi fruit and Gasper's candy fruit, belong to the special paramecia category, possessing some elemental capabilities. Regardless, with Captain Moye guarding below, there was no way to flee. Observing the fierce clash between the swordsman Goroth and the needle sword clown, he felt an uncanny kinship. Furrowing his brow, there could only be one clown, and he slyly approached, preparing for a sneak attack. At that moment, the demon action erupted, shattering Jack's spiked armor with a single blow, defeating him. Cleek, clad in hedgehog armor, watched in cold sweat, realizing that this young man was indeed stronger than him. In the original tale, had Cleek not saved action, the latter would never have deigned to join Cleek's pirate crew. As Gorith and the Needle Sword Clown battled fiercely, a treacherous hand wielding a dagger suddenly appeared from above. Shattered strike, the hand of ambush. The Needle Sword Clown was instantly pierced in the shoulder, causing him to retreat in pain. Bucky, you. Gorith's expression darkened immediately. Hee, don't be angry. I merely noticed your prolonged struggle, and the captain is about to join, so I thought I'd lend a hand. With that, he intended to strike, asserting, there can only be one clown, and that is me. Yet Gorith intercepted Bucky's dagger, stating, perhaps the captain wishes to recruit him. I implore you, Lord Bucky, spare him. After some contemplation, Bucky decided to let the clown go, who then stealthily appeared beside Edra and King Bear, poised for an ambush. Upon noticing this, King Bear became cautious, feeling restrained. I won't fight. I'm merely observing that it seemed inevitable that King Bear would face defeat. However, Edra was no pushover either, as his Soundwave fruit wielded considerable power, and he was merely engaging in close combat to hone his physical abilities. At the base of Clockwork Island, Mo Yi and his companions strolled leisurely upwards. As if on a leisurely trip, suddenly, Mo Yi, hearing a noise from the nearby pipe, became serious. Just then, a glob of glue splattered towards him. In Mo Yi's vigilant gaze, the blob transformed into a completely naked, alluring beauty. Mo Yi's defenses crumbled instantly, and the hockey enveloping his hands dissipated in shock. The beauty boldly rushed into Mo Yi's embrace, which he instinctively returned, his hands unconsciously squeezing. It was as if he were reliving the sensation of driving with the wind in his hair, leaving him momentarily bewildered. The others, including Nami, were equally flabbergasted, quickly transitioning into a frenzy of rage, their expressions transforming into fierce snarls, hair wild, eyes glowing with fury. The fruit girl has descended from the heavens. Mo Yi, quickly throw her off. Such an indecent fruit girl. Nami exploded in outrage. Ahem. Does anyone have spare clothing? Mo Yi awkwardly inquired while relishing the moment. I wouldn't let that shameless woman wear my clothes. The other girls retorted angrily. But, Lolly-Licka, what right do you have to speak? With your figure, who are you to say anything? Pa. Mo Yi had no choice but to offer his shirt, reminiscent of a white Cavendish, to Sweetheart Queen, still struggling in Mo Yi's embrace, questioned why she couldn't revert to glue. Sensing her thoughts, he tightened his grip, delivering a firm squeeze to her rear, allowing her to experience a long-lost sensation of pain. Her first since consuming the devil fruit in the East Sea. Stop squirming. Hockey can suppress elemental transformation. Hurry and put on some clothes, or those behind will kill you. Sweetheart Queen, seeing the murderous intent emanating from the girl's red-eyed glares, immediately ceased hesitating, swiftly descending from Mo Yi's arms, accepting his shirt, and quietly standing aside with her head bowed, afraid to speak. Come along, Sweetheart Queen. You're a cadre of the poker pirates, aren't you? The girls urged angrily. And under Mo Yi's threatening gaze, Sweetheart Queen complied and followed. At the top level, after a prolonged struggle with physical techniques yielded no results, Edra, having thoroughly practiced his martial skills, shifted to ranged attacks, determined to conclude the battle before the captain arrived. Soundwave lightning laser cannon. At that declaration, all eyes turned towards him, recalling how he had previously obliterated the stinky weasel with this very move. King Bear narrowly evaded, yet his shoulder was still struck, resulting in a charred wound that caused him to collapse in agony. The wall behind him punctured, leaving a gaping hole. Edra aimed to unleash another Soundwave cannon to finish off King Bear. Hey, don't cause unnecessary destruction. You don't want to lose this subordinate, do you? That's quite wasteful. Mo Yi's impatient voice resonated from the stairwell, drawing the attention of everyone present. That a young man, with a perfectly toned physique and strikingly handsome features, clad only from the waist up, appeared before them. Captain Mo Yi raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Edra, leave the rest to me. I can't allow you to kill him. Silent instant slide. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, Mo Yi's form transformed into an afterimage, gradually vanishing. That moment, he materialized before King Bear, delivering an hockey-infused punch that sent him rolling with eyes turned white. All right, let us clean up the aftermath. Everyone resume your tasks. Hey, Bucky, come with me to loot the treasure. Nami perked up immediately. Edra and the squad leaders eagerly set out to capture the fleeing, hidden members of the poker pirates. Meanwhile, Kia, Morty, Lika, Lim, and Nokigal lingered on the top level, gazing out at the vast ocean, enjoying the cool breeze, feeling a sense of tranquility and elation that it was their first time reaching such heights. Indeed, in this era, the dream of setting sail had captivated so many, and each island offered unique scenery, filled with novelty and wonder. Having become a captain, it seems you are also unwilling to submit. Then I shall not hold back. Let us see what treasures lie in your memories. Mo Yi, self-assured, sought justification for his actions and began to work. Unless unexpected circumstances arose, he anticipated some fortunate discoveries. It appeared that there was a connection with the Sea Transport King, Deep Sea Current Yumi's subordinates. As the weapons produced on Clockwork Island were shipped through him, quite intriguing, it seemed time to engage with these significant figures. Moss, is this Mr. Yubilisai? May I inquire if you can currently contact the Sea Transport King Yumite? I have a lucrative business proposition to discuss with him. Who are you? You filthy little brat. What qualifications do you have to contact Lord Yumite? I suggest you calm down before speaking. I believe Yumite would prefer to eliminate anyone obstructing his fortune. Wouldn't he? Wouldn't you agree? Mr. Yubilisai. Moye's audacious, sinister laughter echoed through the din mushy, sending a chill down Yubilisai's spine. As the head of the East Sea Division of the Sea Transport King, he could not help but tremble. To speak such disrespectful words to someone possessing Conqueror's haki was no trivial matter. Mr. Yubilisai, I believe I will keep a close eye on you in the days to come. Upon hearing this, Yubilisai's pupils quivered, a cold sweat trickling down his brow, realizing that anyone with Conqueror's haki was not to be trifled with. May I ask how to address your esteemed self? I will promptly contact Lord Yumite. Please forgive my previous disrespect, and I shall personally visit to apologize and seek your forgiveness. Yubilisai suppressed his shock, his voice remaining composed yet probing for Moye's name and address, confirming that these figures were indeed formidable. You need not inquire about me. I will speak directly with your boss, Yumite. Do not waste my time. That Moye continued to exert pressure, seemingly dismissive of Yubilisai. The East Sea head, I sincerely apologize. I am not currently with Lord Yumite. Please allow me to report to him. If permission is granted, I will provide you with Lord Yumite's den mushy number. Please hold on. Thank you. Yubilis spoke with great respect. I understand, but please expedite your efforts. After all, a matter concerning the life of Yumit is at stake, and I would rather not have to replace such a partner. The casual remark from Moye startled Yubilis. Who could possibly threaten the life of the Underground Emperor, the Sea Transport King? Yumit? With a sense of unease, Yubilis promptly contacted the headquarters after Moye ended the call. That he reported the situation in its entirety. The possessor of Conqueror's haki, a matter of my life? Who dares to intimidate me? Do they truly believe I am easily frightened? Yumit mused, stroking his beard with a glint of his small eyes. It wouldn't hurt to make an acquaintance. After all, in business, more friends lead to more opportunities. He then instructed Yubilis to provide Moye with his personal contact number, believing that those in need should take the initiative. Yumit, the king of the underground realm, also had his own dignity to uphold. Is this Yumit? The young man inquired. Show some respect. Is this how you seek an audience with your elders? No, Mr. Yumit. I am here to conduct a transaction with you. Although my current influence pales in comparison to yours. Who can say what the future holds in a year or two? Do you truly possess such confidence, young one? You must understand, the seas of the New World are littered with the corpses of countless pirates. Will you be the next? Yumit, you are struggling to secure your own safety. Spare me your idle threats. What do you mean, young man? State your name. Let me see which faction dares speak so brazenly. Yumit, transactions must be equitable. To be frank, I require your cooperation regarding the transport channels in the East Sea and the Grand Line, and I expect a discount. Additionally, I need the contact numbers of the other 5 underground emperors. So you are but a novice. These matters are trivial. It all depends on what valuable information and goods you possess. Every piece of information I hold is world-shattering, capable of altering the very fabric of existence. You insolent brat, spare me your nonsense. I would love to convene a meeting with you 6 emperors, delivering news that would leave you old-timers trembling, particularly that Morgan fellow, who would surely be overjoyed. Regrettably, I cannot do so, as there is a traitor among you 6 emperors, and I must suppress my overwhelming excitement. Yes, oh, what exactly is this information? Do not forget your promise, Yumit. The first piece of news is that among you 6 emperors, one is a member of the world government CP0. What? You insolent wretch, do you have any evidence? I possess no evidence, but I am aware that within your ranks, within the next 2 or 3 years, one emperor is destined to fall, while another will be incarcerated and impelled down. Surprised? Unexpected? Yumit's expression shifted rapidly. His hands clenched tightly as turmoil brewed within him. He began to prepare defenses against the underground emperors. I require evidence, or at the very least, the name of this traitor. Yumit, this news directly pertains to your life. Merely cooperating with me and offering a discount is not sufficient. That I need the permanent pointers to the grand line that you can gather, as well as the catalog of devil fruits you are aware of. Would that be acceptable? No, that is far too precious, unless you possess something of equal value that can pique my interest. Yumit, then let us congratulate ourselves on forming the closest of alliances. What do you mean? As long as we establish the friendliest of cooperative relations, within 3 years, I shall gift you a pure gold ring. What? A pure gold ring that grants immortality? Ha! My friend, you truly astonish me. But do you comprehend the consequences of deceiving me? Rest assured, I swear by my conqueror's haki that I speak no falsehoods. And I possess information even more shocking than this. Do you not wish to know? Oh, my dear ally, please share your name. And might you divulge more world-altering news? Yumit, I prefer to remain discreet for now. But to keep you, the old fox, in check, I shall reveal a bit more. The inheritance of Pirate King Roger, the ancient weapon Poseidon, and I shall not divulge more just yet. Revelations must come gradually. That is where the fun lies, huh? You sly fox, can you not tell me the traitor's identity? We shall speak of that once you have prepared your end of the bargain. For now, let us conclude today's discussion. Stay in touch. Farewell. That as he retracted the snail phone, Yumit's emotions fluctuated. Who is this young man? Who is the traitor? The inheritance of Pirate King Roger. Is it One Piece? It cannot be that simple. And what of the ancient weapon? My mind is in disarray. To avoid alarming this CP0 traitor, I must remain vigilant and cautious. He pondered whether this young man was deceiving him. On Clockwork Island, at the summit, Mo Yi, having just concluded his conversation with the sea transport king Yumit, took a deep breath. This round of the game had resulted in a minor victory. With a mere piece of information and a promised, albeit non-existent, pure gold ring, he had acquired Yumit's permanent pointer and the catalog of devil fruits. In addition to securing a maritime trade agreement. Not bad at all. The weapons on this Clockwork Island were still plentiful. Perhaps once they captured Sky Island, they could also sell some sky shells. Most importantly, if he could persuade others, establish cooperation with others, the compensation could be routed through Yumit's maritime services. He observed the once boyish king of bears, unchanged in demeanor. Without hesitation, he assigned him a new nickname. From now on, you shall be known as Fuzzy Bear. You have just boarded my ship and consumed my steel devil fruit. I did not expect it to induce a slight memory confusion. Rest well and strive to become a valuable member of the crew. Upon hearing this, Fuzzy Bear shook off his confusion, tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed by the captain's recognition and the bestowal of a precious devil fruit. Thank you, Captain. I will work diligently to hone my devil fruit abilities and repay your kindness. Fuzzy Bear, I have high hopes for you. The entire poker pirate crew had been apprehended. Sweetheart Queen, Spike Jack, and Needlesword Pin had all been subdued. Her stinky weasel met a grim fate. Mayor, let us plant my flag on Clockwork Island. I hope you will continue to produce these weapons. Of course, you may also manufacture other precision instruments. Rest assured, we shall not oppress you. The helpless mayor and his wife had not anticipated that the loss of one wolf would lead to the arrival of a ferocious tiger. Ultimately, Moyi helped them locate their son, Aki's, the child of the pickpocket brothers from the original storyline. The pickpocket bullet chose to abandon his life of wandering and remained by the mayor's side to assist in managing Clockwork Island. This gesture genuinely moved the mayor and his wife, who promised Moyi they would diligently oversee the island. Moyi had successfully enlisted all members of the poker pirate crew. The next day, he convened a grand assembly. Standing upon the dais, with the women and officers behind him, he surveyed the nearly 800 pirate lackeys gathered below. He planned a simple selection process. Half would remain to produce weapons and safeguard the island. The 800 were arranged into 10 rows, taking turns to step forward, each lifting a stone pedestal placed before them, weighing between 100 and 1,000 kilograms. The 10 squad leaders would record their results. Indeed, Captain, responded Gallus and Akin, the squad leaders, who had descended to record their scores. Within moments, each minion had completed their registration. In less than 2 hours, the evaluations were concluded, leaving behind 400 top-ranking minions ready to embark. The remainder remained on the island, transforming from pirates into diligent workers under a grueling 996 schedule. Following the desires of the squad leaders, Moyi appointed the inept but loyal steward, Dis, as the island's overseer. While the timid and unambitious Iron Wall Balo willingly chose to stay, the newly joined member, Jack the Spike, was also assigned to guard duty, likely due to Moyi's discomfort with his frequent encounters with the naked sweetheart queen. To Moyi's surprise, Morty had contacted her fallen noble family to arrange a trade deal with the Clockwork Island, a task entrusted to Morty, the mayor, and his spouse, along with DIS.AT long last. The time to set sail had arrived. Moyi gave Dis a final piece of advice, suggesting he explore Beast Island for potential breeding opportunities to sell to the nobles, having visited Beast Island before. Dis readily agreed. Moyi gazed at Dis, the pirate minion who had accompanied him the longest in this pirate world, and said, "Train diligently and do not perish," with a flourish of his cloak. He boarded the ship, followed closely by the women and officers. Leaving behind the tearful steward Dis, they resumed their training in physical conditioning, combat skills, hockey, swordsmanship, and devil fruit abilities. Moyi provided guidance on the development of the split fruit, the soundwave fruit, and the steel fruit, clarifying the paths for their respective devil fruits. Simultaneously, he urged them to enhance their physical prowess in preparation for awakening their hockey. Once they awakened their hockey, combined with their devil fruits, their combat strength could rival that of pirates, with bounties ranging from 50 million to 100 million. Among them, Akin demonstrated the most formidable progress, his combat prowess closely matching that of the officers, with a battle strength worthy of a 20 million bounty. The swordsman Gallus found a sparring partner in the needlesword Appin, and alongside Zoro's swordsmanship, they made notable strides, both achieving battle strengths exceeding 10 million. The acrobat Kabaji, beast tamer Machi, hypnotist Zhongyao, Siam Sam, and spotted Bachi had limited progress. Yet each likely possessed combat prowess nearing the 10 million bounty mark. The once notorious gunner Krieg had a bounty of 17 million, slightly inflated due to his fleet, but after rigorous combat training, he had nearly justified that value. As for the guidance offered to the women, it often led to private chambers, a phenomenon most pronounced with Nami and the sweetheart queen. And Moyi and Koya exchanged medical insights in the infirmary, while he and Morty discussed management strategies in the office. With Nokigao, they delved into grafting techniques in the vegetable and fruit room, and even Rim joined Moyi in the kitchen for a cooking lesson. Rika felt her brother Moyi was far too busy, yet all of it was for the strength of Moyi's adventure group, a sacrifice he bore without complaint. After days of sailing, the Moyi adventure group's fleet finally reached the waters near Roguetown. This landing would be brief, primarily for resupply, as they had a singular mission, to locate a gang member named Bartolomeo, who possessed the barrier devil fruit. Upon completion, they could return to the ship and await further instructions. "Understood, Captain," the officers and minions chorused loudly. "Officers and squad leaders, take a phone bug with you. You too." Moyi instructed the women. The impending confrontation with the town's defender, Smoker, who wielded the smoke fruit, seemed unavoidable, and he urged them to protect themselves. Given the large number of bounty hunters aboard, it would be challenging for the Navy to perceive Moyi as a benevolent figure, and he could not hand over his crew of bounty hunters to the Navy. The Roguetown Navy branch. Smoke swirled in the office where Smoker, puffing on 3 cigars simultaneously, wore a grave expression. "So, they have finally arrived? The Moyi Adventure Group. Let's see if you are truly an adventure group or merely a band of pirates." Smoker, confident in his Logia-type devil fruit, had never tasted defeat in the East Blue. "Report. The Moyi Adventure Group's fleet has reached the Roguetown port. Please advise that let's go meet this adventure group that is more aggressive in hunting pirates than the Navy," he commanded. Roguetown's port. The gangplank of the Moyi Adventure Group was already lowered to the shore. "Scatter and complete your tasks." "Yes, Captain." The squad leaders and minions dispersed, with only a few crew members remaining behind. "Bucky, Edra, and Maoxiong, come along with us," Moyi insisted, prioritizing safety by not venturing alone. Ricky carried the weaker ones, while Rika, Rim, Koya, and Morty followed closely beside, with the 3 chief officers providing protection from the rear. In the town center of Roguetown, the women chattered excitedly as they shopped, while Moyi sought information about the weapon shop, Matsumoto's. Soon, he learned its location and hoped that Zoro and the others had not yet arrived. Meanwhile, aboard the Straw Hat Pirates ship, the Going Merry, Sanji berated the swordsman Joseph and the sword Saint Johnny. Do you even know how to navigate? You two idiots. I'm so hungry. I'm starving, Luffy exclaimed. Can the clueless Zoro navigate? Clearly, he cannot. And Usopp, the cowardly liar who has never left the island, can he navigate? Obviously not. Sanji had no choice but to place his hopes on the two bounty hunters, Joseph and Johnny. However, to their astonishment, they had taken a detour in the East Blue, falling behind Imoye's adventure group. Luffy, the glutton, had already devoured all the food. Island, I see land, Usopp shouted, adjusting his goggles and peering through a telescope. Joseph and Johnny hurried to the railing. It's Roguetown. We're saved, but it seems we're being hunted now. Driven by their instincts as bounty hunters, the six of them had indeed eliminated several pirate crews. And news of Luffy defeating the notorious Kuro had spread to the Navy. However, upon hoisting the pirate flag, they were classified as pirates themselves, rendering the bounties for those they defeated worthless, much to the dismay of Joseph and Johnny. Luffy's first bounty reached a staggering 20 million berries in the East Blue. Though it fell short of the original story's 30 million, this was due to their defeat of several weak pirate crews. And the Navy had caught wind of the crew's strength, leading to bounties being placed on others as well. Zoro's bounty was set at 15 million berries, Sanji's at 10 million, while Joseph and Johnny received 8 million each. And Usopp earned 1 million. This news brought jubilation to the entire crew, especially as Sanji's bounty notice was not a crude drawing, but rather a well-crafted depiction. All right, everyone, to Roguetown, let's set sail, Luffy declared, his fearlessness shining through as he focused solely on food. Inside Matsumoto's weapon shop, Imoye searched through the cheapest sword racks for the legendary sword, Sandai Kitetsu, when he soon sensed an ominous aura. Drawing the Sandai Kitetsu, he noticed the faint black patterns on the blade, an indication of its previous owner's haki infusion. Hey, kid, don't touch that sword. It's cursed, Matsumoto warned. Just a Sandai Kitetsu. How much is it? You know about Kitetsu. This is a cursed blade, said to be the embodiment of an evil deity, possessing power that rivals the righteous sword, Amakusa. Legend has it that an evil sword spirit resides within, capable of corrupting one's mind. Only a swordsman stronger than the spirit can wield it. Otherwise, they will be consumed and meet a tragic end. Unfortunately, no one has ever been strong enough to control it. I was planning to dispose of it anyway. Put it down. It's not for an ordinary person to wield. I said I want it. How much? And bring out your store's prized blade, the good quality snow blade. As well, Imoye declared, raising the Sandai Kitetsu and striking it against his arm, which was enveloped in haki. The clash produced a clearing sound of metal meeting metal. Seizing the Sandai Kitetsu with both hands, he felt the surge of haki coursing through him, and to his astonishment, the blade became adorned with intricate black patterns. It was nearly half infused. Only a significant portion remained before it could truly transform into a black blade. With a casual swipe, the sword struck the trial stone in the corner, cleaving it in two with terrifying ease. Have you earned the recognition of the third generation of the Ghost Cutter? No, you have forcibly subdued it. You are indeed formidable, but disaster will inevitably follow. Disaster? This third generation of the Ghost Cutter is merely a transitional blade. A supreme demon sword awaits me in the wings. I never imagined you had news of the supreme demon sword. This third generation of the Ghost Cutter is yours, then. However, you are destined to exchange swords, so my beloved blade, Snowwalk, is not for sale. Sir. I am not a dual-wielding fighter. I acquired this blade as a personal favor, for a young man recognized by the world's greatest swordsman, if that is acceptable. If I were to refuse again, it would be a sign of ingratitude. 500,000 berries. I hope you can find a worthy owner for Snowwalk. Upon seeing Imoye's profound expression, Ibn Song did not refuse again. Indeed, he felt the subtle pressure of Imoye's presence weighing down upon him, his heart still trembling. Haha, Nami, pay him, Imoye chuckled as he took both swords and exited. This scene was witnessed clearly by the passing Dashki. Nami, with a pained heart, produced 500,000 berries for Ibn Song and hurried after Imoye. Truly a remarkable and fearsome young man, Ibn Song said, taking a deep breath, his voice trembling. Captain, why must this sword be used as a favor? Could it not be given to Gallus instead? Buggy asked in confusion. That I wish to achieve a certain effect. I require more leverage and hope it will prove useful. I wonder if I might encounter Dragon. To present the sword to Zoro and demonstrate my sincerity to Dragon, that I also intend to employ information or strategies to see if I can sway Dragon. Captain, Ajin has already gathered intelligence on Bartolomeo's whereabouts in the west of the city and has begun making contact. We need to head over immediately. Buggy closed the den mushy and rushed to catch up with Moe to report. Excellent. Let us proceed at once. The women ceased their shopping. Moe's affairs were of utmost importance, and they hastily made their way toward the western part of the city soon as they passed a certain location. Moe suddenly halted. The execution platform of Roger, a landmark of the town of beginnings and ends. Feeling the faint, yet palpable, oppressive aura stirred something within Moe. What tremendous spirit this is. The breath of all things? After more than 20 years, the Conqueror's haki and observation haki still resonate. Or perhaps it is the effect of belief. The surrounding structures seem to remember Roger, echoing his presence, upon entering this place. Moe felt his own Conqueror's haki subtly stirring. He was utterly astonished. Akiji had created an ice path to let Robin escape. Capable of lasting a week without melting, the clash between Akiji and Akainu had altered the island's climate, persisting for 2 years without diminishing, and would continue to endure. Yet, Roger's breath of all things, his observation haki, and Conqueror's haki had remarkably remained for over 20 years, as if they were nearing divinity. At this moment, Moe was genuinely awestruck. Only those who possess Conqueror's haki can truly feel such an aura. Ordinary individuals would remain oblivious. Captain Moe, what is the matter? Buggy asked, observing Moe's dazed expression as he caught sight of the execution platform. Feeling an inexplicable urge to weep, a wave of melancholy washing over him, Nami shook Mizuri's shoulder. What is wrong, Moe? Moe paid them no mind and silently ascended the execution platform step by step. With each step, his demeanor transformed. The crowd below, along with passers-by and local residents, were inexplicably drawn to Moe's figure, as if anticipating the birth of something momentous. I am so full, looking at the stack of dishes beside him resembling a small mountain. Luffy beamed with satisfaction, while Zoro, having finished his drink, also relaxed, the 6 of them being none other than the Straw Hat Pirates. Only Sanji frowned, taking a drag from his cigarette. We have enough money to pay the bill? This single question instantly rendered the others uneasy, glancing around furtively, as if preparing to make a hasty exit. Sanji, seeing through their intentions, sighed, well, we are pirates after all, let us indulge in a free meal just this once. Let us escape, Luffy exclaimed, scooping up the others and crashing through the door, disappearing into the distance. Meanwhile, a white-haired man in naval attire stood amidst the ruins. It was Smoker, searching for Moe. His forehead was vein-bulging. His eyes filled with fury, and he bit through the cigar in his mouth. Smoker, it's the Straw Hat crew. They just dined and dashed. After them. Smoker was embarrassed. As a Logia user, he had carelessly been knocked down by pirates. A true disgrace that he even forgot his mission to find Moe, instead pursuing the Straw Hats. Hey, is that Ajin? Why not join me instead of chasing after your Captain Moe? Bartolomeo, sporting a rooster hairstyle, had just engaged in a skirmish with the demon Ajin, finding himself unable to best him. This was a rare occurrence since he had become the boss of hundreds of streets after acquiring the barrier fruit. Upon learning that Moe was at the execution platform in the town center, Ajin prepared to return and report. Bartolomeo, noticing Ajin's departure, felt a flicker of interest in the fierce captain and followed along. Chattering incessantly, the various squad leaders, receiving messages through Den Mushy, also converged toward the town center. Finally, Moe stepped onto the execution platform, gazing down upon the masses from Roger's vantage point at that moment. It was as if he harmonized with a certain aura, and the seed of his Conqueror's haki began to grow rapidly. A gentle breeze began to stir around the execution platform, becoming increasingly fierce and intense. As the heavens and earth seemed to press down, the people on the ground covered their eyes, as wind and sand swept through, their clothing flapping wildly, revealing the figures of the beautiful women. In the sky, Dragon observed this scene, frowning, astonished by the extraordinary potential of this young man, as if he were a born ruler. In this moment, Moe recalled the hardships he endured upon his arrival. The wretched cries of the common folk under pirate rule, and the sight of Roger laughing defiantly in the face of death. With closed eyes, he sensed the emotional currents of thousands of people in the square. Recalling the painful past, he clenched his fists, which rapidly transformed into a lustrous shade of black and red. Feeling Roger's spirit, black and red lightning began to crackle around him, the air swirling in a tumultuous rush. Filled with an overwhelming sense of pressured in that instant, Mo-yi absorbed it all, his emotions soaring high. He opened his eyes, gazing down upon the world with disdain. The three colors of Haki erupted dramatically. My fate is mine to control, not dictated by heaven. This moment, the heavens and earth were painted anew. Silence enveloped all, resonating solely with Mo-ye's declaration of dominance. Above the clouds, Monkey D. Dragon watched in astonishment. His eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The fleeing Straw Hat crew was forced to halt, staring wide-eyed at the unfolding spectacle. Nami, the women, and Buggy felt the overwhelming conqueror's Haki, gazing at Mo-yi with a reverence akin to that of a deity. The smoke-filled smoker, in pursuit of the Straw Hats, was also taken aback by the scene. In that moment, he witnessed the birth of a ruler capable of suppressing an era, his pupils constricting as he was reminded of Roger from over 20 years ago. Bartolomeo and Ajin were left speechless, staring blankly at the figure atop the execution platform. The squad leaders were forced to kneel, yet they began to fervently gaze at the figure on the platform. This was their captain. Countless tourists, citizens, and henchmen collapsed, overwhelmed, as even the resolute lay on the ground, gazing up in terror at this devil-like figure. Time seemed to freeze, and space appeared to solidify. A full minute passed before the heavens and earth returned to their original hues. Sounds began to flow back, erupting into a thunderous clamor. Captain Mo-yi is destined to reach the pinnacle of strength. The shout was amplified by Edra's soundwave fruit, echoing throughout Roguetown. The Mo-yi adventure group began to shout, shaking the very foundations of the world. With a resounding crack, this scene was swiftly captured by reporters. White Fist, Smoker, with a grave expression, fixed his gaze on Mo-yi atop the execution platform, unhesitatingly launching an attack. For those possessing Conqueror's Haki are not to be trifled with. Even though Mo-yi currently bore no bounty, it was imperative to subdue the threat while it remained manageable. If one truly has no intention of becoming a pirate, then one should reconsider whether to let him go. This moment, Mo-yi's heart was tumultuous, and his spirit surged high, sensing the impending danger through his observation Haki. He swiftly countered the approaching smoke-infused fist with his own dark, swirling punch. With a resounding bang, the two fists collided. The smoke fist ricocheted back, accompanied by Smoker's anguished cry, his knuckles shattered, blood oozing from his gloves. Since acquiring the Logia-type Smoke Devil fruit, it was the first time Smoker had sustained such grievous injuries. As he clutched his hand, gritting his teeth, to think he could harden his Haki. I never expected someone of your caliber to emerge from the East Blue. Possessing the three types of Haki, Mo-yi, are you preparing to become a pirate? Mo-yi looked down at Smoker, slowly speaking. I never aspired to be a pirate. My sole ambition has always been to grow stronger, to ensure that no one can threaten me. Yet now, I have another dream, to plant my crimson flag across the world, under which there shall be no slaves, no oppression, and all races shall coexist in peace. Are you challenging the world government? Or do you wish to join the Revolutionary Army? Smoker, suppressing his pain, inquired. The Revolutionary Army is indeed a commendable choice. However, no organization can accommodate two dominant kings. I shall change this world in my own way. After awakening his three types of Haki, Mo-yi seemed less reckless and more resolute. It can only be said that each possessor of Conqueror's Haki is inherently obsessive, driven by a goal they must pursue with their very lives. Otherwise, they are unworthy of awakening Conqueror's Haki. Mo-yi leaped down from the execution platform, passing by Smoker, murmuring, I hope we are not enemies. Smoker glared at Mo-yi's retreating figure, gritting his teeth. Yet he had no intention of pursuing the matter further, allowing Mo-yi to depart. It seems he, too, wishes to alter the corruption of the world government. This path is never devoid of like-minded strong individuals. Drag, observing from above, regarded Mo-yi with newfound interest. Mo-yi, you are so impressive, so commanding. Mo-yi brother, how incredible. Captain Mo-yi is destined to become a formidable king. Nami and the other women, along with Buggy and the officers, gathered around Mo-yi. You will be my greatest adversary on the path to becoming Pirate King, Luffy said, adjusting his straw hat, his expression grave and intense. Hey, are you the Mo-yi that Ajin spoke of? Truly an extraordinary individual. My fate is mine to command, not to be dictated by the heavens. I am filled with fervor. Take me to sea with you. I can hardly wait to join you in turning this world upside down. Ha ha ha, Bartolomeo exclaimed, hands on his hips, pointing at Mo-yi. His gaze, It glimmers like the stars. Jean quickly suppressed Bartolomeo's pointing hand with a punch, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! How dare you point at Captain Mou with such disrespect?" The crowd turned to look at the fallen Bartolomeo, in the center square of Roguetown. Above, drag hovered, the injured smoker stood, and the Straw Hat crew made their escape, observing Bartolomeo's adventure group, some tourists, townsfolk, and many unfortunate souls who had been knocked unconscious by the conqueror's haki lay scattered on the ground, still unaware. "Let us move. We must head to your territory first." Mou waved his cloak, and the women and officers followed suit. The fallen Bartolomeo sprang up and hurried after them, with the squad leader closely behind, and the crew followed in a swarm. Seeing the situation unfold, Luffy glanced at Smoker, stealthily leading the Straw Hat crew to make their getaway. Smoker, regaining his composure after Mou's departure, spotted the Straw Hats. "Straw Hat, I am extremely displeased right now. Come help me vent my frustrations." The white rope ensnared the Straw Hat crew. Gum Gum Gatling. 3-sword style, 36 calamity winds. Mutton kick. The core trio of the Straw Hats immediately retaliated, only to find their efforts futile, forced to retreat repeatedly. Desbones engaged with Joseph and Johnny, holding his ground against the two. Usopp was being chased by a throng of Marines, dodging frantically. White Fist, White Snake, Zoro and Sanji were instantly sent flying, crashing into nearby buildings, debris and dust swirling around them. "Zoro, Sanji, are you all right? You dare to be distracted while facing me." 10 hands inch ray strike. In an instant, Smoker had pinned Luffy to the ground, his weapon pressing against Luffy's neck, the sea stone rendering him unable to resist. "Straw Hat, your pirate career ends here. Your fate shall be the endless depths of the sea prison." Luffy, gasping for air, continued to struggle weakly. At that moment, the winds began to stir once more back with Mou. "Captain Mou, please take me to sea. You were simply magnificent just now." Bartolomeo gazed at Mou with starry-eyed admiration, floating around like a soft worm. "All right." Mou readily agreed. "I knew Captain Mou was the best." The Mou adventure crew looked at Bartolomeo, utterly speechless. "Furthermore, I plan to leave these 400 subordinates here in Roguetown, merging with your crew. If that's agreeable?" "No problem at all, Captain. What's mine is yours." "Very well. For this journey to the Grand Line, let us keep these crew members here until we find a base of operations. The Grand Line is far too dangerous for them at present. Squad leaders, please inform the others." "Understood, Captain. O, and instruct them to contact us from Clockwork Island to develop ties between the two sides. Does anyone wish to stay behind as a responsible party?" After a brief silence, the squad leaders replied, "Understood, Captain. Captain, I would like to stay. This way, I can begin the task of taming the beasts on Rare Beast Island," the beast tamer Machi suggested. "Captain, I shall take charge here in Roguetown." The acrobat Kabeji hesitantly added. Observing the two, Mou realized he hadn't altered their memories. Given their lengthy time in the East Blue, they might indeed feel apprehensive about venturing into the Grand Line. Ultimately, Mou consented to their requests. The squad leaders then went off to relay the news without much resistance. The weak yield to the strong, and the underlings dared not voice any dissent. The women certainly followed Mou, while Buggy, Itarago, and the modified memory officers were bound to follow him as well, alongside the new officer, the infatuated Bartolomeo. The prospective officer, Jean, was formidable. Both he and Korizumi had their memories altered by Mou and were eager to grow stronger. Both desiring to join the Grand Line, the swordsman Gorath and the needle sword Appin, two swordsmen, undoubtedly aspired to journey for the sake of their swordsmanship. Mou intended to keep a few close, to nurture them like Whitebeard's subordinate, the Decalban brothers. Only the hypnotist and dancer, Zhang Ao, remained. He too had not undergone memory alteration. However, Mou had a keen interest in hypnosis and dance. How could there be no entertainment aboard the ship? "Captain, it seems there's a culinary competition happening in the southern part of the town. Would you like to go sample some delicacies? It's just in time, as I'm looking for a chef." "Let us go have some fun." The chef, Remy, looked a bit disheartened, pouting like a small child. "Isn't it enough with us around? On the sea, nutritional balance is crucial. Having multiple chefs to learn and diversify flavors is equally important." Mou gently patted Remy's little pout, laughing heartily. Back with Luffy, the area surrounding the execution platform experienced a sudden change in weather. Fierce winds whipped about, dark clouds enveloped the sky, and rain began to fall. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, revealing a figure clad in green robes, with menacing red tattoos emblazoned upon his face. Smoker felt as if a colossal beast stood behind him, a cold sweat trickling down alongside the rain. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. the Dragon. Nothing shall hinder a man's pursuit of the free ocean. Doflamingo waved his hand with a flourish, and in an instant, Smoker was sent hurtling away by a violent gust. Crashing against the wall, spewing blood, rolling his eyes back, and losing consciousness. With another wave, Luffy and his crew found themselves swept away by a whirlwind to the side of the Going Merry at the harbor before they could even discern the newcomer. Ah, we're saved. What luck! Everyone, quickly set sail, Luffy exclaimed, grinning widely. Wow, the wind even brought food. He mused, wondering which fool had dropped it, laughing heartily at their fortune. In the shadows, Doflamingo's lips curled in irritation. The Straw Hat crew swiftly hoisted anchor, unfurled sails, and departed from Roguetown. Meanwhile, Tashigi, along with the Marines, carried the unconscious Smoker back to the Marine base for treatment, hastily reporting back to headquarters. In the southern part of the town, the cooking competition was underway. Now announcing, the champion of this cooking contest is the beautiful chef Carmen, the host shouted with fervor. Indeed, it's quite exquisite, Emoyi remarked, satisfied as he wiped his mouth. Utilizing Bartolomeo's affiliation with the underworld, Emoyi successfully secured a spot on the judging panel. Carmen, would you be interested in joining my ship to seek out the All Blue? He inquired. Who do you think you are, you little brat? Just because you're sitting on the judging panel doesn't make you important. Oh, I look like I need someone like you. Carmen, the fiery-haired chef, retorted boldly. How about a wager? If you can stand under my gaze for 10 seconds. I'll give you 100 million berries. If not, you'll come aboard my ship as my chef. What do you say? Are you up for it? Emoyi observed the beautiful chef with keen interest. What? Are you underestimating me? Fine. I accept your challenge. I don't believe your gaze can kill. The more temperamental a person, the easier they are to provoke. All right, let us find a secluded spot. I wouldn't want to accidentally harm anyone else. You? All right, I have a guest now. Please wait a moment. Emoyi replied, disregarding the irate Carmen as he gazed at the clouds above. Mr. Doflamingo, may I have a word with you? Your observation hockey has revealed itself. May I inquire about your intentions? I have matters to discuss with you as well. Let us meet in a less crowded area at the harbor. With that, he fell silent. Conveniently, he would bring Chef Carmen to the gambling location. The group hurried towards the harbor. Near the port of Roguetown, at Bartolomeo's Tavern, a notable establishment among Bartolomeo's myriad underworld enterprises, Emoyi gestured for Carmen to remain calm, allowing him to meet his guest first. Seated at one end of the long table, Emoyi was flanked by several women, with Barty, Itarego, Mao Xiong, and Bartolomeo standing on either side. Opposite him sat a man in a green robe, exuding an overwhelming presence that left the others in the room gasping for breath. Meanwhile, the squad leader remained outside, maintaining a vigilant guard. Chef Carmen felt as though she had stumbled into a den of gang dealings. Despite her fiery temperament, she felt a twinge of unease. Mr. Doflamingo, have you been observing me in the shadows for some time now? Do you harbor any thoughts about me? Indeed, I am somewhat intrigued by your recently awakened conqueror's haki. However, I am more interested in your perspective on the world government. Do you aspire to create a world of equality? If so, would you have any interest in joining our revolutionary army? I harbor a strong aversion to the celestial dragon's indiscriminate enslavement, and I genuinely wish to establish a world where all races coexist harmoniously. As for joining the revolutionary army, are you willing to tolerate 2 kings within its ranks? Or would you be willing to cede the leadership position to me? You are still young. Revolution is not achieved overnight. You have yet to grow. After I am gone, the leadership position could very well be yours if you prove strong enough that I will not be subordinate to anyone, and neither will you. Your conqueror's haki is indeed formidable. Would you be willing to teach me? Are you not afraid I might end your life right here, young king? At that moment, Doflamingo's conqueror's haki erupted fiercely, overwhelming the others, while Emoyi's haki also surged forth. Albeit considerably weaker, the women nearby showed signs of distress, including Carmen, while only the cadre members managed to withstand the pressure. I know you could eliminate us all, but are you prepared to face the consequences? The location of White Soil Island, Luffy's identity, the identity of a certain warlord, and Sabo's identity. I cannot leave this place today, for I have arranged numerous contingencies. If we cooperate, we both stand to gain. If we do not, I perish, and all your years of effort will turn to dust. Are you willing to gamble on the fate of this nameless individual? Emoyi strained against the pressure, his voice hoarse and labored. The tension dissipated, leaving an oppressive atmosphere in its wake. Doflamingo gritted his teeth, speaking each word with deliberate slowness, his eyes filled with anger and confusion. How would I know? If you truly wish to kill me, a man without a bounty, then you would bury the revolutionary army along with me, and I would die without regrets. Such a demise would be utterly unjust. And I suspect the world government would be quite pleased to see a gifted threat like me eliminated while wiping out the revolutionary army's living force. Mr. Doflamingo, I do not threaten you. There is no conflict between us, only cooperation, which would lead us both to victory. The weapons produced on one of my islands could be sold to you at a low price. This fine blade, Snowwalk, was originally intended for Zoro, who is a disciple of Mr. Yasuhiro and a crewmate of Luffy. Thus, Mr. Doflamingo, can you feel my sincerity? After saying so much, Mou lifted a teacup and took a sip. What do you require? I seek advanced training methods for the 3 forms of haki, as well as the possibility of sharing intelligence with you. Of course, if you wish to teach me the Dragon Claw Fist, that would also be acceptable. Humph, your bargaining chips are insufficient. However, if you were to become my disciple, then these matters would not pose any issue to Mr. Doflamingo. I will not bow to you for a lifetime. This is a fair transaction. I have dealings with the shipping king, Yumit, and I can sell you a piece of information as well. Whether you can seize the opportunity for profit is up to your revolutionary army. Let us hear it then. What information is so valuable? One of the underground emperors is a CP0 mole. How does that sound? The underground world is on the brink of chaos. Can the revolutionary army seize a piece of the pie? Doflamingo appeared taken aback, and upon hearing Mou's news, it seemed he had indeed connected with Yumit, thus ruling him out as a suspect. What remained were the loan shark King Fukushin Rufield, the president of the world news agency Big News Morgans, the veteran in the warehouse industry the Stealth Master Gibson, the funeral home mogul Dragos Pyclo, and the queen of the pleasure district. Streesy, which one could it be? How could we procure benefits for the revolutionary army? I need more precise information. I can provide you with the training methods for the 3 forms of haki. But don't forget the weapons from Clockwork Island and the blade for Zoro. Congratulations on our collaboration, but I need to receive Yumit's payment for the CP0 mole news before I can share it with you. You aim to sell the same piece of information multiple times. You're worried I'll disrupt your plans, aren't you? Rest assured, if the underground world remains stable, I will not interfere. Please provide me with your number for the listening bug. Mr. Doflamingo, you know about that? Just how deep have you infiltrated our revolutionary army? Doflamingo Idemo, you warily do not worry. It's merely a bit of information left by a relative who consumed the prophecy fruit in my family. Humph, not being cautious has its consequences. I might have to discuss relocating our headquarters. This is yet another expense, which pains me for the revolutionary army, making their already precarious situation even more difficult. In that case, let us finalize our collaboration. Very well, I will instruct my subordinates to prepare the weapons from Clockwork Island. You may collect them at that time. As for this blade, I shall personally deliver it to Zoro. I will write down the training methods for the 3 forms of haki for you. Contact me if anything arises. Having concluded their conversation, Doflamingo prepared to leave, readying himself for the impending chaos within the underground world. Mr. Doflamingo, allow me to leave you with one final piece of advice. Surround the kingdom with a strategy of retreating when the enemy advances, disrupting them when they settle, striking when they tire, and pursuing them when they retreat. Dorag paused for a moment, lost in thought, then nodded and transformed into a gust of wind, dissipating into the air. What a stifling atmosphere. Bartolomeo finally found his voice, and the group immediately slumped down. This man in the green cloak is incredibly powerful, Captain. Who is he? The world's #1 criminal, leader of the revolutionary army, Dorag. What? In an instant, everyone turned their gaze towards Mou, then shifted to the chef Carmen, their eyes gleaming with danger. There was an outsider among them, someone who was not a companion. The beautiful and fiery chef Carmen's face turned pale, as if she had unwittingly become embroiled in a significant matter. In truth, I had already promised Captain Mou to become one of the many chefs, and I found myself deeply submissive to his formidable presence. Carmen's face twitched as she forced a smile, quickly recognizing the gravity of the situation. Had it not been for the sight of the dagger flying through the air held by Baki, the golden light emanating from Ederago's mouth, the reddened fist of the bear, and Bartolomeo's crossed arms, along with a faint shimmering reflection, one might find it hard to believe. Now, allow us to welcome our beautiful and fiery chef, Carmen, Mou announced with a smile. The atmosphere instantly thawed, buzzing with excitement. Welcome, we are now comrades. The crowd cheered, pulling the seemingly overjoyed Carmen back to the port together. After a day's stay, they were finally prepared to set sail. Even the injured smoker did not come to disturb Moye's group. After arranging the underlings and the small team leader, Moye's adventure group set sail with only one main ship, the Yanhuang. The other vessels had their names revoked and their colors reverted to that of ordinary merchant ships. Stationed at Bartolomeo's gang port, serving as transport vessels for Moye's adventure group. On board the Yanhuang, in the Grand Hall, Captain Moye sat with Navigator Nami, Dr. Koya, Chef Lim, Small Chef Li Jia, Planter and Sharpshooter no Kigo, Intelligence Officer Morty, and Secretary Sweetheart Queen, totaling 7 individuals. The officers included Lookout Baki, who possessed the Splinter fruit, Cannon Operator Edarego, who wielded the Sound fruit, Combatant Bear with the Iron fruit, and Combatant Bartolomeo with the Shield fruit. Making 4 in total, the small team leaders comprised Hypnotist Dancer Zhongao, Siam Sam, Spotted Buggy, Swordsman Gallus, Battle Gunman Cleek, Ghost Mannequin, Needles Swordsman Appin, Fiery Red-Haired Chef Carmen, and the Red-Haired Ruffian Desire, totaling 9. Notably, Bartolomeo's childhood friend. The Red-Haired Ruffian Desire also boarded the ship, unwilling to disembark, insisting on following Bartolomeo. With no other options, Moye had to allow Desire to come aboard. Besides Moye, there were exactly 20 people in total. Along with the sea beast Moo, battle pet Leaky, and a few small pets, the sea beast Moo pulled the ship ahead at a decent speed. Navigator Nami observed the surroundings with a monocular telescope. Chef Lim and Small Chef Li Jia followed the fiery Chef Carmen to learn and began cooking. Dr. Koya diligently studied medical texts while organizing treatment notes. Intelligence Officer Morty and Secretary Sweetheart Queen sorted newspapers and intelligence. Liaising with Clockwork Island and Roguetown. Planter and Sharpshooter no Kigo tended to her orange trees and vegetables. Moye trained in physical combat, facing off against the 4 senior officers. Swordsman Gallus sparred with Needles Swordsman Appin, both of whom were merely novice swordsmen exchanging blows. Ghost Mannequin astonishingly fought against 3 opponents, Siam Sam, Spotted Buggy, and Battle Gunman Cleek, without losing ground. Dancer Zhongao assisted Nami in checking the sails and steering the ship. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the situation was grave as they underestimated Moye, who turned out to be a wielder of the 3-color haki, a status comparable to those supernovas in the Grand Line. Sengoku's expression was serious as he reviewed the reports from Roguetown. Dorag had also appeared in Roguetown, seemingly rescuing the Straw Hat crew. Crane remarked calmly, "The monkey family is quite familiar to me." Including Dorag, who was once an exceptional Navy officer. It's all Carp's fault. He doesn't teach anyone anything. Dorag was like this, and now even his grandson, Straw Hat Luffy, is the same. It infuriates me. Sengoku slammed his palm on the ironwood table. Frustration boiling over. Straw Hat Luffy is already on the wanted list. What about Moye's adventure group? With that, Crane produced a stack of bounty notices. Former captain of the Creek pirate crew, Admiral Creek, had a bounty of 17 million berries. His officer, Ghost Mannequin, had a bounty of 12,200,000 berries. And Officer Iron Wall Bara had a bounty of 8 million berries. The former Black Pirate crew's vice captain, Hypnotist Zhongao, had a bounty of 9 million berries, while the other brothers had a combined bounty of 7 million berries. The former Joker Pirate crew's captain, Joker Baki, had a bounty of 15 million berries. Acrobat Kabaji had a bounty of 7 million berries, and Beast Tamer Machi had a bounty of 6 million berries. The former Edarego Pirate crew's captain, Edarego, had a bounty of 18 million berries, while Swordsman Gallus had a bounty of 9 million berries. The former Playing Card Pirate crew's captain, King Bear, had a bounty of 17 million berries. Sweetheart Queen had a bounty of 7 million berries. And Joker Pin had a bounty of 7 million berries. This also included the bounty notices for the defeated Dragon crew. Wait a moment. Bartolomeo, the gang member from Roguetown, also boarded Moye's ship. Now, this vessel was predominantly filled with pirates, with only Captain Moye claiming he was not a pirate. Sengoku pondered, "What are you still thinking about? Initially, I had intended to recruit this young man into the Navy. But it turns out he is a conqueror's haki wielder, making that impossible. I, Sengoku, am the wielder of the Navy's conqueror's haki. Whether these pirates are genuinely reformed or not, they must be judged by our Navy. Since Moye's ship is rife with pirates evading judgment, he must be placed on the wanted list. Justice must be executed by our Navy." Sengoku made his decision. "Let us capture and judge them before they grow any stronger." How much should Moye's bounty be? With a decision made, swift action was necessary to resolve the issue. Three-color hockey is even more formidable than the supernovas, although they have not yet caused much harm to the seas. The threat they pose is not negligible. Let us set the bounty at 100 million berries for now. Understood. Let us also appropriately raise the bounties of the other pirates. Analyze their current strengths and determine the bounties accordingly. All crew members still on the ship should be wanted as well. The Navy machinery began to operate, collecting and analyzing information on each pirate, assessing their strength, and establishing final bounties. Fresh bounty notices and newspapers rolled out. As seagulls soared across the seas, the Grand Line, and the New World. M.O.Y. It's bad. We've been wanted. Morty and Sweetheart Queen rushed in, clutching the latest newspapers and bounty notices, seeking M.O.Y. Who was training in the training room? What is going on? Look. Everyone gathered around as M.O.Y. pulled out a stack of bounty notices. M.O.Y. Pirate Crew, Captain the Handsome Youth M.O.Y. Bounty of 100 million berries, wielder of three-color hockey, suspected of possessing a memory-type devil fruit, not confirmed, life or death disregarded. They dare to label me with such a title. It infuriates me. They even changed my adventure group into a pirate crew. Navy, you are truly something. M.O.Y.'s eyes blazed with anger, while the women and other crew members stifled their laughter, unable to contain themselves. With a huff, M.O.Y. tossed the bounty notice aside and dashed back to the captain's room, seemingly searching for something. Haha. All the crew burst into laughter, with the women laughing so hard they nearly fell over. Let me see what our bounties are. The loudspeaker, Edrago, grasped the bounty notice and began to read aloud. The clown, Baki, with a bounty of 20 million berries, a user of the fragmented devil fruit. Soundwave, Edrago, with a bounty of 25 million berries, a user of the Soundwave devil fruit. Iron, Mao Xiong, with a bounty of 21 million berries, a user of the Iron devil fruit. Barrier, Bartolomeo, with a bounty of 20 million berries, a user of the Barrier devil fruit. Demon, Akin, with a bounty of 19 million. Great War Gun, Creek, with a bounty of 18 million. Hypnotist, Zango, with a bounty of 10 million berries. Swordsman, Gallus, with a bounty of 10 million berries. Needle Sword, Appin, with a bounty of 10 million berries. Siamese, Sam, with a bounty of 9 million berries. Spot, Budgie, with a bounty of 9 million berries. Informant, Sweetheart Queen, with a bounty of 10 million berries, a user of the Glue Devil Fruit. Little Thief, Nami, with a bounty of 6 million berries. Beautiful Chef, Carmen, with a bounty of 500,000 berries. Female Hustler, Desire, with a bounty of 500,000 berries. Female Gunslinger, Noki Gao, with a bounty of 500,000 berries. Dr. Koya, with a bounty of 500,000 berries. Informant, Morty, with a bounty of 100,000 berries. Chef, Lim, with a bounty of 10,000 berries. Little Chef, Legia, with a bounty of 100 berries. It truly is a case of the entire crew being wanted, not even sparing little Legia. The total bounty amounts to 289,100 berries. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters on the island of White Soil, the hurriedly returned Drago immediately convened a meeting with all the Revolutionary Army officers. He informed them of the situation regarding M.O.Y. and the ensuing threat. Is there a traitor among us? Damn it, I must root him out. Sabo, like a powder keg, exploded with rage, shouting vehemently, Calm down, Sabo. I have faith in our comrades. According to M.O.Y. himself, he should have a partner with a prophetic-type devil fruit. Drago calmly analyzed the attitude and tone M.O.Y. exhibited while speaking. That is exceedingly dangerous. Our headquarters has been compromised. The Eastern Army commander, Bello Betty, said gravely. Worry etched on her face. We must scout for a suitable location for a second headquarters. We cannot place all our eggs in one basket. The Southern Army commander, Lindbergh, spoke in a raspy voice, boisterously akin to a bomb thrower from a hero's league. Can we simply eliminate M.O.Y.? Otherwise, this threat will persist. The Northern Army commander, Crow, spoke with a hoarse voice, filled with cruelty and coldness. There is no certainty. We do not know how many setups he has in place unless we are willing to expose this island and the secrets of Bear. Drago responded heavily. Then let him join us. Even if he cannot, we must ensure he stands in absolute opposition to the world government. A.S. the strategist. Crow's eyes sparkled with wisdom at this moment. What do you suggest? We should spread his perceived threat to the world government, ideally linking him to us. This seems promising. I can sense that his conqueror's hockey was triggered by Roger, which is a significant point. Additionally, he has helped us formulate strategic guidelines, and we must propagate his disdain for the celestial dragons and his vision of peace among all races. Drago ceased discussing any sense of chivalry with Moe. The interests of the revolutionary army take precedence. If we also let the news of him possessing a prophetic-type devil fruit ability leak, he will undoubtedly become a coveted ally. Crow's calm voice belied the insidiousness of his words. Very well, let us proceed and see if he dares to threaten us further. The Eastern Army Commander, Bello Betty, and Chief of Staff Sabo immediately endorsed the plan. All right, let us have the propaganda department disseminate these pieces of news at once. Both in the underworld and above, the machinery of the Revolutionary Army began to churn into action to eye in the new world, aboard the Moby Dick. Old man, how can such a character emerge from the East Blue? Possessing all 3 types of hockey, with a first bounty of 100 million berries? Huh. The Navy is truly incompetent. First Division Captain Marco laughed heartily. From reports received, his Conqueror's hockey began to awaken at Roger's execution platform, reportedly stunning hundreds, if not thousands, of people on its first manifestation. 5th Division Captain Vista recited the intelligence in his hands. Currently, there are even rumors in the underground world that he wields a prophetic-type devil fruit ability. I wonder if it holds any truth. Regardless of its truth, as long as we can sail freely, it matters not. That I wonder if Ace has managed to capture that scoundrel Teach. Whitebeard paid no heed to such news. Taking a large swig of his drink, let the feast begin, lads, aboard the red-haired pirate ship. This kid is quite impressive. Hey, my Hawk, what do you think of this little fellow? The red-haired captain boisterously attempted to embrace Hawkeye, but was deftly evaded. During this East Blue journey, I've seen him, as well as your straw hat Luffy, and another commendable swordsman. I merely did not expect Moe to awaken all 3 types of hockey so swiftly. Hawkeye's voice, rich with magnetism, spoke coldly. Then he becomes the greatest trial for Luffy on his pirate journey. Haha. Let us drink. On Whole Cake Island, this Moe is quite handsome. He could make a fine son-in-law. Who among you will go to recruit him? The 3 sweet commanders fell silent. It was the eldest, Charlotte Parasparrow, who finally replied, Mother, let us wait until he enters the new world. He may not even possess the strength to reach the Grand Line. You make a valid point. Mama on Onigashima. How can such a little brat possess Conqueror's hockey? This world does not require so many kings. Beast Kaido cursed drunkenly, visibly displeased. Governor, should we eliminate him now? Let us wait until he arrives in the new world. Perhaps this scum will sink to the ocean's depths. Queen, chewing on a cigarette and playing with a gadget, scoffed disdainfully. At the Navy headquarters. Marie Ford. A prophetic-type ability user. Is it true? Have we traced where this information originated? Sangoku's face bore a trace of seriousness. The world government goes to great lengths to conceal the century-long void in history. We cannot allow this Moe adventure group to stir any ripples. Another celestial dragon hater, seeking to create a world devoid of slavery. Chief of Staff Crane studied the latest underworld and above-ground news. We must eliminate this threat at its nascent stage. Dispatch troops to eradicate Moe and his crew immediately. Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki, cold and ruthless, believed in absolute justice and would not tolerate any pirates. Oh, how terrifying. They wouldn't have foreseen how long I've been slacking off today, would they? Admiral Kazuru, Borsellino, leisurely trimmed his fingernails, speaking lazily while casually boasting about his nails. Kazuru, you better take this seriously. And you, Garp, sleeping during the meeting. Sangoku, the fleet admiral, erupted in anger, slamming the table so forcefully it splintered, causing chaos to ensue. I in the underground world. It's you, daring to deceive me. A prophetic-type devil fruit? Pure gold? Haha, the king of the sea. Yumit squinted, lost in thought, pondering whether to cooperate with or eliminate Moe's group. Other underground lords rushed to verify the source of the news. On the Grand Line, all 3 types of hockey, a prophetic-type ability user, an erudite voice echoed, soon engulfed by the winds and sands. Aboard the Yanhuang. Moe rummaged through his belongings and found Smoker's phone number. Hello, you scoundrel. It's me. Moe. Smoker, you better listen closely. Immediately relay to the Navy headquarters to remove the moniker of Pretty Boy from my bounty notice, or I shall have unfinished business with you and the Navy. Moe was irate, genuinely furious, as though he had suffered a grave insult from the Navy. Pretty Boy, what kind of ridiculous nickname is that? Humph. Moe, do not forget that you are merely a pirate. Daring to call the Navy to question, this is utterly outrageous. Smoker remained utterly unperturbed, even growing irate at the prospect of Moe's incoming call. Give me the Marine headquarters number. I shall handle this myself. The phone snail withdrew into its shell. Indeed, Smoker had terminated the call. Moe, taking deep breaths, was enveloped in a dark aura. Do you think I am easy to bully? You have forced my hand. The members of the Moe adventure team observed the furious Moe, none daring to approach the proverbial tiger by the whiskers. Captain, it seems there is something ahead, Zhonggao, temporarily serving as lookout, shouted. Is that a little girl who has encountered a shipwreck? Nami poked the face of the girl they had just rescued. Moe, in an exceptionally foul mood, upon seeing the girl, immediately devised a plan for retribution. That would entail dealing with the despicable Marines, thus allowing his moniker to be restored. Chia, awaken her, and have her guide us to Battleship Island. I am eager to exact vengeance upon the Marines to reclaim my name. Moe, even if you wish to change your nickname, you must not indiscriminately harm the innocent. Fear not. These are mere Marine scoundrels. Their deaths would be of little consequence. Once you revive this little girl, you shall see. If that fails, Carmen can whip up some delectable dishes. I suspect she fainted from hunger. At this moment, Moe was exceedingly enthusiastic, as this matter directly pertained to his reputation. Where is this? The young girl, a BC, awoke to the enticing aroma. You are aboard the ship of the Moe adventure team. We saved you. What is your name? Nami inquired gently, gazing at a BC. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking for someone else's name? Baka, a BC's expression crumbled, entirely failing to portray the image of a naive little girl. I am Nami, and these are my adventure companions. Nami replied with sincerity. Hey, stop wasting time, kid. Take us to Battleship Island. I am seeking vengeance upon the Marines. I have no interest in that feathered dragon of yours. At that moment, a BC spotted a strikingly handsome youth with an ominous expression. How do you know about Lord Long? Are you seeking revenge on the Marines? Could it be that you were insulted by them due to your extraordinary beauty? The atmosphere suddenly grew tense, and an uncomfortable chill permeated the air. How could this little girl harbor such bizarre thoughts? You little brat, right now, immediately, take me to Battleship Island. On the verge of eruption, Moe could no longer contain himself, seizing a BC and unleashing a hint of his conqueror's haki, which pressed down upon a BC, leaving the surrounding crew members feeling uneasy. So terrifying, so terrifying. A BC's eyes nearly rolled back in fright, her mind spiraling into a frenzy of panic. Moe, calm down, calm down. Nami leaped onto Moe's back, playfully jostling him. Moe unceremoniously set a BC down and, without a backward glance, retreated to his quarters to cool off. Anger, desire, in the presence of the astute Nami. A BC spilled forth all manner of information like a broken dam. The crew finally grasped the current situation. Well then, whether for a BC's sake, for the protection of Lord Long, or for the captain's title, we must ensure that the name of our adventure team is remembered. In Moe's absence, Nami assumed the role of leader. For Captain Moe's title, the operation to reclaim his name commences. We shall annihilate this band of scoundrel Marines. Nami, who harbored a deep-seated grudge against the despicable Marines, was filled with righteous fury. The officers and squad leaders would certainly not miss the opportunity to strike at the Marines, all cheering in agreement. All right, a BC, lead the way. Thank you, Nami. You are all good people. The naive little girl, a BC, with tears glistening in her eyes, was profoundly moved. Thus, the Moe adventure team embarked on a seemingly inexplicable mission to reclaim Moe's reputation, inadvertently gaining a BC's goodwill in the process. On the opposite side of Battleship Island, a Navy fleet was sailing. Admiral Nelson, is the information you received accurate? Is there truly news of the Millennium Dragon? Can the dragon bones really grant immortality? A figure slender as a reed, with earrings dangling from either side of his head, small eyes obscured by dark glasses, and hair standing tall, was none other than the infamous Navy mercenary, known as Whirlwind Eric. A user of the scythe fruit, the scythe man Eric, my subordinate has indeed captured the little brat who encountered the Millennium Dragon. The information is reliable. Admiral Nelson Roy, the rotund commander of the East Blue Navy's 8th Division, fanned himself leisurely. Let us hope so. A dangerous glint flickered in Eric's eyes. If the dragon bones truly bestow immortality, why should he share such a treasure with this corpulent fool? I hope you do not stray off course. When you find the Millennium Dragon, it will be your demise. Aboard the Yanhuang, that must be Battleship Island, resembling a stack of warships, the Moe adventure team gazed in awe at the towering island in the distance. Marveling at the beauty of the sea, each island possessing its own unique charm that I think it resembles a pile of gold ingots. Nami, the treasure enthusiast, offered her own perspective. Charge, find the Marines, and take them down to avenge Captain Moe. Edra and Bartolomeo shouted enthusiastically, joined by the likes of the Clown Buggy and the Iron Bear, along with other squad leaders. Thus, the Moe adventure team and the 8th Division fleet landed on opposite sides of Battleship Island. Both aiming for the cave where the Millennium Dragon resided, it seemed that battle was inevitable. Moe observed his eager crew and acknowledged their potential usefulness. He decided against reminding them. After all, a scythe fruit user was merely a scythe man, and Buggy and Bartolomeo should be more than capable of handling him. This served as a small test for them. Nami, leading a BC, and the 4 major officers, forged ahead toward the Millennium Dragon's cave. Meanwhile, Moe, accompanied by the women, rode atop the lion Rika, taking in the sights of the island. The Yanhuang remained under the watchful eyes of the Sea Cow and the station Zhonggao. There were no significant issues. Moe recalled that the Millennium Dragon's lair, the Lost Island, lay to the east of Battleship Island. The Lost Island served as both the dragon's den and grave. Young Millennium Dragons returned here to mate and lay eggs, while elder Millennium Dragons returned to die. According to Lord Long's recollections, he had visited the dragon's lair several times in his lifetime. Thus, it was suggested that the lair did not surface merely once every millennium. Moe pondered whether he could capture some Millennium Dragons as mounts. Although the feathered Millennium Dragons lacked a certain aesthetic appeal, they were capable of flight. The thought of forming an aerial army of Millennium Dragons was exhilarating. Moe felt a surge of passion. He needed to devise a plan, not only to obtain an adult dragon, but also to secure dragon eggs. This was essential for his future endeavors, as the Sky Island territory was a must to seize. An aerial force would mean an elite army. From a modern perspective, Moe understood the dominance of air forces over naval and land forces. Whosoever commands the skies commands the narrative. The flying pirate fleet of the Golden Lion exemplified this, operating with impunity, capable of both offense and retreat, and maintaining full control of combat initiatives. With these thoughts, Moe's mind began to race, contemplating how to persuade and, establish a cooperative pact with the Millennium Dragons. He began to consider the feasibility of his plan. If all else failed, he must at least secure some dragon eggs from the battle. What reasons could he present to convince these Millennium Dragons? Reproduction, safety, sanctuary. Moe seemed to have an epiphany, indicating that it was time to put his thoughts to the test. Within the world of One Piece, all creatures exhibit a remarkable intelligence and possess their own unique languages. To communicate with them, one could utilize Chopper's human fruit, Obby's whisper fruit, or Roger's observation haki, which enables the listener to hear the voices of all things. This observation haki appears to be shared by Uchian, Luffy, and Momonosuke as well. Naturally, the protagonist, Moe, also possesses it. Having awakened his 3-color haki at the execution platform, he is still somewhat unpracticed, with his abilities being sporadic in their effectiveness. However, this is inconsequential, as he has ABIs by his side. ABIs, accompanied by Nami and Buggy, was the first to locate the ancient Dragon Lord. Unfortunately, the senile Dragon Lord provided no substantial information. Thus, they constructed a raft to tow the Dragon Lord towards Moe. Fully aware of his precognitive abilities that might illuminate the Dragon Lord's past, just as they had barely exited the cave, they were ambushed by invisible air slashes resembling scythe blades. Protective barrier. Bartolomeo swiftly conjured a translucent shield, deflecting all incoming attacks. Sonic laser cannon. Itarago reacted promptly, targeting the origin of the air blades with a laser blast. Sensing the danger, Buggy unsheathed his daggers and launched himself into the air. Meanwhile, the fist of the steel bear began to glow red, radiating waves of intense heat. The squad leader, Akin, and the others drew their weapons, iron crutches, swords, and spears. Observing the panicked ABIs, Nami raised her chin, her expression imbued with a hint of pride as she cheerfully declared, "Fear not, let me show you the might of our Moe adventure team." ABIs, feeling reassured and exhilarated, loudly praised, "This is incredible. Are they pirates?" A booming voice from ahead belonged to Admiral Nelson, who inquired loudly. "Admiral, a group of pirates has already seized the ancient dragon," the Navy lookout reported instantly. "Then let us pursue them at once. All hands, engage and encircle them." Hundreds of Navy soldiers surrounded Nami, Bartolomeo, Buggy, and Itarago. Engage. Brother Ren and Bartolomeo ensured Nami and ABIs were protected, While the others charged forward, Buggy and Itarago confronted Eric, the scythe-wielding adversary, in an instant. Scythe air blades and sonic laser blasts filled the air. While two blade-wielding hands darted about, the steel bear, with his fiery fists, landed a solid blow on Admiral Nelson, who was sent flying due to his long-standing complacency. Protect the Admiral. The Navy soldiers erupted into chaos. Akin faced off against several capable mid-ranking officers clad in justice cloaks. Swordsman Gallus and spear-wielder Opin engaged hundreds of foot soldiers, each swing claiming the life of a Navy soldier. The battle spear, Crick, charged through the Navy ranks, sending countless soldiers tumbling. Nami and ABIs cheered, their tiny fists pumping in encouragement. Bartolomeo was equally inspired. Barrier, rampaging bull charge. The Navy soldiers in front were all blown away, collapsing to the ground in moans of defeat. WOC, from where did this pirate crew emerge, boasting so many capable individuals? Seeing the tide of battle turn, Eric made a swift decision to flee, disregarding Nelson entirely. Scythe, whirlwind, scythe, dance of chaos, scythe, tornado. Eric unleashed a flurry of powerful moves, sending blades of wind swirling and raising clouds of dust as he made his escape. Quickly, block his path, Buggy shouted to Itarago, who plunged into the dust. Itarago surged through the cloud, spotting Eric's retreating figure hundreds of meters away. Sonic lightning laser cannon. A brilliant beam shot forth, crackling with sparks and lightning, hurtling towards Eric, sensing the imminent threat. Eric rolled to the side just in time to narrowly evade the lethal strike. The laser blast struck the mountain ahead, obliterating it and leaving a heap of rubble. Gulp, Eric swallowed nervously, cold sweat trickling down. Without a second thought, he crawled and rolled away, desperate to escape from these fiends. Damn it, he got away. Buggy and Itarago cursed. Allow me, came Mo's resigned voice, recognizing the two's lack of combat experience. Silent instant slide, Moe appeared several hundred meters away, catching up to the fleeing Eric. Scythe, tornado. Eric, upon noticing his pursuer, unleashed his signature move. Armored color, sliding shield. Countless wind blades sliced through Moe's form. Yet to no avail. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can this be? Eric was in despair. He had encountered so many skilled fighters today. Was he still in the East Blue? Had he entered the Grand Line? Silent instant slide. Armored color hardening, Moe paid no mind to Eric's flustered state, and, in a flash, delivered a powerful punch to his face. Eric, eyes rolling, collapsed, rendered unable to continue fighting. Thus, Moe hoisted the unconscious Eric and returned. Captain, trust me, this was truly an oversight. Buggy attempted to defend himself, no need for words. Training will be doubled. Please, Captain, my fragile spirit cannot withstand so much training. Buggy lamented, while Itarago donned a resolute expression of determination. Akin had grown stronger, now possessing the potential to become an officer. He would continue to strive hard. Moe regarded Akin's minor injuries with admiration. Bartolomeo, the steel bear, and the squad leader were all filled with vigor. You all should take the ancient dragon to the eastern side of the Navy's island. The lost island is over there and will soon resurface. Moe instructed the young girl ABIs and Nami. Is that true? The Dragon Lord has forgotten. How do you know, Captain Moe? How I know is of no consequence. Hurry along now. Do not hinder me. I need to have a discussion with the Navy. Moe temporarily set aside thoughts of them, focusing instead on addressing his notorious reputation. Dragging the hefty body of Admiral Nelson before the captured Navy soldiers, he said, Bo are you? It's you again, the handsome Moe? What a shameful nickname. Moe suppressed his urge to strike. Smoker, if you dare to hang up on me again, I will eliminate these 100 Navy soldiers without hesitation. Do not doubt my resolve. Damn it. What do you mean, Moe? Come now, fat pig. Say something to your dear Colonel Smoker. Moe thrust the transponder snail towards Nelson's face. Colonel Smoker, save me. I am Nelson Roy of the 8th Division. Enough. You have no part in this. Moe kicked the plump Nelson aside, turning to the transponder snail. Now, Smoker, immediately notify the Navy headquarters, or give me their contact number. If I do not receive a response in 5 minutes, I will execute 10 Navy soldiers for every minute that passes. I mean what I say. You despicable fiend. I should have fought tooth and nail to keep you in Roguetown. 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Just you wait. Be do. Moe chuckled as he cut off the call. Indulging in a blatant act of revenge for the last time he had his call dropped. Smoker fumed. cursing and hurling insults at Moye's countless relatives. He promptly reported the situation to Navy headquarters. Sengoku, not one to be trifled with, demanded that Smoker provide him with Moye's transponder snail number. Sengoku glanced at the chief of staff Tsuru, pondering the implications of Moye's current actions and state of mind before dialing Moye's number. Boru, Moye, you have quite the audacity. Dare you to threaten the naval headquarters? Are you not afraid that we shall dispatch an admiral forthwith to eradicate you? Sengoku is incensed. Never has he been so audaciously threatened by a mere pirate. Marshal, I am truly frightened that I never intended to oppose the Navy. I merely sought to reform a few wayward pirates. Yet for this, I find myself a wanted man. I am gravely wronged. Enough of your nonsense. You, with your conqueror's haki, hardly present as a compliant individual. Now you dare to use the Navy to threaten the Navy headquarters. I am left with no choice. You pursue me, and yet you bestow upon me a moniker that tarnishes my reputation. Marshal Sengoku, I am genuinely enraged that I declare this. If you do not amend the nickname on the wanted poster, I shall slaughter these 100 or so Navy personnel today, that I shall continue to visit the Navy branches until you comply. Moye's voice grew louder with each word. I will send an admiral to obliterate you right now. Sengoku, boiling with fury, suddenly grew calm, as if dispatching Moye's group was but a trivial matter. Is it merely for the sake of changing a title that you force me into a corner? Starting tomorrow, the news of the ancient weapon, Pluton, shall spread throughout the Grand Line and the New World. I hope you can quell the tempestuous seas. Furthermore, regarding Don Quixote Rosanani, codename Mitsai, who once lurked within the Don Quixote family, I trust that Doflamingo might find this information quite intriguing, or perhaps the Navy's giantification project. Among others, Marshal Sengoku, are you truly willing to reignite chaos upon the seas over a mere nickname? Very well, Moye. You are indeed a nefarious criminal. That it seems the rumors of your subordinates possessing prophetic abilities hold true. You have been lurking. What ambition drives you? Marshal Sengoku, I assert that I merely wish to live unthreatened by anyone. Is this ambition? Or rather, I desire to create a world of peace among all races. As long as I am alive, Marshal Sengoku, I detest having my life threatened. Can't we coexist harmoniously? Just as Sengoku prepared to retort, the chief strategist, Crane, silenced him with a glance, mouthing the words, egregious terms. This time, I shall trust you once. Release these Navy personnel, and we shall assist you in changing your title. What kind of title do you desire? Speaking of titles, I am invigorated. Boa Hancock is referred to as the Pirate Empress due to her beauty. And I, for my handsomeness, shall be called the Male Emperor? No, do not interrupt me, the beautiful Emperor. I have told you not to interrupt, the handsome Emperor. Enough. Handsome Emperor is acceptable, but the title I desire is the Aesthetic Emperor. I hope you keep your word and release these Navy personnel. Considering your recent threats and mockery, I have decided to eliminate this fat pig. Allow me to cleanse your ranks of their disgrace. Farewell. Sengoku slammed down the transponder snail, his face flushed with rage. Akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, this is utterly intolerable. Crane, why did you consent to this vile scoundrel? Moye is a person who deeply values his pride and life. One cannot corner him. Currently, we remain unaware of how much information he possesses that threatens the world government. However, the information he holds is perilously dangerous. We must not press him too hard. We should employ a strategy akin to boiling a frog slowly, methodically devising a plan to eliminate him. First, we shall significantly raise his bounty, making him akin to a child parading through the streets with gold in hand, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of seemingly harmless pirate hunters and the underworld. What if he were to use the crucial information he possesses to save himself before his death? Until the final moment, he will not relinquish such life-saving knowledge. It is entirely plausible that he is keeping a close watch on Pluton, monitoring them and the underworld, prepared to strike at the opportune moment. Update his wanted poster, elevating the bounty to 500 million berries, and include the information regarding his possession of a prophetic devil fruit and knowledge of numerous world secrets. I want him to become the target of all. Once we have dealt with Nelson, Missouri-Ye's request to change his title shall finally reach a resolution. Now, let me unleash my conqueror's haki and put these Navy soldiers to sleep. It is time to determine how to manage these ancient dragons. Captain, we await your command. We shall set sail eastward immediately, correct? Nami had already plundered the naval fleet of the 8th branch and had even brought the ancient dragon aboard. Indeed, eastward we go. Let us set sail. With that, MOU sought out the unconscious Eric, a remorseless mercenary, to eliminate him after obtaining the scythe fruit, gradually turning cruel. Worst case, he could relearn the scythe fruit's cultivation and techniques. After all, his original memories remain intact, augmented by MOU's insights. Thus, yet another young man, having recently set sail and acquired a devil fruit, joined MOU's adventurous crew. Following the customary dialogue, Eric, filled with emotion, pledged his allegiance to Captain MOU. Captain MOU, is it truly eastward? They had journeyed for quite some time. The ancient dragon's emergence is time-specific. Be patient, ABIs, as you will need to assist in communicating with the other ancient dragons shortly. After resolving the issue of the nickname, MOU's spirits lifted. With Eric's addition to the crew, he felt even more buoyant, and his demeanor towards the young girl ABIs softened considerably. Thank you for your assistance with Lord Dragon. ABIs expressed her gratitude. Were it not for them, Lord Dragon would have been captured by the Navy. Roar. At that moment, the ancient dragon, as if rejuvenated, trembled and suddenly took flight, plunging into the sea. Lord Dragon. ABIs cried out anxiously. The sea began to tremor, and an island slowly rose from the depths, the water cascading away to reveal its outline. Surrounding them were the sounds of countless dragons, as green-feathered ancient dragons soared back from all directions. The Lost Island is the ancient dragons' homeland, their burial ground, and the place where they communicate, reproduce, and lay their eggs. In the central pond of the island, ABIs beheld the corpse of Lord Dragon, surrounded by many petrified ancient dragon bodies. Nearby, there were even dragon eggs. This was the homeland Lord Dragon had longed to return to him. MOU gently stroked little Abis's head, offering solace. ABIs did not rush to Lord Dragon's side, but instead suddenly embraced MOU tightly. Thank you for helping Lord Dragon find his final resting place. ABIs, why not stay aboard my ship from now on? Yes, Captain MOU. The ancient dragons completely disregarded MOU and his crew, engaging in neck intertwining, whether in courtship, affection, or mating, trembling all over to this what Uncle De referred to as a chilly tremor. Such unguarded ancient dragons, who have not been captured by humans, are truly remarkable, it due to their strength. Their ability to fly, or perhaps the Lost Island, this place of bonding, has limited emergence time, necessitating prompt action. Or perhaps they genuinely lack suspicion. After all, the world government has only existed for 800 years. While ancient dragons can live for 1,000 years, and the Lost Island surfaces only once every few hundred years, they have likely not been disturbed by humans, which explains their lack of apprehension. In the East Sea, east of the Battleship Island, the recently surfaced Lost Island, they spotted the largest ancient dragon, resembling a leader, having just completed its mating ritual with several female dragons, basking in the afterglow and letting out a triumphant roar. MOU approached with ABIs, intending to engage in friendly dialogue with the ancient dragon. Ancient dragon, I am ABIs, and this is my captain, MOU. Greetings. Short-lived two-legged insect. How is it that you speak the tongue of our kind? The chief ancient dragon looked perplexed. These two-legged insects had spread across the world in a mere 1,000 or 2,000 years. Elders spoke of how these two-legged insects had created countless weapons, birthed numerous powerful beings, and engaged in fratricidal wars, particularly the group wars of the two-legged insects 800 or 900 years ago, which destroyed countless islands and affected numerous races' habitats. This led many races to harbor a disdain for these greedy and brutal two-legged insects. However, fearing humanity's strength, many races chose to dwell far from humans. Our captain states that the information regarding this lost island may have already been exposed to the strongest organization in the human world, the world government. Thus, our esteemed captain wishes to extend an invitation to you to establish a new breeding ground. Our captain has discovered a celestial island along the Grand Line. This place is secure and does not ascend periodically like the Lost Island, which hinders the communication of the ancient dragons. It also ensures that the aging ancient dragons will not perish away from their homeland. A BC, too, wishes to avoid a repeat of the plight faced by Lord Long, where ancient dragons, on the brink of death, could not wait for the Lost Island to resurface. It is inconceivable. We have thrived for countless years. How could we alter our traditions for mere humans? The chief ancient dragon is not intimidated by the threats posed by humans. With tears in her eyes, Abisi conveyed Lord Long's circumstances to the chief ancient dragon, plunging him into a profound silence. The periodic emergence of the Lost Island has safeguarded dragon eggs and remains, Yet it has also rendered some injured and aging ancient dragons incapable of enduring until the island's ascent. Ultimately, they could not find peace in their homeland, instead facing the possibility of dying far from their roots. The Lost Island surfaces approximately once every 200 years. Every ancient dragon born on this island undergoes 2 centuries of nurturing before finally hatching and taking flight. After 2 centuries, they can return to the Lost Island for breeding to humans. 200 years is a lengthy span. Those who have witnessed the ancient dragons have long since passed, and after another century of tales, the ancient dragons have become mere legends on Battleship Island. Other male and female ancient dragons do breed outside, but without the unique materials of the Lost Island for their 200-year incubation. The offspring are flawed, living only a few decades at best, never reaching the age of 200. Perhaps the elderly ancient dragons, even in death, yearn to return to the Lost Island, as a form of gratitude towards it. Thus, the ancient dragons cannot forsake the Lost Island. It is their destiny. The chief ancient dragon shared this with Moe and his companions. Moe felt a tinge of disappointment. Indeed, the unique environment of the island has fostered a unique race. Every gift of life comes with a price, and fate has long since determined the balance. With the ancient dragon's millennium-long lifespans intertwined with the fate of the Lost Island, it is evident that their race cannot continue to flourish but can only maintain a certain number. Then let us assist you in finding a new habitat, and we shall return here to provide you with protection, Moe proposed, convinced of his reasoning. Why do we need your protection? You are but short-lived bipeds. When the Lost Island surfaces and the mother dragon lays her eggs, after the hatching of those laid 2 centuries ago, we shall depart with the young dragons, and the Lost Island will sink until its next emergence in 200 years. By then, you bipeds will have all perished, the chief ancient dragon retorted, his wise gaze seeming to pierce through Moe's thoughts, leaving him speechless. Should they simply abandon hope, or fight for it? Then where do you intend to survive? Moe pressed. I can find a celestial island along the Grand Line for you as a habitat. Would that not be favorable? We could also help you train the young dragons, enabling them to grow into formidable beings swiftly. Moe remained undeterred. Young one, you are still too naive. The region between the 2 windless zones, which you refer to as the Grand Line, is rather inhospitable for our flying kind. The unpredictable weather inflicts severe losses on flying races. Hence, we prefer to dwell within the windless zones or the 4 seas. We only traverse the Grand Line during migration. In the bipeds there are powerful and exceedingly cruel. The gentle chief ancient dragon patiently elucidated this to Moe and his companions, showcasing his kindness. However, from what you have shared regarding the elder ancient dragons, I know you are not malevolent beings. I would like to entrust some young dragons to your care. What? The situation had taken an unexpected turn, and Moe was somewhat astonished. At that moment, the chief ancient dragon, with a sorrowful expression, fell into reminiscence. Do you understand why only 30 or 40 ancient dragons returned this time? Did something transpire? Indeed. Over 20 years ago, during our migration in the latter half of the Grand Line, our race was beset by calamity. That a human king, capable of communicating with all beings, summoned a tempest of unparalleled fury, provoking countless races to respond. Even colossal sea kings stirred, causing catastrophic weather changes. In that war of bipeds, boundless conqueror as hockey and relentless storms claimed the lives of over half our companions. Swept away innocently. Upon finishing, tears streamed down the chief ancient dragon's face, a testament to the helplessness of witnessing his comrades perish, leaving him to flee with the remaining survivors. Was it the Battle of War between Pirate King Roger and the Golden Lion Suke? Thus, from the 40 eggs laid 200 years ago, even if each dragon cared for a youngling, it would be our utmost limit, and our circumstances are dire, as migration is fraught with peril. Therefore, I entrust the remaining young dragons to your care. Moe did not refuse. Thus, the arrangement was made in a rather inexplicable manner, as he had previously contemplated battling the ancient dragons for some dragon eggs. As time passed, from noon onward, the hatching of young dragons began in earnest. Much like the young dragons of Daenerys Targaryen in Game of Thrones, these ancient dragon offspring emerged fully feathered, ready to fly as soon as their plumage dried. 23 female dragons laid this generation's 23 eggs. Indeed, after that calamity, the ancient dragon race has become predominantly female. Hence, the chief ancient dragon could possess several female dragons. Pragmatically, the chief chose the strongest young dragons to accompany him, leaving behind the weaker 10 to be entrusted to Moe and his companions. The Lost Island, bearing the newly laid eggs, gradually sank before the ancient dragons and Moye's adventuring party, marking yet another cycle for the ancient dragons. The young dragons, having feasted on a hearty meal provided by Moye's party, looked at each other with mutual understanding and camaraderie, observing the departing figures of the ancient dragons. Moye could not help but feel a pang of emotion. He then glanced at Abisi and the others, who were playing with the young dragons. Set sail, young ones, towards the Grand Line. After 2 days of navigation, Moye's adventuring party finally arrived at the base of Reverse Mountain. Gazing at the tumultuous waters flowing upstream, the roaring waves were a magnificent sight. The group was exhilarated, for they were about to enter the Grand Line. "Look, Captain Moye, a merchant fleet has appeared, and they dare to approach," Bartolomeo exclaimed with excitement, rubbing his hands in preparation for a grand confrontation. "After all, our flag does not resemble that of a pirate ship in the slightest." Nami discerned something amiss, raising her finger to explain. "Are those ships also passing through Reverse Mountain? Your information is remarkably well informed." The merchant vessel behind drew closer, loudly inquiring, "What do you mean? You are unaware. Since you are not pirates, I shall enlighten you. There is an island whale beyond the Grand Line that periodically collides with Reverse Mountain that if one attempts to cross at that moment, it would surely result in shipwreck and loss of life. According to the East Sea Merchant Association's reports, there have been no sounds of the whale's impact from yesterday to today, making it the ideal time for our East Sea merchant fleet to pass. Those reckless pirates, rushing out to sea without any information, are bound to meet a tragic end. So that's how it is," Moye thought, having previously found this puzzling while watching shows. No wonder the Navy hadn't dealt with the whale. It also served to filter out reckless novice pirates. At that moment, several newspaper seagulls soared overhead. Come, get the latest news." Both the merchant ship and Moye's party purchased newspapers. "Captain, it seems the ship opposite is manned by pirates," the first mate of the opposing merchant ship, trembling with fear, reported to his captain while clutching the newspaper. "What?" The entire merchant ship seemed to leap in fright, rapidly decelerating and retreating, as countless oars frantically paddled to escape. Moye and his companions were left in disbelief. Bounty notice. Moye, alias the Emperor of Beauty, bounty of 500 million berries, possessor of 3-color hockey, suspected user of a memory-type devil fruit. Under his command are a seer-type devil fruit user, well-versed in the world's many secrets, responsible for the collapse of several Navy branches in the East Sea. Extremely malevolent, with grand ambitions, posing a significant threat. Life or death is of no concern. This time, only the bounty of Moye has been updated, while the bounties of the other crew members remain unchanged for the moment. However, this is enough to leave all members of the Moye adventure group utterly astonished. What exactly transpired between this captain and the marshal of the warring states that propelled the bounty to an astounding 500 million? Moye gazes with satisfaction at the handsome portrait on the bounty notice in the grandiose title. Feeling deeply content. 500 million berries. Captain Moye has truly become a notorious pirate of the seas, far surpassing this year's supernova bounties. Buggy is in a frenzy, speechless, while everyone else joyfully leaps into the air. Quiet down. This means we will face increasingly more dangers. Everyone must continue to train and absolutely must not die. Moye begins to caution his crew, urging them not to let pride cloud their judgment or underestimate their enemies. "Are you ready? Speak your dreams, my little ones," Moye declares as he tosses a wooden barrel aside and steps atop it, raising his voice. The crew exchanges glances. To become the mightiest navigator, assisting Moye in becoming king. With our swords piercing through all obstacles, to become the finest marksman, aiding Moye in becoming king. With our swords piercing through all obstacles, to become the strongest doctor, the mightiest fighter, a swordsman capable of standing alone. The strongest second in command. "Oh, please, I am the strongest second in command. Haha." Charge towards Reverse Mountain. The sea cow roars as it pulls the Yanhuang ship into the reverse current, speed surging uncontrollably, the Yanhuang ship swaying violently, nearly colliding with the cliffs of Red Soul Continent. Slippery fruit glazed Yanhuang ship. The hull of the Yanhuang becomes incredibly slick, bouncing off the cliff upon impact. Barrier fruit protective wall. Bartolomeo adds an extra layer of protection to the hull, a dual safeguard. If he is safe, then so am I. Nami and Buggy cling tightly to the railing, securing themselves to avoid being thrown overboard. Truly dependable comrades. Tears well in everyone's eyes, emotions heightened. We are embarking on the Grand Line, accompanied by a reliable crew, navigating against the current, then flowing downstream. Though there are some jolts and collisions, we safely pass through Reverse Mountain. The Grand Line. We have entered. The new world lies ahead. A new chapter shall unfold, and a new journey commences. The Yanhuang ship stabilizes. The crew begins to check for injuries, inspecting the ship for damage. The thousand-year dragon hatchlings and pets locked in their quarters are all fine, behaving themselves. Now that all is calm, the thousand-year dragon hatchlings are released to stretch their wings. The beautiful Chef Carmen and the cook Limu begin preparing the feast. The first banquet upon entering the Grand Line commences. Long live the celebration. Just then, the sea surface suddenly ripples, as though some monstrous creature is about to rise. Roar! A colossal island whale breaches the surface. Its head scarred and battered. Labu sneezes, and a sheep-headed sailboat is expelled, revealing the Straw Hat Pirates going married. Is oh hungry, so delicious. Finally, the scent wafting from the MOE adventure group reaches the famished Luffy. Is it the MOU Pirates? A feast is underway. Take me with you. I want to join. MOE. Luffy bellows at MOE, his hunger overwhelming. At that moment, Kuroka steps out from the whale's belly, holding the latest newspaper, observing MOE's bounty on the notice, then glancing at MOE aboard the Yanhuang. A look of contemplation crosses his face. By all accounts, Luffy has inherited the will of Roger and Shanks. However, according to messages from Jabba, this MOE has also triggered Roger's will, awakening Conqueror's haki with even greater talent than Luffy. How swiftly he awakened it. Kuroka-senpai. Let us join the feast together. MOE. Spotting the ship's doctor of the Pirate King, Kuroka's, is eager to take advantage of this opportunity, whether in terms of medical knowledge or the route pointers for the Grand Line. Naturally, MOE desires the pointer for the route from the original story. Without it, he would lack any narrative advantage. Moreover, this route holds many potential devil fruit users. Have you awakened the ability to hear the voices of all things? Kuroka's inquires seriously, his gaze filled with skepticism. It seems so, but it's somewhat erratic. However, I can understand what my little thousand-year dragons mean. Wow, what a cool green-feathered bird. Oh, it has teeth too. Luffy stretches out his hands to grab a thousand-year dragon hatchling, wildly ruffling its feathers, completely disregarding the hatchling's fierce resistance. Baka, that's a thousand-year dragon, you fool. How can you treat the little dragon like that? Little lowly ABI's jumps up, swatting Luffy away with a stick. Baring her teeth, her head filled with black lines. Sigui, it's a dragon, so cool. Luffy rubs his head, getting back up, his eyes sparkling, while the rest look on speechless. Kuroka-senpai, my ship's doctor, Kaya, would like to learn from you. And I also wish to ask, do you have the route pointers for Whiskey Peak and Little Garden? MOE feigns an eager expression as he gazes at Kuroka's. Did he purposefully choose the route that Roger once traversed? Could it be that he has indeed inherited Roger's will? Or perhaps it is due to the rumored prophetic abilities he possesses. Yet, he just gave one of the route pointers to the Straw Hat crew. If he were to provide another to MOE, would there be a conflict between the two pirate crews? Aboard the Yanhuang ship, the Going Merry rests nearby, the Straw Hat crew and the ship's doctor of the Pirate King. Kuroka's all gather for the banquet on MOE's side, and no wonder Labu hasn't crashed into any mountains these past few days. It seems he inadvertently swallowed Luffy and his crew. And the elder is treating Labud. MOE takes a sip from his cup, glancing at Kuroka's, a look of realization dawning upon him. Kuroka's, on the other hand, observes MOE's crew, Edrago, Bartolomeo, and Bear, but notices that Buggy seems unfamiliar with him. Indeed, even though MOE specifically instructed Buggy to greet Kuroka's, feigning recognition, Kuroka still senses Buggy's unusual demeanor, but a shadow of doubt flickers in Kuroka's eyes. This MOE is no ordinary character. Could it be a memory-related devil fruit? How could he treat Buggy in such a manner? Utterly unforgivable. He is certainly not someone Roger would wait for. He lacks the purity of Luffy, being a person filled with ambition and willing to resort to any means. The route pointer for Whiskey Peak is no longer available. However, there are still 1 or 2 pointers for other routes. Old man, do you see it now? It is no wonder you are the ship's doctor on the Pirate King's ship, besides your formidable medical skills. You handle harpoons with exceptional finesse and are well-versed in both types of haki, rivaling the strength of an ordinary Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral, guarding Twin Cape for over 50 years, in the year 1470 of the sea calendar. Parting from Brook, he promised to care for Labu. In 1494, he was invited aboard Roger's ship. In 1495, he battled against the Golden Lion fleet. In 1497, Roger reached the end of the Grand Line and became the Pirate King. In 1498, Roger surrendered. Aside from following Roger for over 3 years, Kuroka spent the rest of his time at Twin Cape, observing the emergence of countless new pirates from all seas, and even now, he remains unscathed. This wealth of experience and strength should not be underestimated. Moe estimates that, ultimately, he would likely not be able to defeat this seemingly elderly Kurokas, even if they all ganged up on him. The casualties would be severe. Then please give us a regular route pointer. We'll select our own course to AT this moment. Moe smiles disingenuously. Having long prepared for this situation, Kuroka-senpai, may my ship's doctor. Kaya, observe and transcribe your medical book collection. That as possible. I have some medical books that I don't need much anymore, which I can give you. Kuroka's also recognizes that Moe's group is not to be trifled with. While ambitious, they are also a promising seed in this era of pirates. Kuroka-senpai. Actually, I have news about Brook. Moe revealed a significant piece of news, causing Kurokas to pause momentarily, while Labu grew restless. The sea began to churn once more. Kurokas had once joined Roger's crew with the intent of finding Brook. Despite his words of hope to Labu, he had long since abandoned any expectation of Brook's survival. Having traversed the Grand Line and New World without a trace of him. Is this what you foresaw? The hidden hostility within Kurokas diminished somewhat. Brook was an idol of the older generation. A song by Binks Brew had traveled from Brook's rumbar pirates in the West Sea to the Grand Line, becoming a staple at pirate gatherings, even adored by the likes of the Red Count. Baroque Ludeville. Indeed, I know Brook's whereabouts, which is why I seek the record pointer for this route. Moe observed Kurokas with keen interest, aware that he would not disclose Brook's location, as it lay within the treacherous Devil's Triangle, a region at the far end of the Grand Line. The 7 routes ultimately converge at the Sabati archipelago, with the Devil's Triangle being just a fraction before, a place all routes must pass through. Moe watched Kurokas' changing expressions, curious to see how he would respond. Kurokas understood that Moe was deliberately toying with him, testing whether he still possessed the record pointer for this route. Despite having just claimed he did not. On one hand, he harbored a long-held wish to reunite Labu with Brook. While on the other hand, he had never encountered such cunning pirates in his years at sea, most being straightforward and combative. Labu's pleas reached his ears, prompting a sigh from Kurokas. Actually, I still have a record pointer for this route. Let me find it. Really? That's wonderful, Senior Kurokas. At that moment, Moe appeared to be the epitome of a sly fox, lacking the grandeur of a conqueror's will. Noting Moe's cautious demeanor, Kurokas returned to Twin Cape, retrieving the record pointer along with several precious medical texts. Are you satisfied now, you little brat? Grateful for the generous gift from my esteemed predecessor. Having achieved his objective, Moe felt triumphant. Even if Kurokas were to withhold the record pointer, he could simply follow the Straw Hat Pirates into the route. As long as he entered this route, he could navigate using a regular record pointer. In truth, Brook was not dead. He had merely died once due to the Yomi Yomi Nomi, only to be resurrected and now found himself trapped. The rest of the Rumbar pirates had perished. How could this be? Both Kurokas and Labu displayed sorrowful expressions, yet they found solace in the fact that Brook had survived. What a remarkable devil fruit that can bring someone back to life. The members of Moe's adventure crew and the Straw Hat Pirates were taken aback. Then I entrust you with the task of locating Brook and bringing him back. Kurokas, frustrated by Moe's continued silence regarding Brook's location, felt a sense of helplessness. It is my duty, Moe proclaimed solemnly. The Yomi Yomi Nomi had the potential to counter Big Mom's Soru Nomi. How could he let such a crew member slip away? Labu, we will find Brook. Until then, do not harm yourself. Take care. Hearing news of Brook improved Labu's spirits, and he agreed to Moe's words. Kurokas observed Moe's group. Despite their cunning and unscrupulousness, he sensed a flicker of kindness within them. Provided their interests were not threatened, the Straw Hat crew, having feasted, was eager to embark on their next adventure. Moe did not forget to gift Zoro with the exceptional sword, Snow Walk, as part of his transaction with Dracul Mihawk. With gratitude shining in Zoro's eyes, the Straw Hat Pirates set sail. Moe's adventure crew followed suit. Thus, after transcribing most of the important medical texts with everyone's assistance, along with some gifted books, they too departed. A day later, Nami became proficient in using the record pointer. And Mo's crew soon followed suit. Thanks to the sea cow beasts towing their ship, they managed to travel faster than the Straw Hats. The distances between the islands of the Grand Line are not to be underestimated. Larger islands possess more stable magnetic fields, yet the record pointer requires time to gather magnetic energy. For instance, at the ancient island of Little Garden, it would take over a week to gather enough magnetic energy for the pointer to direct them to the next island. Thus, for Moe, some unnecessary islands could indeed be a waste of time. It seemed time to contact Dracul Mihawk, and It was time to collect the rewards for their collaboration. On board the ship, Yanhuang. "What was that hailstorm earlier?" exclaimed one crew member. "The hailstones were larger than people. I even saw hail the size of the ship. The Grand Line is terrifying." Nami and the other women still bore tear-streaked faces, while the officers and captain appeared dazed. Thankfully, they had the sonic cannon from Edra, Bartolomeo's barrier, and Mo's sliding shield. Otherwise, a regular pirate crew would have perished. "Nami, do you now comprehend the importance of a navigator? A skilled navigator can predict weather patterns for minor changes. The burden on your shoulders will be heavy. I entrust this to you." Sensing Mo's seriousness, Nami replied, "I understand. I will diligently study navigation and will not betray everyone's trust." Realizing the significance of her role, Nami began to value her navigational talents, determined to develop them swiftly. The small dragon had also begun to grow. It could serve as a basket, allowing several small dragons to carry them aloft to observe the weather, scout islands, and enjoy the scenery. "Captain Moe, you are truly brilliant to come up with this." ABI's looked at Moe with admiration, stars in her eyes. "That is an excellent suggestion." Without regard for the others' gazes, Nami bestowed a kiss upon Moe. With the development of the sliding fruit, Moe seemed to grow increasingly handsome. No, rather, strikingly beautiful. The effect of the passive trait of gaining favor from the opposite sex was becoming more pronounced. He was not far from standing alongside the pirate empress, and the pirate prince would surely gain fame across the seas. In the captain's office, his secretary, Sweetheart Queen, handed him a transponder snail, while the intelligence officer, Morty, began taking notes, organizing various newspapers and bounty notices. "Hello, Dracul. Are you ready for the advanced application of the three-color hockey?" I can barely contain my eagerness. Moe felt an overwhelming desire to grow stronger. While beside Dracul, a white anti-eavesdropping transponder snail Saturday ready, my strategic advisor. "What the hell? So the news from the underworld was indeed leaked by you? Forget about those details. Let us begin with the training methods for the advanced application of three-color hockey." Dracul swiftly changed the subject, beginning to dictate the advanced training methods. While Morty diligently recorded, Sweetheart Queen did not forget to pluck a bunch of grapes just delivered by Leja, peeling one and placing it in Mo's mouth. "All set. Tell me, which underworld emperor is CP0? Listen closely. It is the queen of the festival, Stussy. By the way, to celebrate our partnership, let me share a secret you may not know. Don Quixote da Flamingo is a celestial dragon." Understood. Without further ado, Dracul immediately convened a meeting to strategize regarding the underworld. Moe, it truly is you. I thought you were a member of some other faction, but to think you are just a greenhorn setting sail. The unique cunning laughter of the sea transport king, Yumit, echoed from the transponder snail. "So, are you not planning to cooperate?" Moe, no longer timid in the face of the sea transport king, felt bolstered by his newfound confidence. "You truly possess the abilities of a prophecy-type devil fruit user, don't you? No need for you to be concerned about that. Is the devil fruit encyclopedia and the permanent pointers for the islands of the Grand Line ready?" Yumite found himself momentarily hindered, yet he bore no ire. After all, unearthing the traitor among the underground emperors, alongside acquiring the coveted pure gold that grants immortality, was of utmost urgency to him. "I have taken the liberty of duplicating what I already possess for you. And the maritime officials of the East Sea and the Grand Line shall readily assist you. Where shall the Pokédex and the permanent log post be delivered? Ensure they arrive at Whiskey Peak in the Grand Line with utmost haste. For I shall remain there for several days. However, revealing one's location bears considerable risk. My dear Moe, please provide me with the contact numbers of the other underground emperor's snail phones shortly. Let us first discuss the identity of the traitor. Indeed, it is none other than the Queen of the Joy Festival, Stussy, a member of CP0 under the world government. Moe reiterated this statement, eager to capitalize on the information. The revelation of Stussie's identity was startling. I comprehend now. I shall also provide you with the numbers of the other 4 underground emperors. Yet Stussie's contact shall remain undisclosed to you. The maritime king, Yomite, promptly bolstered his security measures. The infiltration of the underground world by the world government had become alarmingly severe. The fact that even the underground emperors were affiliated with CP0 filled him with trepidation. He hesitated to share this news with his other subordinates who were not fully trusted. Should this information be shared with the other underground emperors? With danger lurking everywhere, it is prudent to first secure oneself before uniting with others to eliminate this CP0 threat. Moe, wearing a visage of delight, concluded the conversation with the snail phone. Having successfully acquired the 3-color hockey, the devil fruit Pokédex, and the permanent log pose, concurrently, chaos was set to ensue within both the pirate world and the shadowy underbelly. This was the opportune moment to rise amidst the turmoil and seize opportunity. Navy, divert your attention elsewhere. Do not fixate on Moe's adventuring crew, but rather, immerse yourselves in the tribulations of the underground world. Shall we orchestrate a little mischief against Blackbeard Teach? Perhaps not, for Teach himself is engaged in dismantling the world structure. It would be best to refrain from disrupting that narrative. Nevertheless, one must remain vigilant, for the hunter may become the hunted. I wonder if Yomite has relayed this information to the other Dark Emperors. Moe was inclined to delve deeper into the murky waters in hopes of unexpected gains. Bururu. Hello, who is this? The snail phone transformed into a striking figure adorned in a pink feather coat and sporting pink glasses, emanating a voice rich with magnetism. This was Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the king of Dressrosa, and an intermediary in the underground world. Keek, da Flamingo here, I am Moe. I wish to discuss a certain transaction with you. Is that the new king? Would you be interested in joining the Don Quixote family? Enough with the pleasantries. Possessing Conqueror's hockey, you needn't indulge in such trivialities. Do you believe yourself to be rocks, or Roger? Da Flamingo's forehead was emblazoned with veins, indicating his rising irritation. You are quite arrogant, little brat. Let us get to the point, shall we? Are you interested in striking a blow against the world government? What do you mean? What news do you possess? There is a CP0 agent infiltrating the underground world, right beside you, Da Flamingo. You are in considerable danger. Am I to fear a mere mouse? Do you underestimate me? Very well. Then what of the original heart? What about it? Can we discuss business now? Upon hearing this, Da Flamingo's expression darkened considerably. A prophetic type devil fruit. It truly surpasses even the paramecia fruit in terms of potential issues. What limitations might it entail? We must seize an opportunity to eliminate this ability user. You are quite astute. What is it that you desire? I seek the artificial devil fruit left by Vegapunk that Caesar possesses. Moe's intent was clear. He aimed to deprive Momonosuke of the devil fruit. He could forfeit the title of Pirate King, but Momonosuke must perish. Da Flamingo was uncertain whether Moe, as a prophetic ability user, was aware of the pitfalls associated with artificial devil fruits. There was a significant risk of death or becoming a smile user, with less than a 50% chance of becoming a proper devil fruit user. In Dressrosa, atop the King's Plateau, Da Flamingo, draped in his pink feather coat, held a rather dapper snail phone. Was there something unique about the artificial devil fruit left by Vegapunk that Moe sought? Da Flamingo, known as the philanthropist of devil fruits in the pirate world, had previously eradicated the Gomu fruit, the Opope fruit, and the Maramara fruit. What do you intend to do with this artificial devil fruit? Is there something remarkable about it? Are you not aware that consuming such a fruit carries a 50% chance of death? Da Flamingo pressed Moe with this question. I merely wish to prevent someone I utterly despise from consuming it. Da Flamingo, you must remember your past losses of the Opope fruit and the Gomu fruit. The saying goes, do not strike at the pain points when speaking, nor slap the face when fighting. Yet Moe showed no regard for Da Flamingo's pride. Are you mocking me? Da Flamingo's veins throbbed, his fingers twitching as if manipulating something unseen. Calm yourself. Consider that Vice Admiral Hart, who has ascended to such heights, has not achieved that position without struggles. Where shall this fruit be sent? Without hesitation, Da Flamingo ordered the fruit be dispatched, simultaneously preparing to take action against Moe. As a prophetic ability user, only he should possess such power. I neglected to mention, Da Flamingo, that I am also collaborating with Yomite. Simply hand the fruit over to him, and he will facilitate its delivery. There is no need for you to trouble yourself with the journey. I am quite fearful. Keek. Do not engage in any reckless actions, or I cannot guarantee that the news of the Vice Admiral Hart will not grace the headlines of Morgan's newspaper tomorrow. You are quite clever. It has been a while since I encountered such an intriguing adversary. Doflamingo's patience reached its limit, and the conqueror's hockey began to surge within him. Remain composed, my partner. I am a man of integrity. The Queen of the Joy Festival, Stussy, is a member of CP0. Take care of your safety. Are you prepared for the turmoil that is about to engulf the underground world? We shall commence our plundering amidst the chaos. Keek. The world government scoundrels have extended their reach here as well. Be cautious, little Moe. Do not fall victim to the world government's machinations. Doflamingo was acutely aware of the world government's might. They would not spare someone like Moe, who threatened to disrupt the world's balance. After instructing Caesar to deliver the artificial devil fruit to Yumite's stronghold, Doflamingo began to target Stussy's enterprises. Caesar had utilized the artificial devil fruit left by Vegapunk to replicate the numerous smile fruits currently in circulation. This fruit held significant sentimental value. Yet, recalling Vegapunk's treachery and under Doflamingo's directive, Caesar unhesitatingly dispatched the fruit. Moe also took the opportunity to contact the head of Yumite's maritime stronghold, ensuring the fruit reached Whiskey Peak. Moe then reached out to the king of loan sharks. Fortune God ruffled, sharing the identity of Stussy and hinting at his imminent influx of gold, specifically the gold yet to be secured from Skypiea, ultimately forging a preliminary partnership. He also established a business collaboration with the venerable Concealer Gibson from the warehousing industry. Leveraging Stussy's information for material storage could prove advantageous, as for the funeral industry mogul, Draga P. Crow. Moe held a deep-seated disdain for those engaged in the trafficking of organs and body parts, lacking even the motivation to contact him. Most crucial was the president of the World News Agency, Big News Morgans. Moe understood the significance of information. Morgans was the seagull that commanded the pirate world, monopolizing the newspaper industry and maintaining close ties with the Navy. That he himself was a devil fruit user with the ability to transform into an albatross. Boo. This is the news agency. Do you have any significant news to report? Morgan's sharp voice pierced through the snail phone, grating on Moe's ears. Indeed, and it is monumental news. I fear you may lack the courage to report it. Gagaga, what news could possibly intimidate me, Morgans? Who am I speaking to? I am Moe. You should be aware of me, Morgans, the new king, the emperor of the night, Moe, a prophetic-type devil fruit user. I am thrilled to make your acquaintance. What grand news do you wish to report? I am already aflame with excitement. Upon the thought that Moe might be privy to countless secrets, Morgans was electrified with excitement, akin to reaching a climax. Sensational news was his utmost delight. The surge in newspaper sales was not merely a financial boon, but a personal gratification for him. Patience is key. Secrets will emerge. News will unfold. But for now, let us discuss compensation. What monumental revelation do you intend to disclose? How many berries do you require? This news could alter the very fabric of the underworld, potentially inciting the ire of the world government. Are you bold enough to report such a story? What is there that I would not dare? Very well. I seek not monetary compensation. I only require daily updates on the whereabouts of the 4 emperors and the 3 admirals. You wish for me to surveil these formidable figures. That is perilously audacious. With your multitude of seagulls, simply dispatch a few to masquerade as newspaper couriers, soaring at altitudes of 1,000 meters, keeping a watchful eye. That not a simple task to conceive. I refuse to believe these individuals are so vigilant as to notice a handful of seagulls. Even if they were to discover the surveillance and eliminate a few, the loss would be negligible. That is indeed a clever notion. Very well, I shall acquiesce. Now, what is today's breaking news? Listen closely. The Queen of Happy Street is a member of CP0. However, you must withhold this information for a few days to allow the other underground emperors to prepare for the division of her territory. It is indeed Stracy. How accurate is your intelligence? If true, I shall incur the wrath of the world government, and if false, I will have made an enemy of Stracy. It is unequivocally accurate, if others doubt it. You can release my prophetic news the following day and shift the blame onto me. Sound fair? Such loyalty, young brother Moe, Morgans, of course, would not forfeit such an opportunity to deflect blame. He promptly convened his most trusted editors to compile the news, readying it for publication 2 days hence. Several underground emperors began to stir, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Whispers and unease permeated the air. The Queen of Happy Street, Stracy, and the funeral home magnate, Drago Pyclo, were acutely aware of the movements of the other underground sovereigns, filled with confusion and trepidation. After all, infiltrating one another with spies is a tactic employed by every faction. The presence of hidden high-level traitors, though unaware of the specifics of the upheaval, could not conceal the mobilization of forces for long. Meanwhile, Imoye's adventurers were nearing Whiskey Peak, poised to receive their due rewards. After 2 days of anticipation, Morgan's published the headline, Queen of Happy Street Stracy, concealed in the shadows of CP0, as seagulls took to the skies, spreading the news far and wide across the Grand Line and the New World. Before the Queen of Happy Street, Stracy, and the funeral home titan, Drago Pyclo, could even react, the vengeful Doflamingo, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the celestial dragons and the world government, struck first, plundering a significant portion of Stracy's assets and wealth. The king of usury, fortune god Rofield, and the time-honored warehouse mogul, the concealer Gibson, also seized the opportunity to raid territories and resources, amassing treasure. All four declared their refusal to acknowledge Stracy as an underground emperor of CP0. The funeral home magnate, Drago Pyclo, gained nothing and spent several days in fear. Simultaneously, the revolutionary army stealthily took advantage of the chaos, pilfering considerable resources from Stracy's domain while her forces clashed with those of other factions. The revolutionary army, being impoverished and desperate, spared no effort, leaving no thread unexamined. Aboard the ship Yanhuang, Imoye lamented, "How remarkable that these factions acted in concert. Surely the revolutionary army has profited handsomely as well. Alas, were it not for my influence not yet extending to the New World, I too would partake of the spoils." Imoye sighed, showing no awareness of how his few phone calls had devastated Stracy, an entity that the world government had cultivated for years. Whiskey Peak had been reached. Nami gazed ahead through a monocular, fixated on the Holy Land, Mariahua. Damn it, how could such a long-established underground power vanish in mere days? Stracy is utterly useless. The curly-haired elder with a cane stirred up a tempest of chaos. His homeland was known as John Bull Country, hence he shall be referred to as the curly-haired elder of John Bull. Much like the Doflamingo lineage hails from Dressrosa. Investigate why Morgans released the news so swiftly and how these underground scoundrels coordinated their strikes. The bald elder, reminiscent of Gorbachev, rested his chin in contemplation, slowly articulating, "His homeland is Avizu, thus he shall be called the bald elder of Evizu. Is it possible that someone orchestrated their simultaneous offensive from behind the scenes? The golden-haired elder, strikingly similar to a president from the beautiful country, hailed from Eagleland and shall be dubbed the golden-haired elder of Ililand. It seems the revolutionary army also joined the fray, seizing numerous spoils. Could they be involved?" The long-haired elder, squinting thoughtfully, hailed from the great heavenly kingdom and shall be referred to as the long-haired elder of the great heavenly kingdom. Should we take action to eliminate these vermin? The swordsman elder, emanating an aura of menace, was a ruthless figure who ascended from the ranks of the 5 long guards of the Netlo. He mastered the swordsmanship of Sakura country and emulated the appearance of a shinobi from the Ganges that he eliminated the so-called invincible little stick, the undefeated Eastern Prince, and the legendary Earbunny Knight, ultimately branding himself as the son of the Ganges, hence known as the bald swordsman elder of the Ganges. As for the elder from the land of daily milk laws, he had already been slain by a formidable warrior from a certain tailed field. The steel-boned, empty elder sought to teach Doflamingo and other petty criminals a lesson. The pressing issue now is not these rodents, but the revolutionary army led by Dragon. If CP0 were to deploy more operatives, infiltrating the revolutionary army, the underworld, and the 4 emperors cannot be overlooked either. After all these years, what storms have we not weathered? Until the situation clarifies, it is apparent that the revolutionary army will bear the brunt of Imoye's machinations. At Marine Headquarters, Marineford, Sengoku gazed gravely at the news, reflecting on how CP0, having embedded itself in the underworld for so long, was eradicated without significant warning. I have a theory. That cowardly Imoye has intervened, muddying the waters. Admiral Akainu has instructed us to deploy the 3 admirals to suppress the underworld and the revolutionary army. The wise chief of staff, Zoro, immediately discerned the chaotic situation, drawing conclusions from the seemingly disjointed intelligence, leading her to contemplate Imoye, the user of a prophetic devil fruit. Suddenly, Everything began to make a semblance of sense. The world's focus shifted to the new world, leaving little attention on this new king. Are you suggesting that Mo fed information to these underground monarchs to disrupt the status quo and distance himself from scrutiny? Such a possibility looms large. Otherwise, why would several underground emperors act in concert? Even drawing in the revolutionary army, that wretched scoundrel has caused considerable losses to the world government and shattered the stability of the seas. Clearly, this young man has matured substantially, capable of collaborating with these underground sovereigns, and even establishing connections with the revolutionary army. Currently, Akainu, Akiji, and Garp have set off to the New World to restore order, while Kazuru remains at headquarters, overseeing Sabaody, with Momonosuke and Chopper dispatched to Mariawa to protect the celestial dragons. I wonder if Sister Gion can endure the presence of these celestial dragons. The chief of staff, Saru, exhibited a rare glimpse of concern. The Akazeya will ensure Gion's safety. After all, he is quite fond of her. Safeguarding the celestial dragons is a rite of passage for any candidate admiral. All who ascend to the rank of admiral must first serve as candidate admirals, completing the task of protecting the celestial dragons to ensure their loyalty to the world government. Enduring the celestial dragons' caprices. Naturally, the elders will also instruct the other celestial dragons not to be excessively oppressive towards the navy. Garp, having long rejected promotion to admiral due to such demands, prefers to keep his distance from the celestial dragons. The Demon Slayer Order's 5 vice admirals must also remain stationed at headquarters, as must the 3 giant vice admirals. The 5 notable generals of the Demon Slaying Order are Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel, Fighting Dog Deoboman, Stokeberry, and Fire Mountain. The 3 Titanic generals are John Jander, Rackful, and Longzi. During the Summit War, the 3 Titanic generals were swiftly overwhelmed by Whitebeard, appearing only briefly before falling. After contemplating for a moment, he let out a sigh and remarked, "Given the growth rate of the MOE Adventurers Group, the ordinary strength of the main fleet's generals can no longer ensure a steady victory against them. We should dispatch the strongest among the expedition forces, Dalmesia. Though Dalmesia may not be as formidable as the 5 generals of the Demon-Slaying Order, he is nonetheless a strong hawkish general. Possessing the Dog fruit, Barleytown form, and proficient in both Conqueror's Haki and the 6 forms. Let it be as you say. The other generals shall accompany Carp and the others to the New World." The 5 main fleet generals, Jean-Jiao Bastiu, Chaser Menard, Scheitles, Mozambia, and Keisha, promptly received their orders and set sail. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Whiskey Peak. The port was filled with crowds welcoming the MOE Adventurers Group. What is going on? Why are the islanders welcoming pirates? Nami exclaimed, her face etched with confusion, quickly sensing something amiss. Just a bunch of greedy pirate hunters. Let us deal with them. We'll stay for a day or 2. Gather the poneglyphs, eternal log pose, and devil fruits, and then leave it. Moe gazed at the clowns before him with indifference. Captain, it seems the Straw Hat Pirates are also indulging themselves up there. Buggy's head soared through the sky, raising his hand to survey the island's situation. I suddenly want to test the results of the training from the past 2 days. No way. Captain, not again. The crew looked at Moe in horror. Relax, relax. This time you all stand behind me. I promise it won't affect you. Moe chuckled heartily, but his expression swiftly turned serious. Quick, hide behind the captain and be alert. Buggy's head swiftly returned to his body. Buzz! Exclamation point. The world dimmed, and in Whiskey Peak, the crowd that had just been warmly welcoming was suddenly struck by a wave of overwhelming Conqueror's Haki, causing them to roll their eyes in submission. Thud clang one by one. The pirate hunters collapsed weakly at the same time. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, who were feasting, felt the pressure and immediately snapped to attention. Meanwhile, the sword god Joseph, the sword Saint Johnny, and Usopp lay dumbfounded on the ground. What is happening? Sanji exclaimed in shock. The oppressive force was beast-like. Zoro's expression grew grave. What is going on? Why are they all asleep? Luffy asked, confusion evident on his face. Land on the island and take care of matters. Yes, Captain. There should be quite a treasure, right? The thieving Nami and the money-loving Buggy rushed forward to rummage through wallets and other valuables. Captain, this doesn't leave us any room to shine. Itarago looked gloomy. And both Bartolomeo and Akin nodded in agreement. Whiskey Peak's harbor. Calm down. Calm down. There will be plenty of opportunities to fight in the future, huh? Moe felt a bit uplifted as he observed the favorable results. Buggy and Nami were already happily tearing into wallets. Among the crowd, a few individuals remained standing. The nose-picking bomber Mr. 5 and the kilogram woman Miss Valentine were both dumbfounded by Moe's conqueror's haki. Observing Moe and his crew, Buggy flying, the red-fisted bear exuding a fiery aura, Itarago emitting laser blasts from his mouth, and Eric wielding air blades, had drained any courage they might have had to resist. Moe, with keen eyes, noticed them and immediately ordered their capture to prevent any escape. The bounty for bomb man Mr. 5 was 10 million berries, while the bounty for kilogram woman Miss Valentine was 7.5 million berries. At that moment, among the standing individuals, a head of blue hair caught Moe's attention. Indeed, she was one of the 20 royal descendants, Nefertari Vivi, princess of the Alabasta Kingdom, gazing at the devil-like man with a hint of terror. Struggling to swallow. Beside her, the curly-haired Ikaram stood trembling, positioning himself protectively in front of Vivi, vowing to safeguard the princess at all costs. Moe, what have you done? You've knocked Usopp and the others out. Luffy exclaimed irritably, as Moe had disrupted his feast that you're still eating so happily. These are pirate hunters, and there's likely sedatives in the food and drink. Aren't you afraid of getting your kidneys cut out? Out of respect for Dragon, Moe temporarily held back any ill thoughts towards Luffy. Get my kidneys cut out. How terrifying. My gum-gum fruit is most afraid of sharp instruments. Luffy clutched his waist. Feigning pain. Moe, thanks again for the gifted sword. Zoro approached with a bottle of liquor to greet him, while the needle sword Hin shot a fierce glare at Zoro, still remembering the wound Zoro had inflicted on his face. Shall we have a little swordsmanship duel? Sure. Moe and Zoro stepped aside, and the crowd made way for them. Three-sword style, Oni/slide fruit silent instant, the clang of swords echoed as the two passed each other. Promptly turning for a second strike. Zoro, my technique names are not as good as yours. Less chatter. Keep going. Zoro charged forward with his blade, while Moe laughed heartily, seemingly recalling something amusing. Three-sword style tiger, hunt slide fruit azure wave three-sword style ox demon brave claw slide fruit silencer Y, do your sword techniques always target below the waist. Zoro grew somewhat irritated, as Moe's every move aimed low. Mind your own business. Take another hit from me. Slide fruit help me pass away. Moe launched a direct attack at Zoro's lower region. Three-sword style 108 troublesome wind slide fruit blue spirit after Zoro blocked Moe's strike once more. He suddenly lost the desire to continue fighting. Enough? You're not a true swordsman. You're a scoundrel. Thus, this duel of swordsmen came to a hasty end. Swordsman Gallus and Needle Sword Hin immediately stepped in to challenge Zoro. At that moment, Usopp stirred awake and spotted Moe, the infamous pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries, the face of fear. Moe, we only acquired the latest newspaper after Twin Cape. It's terrifying. The entire crew of the Moe pirates is wanted. Usopp gazed at Moe's group in terror. Vivi, recovering from her shock, seemed to glimpse hope and rushed forward. Captain Moe, please, you must help my country. War is about to break out. Vivi implored, her eyes filled with tearful hope as she looked at Moe, observing the descendant of the Nefertari family, one of the 20 kings. Moe couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy at her weakened state. Though reluctant to admit it, Moe believed that every celestial dragon descendant had the potential to awaken conqueror's haki. After all, the 20 kings are formidable figures capable of resolving immense kingdoms and establishing a world government. As the saying goes, dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. The offspring of a rat will burrow. Coincidentally, in this narrative, the conqueror's haki is inherently innate, capable of being inherited through bloodlines. Of course, we cannot overlook the rise of exceptional kings. Such prowess and character indeed require a conducive environment for growth. The celestial dragons, living in opulence, could hardly awaken the conqueror's haki. Consider Don Quixote da Flamingo, who was mercilessly beaten, and Ace from Trash Mountain. Both awakened their conqueror's haki at a tender age, showcasing the strength of their innate talent. As for Doflamingo's brother, he was still weeping in his final moments, unable to awaken the conqueror's haki due to his disposition. Even the protagonist, Luffy, only awakened his conqueror's haki at the age of 17. Ace's haki ceased to grow, or even regressed, once he became the son of Whitebeard and captain of the 2nd Division, as his conviction faded. His ambition shifted from defeating the world's strongest to becoming the Pirate King. Overshadowed by Roger's legacy, ultimately resigning himself to the belief that only my father can become the Pirate King. Without an unwavering conviction, the Conqueror's haki will only deteriorate after being struck by Carp. The once proud green pepper lost his sharp spire, and his haki has not progressed since. In Dressrosa, he was even slightly inferior to Luffy. Doflamingo, too, has faced Kaido, likely instilling a fear that causes him to break into a cold sweat at the mere thought of Kaido. Thus, his Conqueror's haki has stagnated, and Luffy's has now caught up to his. It is perplexing to consider the convictions behind Rayleigh's haki and Katakuri's. How can they remain so formidable while occupying the second-in-command position? If Rayleigh's haki could continue to grow after Roger's demise, would Katakuri's still flourish after Big Mom's death or his separation from her? Why should I assist you? Ye coldly remarked to Vivi. For he is not a philanthropist, nor does he rise early without gain. Even if he were to traverse this route and defeat Crocodile, it would be for his own interest. Ye would never underestimate Crocodile. The Sand Crocodile, who possesses the sand fruit in the Desert Kingdom and likely has developed it to the point of awakening. Even if his haki has regressed, he is not a simple foe. Does one think they possess the protagonist's aura? In a desert, he could easily trap you, creating sandstorms that cut off your water and food for days, harassing you without engaging in close combat. For years, no emperor, admiral, or other warlords have managed to defeat him. Does this not indicate a singular truth? His occupation of the Desert Kingdom is largely due to his home field advantage, and perhaps also due to ancient weapons. In such an environment, even if Crocodile cannot contend with the emperors or admirals, he could seamlessly blend into the desert. One wishes to confront another. Only when faced with the protagonist do they refrain from delivering the final blow. As a mage, he even engaged in close combat, and was subdued by a mere bucket of water. Moe firmly believes he lacks the intelligence-diminishing aura or the protagonist's halo. Thus, should Moe wish to overthrow Crocodile, he must prepare extensively. Vivi, in despair, never anticipated Moe would reject her so decisively. We will assist you, Luffy boldly declared, ready to stand up for others. The protagonist's aura automatically discerns between good and evil. Although Moe knows the Nefertari family did not become celestial dragons, they are still one of the 20 kings. In a heartbeat, they are enemies of the D-clan, having participated in the overthrow of the ancient kingdom aboard the Pluto 800 years ago. Defeating the D-clan, perhaps the Nefertari family, wielding the Pluto, dealt devastating blows to the D-clan. After achieving success, they retreated with the Pluto back to Alabastad. This moment, a merchant vessel surfaced on the sea. The captain is the maritime king Yomit. The informant Morty observed the ship's flag and explained to everyone. Goodness, no wonder Yomit controls the deep sea currents. Evidently, he possesses some technology or devil fruit. Achieving such remarkable speed, Moe marveled. It rivals the delivery services of the Blue Star. My reward has arrived. The Whiskey Peak port. Nami and Buggy, having completed their plunder, returned to the ship. Mr. Five and Miss Valentine were specially ordered by Moe to be tied up. The ropes soaked in seawater, with water being periodically added, as Moe's crew has yet to acquire Sea Prism Stone to counteract ability users. The officers also replenished their supplies of fresh water and food. Lord Moe, this is a package from Lord Yomit. Please accept it. A representative from the Maritime King, accompanied by several crew members, respectfully delivered a large box and 2 smaller boxes to Moe's Yanhuang ship. Upon returning to the ship, Moe opened the 3 boxes, inspected their contents, and then dismissed Yomit's men. The Maritime King's vessel was remarkably efficient, seemingly equipped with advanced technological tools, swiftly coated with a protective film. Before the eyes of the crew, it promptly submerged into the water, vanishing without a trace. Indeed, one of the 6 underground emperors, now 5, the deep-sea current Yomit. Such capability is extraordinary. This logistics efficiency and speed rival the logistics systems of the Blue Star. Utterly astounding that Moe opened the 2 smaller boxes again, revealing a devil fruit encyclopedia and a man-made devil fruit resembling an apple, marked with circular patterns. This is a man-made devil fruit derived from the bloodline factor of Kaido's Azure Dragon Fruit, which we shall tentatively name the Dragon Fruit. It is the same pink dragon-shaped devil fruit that Kinemon consumed. Opening the large box revealed 7 neatly arranged permanent pointers, each labeled with island names. representing the 7 routes of the Grand Line. Each layer contained dozens of permanent pointers, corresponding to islands covered by the Maritime King's business that I in that moment. Emo felt an unprecedented thrill. Mondo, we can go wherever we please. Who needs magnetic forces? This is an adventure that can commence at any moment. Why be constrained by routes or magnetic forces? Mo's adventure crew can traverse horizontally between the 7 routes. Moe, you are incredible, Nami exclaimed, jumping onto Mo's back, swaying back and forth amidst the turbulent waves. For a moment, Mo's heart raced. Nami had indeed made considerable progress in her physique lately. Undoubtedly due to his efforts. Once he regained his composure, Moe addressed the crew. This is a man-made devil fruit, a highly potential Zoan type. However, consuming it carries a 50% chance of death. A chance of becoming a mere smile user, or possibly transforming into a semi-animalized entity, with only a 10% chance of becoming a complete Zoan user. Does anyone dare to try? The crew exchanged glances. The negative effects of this man-made devil fruit were too numerous. With a mere 10% success rate, the women, without hesitation, refused to attempt it, knowing that following Moe, they would eventually have the opportunity to obtain a devil fruit. The battle-hardened Kurozumi Kinemon felt a mix of desire and fear, still hesitating to IT that moment. Akin, expressionless, gazed at the newly joined officer, the scythe-wielding Eric. Captain, I wish to try it. I will become your most formidable subordinate. In front of everyone, Akin bit into the man-made devil fruit. Ugh, it tasted horrendous. Akin grimaced, suddenly collapsing on the deck, writhing in agony while emitting beast-like growls, seemingly enduring immense suffering. Akin, hang in there. I believe in you. You won't die like this. I want you to become my subordinate, and together we will traverse the seas. Moe, with a hint of compassion, loudly encouraged Akin. Every crew member cheered for Akin, shouting in support. Is this the feeling of camaraderie? This is the Moe adventure crew, akin to family. Roar. Akin lay on the deck, crying out in pain as his hands and feet began to morph into claws. A tail sprouting from behind. Akin clutched his neck as it elongated, gradually transforming into a dragon's head. This was a pink dragon. It wasn't over yet. Akin howled, his eyes turning red, his body slowly shifting from pink to blood red. He continuously exhaled crimson clouds, and the blood dragon that Akin had become soared into the sky atop the blood clouds. Akin, you have succeeded. The crowd was filled with joy, yet a glimmer of envy shone in Kellick's eyes. Blaming only his fleeting hesitation for missing this opportunity, Akin, panting, flew back to the deck, gazing at Moe with excitement, tears welling in his eyes. Captain, I have succeeded. I always knew you could do it. My 6th officer. I shall not betray your nurturing, Captain. I am determined to seize the position of the strongest officer. You've become quite arrogant, Akin, remarked Edra and Bartolomeo, their expressions filled with discontent. Baki, Maoxiong, and the new officer Eric were indifferent. As they were not vying for the strongest position, there will be plenty of opportunities for sparring ahead. Which title sounds better? Blood Dragon Akin or Ghost Dragon Akin? Should we contact the Navy? Haha. Moe jested, causing Akin to blush for the rare occasion. Brimming with anticipation for the future, I must become the strongest officer under Captain Mo. The Yanhuang ship, beside the harbor. The jubilant Moe adventure group commenced a feast to celebrate Akin's successful consumption of the artificial devil fruit. Naturally, the Straw Hat crew joined in, along with the sorrowful Princess Vivi, although the Straw Hat crew had promised to help her deal with the powerful figures behind Baroque works. Vivi did not fully trust their capabilities. What truly concerned her was the formidable Moe adventure group, boasting 6 officers, all of whom were devil fruit users. Even Moe's secretary, Sweetheart Queen, was a devil fruit user. Not to mention that Captain Moe himself was an impressive ability user. The vivid memory of the pirate hunters being defeated in an instant lingered in her mind. She had never encountered such powerful individuals. Thus, she made a decision that defied her ancestors. She would enthrall the dashing Moe, a venture that surely promised great rewards. Hundreds of bound pirate hunters finally regained consciousness, yet they could only watch helplessly as Moe's crew and the Straw Hats celebrated. Moe, will you set sail tomorrow? Didn't Kuroka say that the log pose can only indicate the next island once it has fully recorded the magnetic force? Luffy questioned, gazing inquisitively at Moe and the others. The log pose aboard Luffy's ship still needed some time to completely gather the magnetic force. In a way, no way. You guys can't possibly be unaware that there's something called a permanent pointer in this world. The old schemer Baki interjected, delivering a sly blow to the straw hats that I also possess a permanent pointer for my kingdom, Alabasta. Vivi presented a log pose that would consistently point in one direction. This was the permanent pointer. The permanent pointer had long been filled with magnetic force and, through certain techniques, would eternally point towards a specific island. How marvelous. Vivi, then let us take your permanent pointer and head straight to your kingdom. Luffy exclaimed, his enthusiasm ignited. Luffy, it's not that I doubt your strength, but the Baroque Works crew is far too powerful for just your 6-man pirate crew to handle. Vivi shouted at Luffy, her face filled with concern. Vivi, we will train hard during this time, Luffy asserted, glancing at his companions, brimming with confidence. The companions of the future Pirate King would not be lacking. How could those who knew nothing of hockey possibly defeat Crocodile, who possessed a Logia-type devil fruit? Baki, whose name cannot be read in reverse, could not resist making another comment. What Logia-type devil fruit? Aren't we supposed to help Vivi quell the rebellion? Luffy looked puzzled at Baki and Vivi, while Moe's crew appeared exasperated. On board the Yanhuang ship, the Moe adventure group continued their feast. Straw Hat Kid, a Logia-type devil fruit, is like Smoker from Roguetown. Without hockey, you can't hit a Logia user. Baki explained earnestly to Luffy, his gaze exuding intellectual superiority as he took a sip of his drink. Oh, that smoky fellow is a Logia user. Zoro and Sanji recalled the moment they were overwhelmed by Smoker. Feeling the frustration of being unable to retaliate, there's truly no way to defeat a Logia user. How did you manage to injure Smoker, Moe? Is it the hockey you mentioned? Although Luffy was somewhat naive, his combat intuition and awareness were remarkably strong. Indeed, it is hockey. Without the proper methods or guidance, awakening hockey is quite challenging, Moe replied, reminiscing about Sabo, who, under the tutelage of Dragon and Kuma, became proficient in armament hockey by the age of 17. Capable of engaging in battle and conquering lands with ease. In contrast, Luffy set sail at 17, knowing nothing, unaware of his true lineage. However, as the protagonist, Luffy's talent was unquestionable. After merely 2 years of training, he likely surpassed Sabo. By 19, Luffy had begun challenging the 4 emperors and had now become one of the 5 emperors. Truly a remarkable young man. Meanwhile, the protagonist of the neighboring Naruto series had also achieved the status of Hokage at a mere teenager. The unfortunate Pirate King Roger, at 25, was still regarded as a rookie by Brook, only delving into the legendary rocks incident at 39 and succumbing to illness by 40-9. At 50, he faced an onslaught from Rock's subordinate Shiki, and at 52, he attained the title of Pirate King, disbanded his crew, finally found a wife, and was executed at 53. This Roger, who brought misfortune to Port Gas Rouge, caused her to give birth to Ace while fleeing persecution, enduring 20 months of pregnancy, ultimately leading to her demise during childbirth and leaving behind the tragic orphan Ace. It was utterly disgraceful that not a single crew member was aware of Ace's existence, and that he was merely entrusted to Garp. Poor Rouge, marrying Roger, met an unjust end. One wonders if it was due to Port Gas Rouge being part of the D lineage that she was chosen merely as a vessel for reproduction. Given Rouge's apparent youth, around her 20s, while Roger was already 52 and aware of his terminal illness, could this be considered love? Yes, this was love. Returning to the matter at hand, how could one awaken hockey? Without considering the current relationship between the 2 pirate crews, Luffy bluntly inquired about the methods for hockey training. Constantly training your physique and engaging in battle. Moe provided his answer, which was already exceedingly generous. Neither Garp nor Dragon taught Luffy hockey. What could we outsiders possibly impart? Nevertheless, Luffy's foundational physique had been solidified by Garp, ensuring that he would eventually experience rapid growth. Zoro diligently trained every day, his armament hockey reaching impressive levels, capable of striking with immense force. Sanji, on the other hand, suffered fractures after clashing with Doflamingo, his physique insufficient for mastering armament hockey. I have matters to attend to. You all carry on, Moe remarked, disregarding the group's reactions as he contemplated Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's future as crew members. Moe aimed to seize Crocodile's Baroque works, ensuring that none would return. Old Sand, I want your crew. I am targeting Mr. Zero's Baroque works members, not concerning myself with you, the warlord Crocodile. Presently, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine were still unaware that their boss, Mr. Zero, was one of the warlords. Faced with two choices: 1. Leave Baroque Works and become my crew, or 2. Feed the fish. The two ability users turned pale with fright at this ultimatum. Moe then placed his bounty poster before them. "What do you think of my bounty poster? Isn't it handsome? A title that commands respect. 500 million berries." Startled, Mr. 5, the bomb-throwing Jim, and Miss Valentine's hefty Makita immediately knelt before the formidable pirate of 500 million berries. A sight they had never before encountered. Without the need for Moe to manipulate their memories, they swiftly abandoned the darkness for the light and joined Moe's adventure crew, thus increasing the ranks of Moe's crew by 2. Currently, Moe only employs the slippery fruit's memory sliding technique on those of captain level or those who are unwaveringly loyal. For the lesser officers, coercion and inducement will suffice for their inclusion. Nurturing their sentiments gradually, should any harbor thoughts of betrayal, memory modification will continue. Now that Moe's adventure crew is on the right path, their momentum is undeniable, and the extraction of memories can be deemed unnecessary. With the banquet concluded, Moe's adventure crew has tidied up and prepared to set sail the following morning. Equipped with a permanent pointer, they no longer need to, like Luffy and his crew, accumulate magnetic force to embark on the Yanhuang, Moe's ship. There are already 25 crew members. For this 3-masted sailing vessel, space is ample that it will likely be necessary to switch ships upon reaching the Sky Island. As the flying pirate ship, the Ark Maxim has long been a coveted sight for Moe. Roger's pirate crew also comprises 28 elite members, each capable of standing alone. Moe plans to assign any crew members who cannot keep up with the strength to station territories. Ensuring the crew remains elite, as the Jade Rabbit descends and the Golden Crow ascends, Moe's adventure crew has already set sail, disregarding the resting Straw Hat crew. The Sea Cow, with its mooing, pulls the Yanhuang forth, while 10 small Millennium Dragons soar in the air, lowly roaring. Their growth rate surpasses even that of Daenerys Targaryen's 3 dragons from Game of Thrones, now standing as tall as a human. It seems imperative to quickly secure a territory. Otherwise, the ship will not accommodate 10 fully grown Millennium Dragons. Captain Moe, wait for me. Riding the swift Duck Canoe, Princess Vivi leaped aboard the recently departed Yanhuang. Princess Vivi, what brings you here? Were you not seeking assistance from Luffy and the others? Moe was well aware that Vivi harbored some skepticism regarding the Straw Hat crew's capabilities. That I have arranged for Akaram to leave a permanent pointer for Alabasta aboard Luffy's ship. Goodness, Vivi intends to have support from both sides. Such actions may betray the trust of the Straw Hat crew. Have you considered their likely feelings at this moment? Vivi's face flushed with shame. Yet for the sake of her country, she must secure the formidable aid of Moe's adventure crew. That I will provide them with generous remuneration. I implore Captain Moe to assist Alabasta. If a war breaks out between the rebel forces and the royal army, countless citizens will perish. That I beg of you. I am willing to do anything, as long as you help my country. Clutching Moe's arm, she displayed a pleading expression, evoking a sense of pitiful desperation. The cost I incurred to deal with Sand Crocodile is not commensurate with your offered reward. I shall not engage in such endeavors. What I require you to confront is merely Mr. Zero, the leader of the Baroque Works, who incites the rebels. At this point, Vivi appeared to grasp something. Looking at Moe with profound understanding, her expression revealing the realization. You mean the leader of Baroque Works, Mr. Zero, is the national hero, the guardian of the nation, the warlord of the sea, Crocodile? Vivi's composure shattered as she came to terms with this harsh truth. Previously, she could not comprehend the discussion surrounding defeating the natural-type Sand Crocodile or the significance of hockey. Initially, she had only harbored mild suspicions regarding Crocodile, which prompted her to infiltrate Baroque Works to investigate Mr. Zero. Now, with Moe's affirmation, she was forced to accept this cruel reality at Whiskey Peak, in the town. What? Vivi-san has already set off. Sanji, the lecherous cook, wore a heartbroken expression, tears streaming down his face. Why didn't Vivi wait for us? Luffy was taken aback, while Zoro beside him exhibited a flicker of disdain. Is this a lack of trust in us? Please forgive Princess Vivi's rudeness, but for the safety of Alabasta, she is tirelessly seeking additional formidable allies. I apologize on her behalf, Akaram said, bowing deeply to the Straw Hat crew. Princess has entrusted me with Alabasta's permanent pointer. I shall guide you henceforth. After we resolve matters with Baroque Works, our king will offer you the most substantial reward. All right, We shall set off immediately to assist Vivi in quelling the rebellion. Luffy consented eagerly, eager to utilize the permanent pointer for the continuation of his adventures. Even though Zoro held some dissatisfaction with Vivi's actions, he had no choice but to comply with Luffy's wishes. Thus, the Straw Hat crew also set sail, navigating directly toward Alabasta as indicated by the permanent pointer. Princess Vivi, I have my own destination to reach. I truly lack the time to visit Alabasta at the moment. Moe attempted to extract his arm from Vivi's tight grip. Captain Moe, what must I do for you to assist our nation? At this moment, Vivi was in tears, gazing at Moe with an expression full of imploration. Nami and the other women were also somewhat affected by Vivi's sorrowful despair. Moe, how about we? I currently lack the confidence to defeat Sand Crocodile. Moe interrupted Nami, as he had his own plans in mind. Captain Moe, I implore you. Vivi was nearly on her knees, a profoundly humiliating position for a princess. I require at least 3 or 4 islands to reach Alabasta. Observing the sympathetic expressions of the women and their glances toward Moe, he resignedly replied, Thank you, Captain Moe, that I can wait this little while. I am grateful to everyone. Vivi expressed her heartfelt gratitude to all members of Moe's adventure crew, but on this day, the Grand Line experienced fair weather. A rare occurrence without extreme conditions. It is not solely my prowess. Nami's navigational talents were indeed remarkable, explaining why even the likes of the Golden Lion coveted her. The extreme weather did not manifest, as Nami had anticipated and evaded it early on. Oh, how delightful. Cheering voices of ABIs and Rika echoed from above. The 2 little Lolas rode on small Millennium Dragons, soaring above the ship in glee. Only their petite figures permitted the small Millennium Dragons to carry them aloft, eliciting envy from the other women and crew members. Naturally, the dismembered Buggy was not included in this admiration, nor was the blood-colored dragon Ajin, who could now also fly. Instantly, many gazes turned toward Buggy and Ajin, flying. How many humans envy such feats? Captain Buggy, you wouldn't wish to fly too, would you? Buggy could likely carry 1 person aloft, and Ajin could probably manage to lift 1 or 2 as well. After all, Buggy had flown in the air with Jinbei and Luffy during the Marineford War, and Jinbei, being a whale shark fisherman, weighed a considerable amount. Am I that naive? Moe concealed his envy of flight, responding resolutely, Once the Millennium Dragons mature, everyone will be able to soar. Haha. Thus, everyone should diligently feed the Millennium Dragons and cultivate a bond with them. Indeed, Bartolomeo dashed back to the warehouse, fetching a basket of meat and eyeing the other 8 frolicking Millennium Dragons. Come, little dragons, come to enjoy my meat. Unsurprisingly, Bartolomeo's tactic attracted several small Millennium Dragons to him. Eat my meat, and we shall be good brothers. When you grow up, do remember your big brother. Roar, laughter erupted from the crowd as they too joined in feeding the Millennium Dragons. At that moment, a disgraced lion circled in a corner, and even a few rare beasts envied the feeding Millennium Dragons. Moe, is the next island called Little Garden? Is it a small island? What are we going there for? Nami inquired as the navigator. Little Garden is not small. On the contrary, it is an ancient giant island that is merely named Little Garden due to the presence of 2 giants residing there. Relative to them, everything else seems small. The trees and creatures there are remarkably enormous. Are there still giants? I have yet to encounter one. The crowd gasped. Indeed, the thrill of venturing into the sea lies in the uncertainty of what the next island may hold, what creatures may be encountered, what landscapes may unfold. There are even dinosaurs, yet the most perilous of all are the ancient venomous insects that dwell there. Thus, everyone must exercise caution. A single bite could spell life-threatening danger. Preparations must be made prior to setting foot on the island. Moe has not forgotten this part of the tale. Nami was bitten by a venomous insect, teetering on the brink of death, forcing a change in course to Winter Island, where they encountered the ship's doctor. Chopper. Understood. The crew responded, if there is danger, then why venture there? Is it merely to catch a glimpse of giants? If one fears peril, then one ought not to set sail. However, I have my own aspirations for the Little Garden. Can you share them, Captain? Very well, I shall reveal it to you. A martial art established by the giant tribe, the Elbaf Spear, and the nations of Wei and Badatso. The captain intends to learn martial arts? Indeed, without the pursuit of strength, one may easily succumb to the depths of the sea. Therefore, you all must train diligently. Do not allow yourselves to perish. The current Moe adventure group has yet to face the brutal battles that lie within the Grand Line and the New World. Captain, we will certainly strive to become stronger and not hinder your progress. Ajin and Bartolomeo, the officers, brimming with enthusiasm, while the women were imbued with a sense of motivation. The squad leaders clenched their fists in determination. Princess Vivi observed the atmosphere of the Moe adventure group. Her heart stirred. There was hope for Alabastad. Moe nodded with satisfaction. Captain, it appears someone is approaching, called out Buggy, holding a telescope aloft. Moe seized a pair of binoculars and beheld a colossal tortoise bearing a familiar dark figure. The charming smile graced Moe's face. Nico Robin, do not depart once you arrive. Vice President of the Baroque Works. The demon child valued at 79 million berries. I wonder if, upon encountering us, you will still retain your cunning and composure. I shall not adhere to conventional tactics. Are you prepared to face the unexpected? Having just delivered Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week to Little Garden for their tasks, Nico Robin intended to check on Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's operations at Whiskey Peak. Little did she anticipate an encounter with the recently renowned Moe pirate crew. She had her sea turtle, which was quite speedy, allowing her to evade pirate ships with ease. Once she approached a certain distance, she could utilize the powers of her flower fruit to sprout listening ears aboard the enemy's ship. Gathering intelligence, this enabled her to swiftly assess the danger level of a pirate vessel and decide whether to advance further. Thus, she consistently managed to steer clear of genuine threats. Moe observed Nico Robin approaching through his telescope. She must not escape. However, they were still outside Robin's listening range. Yet Robin, through her binoculars, had already spotted the Yanhuang ship belonging to the Moe adventure group. Momo. Accelerate. Get closer to that tortoise. We cannot let her escape, or else you shall go 3 days without food. Moe shouted at the sea cow. Mo, who, fearing hunger, immediately urged the Yanhuang to speed up, sending waves crashing in their wake. As Nico Robin on the tortoise witnessed the Moe adventure group racing toward her, a wave of unease washed over her, not yet within range of her devil fruit-esque listening capabilities. She sensed the aggressive approach of the Moe crew and prepared to flee. She had initially wished to observe Moe, but given the current uncertainty, retreat seemed prudent that a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. The tortoise swiftly turned to flee, surprisingly faster than Momo, who was burdened with a pirate ship. Ajin, transform into a dragon and pursue her. Moe urgently called out to Ajin, who, without hesitation, unconditionally trusted his captain. A blood-red dragon materialized before them, and Moe leaped onto its back, followed closely by the other 1,000-year dragons providing escort. The dragon, spewing auspicious clouds, soared toward Robin's tortoise as the 8 accompanying 1,000-year dragons trailed behind. Momo also began to push itself to its limits to accelerate. The tranquility was shattered, engulfing the scene in a frenzied chase. The other crew members were left bewildered by Moe's sudden urgency. Only Nami pondered for a moment, her expression darkening, and inquired of Buggy, Buggy, did you see anything? Was the person on that tortoise a woman? It seems to be a woman, although her skin is a bit dark. Buggy replied, glancing at Nami, who appeared somewhat irked. Indeed, that scoundrel Moe. Nico Robin, observing the pursuing dragon, finally displayed an expression of unease on her previously composed face. Moe's unpredictable nature left her unsettled. He was chasing her with a ferocity that was unwarranted. Simultaneously, she was astonished that the Navy had failed to report the existence of a mythical beast dragon within the Moe adventure group. As a user of a devil fruit, encountering enemies on the limited space of a tortoise offered no sanctuary from the dragon's assault. Realizing her escape was futile, Robin halted, calmly watching as Moe closed in. Why run, my dear Robin? Moe, riding on the dragon's back, gazed at the dark-skinned woman clad in denim and a cowboy hat upon the tortoise's shell. Have I been recognized? Is Captain Moe planning to capture me for the bounty? Robin crossed her arms, poised to unleash the powers of her flower fruit to strangle Moe. Yet she hesitated, aware of the flying dragon's presence. Weighing the risks, Robin refrained from acting rashly. I merely wish to invite you aboard my ship. Nico Robin D. Oh, you know who my boss is? I know. Crocodile, the sand alligator. Then do you dare oppose him? The protection that Harwar D. Zoro once spoke of for your companions is certainly not something one like Crocodile can offer. Dear Robin. Ew. Nico Robin's expression faltered, her face filled with astonishment. However, Recalling Moye's prophetic devil fruit ability, she gradually regained her composure, her gaze toward Moye. I see. Sorrow had long since perished. Why do you deceive me? Captain Moye, does it amuse you to toy with others' feelings? Flower fruit. Six-petaled bloom. Two hands sprouted from Moye's neck, reaching for Robin's throat in a strangulation maneuver, yet his neck remained unscathed. For Moye's haki was not something Robin could currently shake. Robin, I am not deceiving you. The companions Zoro spoke of are indeed not the likes of crocodile, and I am willing to protect you in the days to come. Will you trust me? Moye grasped the floral hands around his neck, inhaling their fragrance and placing a gentle kiss upon them. Startled by the sensation of the flowered hands, Robin's expression shifted dramatically, and the floral appendages dissipated in an instant. Haha, Robin, are you feeling shy? That hardly resembles your usual cunning self. You. Robin sensed no malice from Moye, and at that moment, she regained her usual calm demeanor. Captain Moye, please refrain from jesting. I am a wanted criminal, a key target of the world government, sought after even by CP0. Beneath her steady and collected words lay a deep-seated yearning for companionship. Having endured a life shrouded in darkness, she had long grown accustomed to betrayal, becoming numb to it. Is your bounty higher than mine? Surely not. Would a pirate with a bounty of 79 million boast before a sea pirate with a bounty of 500 million? Moye's words left Robin momentarily speechless. What do you know? Individuals like me will never be tolerated by the world government. Robin's temper flared slightly. It seemed Moye was mocking her. Oh, the historical texts. You say? I am aware of several locations of historical texts and know that to reach the final island, Laugh-Tale, one requires 4 red historical text stones, of which I know the locations of 2 or 3. Moye leisurely prodded Robin, the historian, at her sensitive points. Robin found herself in a state of utter frustration. After so long in her studies, she had only just learned that there might exist historical texts from Alabasta, complete with the red historical text icons, of which she had never even heard. That it was truly a jest for an outsider to scrutinize an insider. Yet, it also illuminated a glimmer of hope for Nico Robin, revealing the potential for deciphering these historical texts. Could it be that Moye was indeed the genuine companion she had been waiting for? At this moment, Moye had already dismounted from a Jin's dragon and had climbed onto Robin's mount. The sea turtle, unabashedly taking a seat and slightly nudging the standing Robin aside. Robin gazed at Moye, speechless, bewildered by his familiarity, a rather audacious display. Come, take a seat. Do not hesitate. Do you have any lingering questions or thoughts? Moye patted the broad seat, appearing somewhat cheeky. Why treat me this way? Robin regarded Moye with a complex expression, as she sensed the kindness and warmth emanating from him. It is because I have glimpsed your past and fragments of your future. Moye quietly observed Robin, who was still somewhat tanned. Indeed, prolonged exposure to the desert easily darkened one's skin. Just look, 2 years later, how fair you will be, and so plump and radiant. Are you pitying me? Robin sought to discern sympathy and compassion on Moye's face. Moye remained silent, merely intrigued by her future appearance, captivated by her form. However, among those who understood historical texts, Moye recognized only Robin. Uncertain whether the manipulation of ancient weaponry by the king of the underworld required translations of ancient scripts, that I merely wished to keep you by my side, to protect you, and perhaps to show you these historical texts in which I hold little interest. You desire me to translate the 4 red historical texts leading to the final island, do you not? Robin fancied she had found a pretext for Moye. Pray, dear sister, I harbor no interest in becoming the Pirate King. Look, Roger became the Pirate King and still met his demise. Apart from a modicum of honor, he gained nothing. The term dear sister elicited a chuckle from Robin, as it had been quite some time since she had engaged in such light-hearted conversation. Perhaps this dashing young man was indeed the companion she had long awaited. If you can fend off Krikdar's vengeance, I shall board your ship. That moment, Robin revealed a genuine smile, no longer the professional mask she often wore. Welcome home, my historian, my confidant, my cunning lady, she laughed. The more she listened, the more she felt something was amiss, yet her wariness diminished with each passing moment. 8 Small millennium dragons soared around the great sea turtle, their chaotic low growls resonating in the air. This spectacle left Robin somewhat awestruck. These feathered little dragons bore a resemblance to the legendary millennium dragons, igniting her curiosity. The manatee beast, Moo Moo, was drawing closer. Pulling the Yanhuang ship, Captain Moyi. What creatures are these little flying dragons? They seem reminiscent of the Millennium Dragons described in ancient texts. Robin had always relished peculiar and endearing creatures, as they invariably struck a chord deep within her. Indeed, these are small Millennium Dragons. There are 2 more behind, making a total of ten. You fancy them. If you tend to them well, they will grow and be able to carry people aloft. As Robin beheld Moyi's handsome visage, her fondness for him increased, and her interest in the Millennium Dragons soared. Moyi, you rascal, what exactly are you plotting? Even before their arrival, Nami's irate voice echoed. For the Yanhuang ship had already closed the distance. Moyi had just intended to embrace Robin and leap back onto the Yanhuang, only to be evaded by Robin, who wore a professional smile, casting a meaningful glance at him. Ahem, my intentions have been uncovered. Flower fruit. Stairway. Robin activated her devil fruit power, summoning countless floral hands that intertwined and fused, constructing a pink staircase between the sea turtle and the Yanhuang ship. Come, my dear captain, allow me to meet my companions. Moyi surveyed the pink staircase and, unable to refuse, led the way up, followed closely by Robin. The blood-colored dragon also returned to the Yanhuang ship, transforming back into a Jin's human form before Robin and the others. Witnessing this scene, Robin marveled inwardly. Indeed, it was a mythical beast. Moyi's adventure crew was truly formidable. The 8 Millennium Dragons chirped and fluttered around the 2 larger dragons, atop which sat 2 little girls, Lijia and Abisi, who also returned to the ship before Robin's eyes. This further showcased the harmonious atmosphere of Moyi's adventure crew. Haha, this is our new member. Nico Robin, a historian. She may be the only person in the world capable of deciphering historical texts, with a bounty of 79 million, surpassing all of you, Moyi proudly introduced, upon hearing Moyi's introduction and observing Robin's now tanned skin. Nami's wariness considerably lessened. She considered herself an invincible beauty of youth and felt no fear of Robin, the dark-skinned confidant. Hello, I am Nico Robin. I am honored to be recognized by Captain Moyi and to board this ship. I look forward to your kind assistance. Robin donned a professional smile, exuding politeness. Captain Moyi, this woman is the vice president of Baroque Works, Miss All Sunday. Princess Vivi exclaimed in surprise at Robin's appearance. Fear not, Vivi. Robin was merely coerced by the sand crocodile. With me here, what is there to fear? Upon hearing Moyi's explanation, Vivi remained cautious but kept her eyes on Nico Robin. That I did not expect Princess Vivi to also be aboard. Are Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day on board as well? It seems we can work together again. Robin maintained her smile, her gaze somewhat cunning as she regarded the 3 former Baroque Works members. Vice President, we have already withdrawn from Baroque Works and joined Moyi's adventure crew. That we hope for your forgiveness. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day exchanged glances with Robin, then with Moyi, resolutely opting to cling to the more substantial support. Now that even Robin, the Vice President, has joined us, I suppose I shall recruit the rest of Baroque Works members. After all, the others are unaware of Mr. Zero's identity. Robin, as of now, I, Moyi, am Mr. Zero, am I not? Moyi smiled at Robin, who was momentarily taken aback. Was it a case of the fox assuming the prince's identity? After all, Mr. Zero, Krikdar, seldom made appearances to maintain the heroic image of Alabasta. The affairs of Baroque Works were entirely managed by Vice President Robin, except for Mr. 1, Das Bonus, who accompanied Krikdar and knew his identity. Most members of Baroque Works were oblivious to the sand crocodile's true nature. Currently, Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week were engaged in tasks at Little Garden. And if they were to summon the imitator, Frankie, and the thorn fruit user, Bora, the old crocodile would essentially be sidelined. Robin quickly grasped Moyi's intent, since they had already resolved to betray the sand crocodile. It was time to be decisive. Before Vivi, Mr. 5, Miss Valentine's Day, and the crew of Moyi's adventure group, Moyi's audacious maneuver indeed astonished them all. Robin retrieved a transponder snail and contacted Frankie, Bora, Mr. 4, and Miss Merry Christmas, instructing them to assemble at Alabasta's port, with the sea turtle, Fatty, sent to retrieve them for their mission. The 4 did not harbor any suspicion, for in the original story, it was Robin who had gathered them to venture into the rain base, and the sea turtle was an amphibious transport. Haha, welcome Robin aboard, while also preparing for the arrival of many new crew members. Moe was quite pleased with his cunning maneuver, attributing the blame to the old crocodile for his desire to maintain his image and shroud himself in mystery, ultimately leading to his downfall. This allowed Moe to exploit the loophole and directly secure the Vice President Robin as a pivotal asset. Princess Vivi, you see, with such speed, I can dismantle Baroque works. Now, would you care to affirm my handsomeness? Moe gazed at the exuberant Princess Vivi, feeling an immediate elevation of his stature as he assumed the role of a strategist operating from afar, ignoring the curious stares of those around her. Vivi dashed into Moe's embrace, wrapping her arms around him as she stood on tiptoe and, to the astonishment of Nami and the other women, planted a kiss squarely on his lips. The atmosphere thickened and silence enveloped the surroundings. Blushing fiercely, Vivi suddenly realized the impulsive nature of her actions, her cheeks flushing a bright crimson as she hurriedly retreated to hide beside Kuro, clutching the duck's wings for cover. Her slightly trembling figure suggested that her emotions were still in turmoil. Noticing Nami's predatory gaze, Moe quickly shifted the topic. All right, Robin is now a member of our crew. Let's give her a warm welcome. His younger brothers, Akin and Bartolomeo, immediately clapped their hands, cheering enthusiastically. Now, let us continue our journey towards Little Garden. Moo, upon hearing this, hastened to accelerate, while the plump sea turtle, at Robin's behest, returned to Alabasta to fetch others. Nami, you must listen to my defense. I swear it was not my doing. It was Vivi who kissed me. In the captain's quarters, Nami unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at Moe. Her actions a mix of affection and frustration, love expressed through playful violence. Robin began to collaborate with Secretary Sweetheart and Information Officer Morty, exchanging vital intelligence. Morty had been documenting Moe's significant statements, which revealed a wealth of information, such as the dangerous nature of Blackbeard and the dark fruit he possessed, which countered all abilities, and the shocking revelation that the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo was, in fact, a celestial dragon. Moreover, Kaido's scars were inflicted by a swordsman named Odin. What shocked Robin the most was the ambiguity surrounding the identity of Crocodile, whether male or female, only knowing that he shared a secret with the hormone fruit user Ivankov, leaving an air of mystery. This shattered Robin's perception, as she recalled Crocodile's aloof demeanor while biting on a cigar, utterly disbelieving that the sand crocodile could possibly be female. After some time sailing, one of the crew exclaimed, "Captain, we've spotted an island. According to the fluctuations of the eternal pointer, it should be Little Garden. Then let us dock and set foot on the island. Aye, Captain, be sure to remain vigilant. Especially you few ladies with lesser combat prowess. Put on the newly acquired insect-repellent garments to avoid being bitten by venomous creatures. Understood?" In the world of One Piece, the women tended to wear revealing attire, increasing their chances of insect bites significantly. The ship, Yanhuang, docked, and a gangway was lowered. The Moe adventure team disembarked onto the ancient island of Little Garden. "Wow, the trees here are truly enormous," exclaimed the little lowly Lilica, her eyes filled with a desire to explore. "Captain Moe, are there really dinosaurs on this island?" Akin and Bartolomeo also expressed great interest in these ferocious beasts. "Indeed, let us hunt some dinosaurs and see what they taste like." He never had dinosaur meat before. Moe licked his lips, for as a citizen of the Celestial Empire, his culinary standards were quite high. "I will create a dish that will satisfy everyone." The fierce chef, Carmen, was also eager to experiment with dinosaur cuisine and had begun preparations for new recipes. Each of the women had embarked on their adventure with a Millennium Dragon, while the officers and captain followed closely behind to protect them. "They re-coming, Captain Moe," Robin reported after putting down the Den Mushi. She instructed Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week to abandon their mission to capture the giants and come meet their leader instead. Mr. Point 3 and Miss Golden Week complied with the vice president's orders, eager to see what their legendary boss, Mr. Zero, was truly like. As they emerged from the dense forest, they spotted the Moe adventure team. With their flying Millennium Dragons and the imposing 6 officers, Mr. 3 couldn't help but ponder, "Isn't this the up-and-coming rookie Captain Moe? How could he possibly be the boss of Baroque Works, which has existed for many years?" Meanwhile, the lowly Miss Golden Week envied Lilica and ABIs, who were joyfully riding on the backs of the Millennium Dragons. "Vice President, our boss is Moe Pirates?" Mr. Point 3 quietly asked Nico Robin, who was his superior and someone he was quite familiar with. Indeed, henceforth, All officers of Baroque Works must join Moyi pirates. Hey, Candleman, do you look down upon me? The bounty emperor with a reward of 500 million. Moyi's observation haki allowed him to overhear Mr. Three's murmurs. Upon unleashing his conqueror's haki, Mr. Three and Miss Golden Week were instantly struck with fear. Collapsing to the ground, their eyes wide with panic and terror. Boss, I want to dare again. Please, spare us. Mr. Three cried out, his bounty of 24 million berries placing him just behind Robin's 79 million and Edra's 25 million. Momentarily surpassing Buggy's officers. From now on, forget your duties at Baroque Works. You are permitted to join the Moyi adventure team. Do you understand? Moyi decided their fate. Understood, Captain. We will strive to do our best. Mr. Point 3 and Miss Golden Week eagerly agreed. Then you may join the crew. Golden Week, you can go play with Lilica and ABIs, riding the Millennium Dragon with the two Lolas. Golden Week's eyes sparkled with delight at the prospect of playing with the Millennium Dragon right after boarding. Moyi introduced the two newcomers to the rest of the crew, and Mr. 3 quickly struck up a conversation with Mr. 5. From now on, just know you are part of the MOU pirates. Consider yourselves out of Baroque Works. The explosive man, Mr. 5, was tasked with comforting the newly on-board Candleman, Mr. 3. Thus, Baroque Works lost 2 more officers, and a wave of new talent was preparing to set sail from Alabastasport on the Turtle. Crocodile never anticipated that his deputy, Robin, would abscond with her team after a few days of silence. It was no wonder he feared the manager's power and the rapport between supervisors and employees. As a mass exodus could ensue, Crocodile, overconfident and rather complacent, had entrusted the management of Baroque Works to Robin without making an appearance himself. In the Grand Line, Alabasta, in the rain, boss, Nico Robin has been gone for 3 days without contacting us. According to the reports from the officers, Mr. 2, Mr. 4, Miss Doublefinger, and Miss Christmas have all departed from the port that we don't know what mission they are on. Mr. 1, Das Bones, reported to Crocodile, his expression grim. Are you saying Nico Robin is betraying me? Crocodile's expression darkened. He understood that the clues to the ancient weapon, Pluton, were hidden within Alabasta's historical texts. Without Robin, who could decipher the historical texts? He had intended to resolve matters after she finished translating. However, he had always relied on Robin to interface with Baroque Works. Immediately contact Nico Robin. I want to see what audacity she has to betray me. Crocodile's face was grim. He could not allow Nico Robin to escape and disrupt his plans regarding the ancient weapon. Pluton. Boss, she isn't answering the den mushy. Things do not seem good, someone reported. Then contact Mr. 2's den mushy and instruct them to return. Nico Robin, you are courting death? Understood. On the sea. A turtle sped along. Mr. 1 told us to return and stand by, claiming it was Mr. 0's command. What should we do? Why is it different from the Vice President's orders? Foam Keely questioned. Puzzled. Could it be that the boss and the Vice President are at odds? Should we return? However, the turtle was not listening to their commands. Should we take out the turtle? We are out at sea, and 3 of us are capable users. Let us contact the Vice President. Vice President, Mr. 1 just called us, saying the boss, Mr. 0, ordered us to return. What is going on? Mr. 2 vociferously questioned Nico Robin. Our boss is here. You need not heed Mr. 1's words. If he calls you again, do not answer. Otherwise, fatty, do not return. That if they dare to harm you, cast them into the sea, Robin commanded, suddenly issuing orders to the sea turtles. The 4 members of Frankie's gang turned pale, realizing this was a life-threatening mission. That it appeared that the Vice President had betrayed the boss. However, being at sea, one had no choice but to bow one's head. They could only obediently be taken to their destination by the sea turtles. Robin, you truly are a person of thoughtful consideration. I suspect Crocodile is already on the verge of madness, Moyi remarked. Observing the cunning Robin as she had just ensnared the sand crocodile and threatened these officers. Captain Mo, you should prepare to face the wrath of the warlord Crocodile, that we have entrusted our lives to you. Robin's expression grew serious. The renown of the 7 warlords was not to be taken lightly. Let us set that aside for now. Look, we are nearing the residence of the giants. Moyi gazed at the 2 colossal houses, home to giants with bounties exceeding 100 million. That the 2 giant captains of the original giant warrior pirates, Blue Demon Dongli and Red Demon Bragi, were both 158 years old and had agreed to battle for nearly a century. They possessed considerable skills in the ways of the giant race, which was precisely Moyi's goal for this expedition. Broggy, it seems we have quite a few guests today. Haha, I wonder if they brought any wine. As I haven't had a drink in ages, Dongli and Broggy jested, their booming voices echoing as they looked down at the diminutive humans. Meanwhile, Ye's adventure crew gazed at the gigantic giants with eyes full of incredulity. So big, the two little girls, Li Jia and Abisi, exclaimed. They had never seen giants before. In the Grand Line. On the ancient island of Little Garden, 10 small millennium dragons flitted about, 3 of which carried 3 little girls. The petite chef Li Jia whispered to Abisi, the colorful painter Miss Huang Jinzhou. Each time Mou beheld such scenes, he felt a profound sense of tranquility wash over him. Perhaps this was the power of bonds? Unlike when he had just traversed into this world, consumed by thoughts of vengeance and twisted emotions, returning to the present, Mou instructed, Ajin, you and the hunting party return with some game. Zongao, please bring down half the wine from the ship. We shall host a feast with the 2 giant gentlemen. Mou directed Ajin and the other devil fruit users to hunt, while Zongao and the team leaders moved the supplies. Thank you for your hospitality. We shall also go hunting. We cannot neglect our guests. Dongli and Broggy disregarded Mou's invitation, shouldering their weapons and striding into the vast forest. Seizing the opportunity, Mou's interest piqued, and he began constructing wax figures with Mr. 3 to following Mou's aesthetic. Mr. 3 fashioned an exceptionally long table on the open ground, accompanied by dozens of chairs, ultimately crafting 2 enormous chairs for the giants at the other end of the table. These wax tables and chairs were as sturdy as steel, indicating that Mr. 3 had adeptly developed his wax fruit abilities. Creating these items, particularly the giant-sized furniture, exhausted Mr. 3, as they were all made from devil fruit, which consumed physical energy. Bang! The 2 giants dragged a massive triceratops and a gigantic tyrannosaurus, startling the little girls that Ajin's hunting party returned, bearing the carcasses of ancient creatures. What a bountiful harvest! Chef Carmen immediately set to work on the ingredients, while the other crew members assisted with bleeding, depilating, skinning, boning, and chopping. The 2 giants had already started working, as such hefty portions required their own grilling. Mou placed a considerable amount of fine wine on the 2 giants' enormous wax table. As the saying goes, once we drink this wine, we are friends. Since we are friends, it would not be excessive to impart some knowledge, would it? Right, my giant brothers. The legendary Hong Qigong had taught Guijing the 18 dragons subduing palms due to his craving for a dish called beggar's chicken. So surely teaching the techniques of Elbaf would not be too much to ask after consuming dozens of barrels of wine. Mou sat at one end of the long table, with the 2 giants at the other, while the other crew members filled the sides, and the voices of the little girls resonated throughout the banquet. After indulging in food and drink, Mou inquired, Dongli, Broggy, shall we engage in a friendly spar? Upon hearing this, Bartolomeo and the other officers stirred with excitement. To challenge a giant, even in defeat, would be worthy of boasting. Dongli and Broggy, captains of the original giant warrior pirates with bounties of 100 million, possessed immense natural strength, colossal bodies, and devastating destructive power. Furthermore, they were well versed in the elite techniques of the Elbaf warrior village. Their overall combat power was not inferior to that of a typical vice admiral. It is worth noting that giants in the Navy hold positions of considerable rank. Their enormous physical presence and destructive capability significantly amplify the harm they inflict on underlings. The Navy boasts 3 giant vice admirals, whose records may be unimpressive, having been dispatched by Whitebeard during the Marineford War. However, in the face of a pirate like Whitebeard, the strongest of them all, they exhibited no fear, charging in head first, undeterred by the prospect of death. This boldness, whether foolish or genuinely brave, belied their indifference to the disparity in strength. Perhaps it was this fearlessness that propelled them to the forefront of the Navy, achieving notable victories and high ranks. Even the Yonko Big Mom, Charlotte Lin, dared not engage with the nation of giants, consistently seeking reconciliation with them in hopes of gaining their assistance. The nation of giants is reputed to be the strongest nation in the world, and it is likely that among them resides a powerhouse on par with the 4 emperors, enough to make Big Mom hesitant to launch an all-out assault. The closed-off Wano country has produced a figure like Odin, a formidable character on the level of the Yonko, suggesting that the nation of giants must harbor similar strengths. Moreover, even ordinary giants possess destructive capabilities akin to those of ordinary vice admirals, making the nation of giants an extraordinarily powerful force, likely possessing dozens, or even hundreds of ordinary vice-admirals. Additionally, the giants' long-standing heritage and their myriad martial techniques and combination moves yield astonishing destructive power. The combination technique employed by the two giants, Dominion, is capable of island-level destruction, while Big Mom's singular attack Dominion and her combination with Kaido, Domination of the Sea, reveal that such martial skills are indeed high-tier. Focused on elite tiers, the reputation of the world's strongest nation is well-earned. Iron Bear and Shield Bartolomeo were the first to step forward, testing the limits of their defenses against the might of the giants. Dongli's sword cleaved through Iron Bear's steel form, sending him hurtling backward, blood spewing forth. Fortunately, he had not yet breached his defenses, but the giant's strength was undeniably overwhelming. Broggy's axe struck Bartolomeo's shield, forcing him to stumble back repeatedly. Though the shield was robust, Bartolomeo's strength paled in comparison to that of the giant, and he, along with his shield, was pushed back, leaving deep imprints in the earth beneath his feet. Go, Bartolomeo! Bartolomeo's girlfriend, the red-haired ruffian Desire, cheered excitedly from the sidelines. Utterly unconcerned about Bartolomeo's potential injuries, Tio withstand our strike head-on. Your defenses are quite impressive. Do not underestimate us. Iron Hot Bowling Ball, Shield Rampaging Bull Charge. Iron Bear's entire form radiated heat, glowing red-hot and charging like a bowling ball towards Dongli. Bartolomeo's shield barreled forward, disregarding all obstacles, charging at Broggy's body like a rampaging bull. The giant braced his shield, the impact colliding with the two giants' shields, forcing both to take a step back. Dongli's shield was battered and burned by the scorching iron, resulting in a substantial hole, while Broggy's shield was shattered entirely by Bartolomeo's charge, causing the two giants to wince in pain, as these shields had accompanied them for over a century. Iron Bear and Bartolomeo were both panting heavily, having exhausted their strength in their recent attempts. Only managing to push back the enemy a step, the crew members nearby began to cheer, with Desire shouting the loudest. Victory was inconsequential, but their battle was fierce, and the visual spectacle was thrilling. Mr. 3, bring forth two enormous wax shields. Understood, Captain. Countless streams of wax flowed from MR3, coalescing into two enormous shields. Upon witnessing this, Dongli and Brokey picked them up effortlessly, striking them with their weapons. Clang, clang, clang. The texture was remarkably solid. Indeed commendable. Noticing it was nearly time, Moe addressed the two giants. I wish to experience the mightiest martial techniques of Elbaf. Would you care to engage me in combat? Such techniques are not something you can withstand at your current level. The resonant voices of the blue ogre Dongli and the red ogre Brokey echoed back. Clang, bang, buzz. Moe drew his third-generation sword, the Ghost Slash, as his hands exhibited a black hue of armament hockey, which spread over the sword, transforming it into a patterned black blade. Then, a transparent substance enveloped Moe, a manifestation of his devil fruit ability, Sliding Shield. His eyes gleamed with a crimson light as he activated observation hockey. The atmosphere began to surge, and Conqueror's hockey stirred restlessly within him. Come forth, let me witness the might of the giant nation. Moe bellowed, his aura reaching its zenith, vanishing from his original position in an instant. Silent instant slide. Moe materialized before Dongli, delivering a fierce slash with the Ghost Slash against Dongli's colossal sword. Dongli cast aside his shield, gripping his sword with both hands, straining to fend off Moe's relentless assault, roaring with fury. A violent tempest erupted where their blades clashed, sending sparks flying in all directions. In the Grand Line, on an ancient island, the little garden, both Moe and Dongli shouted in rage, their swords colliding and whipping up an endless gale. Dongli's hands bulged with veins, his gaze sharpening. Elbaf's spear. Dongli's sword surged upwards in an instant, a soaring sword aura piercing through the air, striking Moe with tremendous force 100 meters away. A small hill had formed beneath Moe's feet, leaving behind deep grooves from the impact. The martial techniques of the giant nation were indeed formidable, capable of amplifying strength by tenfold. With the inherent strength of a giant, combined with such augmentation, the raw power was nearly insurmountable. In the original storyline of Dressrosa, the young giant, hailing, merely 81 years old, employed this technique to repel the ton-pressing devil fruit user, Mob Eyes, whose weight allegedly reached 10,000 tons. This claim seemed exaggerated. It likely did not reach that weight. When converted to tons of steel, such a high-density material would approximate 1,300 cubic meters. comparable in size to a 4-story building of 100 square meters. Akin to a meteor crashing down. For hailing, just embarking on his maritime journey, not only did he manage to block it, but he also defeated Mahabai's, showcasing the exaggerated amplification effect of Elbaf's spear. Sliding step, 72 rotating slashes. Mo Yi spun rapidly, gathering energy as he summoned a wild wind, executing a swift advance to clash with Dongli's massive sword. Sparks erupting continuously. 128 rotating slashes, 360 rotating slashes. The third-generation Ghost Slash, imbued with armament haki, continued its fierce assault, creating more and more chinks along the blade of Dongli's gargantuan sword. Dada. Mighty Nation, Dongli retreated a step, raising his sword behind his back. Gathering strength, and with a fierce cry, he unleashed a circular wave of tremendous sword energy. Sliding shield. Shrimp slide meatball. The sword energy of the Mighty Nation surged towards Mo Yi, but the transparent substance enveloping him allowed the energy to pass through. Pushing Mo Yi aside, the sliding shield remaining intact. A clever maneuver indeed. Enjoy the agony of chopsticks failing to pierce a shrimp ball. I can't deflect your fierce sword energy or alter its trajectory, but I can slide myself away. The principles of force are reciprocal. Learn well, observe closely. Diamond Jaws. I will withstand it head-on. Even Mihawk sword energy, I treat as mere dust. Mo Yi gazed at the devastation wrought upon the forest by the sword energy of the Mighty Nation. Truly formidable. Mo Yi. Are you all right? Captain, I knew you'd withstand it. The crew rushed to check on Mo Yi. Combat prowess is not merely about having high offensive power. It encompasses durability, speed, sustained combatability, and casting speed. Too much wind-up is undesirable. A brief critique. Zoro is undeniably dashing, his techniques are magnificent, and the names are cool, yet the wind-up for his sword techniques is somewhat lengthy. The 3,000 worlds could nearly be turned into a fan at this rate. Contrasting with Mihawk's straightforward attacks, the King's Fist has immense power, reputed to defeat the 4 emperors with a single blow, capable of annihilating islands, but it requires hours of charging. This casting speed is indeed a drawback. However, it could train a battalion of heavy artillery. During battle, one could have a group of subordinates trained in the King's Fist charge up for ages, unleashing a barrage of firepower before the fight begins. As for durability, one must note the durability of blood cows like Luffy and Akainu, who can absorb damage without faltering, remaining combat ready. Conversely, the likes of Admiral Kazuru are typical examples of those who cannot take a hit, easily felled by a single blow. While their devil fruit abilities grant them formidable defensive capabilities, their physical resilience is starkly poor. These individuals are susceptible to ambushes. Even the World Destroyer, Bondi Wald, fell victim to a surprise attack from CP operatives, leading to his imprisonment. Kaido of the Beasts withstood the onslaught of the Red Scabbards without issue, demonstrating exceptional defense and resilience, while Big Mom is akin to an iron balloon, unless one reaches a certain level of armament haki. Her defenses remain unbreachable. Mo Yi continuously enhanced all aspects of his abilities, striving for a balanced improvement, though he lacked any particularly outstanding traits. His devil fruit ability is quite commendable, his swordsmanship still needing refinement. While his physical condition gradually improved, his speed currently standing as his strongest asset, and his haki being fairly balanced across the 3 types. However, without experiencing life and death battles, the rate of improvement for his haki is somewhat sluggish. He must cultivate courage and diligently practice, mastering skills and leveling up before venturing out again. Dongli, Brokey, your martial techniques are immensely powerful. I wonder if you could impart some knowledge to me. My current strength is still insufficient for traversing the Grand Line. Mo Yi inquired of the 2 bumbling giants. I beg your pardon, but this is a closely guarded secret of our giant clan. Is that so? How then is it that I am aware that both Emperor Big Mom and Emperor Kaido have mastered your clan's formidable techniques? Could it be that you giants have betrayed your own secrets? How could that be possible? Yet, given your obstinacy, having dueled in the Little Garden for a century, you may be blissfully unaware of the happenings beyond. Over 60 years ago, Emperor Big Mom obliterated a village in Elbaf and took the life of Captain Waterfall Yuriyuru. What? Captain Yuriyuru has been slain. Dongli and Broggy were taken aback, for they were the former captains of the giant warrior pirates, and Yuriyuru, along with Mountain Beard Aru, were their heroic predecessors. The realization that 2 of their idols had fallen at the hands of an emperor ignited within them a burning desire for vengeance, prompting them to consider setting sail immediately. You two stand no chance against the Big Mom pirates now. Even Elbaf maintains a distant relationship with them, refraining from any hostilities, as neither side possesses the absolute strength to annihilate the other. Therefore, I propose that you mentor us, allowing us to forge an alliance and become your external support. Upon hearing this, the two giants fell into deep contemplation. Our MOE adventurer group has garnered a modest reputation as a pirate crew, and we have established collaborations with the Revolutionary Army and the underworld. Moreover, what you may not be aware of is that the giant warrior pirates disbanded because of your duel, leading to several giants being deceived by the Navy and forced into servitude as gatekeepers and fodder. This is all our fault. The two giants suddenly burst into tears, leaving MOE and the others utterly astonished, completely beyond MOE's expectations that it is our reckless rivalry that caused the disbandment of the giant warrior pirates and prevented us from returning to protect the elders in our village. It is worth noting that a century ago, during their duel, Yuru and Aru were already over 300 years old, having long been considered elders of the giant race. Each generation of the giant warrior pirates set sail with the finest adult giants, carving out a formidable reputation in the world. Yet, Dongli, Broggy, and their contemporaries have suffered the worst fate. Their bounty stands at an astonishing 100 million berries, and their crew has vanished without a trace. The new generation of giants, Helding, set sail with the hope of restoring the glory of the giant warrior pirates. We are indeed the sinners of the giant race. Thank you for your revelations, MOE, or else we would still be here, fighting aimlessly. The two giants dried their tears. What the others were unaware of was that the Navy and the world government had long known about Dongli and Broggy's duel in the Little Garden. They had even prohibited the seagulls from delivering news to this location, allowing the two giants to continue their feudal battle. The world government began to manipulate other giants from the giant warrior pirates, coercing them into serving the Navy and the government. Giants Keisai and Oimo were deceived into guarding the gates of Judicial Island. Indeed, the intelligence of these giants is somewhat lacking, that I shall be honest with you. Two giants were deceived into guarding the gates of the world government's Judicial Island. Their names are Keisai and Oimo. How can we, proud warriors of the giant race, stoop to such indignity? The despicable world government. MOE added, by the way, do you know Giant Mori? Mori, he is the sole user of a devil fruit among the giant warrior pirates, our strongest elite warrior. Has something happened to him? The blue-skinned Dongli and the accomplished Broggy asked anxiously. You truly know him. The Revolutionary Army's Western Army commander, Mori, was once an elite crew member of the former giant warrior pirates. A century ago, Dongli and Broggy began their duel due to the words of a little girl, which led to the forced disbandment of the giant warrior pirates. Mori, too, was imprisoned in the Great Prison impelled down as a notorious pirate 100 years ago, later using his push-push fruit abilities to carve a tunnel and successfully escape. Although we do not know why Mori was not shackled with Sea Prism Stone, nor how he managed to escape from the Calm Belt, he did indeed break free. Thus, Mori is the first to successfully escape from impelled down. Unlike the infamous Captain Shiki, Mori left behind level 5.5, eventually becoming a part of Ivankov's Okama Paradise. No wonder Ivankov thrived and impelled down after his capture, nearly becoming the Revolutionary Army's third base. It is likely that after Mori's escape, witnessing his comrades being deceived and filled with hatred for the world government, he chose to remain in hiding until Dracul Mihawk established the Revolutionary Army and invited him to join, sharing the information he had gleaned about Impel Down with his revolutionary comrades. Furthermore, it turned out that Dongli, Broggy, and Mori were all of the same age. These elites ventured out to sea in their 50s, making them some of the youngest and strongest among giants. Now, Dongli and Broggy are 158 years old. 2 years after the Marineford War, Mori's data appeared, indicating he was 160 years old. The fact that Dongli and Broggy could overpower Mori, who possesses a devil fruit, while still in their youthful giant form speaks volumes about their innate talent. However, they wasted a century of time and talent in this little garden. One wonders if that little girl who instigated the conflict between the two giants was perhaps an agent of the Navy or the world government, or possessed a devil fruit power capable of inciting such a prolonged rivalry. Rest assured, Mori was indeed captured a century ago and imprisoned and impelled down, but he escaped and is now the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Western Army, which stands in opposition to the world government. We are truly grateful for the information you have provided us, and as a token of our appreciation, we have decided to impart the martial arts of the giant clan to you, hoping to form an alliance at the same time. We would like to ask for your assistance in constructing a vessel that will enable us to set sail. We intend to rebuild the giant warrior pirates. Please. We implore you. Upon hearing the giant's demands, Emoyi understood that aiding in the construction of this grand ship was imperative. Otherwise, obtaining their martial arts would prove difficult. Understood? We shall certainly assist with this endeavor. Although Emoyi could have commanded his crew to subdue the two giants and extract their memories, the cost would have been significant, potentially resulting in casualties. Moreover, giants have long lives and vast memories. Making such an approach cumbersome to it is far better to persuade the giants and forge a friendship with them. Thus, the Moe adventurer group promptly set about constructing a colossal vessel for Dongli and Broggy. No, it should be described as a massive wooden raft, comparable to Blackbeard's. Time was of the essence for both parties. Dongli and Broggy were eager to rescue the giant guarding Judicial Island. Vivi was hastening to return to Alabasta, and Moe was keen to reach the next island in search of resources to strengthen their crew. Yet, this proved advantageous, allowing for a moment of respite while waiting for the four cadres of Baroque works to arrive. The atmosphere grew bustling as everyone set to work. Dongli took it upon himself to teach Moe the martial arts of the Elbaf giants, Elbaf spear, Kingdom's might, and Dominion's will. Meanwhile, Broggy and the Moe adventurer group began constructing the massive wooden raft. Utilizing the abundant resources of the vast forest and towering trees, Scythe Eric wielded his scythe's wind blade to fell trees and trim branches, while Soundwave Adrago utilized his Soundwave laser cannon for lumber. Giant Broggy and Iron Bear worked tirelessly to transport logs and timber. The other crew members busied themselves weaving colossal vines, hammering nails, and erecting masts. In a mere 2 days, an enormous wooden raft stood before them. It featured colossal freshwater barrels, vast food storage boxes, and many of the raft's seams were meticulously sealed by Mr. 3 using collected pine resin and rubber wax, augmented with his devil fruit abilities. Even the Moe adventurer group contributed spare canvas to this rejuvenated giant warrior pirates. At this juncture, Moe had also acquired the foundational knowledge and theoretical understanding of the giant's martial arts. All that remained was the time for practice. The information officer, Morty, meticulously categorized and recorded the details of these martial arts for future reference. Just then, Nico Robin approached with her characteristic professional smile. Captain Moe, Mr. 2 and the others are prepared. Are you ready to subdue them? Robin, your skin is not only darkened, but your cunning nature remains relentless. You are far too adept at deceiving your allies. Understood. Now that I have some free time, shall we see if they resist? Suddenly, a strong urge to unleash my fists surged within me. Moe traversed past Robin, making his way towards the coastline. Robin, at the shore, for Baroque Works operatives had just leaped off a sea turtle. Are we truly going to withdraw from Baroque Works? I overheard the vice president mention that the new captain is none other than the bounty of 500 million. The newcomer king, Yin Dmoe, the unattractive matron, the mole fruit user, Miss Christmas, wore an expression of eager anticipation, seemingly infatuated with the handsome Moe. Ugh, do refrain from displaying that expression. I'm afraid Lord Moe might dispatch you on the spot. After all, he's a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million. Mr. 4, the hefty fellow, bore the weaponized devil fruit of the dachshund, resembling a cannon that I must admit I find the new captain's looks quite pleasing. Yet I remain uncertain of his true strength. Miss, with her fingers pointed like a diva, licked her lips, for she wielded the powers of the thorn's devil fruit. We've run out of options, have we not? The mimicry fruit user, Phone Keelii, began pirouetting like a ballet dancer, clad in a flamboyant guise. The mimicry fruit is indeed a highly practical devil fruit, capable of impersonating kings in Alabasta to incite rebellion, or mimicking guards and impel down to unlock the gates. Its former owner, Kurazumi Mushi, assisted Kurazumi Orochi in the untimely demise of Odin's father, Kazuki Sukiyaki, thereby facilitating Orochi's ascension to the position of shogun. During the climactic battle between Kaido and Odin, he had impersonated Momonosuke, orchestrating a betrayal that ultimately led to Odin's defeat at the hands of Kaido, only to meet his own demise at Kaido's hands thereafter. Welcome to the Moe Adventure Group, this big family. Do any of you have thoughts to share? Upon seeing Mr. 2 and the others, Moe welcomed them, eager to discern if anyone harbored grievances, ready to employ his fists to persuade them. However, what he did not anticipate was that he would not be granted the opportunity to engage in verbal repartee. Vice President, the four of them astonishingly bypassed Mo, to greet Nico Robin. Vice President, are we truly going to withdraw from Baroque Works? Is Mr. Zero genuinely Captain Moyi? Previously, discussions had circulated among us, speculating that our Mr. Zero was the Shichibukai crocodile. Indeed, we have no desire to betray the Shichibukai. The boss will undoubtedly hold us accountable. We must return and clarify matters. Although Captain Moyi is undeniably handsome, he is far too youthful, merely a newcomer, and not a rival to the Shichibukai. The four chattered incessantly, completely overlooking Moyi, the protagonist. Nico Robin, unfazed by the commotion, turned to regard the brooding Moyi, realizing that his earlier desire to unleash his fury was now materializing. The four followed Robin's gaze to the expressionless Moyi, their hearts sinking. My kindness flows as gently as water, and now I wish to invite you to swim within my benevolence, Moyi concluded with a smile, unleashing his conqueror's haki, which bore down upon the four, causing Robin to leap aside in alarm. The four were instantly stricken with terror, their faces paling, limbs trembling, as the pressure of his haki intensified, compelling them to instinctively recoil. Step by step, they retreated towards the sea, under the relentless pressure of Moyi's haki until they found themselves submerged. Before you utter a word, allow the ocean to grant you some clarity. A peculiar smile flickered across Moyi's otherwise grim visage. 3 of the 4 possessed devil fruit abilities, and 1 wielded a weapon that too was a devil fruit creation. This moment, they were engulfed in fear, both of the sea and of Moyi's overwhelming haki. Just as Robin contemplated interceding, boom, Moyi's haki enveloped even her. Robin's countenance shifted, her body swaying slightly, but she stood her ground, eyes shut, enduring the mounting pressure. How have these for yet to grasp reality? The true leader stands before them. Why do they look at me? I am being dragged into this. Robin silently scoffed. Captain Moyi, I wish to join the Moyi adventure group. Mr. 2, the strongest among them, managed to utter a coherent sentence. If he remained silent any longer, he would surely sink into the depths. That I wish to join too. Me too. Likewise, woof woof. With a whoosh, the pressure of the conqueror's haki dissipated, and the weight was instantly lifted, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the 4 and Robin. I told you, I am quite benevolent. See, everyone is swimming in my kindness, harmoniously coexisting. Wouldn't you agree? Robin? Moyi turned to Robin with a professional smile. The captain speaks truth. Under his kindness, we shall surely coexist amicably, without grievances. Robin grit her teeth, casting a glare at the mischievous Moyi, yet a smile remained on her face. Indeed, we shall coexist peacefully and contribute to our pirate crew. The 4 finally grasped the situation, immediately expressing profound respect towards Moyi. Ha ha ha. It seems my kindness proves quite effective. Welcome to our family. Moyi nodded contentedly, as if the previously grim-faced individual was a mere figment of imagination. He introduced the 4 Baroque operatives to the members of the adventure group. Thus, the ranks of the Moyi adventure group swelled by 4, surpassing 30 members. In Moyi's plans, once they conquered Skypiea, this would serve as their stronghold, allowing this group of crew members to safeguard Skypiea and diligently develop their devil fruit abilities. With such a plethora of intriguing devil fruits, there exist countless unforeseen avenues for development, promising tremendous rewards under specific circumstances. The mimicry fruit could be employed in Impel Down, while the Kilo fruit could facilitate communication between Skypiea and Gaia Island. Perhaps even the Mole fruit could be utilized to excavate an underground base, let alone the strategic capabilities of the Bomb fruit. He would continue his quest for opportunity alongside capable crewmates. Navigating and honing their skills, Moyi suddenly recalled the Shichibukai crocodile, chuckling to himself, realizing that he had effectively usurped Old Sand's crew without even having met him. That moment, in Alabasta, the furious crocodile seethed with rage. All his operatives had gone missing, leaving only the stoic Mr. 1. Des bones. It had been discovered that the wretched Nico Robin had fled. Where had she taken the others? Records indicated that Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week went missing in Little Garden, and it seemed that Mr. 2 and the others were also headed there. Prepare the ship at once. We shall set sail for Little Garden, and I shall personally retrieve Nico Robin. Without her, the history text remains incomprehensible, rendering all efforts futile. Understood. Mr. 1 promptly exited to arrange for the ship, preparing to set out in search of Nico Robin and the remaining operatives. Cursed be the one who disrupts my plans. I shall ensure they meet their end. Sandstorms raged, and fierce winds howled, manifesting the fury of their master. Moyi, I appreciate your assistance. Dongli and Broggy boarded a colossal wooden raft, laden with several enormous barrels of fresh water and numerous crates of provisions. They intended to pick up 2 crew members at Eni's lobby before returning directly to Elbaf that we are allies. Take care, and do not recklessly confront the Big Mom pirates. Moe took a moment to caution these impulsive and stubborn giants. We shall remember your words. Watching the massive wooden raft carrying the 2 giants drift away, Moe withdrew his gaze. Nami, locate the permanent pointer to Asker Island. We shall set sail immediately. Understood. The Moe adventure group, bustling and clamorous, gathered their supplies and boarded the ship, setting off. The sea turtle joined the towing team alongside the manatee, increasing their speed. Asker Island, home to a naval base and a trading port, awaited them. Thus, the Maritime King also conducts business here, ensuring that the Eternal Pointer is never in want. I wonder if that legendary sword truly possesses the extraordinary powers attributed to it. This time, we embark on a quest to seize a demon sword. Indeed, a sword, not a knife. In the land of cherry blossoms, the distinctions between swords and knives are blurred, all referred to as swords. In the Celestial Empire, a double-edged weapon is classified as a sword, while a single-edged one is deemed a knife. Therefore, with the presence of the Yanhuang, we shall also acquire a Chinese sword. The sea cow and the sea turtle are propelling the Yanhuang forward at a steady pace. The weight-manipulating Miss Valentine has joined the lookout team. Her kilogram fruit allows her to adjust her weight at will, ranging from 1 kilogram to 10,000. With merely an umbrella, she can float into the air and is now reveling with the Millennium Dragon team. Accompanied by 3 young girls, Akin is also familiarizing himself with aerial combat, developing the dragon fruit to enhance his skills. Buggy's split fruit has improved remarkably. His hands can now detach and extend beyond 200 meters. Honing his long-range ambush techniques with increasing finesse, the steel fruit of the bear has evolved beyond its original function of merely heating his hands. Now under the guidance of Moe, he is starting to develop abilities akin to the stone fruit of Pika and the gold fruit of Guild Tesoro. His entire body can transform into steel, merging with the metal, showcasing immense potential to become the second tank of Moe's adventuring crew. Albeit somewhat clumsy and less agile, the first tank, of course, is Bartholomew, whose barrier fruit is exceptionally resilient, and with his intelligence, he has devised techniques such as encasing his fist in barriers and constructing barrier staircases. Moe's guidance aims to have him expand his barriers to envelop his entire body, aspiring to create a towering mech or even a Susanoo. Mr. 3's wax fruit, much like Bartolomeo's, is a creation-type fruit, and he possesses a certain innate talent capable of creating wax clones. Beyond mere fabrication, his skills in immobilization are encouraged to advance towards the mech concept. Thus, the Moe adventuring team may soon boast 2 mechs. A prospect that excites Moe. The team's 3 long-range specialists include Itarago with his Soundwave fruit, Eric with his Scythe fruit, and Mr. 5 wielding the Bomb fruit, positioned to fend off enemies from the ship's periphery. Initiating a barrage of firepower upon confrontation. When funds are scarce, precision strikes are employed. When affluent, overwhelming firepower is unleashed. All 3 aim to develop their capabilities for extended range and substantial impact, ensuring sustained output. Mr. Point 4, a mere ordinary man with a sausage dog cannon, has also joined the long-range group. He imitates the abilities of Mr. 2 and the hypnotist Zango. Such unique talents may yield unexpected utility. Siam Sam, Spotted Butch, Swordsman Gallus, and Gunman Crick, alongside the Needle Sword and Mole Fruit Miss Christmas, as well as the Thorn Fruit Miss Dual-Handed Pola, are all honing their physical techniques to enhance their physiques. Mastering skills such as silent steps, fishman karate, fishman judo, and swordsmanship tailored to their unique strengths. Chef Carmen and Cook Rimu, along with the female ruffian Desire, oversee the ship's provisions, occasionally aided by the trio of young girls, who now include little cook Rika, who has taken to playing more often. The 3 girls also handle the feeding of the Millennium Dragon, Lion Ricky, and the small pets. Noki Gao, the cultivator, is tasked with the planting and maintenance of vegetables and serves as the materials manager for the storeroom. Secretary Sweetheart Queen, Intelligence Liaison Morty, and Historian, the trio of women, form the management team of Moe's adventuring crew, responsible for all external communications and intelligence matters that in the captain's office. Moe observes Nami as she meticulously charts the nautical maps and researches the optimal routes. Alongside Sweetheart Queen, who liaises with the Underground Emperor's forces, Clockwork Island, and Roguetown. Morty diligently documents everything, with Robin assisting in analysis. Woof woof, Moe shifts his focus back to the sausage dog cannon in his hands. Having spent the past few days pondering the implications of this weapon consuming a devil fruit, current limited information suggests that only Zoan-type devil fruits can bestow abilities upon inanimate objects. The only known examples are the sausage dog cannon and the elephant fruit sword, based on the encounters with the beast pirates and the situations surrounding the consumption of artificial devil fruits. It appears that non-biological items like cannons and swords have gained sentience, with those who consume them acquiring dual consciousness. Moe has reached a rather disturbing hypothesis. Zoan-type devil fruits indeed harbor a soul consciousness within the animal demon. Typically, when a living being consumes a standard Zoan-type devil fruit, the being and the soul consciousness within the fruit merge, without the demon influencing the consumer's awareness. However, considering the dim-witted state of awakened Zoan-type creatures, one can speculate that awakening occurs if the consumer lacks sufficient strength to suppress it, potentially leading to the animal-demon awakening, intertwining the two souls and affecting the user's spirit, intellect, and consciousness. Consuming artificial devil fruits may trigger the premature awakening of the animal demon, resulting in dual consciousness within the user, each vying for dominance over a single body. This explains why only Zoan types can enable non-biological entities to gain abilities. Conversely, Logia and most Paramecia-type devil fruits lack the animal demon consciousness. When destroyed, they cannot inhabit non-biological matter and must seek a new fruit to reside within. It is also possible that the demons of these two types of devil fruits remain uncracked by Vegapunk. For instance, Charlotte Doflamingo from the Big Mom Pirates has a steam fruit that produces a sentient being. Chaos reigns, indeed. Unlike Zoan-type devil fruits, Vegapunk has discerned the conscious nature of animal demons through experiments with jailer beasts and prisoners. The first scientist, Vegapunk, has mastered a method to activate the soul consciousness of animal demons prematurely, allowing it to reside within non-biological objects, transforming them into weapons of Zoan devil fruits. However, the integration of devil fruits with biological entities is far more harmonious. Merging Zoan devil fruits with non-biological matter demands a tremendous cost to achieve a synthesis. The second question arises, do devil fruits inhabit the body or the soul? Moe reflects on Brook, who, despite having lost his heart and physical form, was still resurrected by the Yomi Yomi fruit. It is highly plausible that devil fruits reside within the soul, thereby altering the physical body. The more he contemplates, the more convoluted it becomes. Indeed, the logic of devil fruits defies conventional reasoning. Nevertheless, Moe is certain that the three types of devil fruits are more inclined to bond with sentient beings. Under normal circumstances, they do not merge with soulless, inanimate matter. Vegapunk is truly a genius. It remains a mystery how he fused Zoan-type devil fruits with objects. Captain, we have sighted an island ahead, at that moment. The weight-manipulating Miss Machida floated down with her umbrella to report, having temporarily assumed the role of lookout. Understood, we've been at sea for several days. It is finally time to behold the forest. Moe stretched lazily and led the women up to the deck that a lush island appeared before them, surrounded by numerous smaller islets. With an intricate network of waterways and rivers, the Yanhuang could dock directly at the port, avoiding the need to anchor in shallow waters like the Little Garden and transfer via small boats on islands lacking ports. The coastal waters are too shallow for ships, necessitating a stop in the shallows. Osaka Island boasts a flourishing commercial trade, with a large and deep port, also home to a naval presence to eye in the original narrative. The Straw Hat Pirates were chased by the Navy directly to take refuge in the surrounding smaller islands. The islanders paused to observe the Yanhuang. Pulled by the sea beasts, Moe wasted no time and promptly disembarked. The members of the Moe adventuring team descended from the ship. Akin chose to remain aboard to train and guard the vessel, capable of flying and providing timely support. With two sea beasts, there was little need for concern regarding the ship's safety. Bartholomew and Desire, the couple, had already disembarked to explore the streets. The women scattered, each pursuing local specialties, whether to procure ingredients or to safeguard their companions in an instant. The deck was nearly empty, leaving only the dark-skinned Nico Robin standing beside Moe. Aren't you coming? This island seems to be rich with ancient relics and legends. I wish to see them. Isn't it safest to stay by the captain's side? Very well, Let us go seek the relics here and investigate this so-called 7-star sword bestowed upon the king of this sacred island. Moe intends to acquire the 3 precious orbs held by the priestess Maya before laying claim to the 7-star sword. As a precautionary measure, the sword indeed possesses an ominous aura, and the orbs can suppress its power, serving as a means of counteraction. Exercising caution is never a flaw. On the enchanting Suke Island, a legend endures. Thousands of years ago, the islanders were struck with profound fear at the sight of a crimson full moon. To allay their terror, the gods bestowed upon the island's king a shield and the 7-star sword. However, when both the sword and the red moon manifest simultaneously, darkness shall engulf the land. As Moe and Robin journey onward, they persistently inquire about the whereabouts of the priestess Maya. Yet, the island's inhabitants, steeped in suspicion, are reluctant to engage in conversation. It is likely that a prior pirate raid on Suke Island resulted in significant casualties. With the naval dojo leader Sokka unable to withstand the onslaught, in a desperate bid to protect Maya, he seized the cursed blade of sealing, the 7-star sword. In an instant, Sokka's mind and body were dominated by the sword, leading him to slay numerous pirates, forever altering his demeanor. He now venerates the belief that justice equates to power, awaiting the arrival of the Red Moon to unbind the sword and gain dominion over the world. Robin, I have recently developed a new ability that can enhance your beauty, Moe remarked. Observing her still dark complexion, he genuinely wished to assist Robin in becoming more beautiful. It was a pure intention. After all, no woman is indifferent to beauty. In the original tale, Nami and Robin had procured a plethora of skincare and cosmetic products for beautification, whitening, and sun protection. Captain Moe, I sense an unusual glint in your eyes. Robin replied, her gaze averted from his. Your tone seems off, she continued. What is wrong with my tone? I merely wish to assist you. Is that so wrong? Your intentions seem dubious. With a calm demeanor, Robin walked alongside Moe, who seemed to express disdain for her darker complexion. Robin, truly, you have spent too long in the desert kingdom of Alabasta. Just look at how the wind and sand have coarsened your skin. And the blazing sun has darkened it, Moe rambled on, his words eliciting a slight twitch at the corner of Robin's mouth. Captain, do you harbor any ulterior motives towards me? Robin was aware of Moe's connection with Nami, and sensed the peculiar affection the women held for him. Therein lies your error. Is it wrong for a captain to care for his crew? How could you entertain such sordid thoughts? Your mind is far too twisted. Robin fell silent, facing someone whose audacity resembled that of a fortress. Understood. Then I shall express my gratitude to the captain. She had resigned herself to the idea of indulging in Moe's slight advantage, unwilling to linger on the matter further. All this is for your own good. Yet you wear that reluctant expression. Truly, being a good person is no easy task, Moe lamented, while his slippery fruit ability stirred with anticipation. Slippery fruit. Whitening. Robin felt a slight itch on her skin as the power of the slippery devil fruit caused some black substance, the accumulation of years of melanin, to surface. Captain, it seems your devil fruit ability is quite effective. I shall take a bath first. I feel quite dirtied. No need. There is more. Slippery fruit. Purification. The dark matter covering Robin's skin was effortlessly removed by the fruit's power. Captain, can your devil fruit ability reach every part of my body? Robin realized that even the dirt beneath her clothing had been eliminated, and it dawned on her that this was yet another way to exploit the situation. Rest easy, do not dwell on such trifles. There is more. Slippery fruit. Silken beauty. The rough skin that had endured the relentless winds of the desert began to rejuvenate, transforming into a smooth, resilient surface. Look how lovely you have become. As long as I live, this fruit's ability will persist. Moe beheld Robin's now fair and supple skin, a testament to the effort he had exerted in developing his devil fruit power. Thank you, Moe, but please refrain from uttering such nonsensical death flags. Robin was astonished by the immense transformation she had undergone. As a woman who cherished beauty, she felt a tinge of gratitude. Yet, upon hearing Moe's mention of a death flag, an ominous sensation washed over her. Having witnessed death countless times, she also harbored an intense fear of it, especially since she had only recently joined Moe and become a true companion. If one day she reverted to her dark complexion, would it signify that Moe had perished in battle? Would that mean her own demise as well? In that case, nothing would matter. However, Robin resolutely vowed that such a day would never come. For Moe's sake, And for her own dada, Robin, I have overexerted my devil fruit ability and feel a bit weak. Moe suddenly leaned against Robin's shoulder, his body languidly pressing against her, his face nestled close as he weakly nodded against her. Stealing glances at Robin's ample bosom, he noted it was less exaggerated than in the original story, and he would likely need her assistance in the future. Seeing Moe's shameless demeanor, Robin's whimsical thoughts shattered. Replaced by a newfound determination, Captain Moe, it would be wise to know when to stop. Robin, I truly am fatigued. Allow me to rest against you a while longer, with his head still resting on Robin's shoulder. Moe squinted his eyes in blissful contentment. Captain, are you not the least bit embarrassed? Robin firmly pushed Moe away and resumed walking. Haha, Robin, you are as sharp as ever, possessing the keen insight to see through my antics. Moe caught up to Robin, unabashed and laughing heartily. Spouting nonsense, Moe and Robin approached an ancient village. They were greeted by numerous stone tablets chronicling history. At the center stood a towering altar. Exuding an aura of antiquity, at the village entrance, a robust, dark-skinned man wielding a spear approached. Who are you, and what brings you here? Outsiders are forbidden entry. The village's strongest protector, Captain Lakis, issued a loud warning. We seek the priestess Maya. Please relay our request. You are clearly up to no good. Our priestess Maya does not meet with outsiders. Are you sent by Saga? Lakis declared, lunging forward to expel Moe. Flower fruit. Bone dislocation. Lakis found himself disarmed and restrained by the floral appendages conjured by Robin. His joints dislocated. A monster. Lakis's agonized cries reverberated, alarming the village guards, who brandished their spears and swords in defiance. Alas, Robin, you are far too ruthless. Could you not be a touch more gentle? Conqueror's hockey. With a resounding wave, all the guards fell unconscious, their weapons clattering to the ground. Nico Robin's lips twitched once more. You are the one who acts recklessly, never adhering to protocol. At that moment, a blue-haired girl finally emerged, supporting a hunchbacked old woman. Observing the multitude of unconscious villagers, the scene was stark. Asuka Island, at the entrance of a primitive village. The ground lay littered with unconscious villagers, alongside a dark-skinned man nursing dislocated arms, glaring fiercely at Moe and Robin. Blue-haired Maya and the hunchbacked elder Ilan Shah gazed gravely at the duo. Are you also sent by Saga to seize the orbs? Those who have been tainted by the seven-star sword are forbidden from touching the orbs. Hence, Saga has consistently dispatched those untouched by its influence to steal the village's treasures. However, those inept fools have been driven away by our village's guards, while the orbs have remained securely hidden by Maya. Saga harbors a modicum of affection for Maya and has refrained from slaughtering the villagers. Moreover, the time of the Red Moon is not far off. Recently, Saga has been sending agents to disrupt and dismantle all village rituals, preventing the seven-star sword from being sealed by the orbs once more. Once the Red Moon rises, the sword will break free from its seal. Saga has relentlessly sought out trustworthy warriors to seize the orbs and offer them as sacrifices to the sword. In the original tale, it was Zoro who assisted Saga in acquiring the orbs, only to be injured by Saga and have some of his blood drawn by the sword. Indeed, I have come to procure the 3 orbs. However, the 7-star sword in Saga's possession is my true objective. The orbs merely serve as a contingency plan. The 7-star sword, a double-edged longsword imbued with the essence of Chinese heritage, undoubtedly piqued Moe's considerable interest. The 3 jewels were merely a precautionary measure against unforeseen circumstances, for none could fathom the secrets concealed within the 7-star sword. You desire the 7-star sword as well. Impossible. It is steeped in the vengeful spirits of those it has slain. No one can wield it, and it must be sealed with the jewels, Maya explained anxiously to Moe. Are you instructing me on how to act? Quickly produce the 3 jewels. I shall seize the 7-star sword from Saga, and your island will be spared from its peril. Your clan of witches shall find liberation, Moe retorted. However, the 7-star sword is far too malevolent. No one can control it, Maya protested. That is precisely why I require the 3 jewels, she thought, torn between anger and helplessness at Moe's reasoning. The jewels are meant to seal the 7-star sword. If you continue to prattle, death shall befall all present, including you. I shall seek it myself. If I cannot find it, I will simply eliminate Saga and claim the sword. Ideally, I would tame the 7-star sword. Otherwise, I risk being manipulated by it. leading to the massacre of everyone on this island. Moe earnestly analyzed the situation for Maya. "Do not worry. I shall give them to you," Maya replied, on the verge of tears at the sight of this handsome demon. Not only did he intend to slaughter her village, but he also sought to kill her beloved Saga, and even contemplated being controlled by the seven-star sword to annihilate the island's inhabitants. Robin observed Moe's demeanor with great interest, noting how effectively the threat targeted Maya's moral weaknesses. Such cunning was worthy of emulation. He resolved to take notes on it. "Young man, I too hope that you can subdue the seven-star sword. If that proves impossible, please ensure its destruction," Maya's grandmother, the ancient witch and hunchbacked elder Elancia, implored, realizing the gravity of the situation. Understood, if it truly becomes entirely impossible to tame the seven-star sword, I shall shatter it and cast it into the depths of the sea, Maya reluctantly conceded, handing over the 3 jewels to Moe. The first phase of the task was complete. Robin assisted the captain of the guard, Gallus, in regaining his composure and simultaneously scrutinized the nearby ancient monuments, taking copious notes. "Lord Saga, an intruder has just breached the village. The jewels must not be lost. They cannot fall into the wrong hands, for they may lead to a means of combating the seven-star sword. I must witness their destruction or see them cast into a place where no one can ever find them. All hands on deck. Capture them and retrieve the jewels." "Understood, Lord Saga." On Asuka Island, at the Naval Branch Dojo, all sailors wielded long blades, their eyes gleaming with a hint of madness. Saga's 3 elite subordinates from the Navy were similarly ensnared by his influence through the seven-star sword. Duma, the lightspeed swordsman, excelled in Ayajutsu. Bismarck, the Iron Knight, was encased in impenetrable armor, and Bukangu, the great club warrior, was a colossal figure wielding massive iron rods. As Moe traversed the path, he encountered an increasing number of Navy personnel. "Robin, this situation is dire. I have no idea how the other crew members are faring," Moe remarked, feigning anxiety, though his expression remained largely unchanged. "Captain Moe, reinforcements will soon arrive to protect us," Robin reassured, gradually lowering the snail communicator, evidently having just informed the other crew members who were out shopping. "That's a relief. Otherwise, as captain, I would be overwhelmed by the Navy, and you all would fail to demonstrate your worth." Moe twirled the 3 jewels in his hand, their surfaces growing increasingly slippery, while Robin looked on, exasperated by his captain's antics. These minions not simply require a display of conqueror's hockey. Must we rally all crew members for support? Before long, Saga, bearing the seven-star sword and flanked by his 3 Navy elite, advanced menacingly, surrounded by hundreds of soldiers with their eyes ablaze as they fixed their gaze upon Moe and Robin. "My friend, might you assist me in destroying these 3 jewels? I would be most grateful," Saga implored, his attention riveted on the jewels Moe toyed with, his eyes betraying a mix of greed and fear. "Navy man, these jewels were obtained through immense hardship from Maya the Witch. How dare you wish to destroy them?" Robin observed Moe's exaggerated performance with his signature deadpan expression. "Humph, pirate, you are already surrounded. Comply with Lord Saga's orders and destroy these jewels, or you both shall meet your demise," Bukangu threatened, brandishing his massive iron rods toward Moe. "Oh, you truly believe you can escape? We have you encircled." Bismarck gestured toward the surrounding red-eyed sailors, as if already in command of the situation. "That I declare that all Navy personnel on Asuka Island have been surrounded by my Moe adventure team." Moe surveyed the area, pointing at the sailors with an air of nonchalance. This brat must be daft. 2 of them still dare to claim they have us surrounded." The Navy erupted into laughter, even Saga furrowing his brow in confusion. That moment, all Navy personnel heard a roar reminiscent of a dragon from afar, as 10 green-feathered birds soared through the sky. "Brother Moe, we have come to rescue you," cried Rika, riding atop a millennial-old dragon. "Oh, I need your help. Little girl, do you have any real abilities?" The Soundwave warrior Edrag rushed ahead to protect Moe, excitement coursing through him at the prospect of showcasing his prowess against the numerous Navy. Demon Flame Slash. Saga unleashed the first strike as he spotted the approaching Moe adventure team, a massive wave of green, otherworldly sword energy hurtling toward them. Barrier, giant shield, the couple at the back. Bartolomeo and Desire leaped to the front, hoisting a colossal transparent shield. The otherworldly sword energy collided with the shield, resulting in a tremendous explosion that engulfed the area in smoke. The saying goes, where there is smoke, There is no injury. When the smoke cleared, the millennia-old dragon roared, and Bartolomeo, arms crossed with a confident grin, revealed that the shield remained unscathed. So, you dare surround our captain, do you? Let us show you what it means to face off against the Navy. Yeah, the MOE adventure team made their entrance, each crew member eager for action, brimming with enthusiasm. But a resonant dragon roar echoed as a crimson-scaled dragon soared down from the sky, exuding an aura of majesty. Even MOU couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Captain, I have arrived. Meanwhile, a massive pirate ship, the Baroque Gustav, docked at the Little Garden. This was the flagship of the warlord Crocodile, Sir Crocodile. Boss, the island is deserted. The two giants, Blue Demon Dory and Red Demon Brokey, have also vanished during the mission in Little Garden. Mr. 1, Das Bonus, reported to the brooding crocodile. Nico Robin, where have you fled to? Issue a bounty in the underworld to track down Mr. 2 and Mr. 3. We not need a bounty for Nico Robin's whereabouts. The world government is already hunting for Nico Robin. Let us not brazenly expose her just yet. I still require her to decipher the true history of the poneglyphs. If we locate Mr. 2 and the others, we should be able to find her. Understood. Point 3 naval ships sailed across the sea. Admiral, we have temporarily lost track of the MOU pirate crew. The last reported sighting was at Whiskey Peak. Search diligently along this route, covering Little Garden, Magu Island, Alabasta, Gaia Island, and Bonero Island for any information. Yes, Admiral. Admiral Dalmatia, possessing the Inu Nomi model, Great Dane form, was an adept practitioner of both the two-color hockey and the six powers. He was a formidable hawkish admiral. His mission was to capture the MOU pirate crew. However, he would not overlook such a promising pirate crew, intending to annihilate them in one fell swoop, ensuring they vanished from the seas. Justice must not be sullied. In the underworld, a large bird with a hat muttered. It has been quite some time since that rascal MOE has given us any juicy tidbits. The recent news has been rather bland. Having received my remuneration, it seems that the scoundrel MOE has been rather elusive of late. My pure gold ring, the key to eternal life. Ha! The maritime king, Yumite, twirled his little mustache and laughed heartily. Have you gathered any intelligence on MOE Violet? He inquired of the woman beside him. Violet, the princess of Dressrosa and now an officer of the Don Quixote family, possessed the powers of the Paramecia-type Dengeki devil fruit. Her ability allowed her to see within a radius of 4,000 kilometers, serving as a crucial means for the Don Quixote family to scout enemies and gather intelligence. Young master, the latest news indicates that MOE has been sighted at Whiskey Peak, but it has been many days since we received any further information. Violet's gaze could not possibly traverse the red line to behold the sights of the Grand Line from the New World. Who could have betrayed my identity, should I discover who it was? I shall personally exact my revenge. The CP0 agent, Tracy, has been thoroughly scolded by the five elders, and the underworld can no longer accommodate her. Now she wanders the New World like a stray dog, clandestinely gathering information and secretly rebuilding her influence. On Aska Island, a dragon descended and transformed back into the humanoid form of Akin. Captain, shall we eliminate them all? Akin's demeanor remained calm and composed, brimming with loyalty towards his captain. These Navy personnel are all under the control of the 7-star sword. Handle them as you see fit. Leave the sword's master to me. Of course, these minions would be dealt with by the officers. While MOE needed only to confront Saga, the 7-star sword is not an artifact that just anyone can wield. Only those fully under its control may grasp it. In the original narrative, Zoro merely touching the hilt resulted in his hand being burned by its malevolent energy. Akin quickly identified the strongest among the Navy, the lightspeed swordsman Duma, whose hands morphed into dragon claws, transitioning into a half-dragon form as he lunged at Duma, carving out a battlefield. Other officers immediately engaged in battle. Ultimately, the Soundwave user, Itarago, faced off against the Big Stick warrior, Bukangu, unleashing a Soundwave shock punch that sent him soaring. The Iron Knight, Bismarck, was intercepted by Bartolomeo, their fists clashing with a cacophony of sound. The Clown Buggy, the Iron Bear, and the side-wielding Eric were busy clearing out the lesser foes, squad leaders, aside from a few crew members protecting the ladies. Everyone else should focus on eliminating the small fry. Mr. 5's explosives, Mr. 3's wax bindings, Mr. 2's drag queen martial arts, and Mr. 4's sausage dog cannon were all in play, yet none of the women engaged in combat, with the Kilogram Girl and Thorn Girl standing guard. Now it's just us, Saga. Hand over the 7-star sword. MOE became serious, his aura coalescing as he enveloped the third-generation sword. Enma, in his armament haki. Activating his observation Hakide in a lion's hunt, one must exert full strength. Under Saga's crimson gaze, madness enveloped him as waves of green. Sinister sword energy surged toward Enma, leaving deep, unfathomable scars on the ground. A testament to their formidable might. Utilizing the slip fruit, silent instant slide, Enma effortlessly evaded Saga's sword energy, followed by slip fruit. Slide rail instant slash, an invisible slide rail materialized between Enma and Saga, allowing him to glide at incredible speed, delivering a decisive strike upon Saga. Saga attempted to block with his sword, yet was violently sent flying, crashing against the wall, which crumbled and raised a cloud of dust. Adhering to the principle of smoke without harm, Enma retreated to his original position. Saga's primal roar echoed from the smoke, reverberating outward. The demon serpent Fong slash, a pale green snake-like sword energy, coiled and lunged at Enma, seemingly sentient, writhing and twisting as it sought to bite. Enma, however, chose to evade rather than absorb the attack, opting for a series of swift slides to dodge. Release that sword. It has begun to siphon your life force, he warned. One could only lament Saga's weakness, and the fact that the 7-star sword remained sealed, rendering its power diminished. Once the red moon rises and the sword is unsealed, I shall seize the power to rule the world. Saga had completely lost his sanity, becoming a puppet of the 7-star sword. Rulers of the world have always been human. A mere sword cannot achieve such dominance. Akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, slip fruit. Universal slide rail slash. 10 transparent slide rails intersected around Saga, and in an instant, Enma vanished, leaving behind only an array of afterimages and the whistling sound of sword strikes. Saga endured slashes from all directions, wounds multiplying and blood gushing forth as he collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Captain Enma is incredibly handsome, cheered 3 little girls in the air. Their excitement palpable. Enma, too, revealed a faint smile. Robin observed her captain, who had recently been carefree, now executing clean and decisive attacks, defeating his adversaries with lightning speed, the half-dragon akin. With his formidable physical defense and recovery, effortlessly snapped Duma's sword, triumphing over the lightspeed swordsman. Itarago and Bartolomeo also vanquished their foes, Itarago's soundwave lightning laser cannon piercing through Bukongu, while Bartolomeo's rampaging bull charge nearly flattened Bismarck. All the Navy minions lay defeated. The women were prepared to rush forward and celebrate Haiti that moment. Saga's blood began to flow backward, absorbed by the 7-star sword, causing his flesh to wither, his hair to dry, yet the crimson in his eyes intensified. Ha ha ha, justice is power. The 7-star sword shattered, merging with Saga's emaciated body, etching a tattoo resembling the sword upon his chest. Such a fragile body, I require more blood from the strong. Had the consciousness of the 7-star sword awakened after millennia of slaughtering countless innocents, giving rise to a vicious soul? One could only wonder whether the original Enma had developed a sword spirit. 7-star sword Saga. He raised his hand with a slight wave, a sharp, soaring sword energy shot forth at incredible speed. Watch out. Enma swiftly dodged, breaking into a cold sweat. A sword mark, originating from 7-star sword Saga, extended all the way to the ocean's surface, deep and narrow, showcasing its extraordinary penetrative power. Gazing at the monstrous 7-star sword Saga, Enma commanded, "Everyone, retreat." He instructed the women and squad leaders to withdraw to a safe distance. All complied, leaving Bartolomeo and Buggy, the 6 devil fruit users, stationed nearby to handle any unforeseen circumstances. Are you now Saga, or the sword spirit of the 7-star sword? Enma mused, observing the ambiguous form that resembled neither human nor ghost. He understood that in the world of One Piece, objects could possess souls, swords have spirits, and ships have souls. The Going Merry of the Straw Hat Pirates had manifested a ship spirit, capable of materializing, repairing itself with a hammer, and conversing with humans, having even communicated with an iceberg on Water 7. When the Going Merry was set ablaze by the Straw Hat Pirates, everyone heard its voice. As for sword spirits, renowned blades like the Supreme Grade Great Blade have a high likelihood of developing consciousness. The swords of the Enma lineage are particularly peculiar, cursed to betray their masters, choosing their own wielders, a most extraordinary phenomenon. Perhaps the original Enma had developed a sword spirit, one that is cruel and malevolent. When Zoro wielded Enma for the first time in Wano, it instinctively siphoned his haki. leaving his arm emaciated. Yet, after Zoro's scolding, it returned the haki. Could it be that even a famous sword like Enma possesses consciousness? Such is the incredibility of the One Piece world, devoid of logic. The Yomi Yomi no Mi proves the existence of an afterlife. Upon death, the soul is irresistibly drawn to it. Even the Kage Kage no Mi can return long-deceased souls to their bodies, reviving zombies with the original owner's soul consciousness, albeit merely utilizing the shadow owner's techniques. The soul fruit can directly bestow souls upon objects. Big Mom Estado Land is filled with such homies, all imbued with consciousness, yet the origin of this consciousness remains a mystery. Residents of Tado Land have their lifespans collected by Big Mom every 6 months. Could it be that the collected lifespans are used to grant souls to homies, enabling them to possess independent consciousness? One wonders if these homies could consume another devil fruit. If so, wouldn't they become even more formidable? For instance, if Raijin Zeus were to consume another devil fruit. Moe contemplates that these homies are essentially products of the soul fruit. The essence they carry, tainted by this fruit, does not constitute a true soul. Should a homie partake in a devil fruit, it would inevitably clash with the essence imbued by the soul fruit, leading to a catastrophic explosion of its being. Thus, one might ponder whether self-generated sword spirits and ship spirits could consume a devil fruit through the essence of physical entities. This warrants deeper investigation. Blood, I crave the lifeblood of more formidable beings. Every swing of the 7-star sword saga releases a peculiar sword aura of remarkable penetrative power. The ground is already etched with a labyrinth of intersecting sword energy. Has Saga's soul been entirely consumed? Observing the frenzied 7-star sword saga, it's likely that Saga has ceased to exist, having merged with the vengeful souls of millennia to form a new sword spirit. The 7-star sword lies shattered. Could it be that this expedition to Aska Island yields nothing, rendering our efforts futile? Such misfortune. It is all your fault for leading me astray. Moe struggles to accept this grim reality. Brother Saga, how could you have become this way? At that moment, the anguished cries of Maya reach his ears. Moe, be cautious. The malevolent spirit of the 7-star sword can invade others at any time, manipulate and devour their souls. Quickly, bring forth the 3 orbs. The old witch Alinsha warns with palpable concern. The 7-star sword saga seems to grasp Alinsha's words, lunging toward Moe in a bid to corrupt his soul. It is also possible that Saga's vitality has been nearly exhausted. However, as he approaches Moe, he is repelled by the aura emanating from the 3 orbs in Moe's pouch. Scanning the surroundings, he quickly fixes his gaze on the 6 prominent figures standing guard not far away, whose vitality is too weak and tainted by the witch's unwelcome aura. Be careful. Seeing the 7-star sword saga charge towards the 6, Moe urgently cautions them. Bartolomeo swiftly erects a circular barrier to shield the others, while Akin transforms into his half-dragon form, his body becoming as resilient as steel. Erlich gathers energy in his palm, ready to unleash a razor-sharp wind blade at a moment's notice, while Adarago's mouth gleams with golden light, and Buggy unsheathes his daggers in anticipation. The 7-star sword saga collides violently with Bartolomeo's barrier. Frantically unleashing sword energy, the barrier is relentlessly battered, and Bartolomeo struggles to maintain it. He has been at sea for less than a month, and his physical prowess and devil fruit abilities have yet to reach their zenith. Slippery fruit. Slippery rail, instant slash. Moe reappears behind the 7-star sword saga, delivering a sudden and forceful strike, only to be countered and sent flying several meters away. The 6, devoid of the protective aura of the orbs, must retreat as the 7-star sword saga charges forward. Slippery fruit. Glazed ground. The 7-star sword saga slips momentarily, but soon the sinister green aura surrounding him intensifies, corroding the glazed ground with each step he takes. Moe quickly bring out the orbs to seal him. Alinsha urges again. Without hesitation, Moe retrieves the 3 orbs from his pouch. What should we do? Maya, regain your composure. Seal the 7-star sword for the peace of Asker Island. At Alinsha's command, Maya steels herself, acknowledging that it is the malevolent spirit of the 7-star sword that has slain Brother Saga. There is no time to reach the orb altar. We 3 shall form a triad barrier with the orbs. Moe distributes 1 orb each to Maya and Alinsha, positioning them to encircle the 7-star sword saga. Yet, the The saga's uncanny speed has already set its sights on the fallen Navy soldiers strewn across the ground. The light-speed swordsman Duma, the heavy club warrior Bukangu, and the Iron Knight Bismarck are drained of their life force by the seven-star sword, their faces withering and shriveling as the cries of Navy soldiers fill the air. This is bad. He is siphoning their lifeblood and souls. Quickly, stop him. Without needing a Lynch's reminder, Mo-Yi swiftly strikes with his sword, pushing back the seven-star sword saga and preventing further soldiers from being drained. The three orbs form a barrier in three directions. As Maya and Alinsha cradle the orbs and begin their ritualistic prayers, the orbs radiating blinding brilliance, the two witches recite their incantations with increasing fervor. The orbs shine ever more brightly, and the seven-star sword saga within their barrier starts to emit smoke, letting out a fearsome roar. Its crimson eyes grow increasingly frenzied, letting out a skyward howl that sends shockwaves through the air, causing the very ground to tremble. The seven-star sword saga, like a beast cornered, erupts in a final, terrifying display of power, launching a frantic counterattack that fractures the three orbs. Cracks begin to spread, and with a resounding crack, the orbs shattered. In the original narrative, the seven-star sword could shatter the three orbs from a distance. The seven-star sword saga's form dissolves entirely, leaving behind a nightmarish, floating soul, yet its crimson eyes remain. The nightmarish soul lunges toward Mo-Yi at breakneck speed, only to be cleaved in two by Mo-Yi's armed hockey-infused sword. Yet, the two halves of the nightmarish soul persist, ignoring Mo-Yi's hardened hockey, and invade his body through his eyes. Accompanies Mo-Yi's anguished scream. Silence envelopes the scene. The two witches are gripped by terror. The six prominent figures in the distance stare wide-eyed in shock. The women and squad leaders far away, peering through telescopes, are filled with acute anxiety at the unfolding drama. Mo-Yi lifts his head, his eyes ablaze with crimson light. Hee kiki ha. In the midst of the onlookers' fear and concern, the seven-star sword Mo-Yi throws his head back in laughter, his eyes glowing crimson, with a green, sinister seven-star sword tattoo prominently displayed on his chest. How exhilarating it is to feel such immense power. O beings from another realm, Kiki, get out of my body. Mo-Yi's furious voice echoes, unexpectedly accompanied by two eerie tones that I see your resentment towards the world. Kiki, the spirit of the seven-star sword begins to devour the nascent form of Mo-Yi's vengeful alter ego born from his drastic personality shift. Now I am you, and you are me. We are one. Kiki, after consuming the essence of the vengeful persona, the seven-star sword seizes control of Mo-Yi's body. With our formidable physique, let us go forth to conquer the world. The third generation of the cursed sword, enveloped in black armed hockey, is further shrouded by a layer of green, eerie sword energy. The seven-star sword Mo-Yi wields the third generation with newfound vigor and a more sinister intent, as if it has finally found its rightful master. With a swift motion, he unleashes a black-green sword aura that cleaves the sky, parting the heavy clouds. Another swing of his sword rends the very earth, causing the island to tremble. The heavens and earth themselves seem to split asunder, an awe-inspiring terror. Kiki, just like that, such a body allows me to revel in delight. Flee. The old witch Alinsha cries out in despair, as if she has surrendered her struggle for life, shouting to her granddaughter Maya and the others. Expel the captain Mo-Yi from your body, you wretched seven-star sword. Akin, transformed into a full dragon, wears an expression devoid of emotion, yet seething with rage. The flesh and soul of a powerful Zoan-type beast is quite delectable. I shall consume you. Kiki, a black-green sword energy slices through the air, a tempest trailing in its wake, aimed at the airborne dragon. Akin swiftly evades, flames swirling within his maw. Crimson dragon flame wave, a fiery shockwave surges towards the seven-star sword Mo-Yi, as Akin reveals his newly developed innate ability from his dragon form. The flames, flying prey is the most troublesome. Kiki, the seven-star sword Mo-Yi merely swings his sword lightly, shattering the fiery wave with ease. It seems I still possess some devilish abilities, and they're developing quite splendidly, truly befitting a denizen of another realm. Kiki, slippery fruit. Air slide rail. The seven-star sword Mo-Yi gestures with his left hand, conjuring a transparent, multidimensional network of air slide rails in the sky. This development requires no effort. What is this? A trump card? Cowardly trash. With a resounding cackle, Countless phantoms of the seven-star sword, MOE, flashed through the air at breakneck speed, the echoes of sword cries incessantly reverberating da. After the massive form of the dragon was forced to deflect a few strikes with its formidable claws. It was swiftly wounded, letting out a pained wail as it fell back to the ground, reverting to its human form. Captain, the grievously injured Ajin gazed at the seven-star sword MOE, tears brimming in his eyes as he despairingly closed them and wept. The seven-star sword MOE was poised to deliver a fatal blow to Ajin. Bang! Captain MOE, please recover quickly. We are family in the MOE Adventurers Guild, Bartolomeo shouted frantically as his barrier blocked the strike from the seven-star sword MOE. The wind blades of Scythe Eric and the soundwave laser cannon of Adrago had already been unleashed toward the seven-star sword MOE. Forcing him to stagger backward, Steel Bear stood valiantly, his ironclad body shielding Ajin. Seizing the opportunity, Buggy scooped up Ajin and flew back to a distance. Ha ha, still a family? You memories. Before the seven-star sword MOE could finish his sentence, he crumpled to the ground, clutching his head, writhing in agony. You seek death. MOE's voice resonated, imbued with boundless fury. Are you feeling guilty, Jikaha? You are nothing but a hypocritical scoundrel, an even greater coward. The seven-star sword MOE rose, his aura surging once more as waves of fierce, dark green sword energy surged toward the fore. I shall slay all your crew before your very eyes. For the first time, Bartolomeo's barrier was shattered by the relentless sword energy, leaving a deep gash on his body as he collapsed. The steel skin of Steel Bear was also pierced by numerous strands of sword energy, blood flowing freely as he fell. Scythe Eric, the fragile ranged fighter, was caught in the onslaught as well, sustaining injuries from the sword energy. Soundwave Adrago, possessing decent physical resilience and remaining at a distance, was the only one left standing. Albeit barely in a single encounter, all the officers fell apart, save for Buggy, who had rescued in the far distance. The women and the team leader were witnessing an ominous situation unfold, calm and composed. Robin's heart was now filled with extreme concern. There was no one left on this island capable of stopping the seven-star sword MOE. If MOE could not reclaim his body, this could very well be the final journey for the MOE Adventurers Guild. Little did anyone expect the usually carefree MOE to possess such formidable strength that I must save MOE. Nami could no longer remain idle. She needed to be by MOE's side, for she understood that he must surely need her now that Nami's feelings for MOE were undoubtedly the deepest among the women, and she firmly believed that he could triumph over the seven-star sword. MOE would surely emerge as a king. Robin, watching Nami's retreating figure, came to a realization. The other women disregarded the danger and followed Nami, intent on rescuing MOE. In that moment, Robin understood the significance of their bond. In the face of life and death, what truly mattered? She and the team leaders rushed to the battlefield, willing to sacrifice themselves to make one last effort for their captain. Ha ha ha, more ants are coming to serve as food. The seven-star sword spirit cackled maniacally. MOE, I know you can do it. You promised me you would always protect me. Nami gazed at the seven-star sword tattoo on MOE's chest, her body and face adorned with strange patterns as she cried out from the depths of her soul. MOE, brother, I have yet to grow up. I want you to accompany me to witness the beauty of the sea and experience various splendid adventures. Don't leave me, Li Jiao wailed, her voice echoing through the air. The women wept, expressing their hopes for the future, calling out for MOE to return. Surely the blood of my beloved must be delectable, mused the seven-star sword MOE as he approached the women. Brandishing the third generation of the ghost cutter, in the midst of their fear, the women still clung to hope for MOE. Resolute that even in death, they would prefer to perish by his hand. The seven-star sword MOE raised his blade, pointing it at the women. Which blood shall I taste first, amidst the terror? Nami seized the blade of the third-generation ghost cutter, blood gushing forth. MOE, you promised me. Just before the seven-star sword MOE could plunge the sword into Nami's heart, her tear-streaked face cried out one last time. The tip of the ghost cutter halted mere inches from her chest. I told you. You are courting death. An overwhelming wave of conqueror's haki erupted as MOE's soul regained control of his body. Why do you possess this conqueror's haki? I consumed your soul, yet I lack this power. Why? Get out of my body. Impossible. I have consumed your vengeful persona. I embody your hatred, and we are one. You cannot expel me. I will remain hidden within you, and one day I shall reclaim control. Jikaha cackled. Moye's conqueror's haki continued to surge and break through, the 7-star sword tattoo on his chest gradually fading, being pushed aside and expelled. Ultimately, a 7-star sword tattoo appeared on Moye's right hand, his entire hand adorned with bizarre patterns. Ha! I told you that you cannot expel me. We are one now. I am your second soul. The ghost cutter in Moye's hand fell, and his body knelt down, his left hand pressing against the slightly uncontrollable, strange right hand. Even if you are my second soul, you shall be controlled by me. Moye gazed at the 7-star sword tattoo on his right arm, his eyes filled with mockery. Once you enter my body, you become my strength, since you are the second soul that consumed my vengeful persona. It implies you are a relatively independent soul. Slippery fruit. Memory slips away. Why? Why is this happening? No, I can be the strongest sword in your hand. I possess vast combat experience. The voice of the 7-star sword spirit faded away. Akin to a slumbering infant, quieting down and devoid of its violent emotions that huff, Moye sat wearily on the ground, having just been ravaged by the 7-star sword, expending a significant amount of vital energy and strength to contend with the second soul. Kaya, please tend to Nami and the officer's wounds. Exhausted, Moye collapsed to the ground, gazing up at the sky, awakening the terrified crowd. Wonderful, the captain is unharmed. Quickly assist the injured. The group finally sprang into action, their movements frantic. Jean, Bartolomeo, Steel Bear, the injured Eric, and lightly wounded Aide Rago all required treatment, while Buggy remained unscathed and Nami's palms bore cuts from the 3rd-generation ghost cutter. All of this needed healing. Moye bore no external wounds. He was merely drained of vitality and spirit, still lying on the ground, reluctant to move, gazing at Nami's hands, wrapped in bandages. Moye felt a twinge of guilt. Nami, I'm so grateful to have you. I always knew you could do it, Moye. Nami pressed her forehead against Moye's, their eyes locking, filled with compassion. Jean, Bartolomeo, and the others were all swathed like Zongzi. On Asuka Island, aboard the Huanghao at the port, 5 lounge chairs housed 4 Zongzi and Captain Moye. Aide Rago, bandaged but able to move, managed to feed himself. Bartolomeo was being cared for by his girlfriend, Desire. To the envy of the 3 Zongzi nearby, Buggy attended to Eric, while the needle sword Appin took care of the former captain, Steel Bear, and Ajin was tended to by the former captain, Gunclike. This internal conflict within the Moye Adventurers Guild had caused many to suffer greatly. One could have anticipated that the captain's strength had reached a level where he could not be subdued even by a united front. Ajin's resolve to grow stronger was now more steadfast than ever. Moye, how is your arm now? Nami asked, placing a piece of meat into Moye's mouth. Moye observed the 7-star sword tattoo on his right arm, which featured 7 star points forming the shape of a spoon. In China, the Big Dipper is comprised of the stars Tian Shu, Tian Xian, Tian Ji, Tian Quan, Yuhong, Kaiyang, and Yao Guang. It was astonishing to discover that this world also possessed similar celestial formations. There will be no issue. This has already become a part of my body. Moye sensed the pure, unblemished soul residing within the 7 stars arm, reminiscent of a blank canvas. This brought to mind the Chilan arm of the tumultuous world. And he too possessed a 7 stars arm now. He was also reminded of the pure lotus demon fire from the shattered world, which transformed from the 6-star fighting Saint's demon fire into an innocent, infantile spirit after being refined by the protagonist's medicine. It called him daddy. No, master. A subtle smile graced Moye's lips as he softly addressed the 7 stars arm. The arm could emit a strange green sword aura, elevating Moye to the status of a sword master. With its enigmatic damage far surpassing that of ordinary swordsmen, Moye could entirely control this 7 stars arm's soul, suppressing its autonomous thoughts through a consciousness link, allowing him to manipulate it as effortlessly as his own hand. Despite its nature as an independent spirit, like an intelligent system, he could impart skills and techniques to this soul. And even if he severed the consciousness link, it would autonomously execute various skills and sword techniques akin to a game interface upon pressing QWER, should the day come when Moye fell unconscious. The soul of the 7 stars arm could still think independently, deploying its techniques to protect its master. However, Mo, you would always maintain absolute control over this soul, ensuring it did not develop complex emotions or cognitive abilities. If it did, he would erase its memories. He would only instruct this soul in combat techniques and instincts, forbidding any other thoughts. Moreover, apart from the time spent teaching it techniques, Mo, you would directly link his consciousness to the soul, keeping it in a dormant state under his command. Master, I will diligently master all techniques. The innocent consciousness communicated with Mo Yi on a spiritual level. Good. Mo Yi reassured as he regained control over the Seven Stars Arm's soul, inducing a slumber in its consciousness. The Seven Stars Arm moved its fingers without hesitation. The command passed seamlessly from Mo Yi's soul to that of the Seven Stars Arm, and then to the fingers. Compared to before, an additional soul now existed within the Seven Stars Arm, yet the speed of movement remained largely unchanged. How could he permanently eliminate this Navi consciousness while retaining the power of the Seven Stars Sword? Though it seemed somewhat cruel, the lingering presence of this innocent consciousness posed a slight risk. Mo Yi was uncertain when he might develop an emotional bond with it, potentially leading to complex feelings and autonomous thoughts. If his moment of compassion allowed this soul to grow powerful enough to contest his control over the body, it would not be like Naruto from the world of Naruto, who could coexist harmoniously with the Nine Tails. Let us rest on Asuka Island for a few days, Mo Yi commanded. Understood, Captain, came the response. Meanwhile, the priestess Maya buried the remnants of Saga's ashes, sorrowfully returning to her village at the Navy Dojo. The remaining soldiers regained their senses following the disappearance of the Seven Stars Sword. However, most had already been drained of their vitality, their potential diminished, leaving little chance for growth. Yet, they still retained their sense of justice, promptly reporting the situation to the Navy headquarters, even mentioning their control by the Seven Stars Sword. However, the instructor Saga and his 3 elite disciples, Duma, the light-speed swordsman, Bikongu, the great club warrior, and Bismarck, the Iron Knight, along with over 100 soldiers, had all perished at the Navy headquarters in Marineford. The furious Sengoku lamented. That detestable Mo Yi has already made his way to Asuka Island. He likely possesses permanent pointers to other islands. Alert Vice Admiral Dalmatia to apprehend him immediately. The chief strategist Crane furrowed her brow, noting that Mo Yi did not seem to be a particularly bloodthirsty individual. According to the soldiers, after Saga acquired the Seven Stars Sword, they were gradually controlled, losing their memories, only to awaken amidst the lifeless bodies of fellow soldiers and the injured Mo Yi and his crew. It seemed Mo Yi had been injured in battle with the Seven Stars Sword, and these soldiers were likely victims of its life-draining abilities. Crane continued her analysis, stating, even if Mo Yi did not deal the fatal blows, his power has rapidly increased, becoming an ever-growing threat. Look at the sword scars left at the battle site. Sengoku and Crane examined the photographs, noting the intricate, varied, and dense sword marks, estimating them to be at the level of a sword master. We cannot delay any longer. At this rate, even the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters may not be able to contend with Mo Yi's crew soon. Akainu and Akiji are still suppressing the underground world in the New World, and Kizaru cannot be dispatched lightly. Who else can we send? Shall we request CP0 from the world government? The exposed Stussy has been searching for the leaker. Perhaps we could inform her to collaborate with Vice Admiral Dalmatia in capturing Mo Yi. Let us proceed with that plan. In the New World. In the underground world, Stussy had just hung up the call from the Navy. Itsm, that newcomer, Yen Mo Yi, who might wield the power of the prophecy fruit. Stussy seethed with anger, her years of covert development thwarted in an instant. I shall make you taste my methods in the Grand Line, on Asuka Island, among the recuperating crew of Mo Yi. Bartolomeo complained, Captain Mo Yi, your strikes are merciless. My barrier could not withstand your sword aura. Your devil fruit development isn't strong enough, yet that I've now devised a beauty technique. Do you wish to have your scars removed? No, scars are a mark of honor for a man. I don't want to become delicate like the captain. What did you say? Bartolomeo retorted. Bartolomeo is right. Scars are our badge of honor, a testament to our battles. Edra echoed. I can't help it. My devil fruit powers automatically make me so handsome that my scars vanish. Are you all jealous of my looks? Mo Yi observed the group with an understanding expression. Everyone wore smiles. You all need to recover swiftly. Start training to awaken your haki as soon as possible. After the ship's doctor, Kaya, treated the injured, Moe utilized his practical experience with his devil fruit abilities to aid in their healing. The slide fruit pain bullet slide provided a healing effect akin to Bartolomeo Kuma's healing abilities, alleviating the pain of the injured, even expelling bacteria from their wounds to expedite recovery, due to Robin's excellent beautifying effects. Nami soon requested Moe to help remove her scars and tattoos. The evil dragon tattoo on her arm, previously etched over a cut, was completely erased, and Nami had a single character, Knight, tattooed on her shoulder, symbolizing her loyalty to Moe's crew and her feelings for him. This act inspired others to follow suit. Akin tattooed the character Knight on his neck, while Robin inscribed a small knight on the back of her hand. Most of the men emblazoned large knight characters across their chests, backs, or arms, while the women opted for more discreet placements on their wrists. The boldest, Nojiko, even tattooed it just above her bosom. Moe looked on, bemused. Over the past few days, he had been practicing his healing and beautifying powers. The women had all been transformed. Even the darker-skinned Nojiko and Thorn's girl had lightened considerably. It felt as though Moe's crew could now be dubbed the beautiful pirate crew, while the male crew members retained their scars. Thus, Moe continued to tend to their wounds and hidden injuries. Akin, your sea dragon fruit development is quite impressive, but there's still room for improvement. This fruit is a synthetic devil fruit derived from the life essence of Kaido's azure dragon fruit. Kaido can unleash fiery breath, coupled with thunder and fierce winds, along with several innate skills. Keep working hard, that I understand. Captain, I will become stronger and not burden you. Moe, where are we headed next? With her fair complexion and striking beauty, the seafarer Nami approached with a nautical chart in hand. Inquiring of Moe, let us voyage to the medical powerhouse, Drum Island, and see if the physicians there can remedy his 7-star arm predicament. The 7-star sword spirit, fused with his own vengeful persona, resided within his grasp. Although the slippery fruit had purged the memories of this soul, its consciousness persisted, allowing it to continue learning and evolving, posing a latent threat that necessitated Moe's frequent memory modifications. Yet, Moe was reluctant to relinquish the formidable power of the 7-star sword, hoping that Dr. Kureha of Drum Island might be able to eradicate this consciousness or soul, all while preserving the sword's might. This peculiar power of the 7-star sword could incite madness and manipulate others, proving to be quite advantageous indeed, that I understand. He replied, by the way, Drum Island is a winter isle. Everyone should prepare warm clothing. Moe reminded them. The crew disembarked once more at Asuka Island to procure winter attire on the Grand Line. The manatee and turtle towed the Yanhuang ship forward, stirring white frothy waves that left a trail of rippling patterns. The crew engaged in rigorous training, eager to awaken their haki and advance alongside their devil fruit abilities. Captain, we have received news from Morgans, one reported. The 4 emperors are primarily situated in their territories within the New World. While the navies Akainu and Akiji have stabilized the situation there, and Kizaru remains stationed at headquarters, he also inquired if there were any notable news or developments. Secretary Sweetheart Queen had just contacted these underground emperors to gather intelligence. With the informant Morty taking notes, Moe cast a glance at Robin. Let us first undermine the Navy's prestige and inform Morgan's point 20 years ago, the world government, in an effort to prevent the scholars of O'Hara from deciphering the true history. Launched the Buster Call, obliterating the scholarly island of O'Hara. Back then, Sakazuki intentionally destroyed fleeing civilian vessels, while Kazan personally killed a giant vice admiral who sought to protect O'Hara. Originally, he wanted to mention that Akiji had let Robin go, thereby tarnishing Akiji's Navy career. However, out of consideration for Robin's feelings, Moe refrained from elaborating further on her situation, simultaneously seeking to shield her from the world's awareness of her ability to decipher the true history. As the bounty merely stated that the demon child Robin had destroyed 8 Navy ships. Upon hearing this, Robin recalled the memories of O'Hara's catastrophic bombing. Robin, I apologize for evoking such painful memories. Yet, this is also to vindicate O'Hara and to vex the Navy admirals. Moe explained to Robin that he wished to utilize the platform of the sensational Morgans to undermine the Navy, ensnaring them in a web of public opinion. Captain, I understand your intentions that we are currently too weak to face the pursuit of the Navy admirals. We require more time to grow, Robin replied, comprehending Moe's meaning. Sweetheart Queen swiftly provided Morgans with a response. awaiting his courage to publish the news to in the New World. At the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency, Morgans murmured, 20 years ago, O'Hara Island, Akainu bombed fleeing civilian ships. Akiji killed a giant vice admiral. Such revelations would undoubtedly diminish the current admiral's prestige, and many civilians and pirates would relish such news. However, this could also provoke the Navy, as this scandal involved two admirals and was not to be trifled with. Morgans had always navigated the treacherous waters between the Navy and pirates. Nevertheless, with these two admirals currently suppressing the New World, creating chaos, this news might compel them to retreat to Navy headquarters under public pressure. Yet, Morgans was not one to shy away from risks. He promptly contacted other underground emperors, proposing to force the two admirals out of the New World, but requiring various forms of support. The other underground emperors were also eager for the admirals to vacate the New World to restore stability, offering Morgans considerable compensation. Thus, Morgans prepared to disseminate this information, playing both sides expertly. "MOE. We are nearing Drum Island," Nami announced, holding the permanent pointer to Drum Island and studying the nautical chart. "A winter isle. It's been ages since I've seen snow. Can we have a snowball fight? I've never encountered snow before. Of course, we shall play when the time comes," MOE replied, as the crew began discussing their excitement, many of them having never witnessed falling snowflakes. Without venturing out to sea, they might have spent their entire lives confined to a single island or a specific body of water. "Captain, look at this latest news," Robin interjected, presenting the recently acquired newspaper. Shocking. Admiral Akainu bombed fleeing civilian vessels, and Admiral Akiji personally killed a giant vice admiral. The sensational headline was undeniably attention-grabbing, crafted by a master of journalism. Following was an extensive narrative, revealing that 20 years prior, the world government had initiated the Buster Call to prevent O'Hara scholars from deciphering the true history, resulting in the destruction of the island and countless innocent lives lost, obliterating the all-knowing tree that had stood for 5 millennia. Along with invaluable books and researched, Sakazuki's cold-bloodedness back then was evident, as he deliberately bombed fleeing civilian ships, leaving none to escape his grasp. Kazan also killed a giant vice admiral who sought to protect O'Hara. An act of betrayal against a fellow comrade that was nothing short of abhorrent. Morgans truly had the audacity to report such matters. He was indeed a formidable figure in the world of journalism. MOE admired Morgan's boldness, a paragon of the press. At Navy headquarters in Marineford, Admiral Sengoku slammed his palm down on a newly replaced ironwood desk. How dare that rascal Morgans publish such news? Is he seeking his own demise? Quickly, summon Vegapunk to address the training issues with our new seagulls. We must establish our own news division. It was clear that Sakazuki and Kazan had been excessively overstepping bounds in the New World, leading these underground emperors to pressure the two admirals into retreating. Chief of Staff Crane crossed her arms, weariness evident on her face. This scandalous news would severely tarnish the Navy's image. Their immediate challenge was to swiftly restore the Navy's reputation, lest they lose a significant number of recruits. Let those two return first. We cannot risk what tomorrow's headlines may bring. After this incident, they would need to bolster their own news influence to prevent Morgans from monopolizing the field. While the Navy possessed a limited number of their own news seagulls, they typically reported favorable news regarding the world government and the Navy, targeting the affiliated nations. Seagulls marked with the Navy insignia were also vulnerable to pirate attacks. In contrast, Morgans, as a neutral underground force, garnered a broader audience, covering news across all professions, including both pirates and the Navy, with a greater number of trained seagulls. Consequently, the entire pirate world consumed the publications of the World Economic News Agency. Although some ignorant pirates would shoot at the seagulls, such actions would lead to the offending crew being recorded, resulting in a loss of communication with the outside world, unless they resorted to looting islands. Furthermore, the World Economic News Agency would report their location for free in the underground world, inviting bounty hunters to pursue them. Thus, both pirates and the Navy generally refrained from harming the seagulls that served as conduits of information. Each underground emperor was not to be trifled with. In the New World, aboard a colossal Navy flagship, the typical fleet of the Navy admiral included a flagship, escort vessels, prison ships, and more, all engaged in their duties. Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki, perused the latest newspaper, his hands engulfing the paper in magma, a cold murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. A staunch believer in absolute justice, He felt no remorse for the slaughter of civilians. However, he deemed Morgan's act of reporting such events as a desecration of justice, and such a scoundrel would undoubtedly face Sakazuki's wrath. Meanwhile, on another Navy flagship, Admiral Akiji Kazan contemplated the news, reflecting on Saul, who had opposed the Navy in pursuit of his own sense of justice. Though he had personally slain Saul, it was Saul who had first deemed the Navy an enemy, seeking to protect O'Hara and obstruct the Navy's operations. His death had been his own choice. Bearing the burden of killing a comrade left Akiji deeply unsettled, his icy demeanor intensifying. On a separate fleet, Vice Admiral Garp remained silent upon seeing the news, while other commodores seethed with anger. Insisting that Morgan's was slandering the admirals in the underground world, the mutterings echoed. Fufufu, the world government's lapdog, is quite obedient. Even after becoming an admiral, Doflamingo's maniacal laughter echoed with a nerve-wracking intensity. Morgan, you truly possess a remarkable hand. Only when these rabid dogs withdraw from the new world can stability be restored, allowing us all to conduct our business properly, remarked the maritime king. Yumit, the usurer known as Fortune Rufide, along with the venerable concealer Gibson from the warehousing industry, saw a slight decline in their enterprises during this tumultuous period of naval suppression in the New World. Conversely, the funeral home magnate, Drago Piklu, seized the opportunity amid the naval actions to harvest a substantial number of corpses and abduct many civilians. On board the Moby Dick, the Navy's reputation was not without blemish. The slaying of comrades was an unforgivable taboo for the Whitebeard pirates. The captains of the various divisions recalled the infamous Blackbeard Teach. Wondering if Ace had managed to capture him, Whitebeard's expression darkened. His homeland, not being a member of the world government, had suffered the ravages of both the Navy and pirates, resulting in countless families torn apart and displaced. The murder of allies struck a deep chord within him, awakening two profound grievances. Aboard the Red Force, Shanks sighed. The world grows increasingly tumultuous on Cake Island. The O'Hara clan, capable of interpreting the true history, had been annihilated by the world government. Thank heavens I still have the Three-Eyed Tribe. Without them, I would be unable to decipher the red history and ascend to the title of Pirate King. The saliva of the Yonko Big Mom, Charlotte Lin, dripped onto the floor, corroding it into small holes. On Oni Island, Kaido of the Beasts bellowed drunkenly. What news is there worth reporting? What I crave are tales of global warfare. Journalists from various news outlets eagerly pursued reports, condemning and mocking the Navy, which found itself momentarily overwhelmed by the pressure of public opinion. Certain matters were better left unspoken, once brought to light. They took on a life of their own in Mariawa, the Holy Land. The underground rats grew increasingly audacious. The destruction of O'Hara was our mandate. The Navy executed it splendidly. Let Akainu and Akiji return to provide these fools with an explanation. The O'Hara populace is expendable, daring to interpret the true history and pose a threat to the world government. Sengoku was commanded to promptly resolve these issues. The citizens of O'Hara were deemed accomplices, and the traitor Saul was labeled a criminal deserving of death. The ordinary populace was swiftly swayed by the Navy's righteous rhetoric broadcasted live, rekindling their trust in the military. Meanwhile, various factions shared a knowing smirk. On Winter Island, the island reverberated with a series of explosions, thick smoke billowing into the sky. Captain, that cowardly king has fled, taking the doctor with him, bellowed the muscular champion, Yeezus Bagus, as he tossed a house aside, directing his voice towards Blackbeard. Such is fate. Poison Q, your affliction seems insurmountable. Then Oka leisurely brandished the famed gun 1006, observing Poison Q sprawled atop the monstrous horse. Zhuang, that my ailment is congenital, not something any ordinary physician can remedy. However, the captain's goal remains unfulfilled. The king with the swallow fruit has escaped. Poison Q, resembling a lifeless fish, was acutely aware of his own physical condition. He has run far. Captain, shall we pursue? Descending from the heavens was the devilish Sheriff Lafitte, with a tall hat and arms transformed into wings. It appears the heavens have deemed this fruit unfit for us. Blackbeard, clad in a white shirt, showed no sign of anger over the escape of the swallow fruit user. Having once perused a complete compendium of devil fruits, Blackbeard was well versed in their abilities. The swallow fruit possessed formidable powers, capable of devouring and acquiring the abilities of its user, a prospect that tantalized Blackbeard. Akin to becoming a Duel or even triple fruit user due to his anomalous physique and some unknown transformation. Did Poison Q find any valuable medical texts? If not, let us continue our adventure. Drum Island is a member of the world government, and naval forces shall soon arrive. Blackbeard was not yet inclined to engage the navy, but sought to capture notable pirates to attract the attention of the world government, even aspiring to become one of the 7 warlords for his own ambitions. Then we shall make our escape. Poison Q appeared terrified, trembling with anxiety. The Blackbeard pirates sauntered along, following the laughter of Teach towards the shoreline. At the coast, a raft constructed of several large logs awaited the Blackbeard pirates' ship, the Queen of the Coast. The black sail upon the mast bore the emblem of 3 skulls intertwined with crossbones. "Captain, it seems we have encountered formidable individuals," Ben Oka remarked from a height, gazing at a pirate crew emerging at the horizon. "What do you see?" Blackbeard and the others inquired, puzzled. "The new king worth 500 million. The great pirate Yin Dmoyi has arrived." Ben Oka's expression hinted at growing excitement. Rumors spoke of a pirate crew possessing a prophetic devil fruit. Many of its members wielded powerful abilities. "We stand to gain immensely. Let us not forget, this man possesses the power of all 3 hockey types. Captain, shall we eliminate them?" The Blackbeard pirates buzzed with enthusiasm that I sense that Moyi is no ordinary character. "I shall meet him today." Blackbeard's excitement surged as the escape of the Swallow fruit user was soon overshadowed by the arrival of the Moyi pirates, known for their prophetic barrier sound wave, and even Buggy's disintegration abilities. Each of these powers was well suited to his crew. Meanwhile, the Moyi adventure group observed the smoldering Drum Island and the Blackbeard pirates at the shore. Moyi felt a surge of anxiety. The reputation of Blackbeard was fearsome, a man even more terrifying than Crocodile. A future emperor, a user of the darkness fruit, which countered all devil fruits. "All hands prepare for battle. Enter combat readiness. Do not approach that pirate ship. It harbors extremely dangerous individuals." Moyi issued the warning, and the crew swiftly entered a state of alert. "Captain, what manner of wretch is that? What could possibly make you so anxious?" The crew mirrored his tension. They had never seen Moyi so apprehensive. Trusting in their captain's foresight regarding the one with prophetic abilities, they understood that caution was warranted, for the adversary was undoubtedly formidable. He was a man brimming with ambition. Having lurked on Whitebeard's ship for over 2 decades, personally slaying his captain to seize the darkness fruit, betraying the Whitebeard pirates. The darkness fruit was among the most powerful devil fruits, able to nullify the abilities of others. If touched, the abilities of any devil fruit user would be sealed, and he could even usurp their powers. Thus, he posed an immense threat. All users were advised against close combat, relying solely on ranged attacks. "Do you understand?" Upon hearing Moyi's explanation, the crew grasped the gravity of Blackbeard Teach's menace, a merciless traitor from the Yonko pirates, capable of nullifying devil fruit powers and stealing them. "They are rowing towards us." Buggy shouted, "Stop the ship, Mo, fat. Turn around and be ready to flee at any moment. Prepare all long-range attacks." "Understood, Captain." 7-star Demon Fire Slash, Sound Wave Lightning Laser Cannon, Super Scythe Wind Blade, Blood Dragon Flame Heat Breath, Gigantic Filth Bomb, Sausage Dog Cannon. The cacophony of gunfire and cannon blasts erupted. As the Blackbeard pirates charged forward, they were met with a furious onslaught from the MOU pirates. "Damn it, such a barrage of abilities. Quick, block the attacks, or our ship will be destroyed." Lafitte soared into the sky, while the fragile Van Oka and the Reaper Poison Q retreated. Bagus, however, was determined to withstand the assault. "The abilities of devil fruits are ineffective against me. My darkness fruit can absorb them. The dark fruit, dark water, absorption." Blackbeard Teach raised his right hand, from which an endless mass of darkness emerged, beginning to whirl like a fan, forming a colossal rotating shield of darkness. A myriad of energy beams was swiftly absorbed by the dark veil. However, a singular, eerie green sword aura pierced through, striking Teach's shoulder and leaving a massive gash on the wooden raft. "It hurts." Blackbeard Teach cried out in agony, clutching his shoulder as he fell to the ground. "A swordsman. No, a great swordsman. How infuriating." Yet, Blackbeard rose once more, his terrifying regenerative abilities making it seem as if he had suffered no injury at all. "Captain Teach, this is dire. With so many ranged attacks from the enemy, Our ship cannot withstand this. Luffy glanced at the enormous sword scar on the raft. Ahahaha. It seems that the enemy's MOE is aware of the dangers of the dark fruit. Could it be that his prediction fruit foresaw my weakness? What a formidable opponent. Damn it, they dare not engage us in close combat, keeping their distance with their sea beasts while we are at a disadvantage. Bages shouted in frustration. Which side will the scales of fate tip? Fan Oka raised his firearm, and with 3 shots, he declared, be careful. On the Yanhuang ship, Moye's observation Haki sensed Fan Oka's cold gunfire, prompting him to leap up, enveloping his hands in armament Haki to deflect a bullet. Bartle also erected a barrier to block another bullet, shielding the crew. Yet, a 1,000-year dragon soared above, evading the bullets. The projectile pierced through the dragon's belly and struck Abi's shoulder, causing her to fall back onto the deck. Fan Oka had aimed at the 1,000-year dragon carrying 3 Lolas, intending to eliminate both dragon and riders in one fell swoop. Abi's, relying on her whisper fruit to communicate with the dragon, urged it to fly higher, preventing anyone from coming to their aid in time. Quick, save her. The 1,000-year dragon descended onto the deck. Moye shouted, cursed carelessness. Maintain the barrage. Sink the Blackbeard pirates. With the 7-star sword technique, Demon Chi Fiery Slash, Moye wielded the 3rd generation of the Demon Slayer, gathering energy as his conqueror's Haki erupted, unleashing a breathtaking sword aura. The aura compressed the sea into a conical shape, stirring countless waves as it surged towards Blackbeard's ship, the Jibek. Hey, is this kind of cutting wave really something a mere rookie could produce? Blackbeard thought, knowing that his dark water could not absorb such a cutting sword aura. He glanced at his 4 underdeveloped companions and gritted his teeth. With armament Haki, triple claw strike, Blackbeard crossed his hands into claw-like formations and charged forward, forcefully blocking Moye's immense sword aura and redirecting it skyward. A massive crack suddenly appeared in the white clouds above. Is this the new recruit worth 500 million? Lafitte exclaimed in shock. It was known that the bounty for the notorious Devil Sheriff Lafitte was only 42.2 million berries, while Giza's Bagus was 20 million, and Fan Oka was 64 million at the seemingly weakest. The Grim Reaper Poison Q had the highest bounty at 72 million berries. As for Captain Blackbeard, his bounty still stood at 0. Thus, the Moye pirates maintained their distance from the Blackbeard pirates, relentlessly attacking while Blackbeard defended passively, taking considerable damage. Such a defensive stance was unsustainable, and Blackbeard was preparing to retreat. I will take on the defense. You all row and retreat quickly. To be defeated by a rookie like this. How shameful. Bagus laughed as the 4 quickly rowed away, still chuckling. Seeing Blackbeard attempting to flee, Moye breathed a sigh of relief. Confronting Blackbeard head-on was indeed a daunting challenge. Blackbeard was a seasoned pirate with decades of experience. His physique was extraordinary, and his recovery abilities were frighteningly robust. He had endured countless blows from Whitebeard and even survived Sengoku's shockwave, remaining lively and spry. His physical prowess could contend with Shanks, leaving 3 scars on the red-haired pirate's body, which still throbbed with pain. Suddenly, an idea struck Moye. Take a transponder snail and fly above the Blackbeard pirate's ship. Drop it for them, but do not get too close. Be wary of Fan Oka's cold gunfire. Understood, Captain. Although Ajin did not comprehend why Moye, who had just been battling Blackbeard, now wanted to send a transponder snail. How is Abi's? She has sustained a shoulder injury, but is not in any life-threatening danger. The 1,000-year dragon has been shot through its insides and will require some time to recuperate. Thankfully, they were unharmed. Otherwise, it would have turned into a deadly pursuit with Blackbeard following them to the ends of the earth. Ajin soared through the skies, while Fan Oka, seeing him, aimed his gun to shoot. Lacking awakened armament Haki, he was momentarily unable to penetrate Ajin's dragon scales. Ahahaha. The Moye pirates actually have a mythical Zoan devil fruit user. Even I envy that. I wish I could possess the prediction fruit. What else might they be planning? Blackbeard and his crew watched as Ajin approached, soaring high to avoid being ensnared by Blackbeard's dark fruit. Blackbeard, catch. This is the transponder snail our captain is sending you. Ajin tossed the snail down and flew back, leaving a silhouette that caused the Blackbeard pirates to drool in awe at the sight of a mythical Zoan. Lafitte flew up to catch the falling transponder snail. Captain Teach, it's a transponder snail. Ha ha ha. It seems this Moye wishes to negotiate with me. No sooner had Blackbeard finished speaking than the transponder snail began to ring. Kikik, Blackbeard, how do you like my long-range attack? Ha ha ha. I have heard much about you. The Emperor of Beauty, Moe. Cut the pleasantries. Your sniper just injured my crew member. Let us discuss compensation. Do you dare to come and claim your compensation? Are you afraid of my dark fruit? Blackbeard, tell me how you acquired the power of the devil fruit. Let us make a trade and exchange an important secret. Don't you possess the prediction fruit? Why not predict how I acquired my powers? That's my biggest secret. I can reveal to you how to provoke a war between the Navy and Whitebeard. When the aged Whitebeard falls in battle, who do you think will obtain the tremor fruit? Upon hearing Moe's words, Blackbeard's heart became restless. After acquiring the dark fruit, his greatest desire was to possess his father's tremor fruit. The prediction fruit was indeed terrifying. Blackbeard pondered. Even if Moe had a contingency plan to seize the tremor fruit, he could not consume 2 devil fruits as long as the tremor fruit was not in the hands of the strongest man. Whitebeard, anyone who consumed it would be promptly reclaimed by Blackbeard. Not everyone who ate the tremor fruit was as powerful as Whitebeard. Haha. Captain Moe, how would you like to negotiate? I have long suspected that the powers of the devil fruit might reside within the fruit itself. When you acquire a power, do you use the dark fruit to absorb other devil fruit powers into the fruit, transforming it into a devil fruit for your subordinates to consume? Moe had also harbored this suspicion. Why did Blackbeard cover the tremor fruit with a black cloth when absorbing it? Why could he not directly absorb the power? And how did he bestow that power upon his crew? It wasn't until the Dressrosa arc that Bagus, carrying a bag of fruit, boldly claimed he would seize Luffy's rubber fruit. Caesar Clown's experimental salamander fruit also reincarnated within pre-prepared fruit, demonstrating the recovery of a devil fruit. Perhaps such processed fruits required some rare substance, which was why the world government and Caesar Clown could not mass-produce them. Could it be remnants left by the previous dark fruit user? Perhaps the body or items of rocks? At that moment, Moe speculated that the fruit processed by the dark fruit might